strunga de voi. Stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc, că la pus de soare vreau să emite o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
That is another death on the side of Falcons. It's now a 3 versus 5. Amar in the pit, though, trying to focus everything onto Radon. He is dead with the breathe fire. Roshan up for the grabs. The Aegis is taken by Lara on the end. Finally, RP from Collapse onto 2. As Yatoro, the sacrificial lamb here, the sacrificial bear in all likelihood. Snake King going to be the last member of Falcons to fall.
Skitter buys a dagger. Last desperate measure here, trying to get to that back line.
Oh, Amar trying to backstab, and he gets bashed up. He is dead. That's a dieback. Malrine, we're watching you, my friend. He gets the Laguna Blade up along with the Reckless Radon. Can he get the Sunrush? No! He actually falls, but that's life number 1. Malrine now has to try to get back to the base, but they are way too fast, way too much CC as the GGs come out. Divine Rapier on the deck. Yatoro secures it for the glory of the post-game item inventory. Saberlight, you can see the Aghanim Scepter online, so Uproar breaks. Oh, the instant Hex onto Nisha, he's deleted! 85 seconds, no buyback, caught off guard as Mickey has to stand his ground now. Saberlight gets off the Pulverize as well, and they find 2 kills instantly. And now even more coming the way via Mickey, and that's a full team wipe in a way. And Ghost Scepter basically spotting the backstab attempt. As Dyrachyo going in really deep, he's going to get Black Hole. Do they have the damage to follow this up? Into the RP again. And down go 2 cores of Tundra. They do have buyback this time, though. And you can see BZM turning into Terrorblade, trying to take out the Silencer, but Insania will continue to live. BZM skewered back.
They're forward, but they're rolling Thunder. Oh, Yuma! Is he singled out? Dream Coil roll up. They're going to try and get a kill here on Yuma. They get a kill to KJ, but Yuma going back in with the BKB. Looks over at Toronto. Tokyo Schofield's going to be dead to Nightfall, who's already got a kill on 2 of these heroes, and Yuma's dead so fast! Oh, no! 3 heroes got no buyback. They were the ones playing across the river, and now Analog needs to try and leave. The Illusory Orb jaunt under the tier 3 tower. Mira's here, so is Warnoff. They'll get the kill with the bad. Amira is going to be the one nearby, and now they'll go in, but the jump is from Nightfall. Nightfall immediately looking to kill Yuma and takes him out. He meant it, he tried, he died. They stole the Macro Pyre. It's doing some decent damage, but I'm not too sure that matters. Ravage going to be thrown out. They've got the control into the Rubik. They get the kill on KJ. They look for Whisper. Ravage going again. And Toronto Tokyo getting that kill on a Schofield. 4 heroes dead. Whisper back to form. This is going to be a full team wipe for the side of Aurora.
They don't want to go onto Ame here. Rest of the squad's coming in.
Success is in. He's going to get the arena and spear straight around towards Ghost. The damage up the tombstone. GH Noob goes straight over towards him. Noob is able to put the BKB, but gets pushed back by the Sonic Wave. They'll take down the Undying Samel. Pulse the Echo. What's going to get the blink off? They've got the lockdown onto the quad. They'll bring XM down. Now they turn over towards Arme. Samel closing the gap on towards the Nation's Prophet in with the Enchant Totem. They bring Arme down to once.
Huge fight.
Tombstone. See if they can take him out a second time. Nigma Galaxy. Beautiful Fisher from Samel. Lines it down, the two of them. Takes down Arme. XXS is going to go for the BKB TP out. They haven't got anything to stop it. I mean, if they can get out now, they're fine. XG, they got what they came for. Nigma Galaxy, they have to try and punish this, but GH is caught by the silence. He's dead without buyback. The Hex is there. XXS ready with the refresher. The arena's down. Goes. He's gone again. 100 seconds. Still no buyback available on him. They're trying to kill XM, but he got the blink at the ready. Arme's ready to cut off the escape. There's a Winter's Curse. Down onto the three of them. This game, it's over, folks.
Fissure hit 5 heroes, and now he'll jump for more. Shiro gonna go for this Warlock. They get the Kona Fade, they get the Kona Speed. They're gonna buy back on both those heroes. They'll take out Big Num. He's dead for 70. Down goes RCY. He's got buyback. That means everybody is bought back for the side of Wildcard. As Tidebound, they'll take this victory. They'll start to retreat.
Look at RCY.
On the side of Wildcard, they need to go and chase because RCY, well, I mean, now without Yamsun dead for 2 minutes, this is gonna be game. Primal Roar used again. RCY is dead. Triple kill there for Shiro, and Tidebound will take the 2-0.
Storm is in. There's the global. They got him. Okay. Storm will die. They get Quinn as well. Okay. Can they get anything more? Macropyre's down. AVULUS. They just got chasing. Massive kills. Can they get Ace?
Well.
Ace. He's going to have the Solar Guardian coming in on towards him. He's able to dodge it, though.
He's standing.
Can take the Aegis out of Smiling Knight. And he's going to opt for the TP out of it. Ace will get away. But hey, there we go. They press the ult.
They got it.
They got
2 kills. Big ones as well, and a third.
And a bonus. All right, AVULUS.
Side, and now things are weird.
This is suddenly a fight.
Back and forth. Is it going to be good enough, though? They now turn. Samurashi, he shows up. 23 Savage is not hitting anybody as of yet. Goes for the backline, finds Nesphere. That's what we needed him to get done. But will it be enough damage? Now Satanic turns up the disarm. They kill off the Batrider. Now Nesphere is free to hit. Seb still up close and personal with them, but the control is there. 23 Savage was not able to bring down that NP. Satanic too strong. Hunting. Flare goes out. They see it. It's very low, but it's going to be too late. Now Morales, he breaks the smoke. They're on to 23. Pops the BKB, but they are all in the Wukong's command. Although, I thought it was going to be good enough for a moment, but it's not. Rabel is able to escape. It was a good terrorize, but it wasn't good enough. X-Nova dies to the last tick of fire right there. Pop the ulti. I don't know if it matters, honestly. I think you gotta go Rapier. Oh my God, the Ravage. They destroyed him. Where was your Yules? Where was your Yules, Matthew? You needed it. The Aeon Disc gets assembled. Yudomi, Cogs, push. Okay, never mind. They're dead there. Yudomi is in some trouble as Shad walks in, stuns, and kills. They don't quite have enough to kill the Weaver yet, but now they might. As he comes back down, he has the time left. They get the kill, but Pike jumps, finds the finish. Now the Echo Slam control. Force Staff, Geori gets him alive. A second Force Staff. Shad trying to get away. Satanic is out. The turn, the damage. He brings them down. Finds that kill. PP still doing damage to the side. They have to run away. Pike is on top, and they kill the gyrocopter, but it's cost them so much. And Safety, he takes down PP. 1,800 gold. Marcy now caught. Marcy dead. They are finally gone. As all 4 are dead. No buybacks at all.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to beautiful Bucharest, where we're about to engage in another day of PGL Wallachia Season 3. I'm going to be your host, Richard Lewis, back in the studio. Looking forward to today. where we're going to see people being knocked out and we're going to see people going through to the playoffs. Joining me for that endeavor, we have, of course, T-Governor. It's great. Well, I've had a lack of Britishness on.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm bored. Yeah.
Listen, I wasn't going to bring it up, but absolute solidarity. You are doing it for the
Amen.
Balties.
There it is.
And look at this little broccoli haircut zoomer.
I still have some hair. It's getting there. I'm getting there. Maybe a year.
Can I see the back
or two.
quickly?
I
Yeah, he's fine. He's
I
good.
would
He's
say get a jib shot on the back, but he might walk into it again.
No, he's actually clean up there.
So don't-
My guy is blessed. He has got 15 years left in him.
You think so?
Easy.
Oh man, I feel so good right now.
There you
There
It
it
was a bit of a
is.
Hey,
slow
listen.
morning for me. You know, I'm
Yeah.
not a morning person, but now I'm fully waking
There you
up.
go. If T-Gov says it, we'll do a telestrator segment later on, like the male pattern baldness thing, like, you know.
Of all the talent.
Yeah. It's coming down the river.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, so this is the results from yesterday. Let's look at those first before we get back to ball chat. And you can see there were some interesting ones. Team Liquid were able to overcome Tundra there. Falcons lost the Spirit, by the way. Spirit looking absolutely lights out at the moment. Gaimin Gladiators, more like their old selves, a very stompy one-sided series against AVULUS. And of course, Xtreme Gaming beat Team NGX at the start of the day. That was on the mainstream. A couple of things there, as I did say. I mean, I thought Gaimin Gladiators, they caught me a little bit by surprise at how good they were.
Yeah, I mean, a team of that caliber, you'd expect them to have that wake-up moment. They're not some up-and-comer that might feel lost in the moment. So I think, yeah, if anything, it's just like, okay, good. They still have some base to go off of, but they're underperforming to overall standards for the year.
Yeah, absolutely. They are playing much better. They had really good drafts. I think the big surprise for me was also Tundra losing to Team Liquid. Team Liquid, they've been on the rise slowly. I think for Team Liquid, in the last couple of months, people kind of didn't want to fully commit to Team Liquid because they could definitely sense something was off. And now I feel the team has finally gelled together, and you can see Saberlight popping off in every single game that he's playing, and that's what I like to see.
Yeah, it's good he's getting bedded in. These were the results from the secondary stream. And there's one result we are going to sort of talk about. You can't really ignore it. Na'Vi beat Mosquito Clan. There it is. OG Esports out of the competition, having lost to Yellow Submarine. Pretty close to rock bottom, but I'll pick your brains about that in a moment, guys. Team Tidebound 2-0 over Wildcard, and Aurora were able to beat Heroic. They're continuing to struggle a little bit with their new roster. This is what the standings look like overall. You can see Liquid and Spirit are both the 3-0 teams. So Liquid peaking at the right time here after a not so great Dream League. Down at the bottom, Mosquito Clan and OG Esports. And this is what I'll just talk to you about. I mean, I was looking at the Liquipedia page for OG and remembering the happier times. And, they haven't won a competition since 2022. I think it was Malaysia was the last one they took. And this is just crazy to go 0-3 in these circumstances.
Yeah, most definitely. When they were playing against Yellow Submarine, I'm like, which one of them is going to sink to the bottom? And it was OG. But yeah, 2 troll picks. They did one game with it, but it seems like they're forcing some of the heroes. You could definitely feel something was off the way they lost the team spirit as well. They got completely crushed basically in 10 minutes. The game was over. Something's not gelling with the players, and they definitely need to either work it out or swap a couple of players.
I mean, it's been a rough year for them already, right? They played, what was like 5 qualifiers. They even, like, the team I was coaching, we formed, like, after, like, 9 days, we eliminated them from 1 qualifier. And then they come here, and it's, like, their only tournament in, like, 2 months. I didn't have many expectations for them, and I feel like every game, it's like a new team. Like, every draft, every move they make, like, when you look at a Spirit or a Falcons or a Liquid, you see the identity in the team.
Yeah.
But when I look at OG, it's like every game, it's like reactionary, it's emotional. And it's not emotional to the level of, like, the TI8 emotional that won them the TI. It's just, like, ideas that aren't together yet. So I think after this event, maybe there's going to be a roster change. Maybe there's going to be a relook, because at the moment, this current formation, they either all need to wake up and become a team, or there will be moves. But yeah, I didn't really expect much from them. Maybe like a 9th, 12th finish in this event.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Okay, we're going to do a meta update for you guys as well. Obviously, it's a ladder patch right at the start of the tournament. We thought we knew where we were coming out of Dream League. Now things are kind of up in the air again. We're starting to see some things that we can now look to that might shape some of the later games, particularly the playoffs. Dom, I'll come to you. Uncontested heroes.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of them. I think we have so far 34 uncontested heroes, and it does feel like the meta has already shaped. I do feel some of the heroes that we're seeing on the screen could definitely be picked up in some of the games.
Yeah, I think the key ones for me at the moment, we saw Spirit Breaker utilized during Dream League.
You're just biased.
I am, of course, biased, yeah. You know, I was telling Richard about how I have, you know, I had like 80% Warlock win rate last patch.
Yeah.
I got like an 80% win rate on Spirit Breaker right now. But anyway, that aside, it's like Dark Season meta. I think global map play, the need to be at the right place at the right time. Keeper Light is that hero. I think Spirit Breaker as well. I think PA is still so dominant in the patch, but Bloodseeker is ignored. I know that the ads got reworked, your Blood Mist got moved around, but it's like
I definitely feel that
Rupture
this
against
hero
PA is game winning. She cannot fight. So
you're all about the pure damage as well. Things have changed. I saw when the patch dropped that a lot of carry players did try to toy with the Bloodseeker, especially Ame and Yatoro, but we never actually seen it in play. And also another hero that was on the screen, my boy Pudge. When the patch dropped, we had some good performances on the carry Pudge. People were like, let's pair it up with Io. Let's build some Mask of Madness, Glamour Cape. Maybe we don't want to talk about that. That was one of Mickey's performances where the hero looked pretty bad. But yeah, I think overall the hero definitely has some potential with the damage. And I also think Ricky has the potential to be picked.
luckily we have more games. That's the key thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, look, this is the way it went last time at Wallachia. There was like just heroes that were untouched, and then we get to the playoffs, and all of a sudden, it was like Bloodseeker was one of those heroes. You know, it was like it was just untouched. Everyone's like, well, is it good enough now with the changes that have been made to it? People started picking it. People started winning with it. So anything's possible. That's what I like about these tournaments happening just after a letter patch. It's always fun.
It's just the thing that people need to understand what's happening, how to find solutions, and then look at it. It's the same thing with like how people are constantly fighting at the 15-minute Tormentor, right? It's like heroes are uncontested, the plays getting understood, and now that we're getting to the point where playoffs are down the line, I want teams to start looking at these replays and going, how do we want to approach this? So I was like, I got some clips for you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna yap for a little bit about Tormentor.
Please do.
But I feel like the key thing is because at the 15-minute mark, it is the Radiant side Tormentor. So I feel like teams, if you're a Dire nowadays, you have to think about this Radiant safe lane tower so much more. Because if this tower is still alive, it is a valuable resource to TP in. And you could even argue for a Radiant side, taking the offlane tier 1 tower is as critical. These two towers, if they are alive and standing, then the Tormentor is going to be so much easier to get to TP in. And if we start rolling the clip, in this clip, the towers aren't even really utilized in this scenario, but if you look at the minimap, Yatoro doesn't even join this fight. Spirit has 4 heroes. They just kind of bully Falcons away from the engagement, even though Falcons are the first one to set up in the area. It's the fact that Spirit utilized their defensive position, break down Falcons, and then over time, Yatoro will then TP in at the very end of the fight to take the Tormentor. So it's like not only are teams wanting to contest Tormentor, but you need to do it with good strategy. You need to think about the map setup, and I think the tier 1 towers are important. Do you actually kill heroes and actually get like the decisive blow is the second part, but yeah, it is so volatile if you don't actually take Tormentor.
Yeah, still a very important objective to take. The gold has been nerfed. Now you're getting 2.3k gold compared to almost 3,000 gold that you were getting, if you include the price of the shard, of course. But yeah, pretty important objective to take. We've seen like a meta develop a little bit. I think also from Team Spirit during Dream League, we had an interview with Miposhka where he was talking about not necessarily needing to fight the Tormentor. Instead, if you feel like you can take the fight, if you don't have this type of a tempo lineup, that you should dodge it. Because if you lose the fight, you lose 3,000 gold. That's going to be extra 2, maybe even 3,000 gold on top of that. So you just might lose the game off of that.
And we saw Zin Q do that as well for Xtreme Gaming. Great Wyvern.
That Winter's
ult.
Curse.
Yeah, just insane. So anyway, sorry.
I'll say one more thing. I just don't like the fact that the Twin Gate is next to the Tormentor.
Yeah.
Because not only do you get a free shard, you then don't get punished for being in the corner of the map as the winning side, because half of you stay in your jungle, half of you can Twin Gate to the enemy jungle and gank someone else. So it's like not only do you kill them in a fight, you take a shard, you then gank them again on their side of the map, and you're farming. It's like, maybe if you just
easy fix. I'm gonna pull off Suns fan right here. Yeah. Put the Twin Gates in the middle of the river.
Perfect.
Easily fixed.
Like okay, sure. Very useful teleport.
Yeah, game dev Dom has done it again. Anyway, let's take a look at today's schedule. This is what we got coming up on the B stream. It's a PGL event, so obviously there will be 2 streams for today. You can pick and choose what games you like to watch. we're going to be having Team NGX versus Yellow Submarine. Heroic will be taking on Wildcard. That's going to be very interesting, actually. AVULUS versus Na'Vi. Yeah, that one in the middle, guys. That's kind of... I'm intrigued about that one.
I think a lot of teams are praising Wildcard, saying that they're like an up-and-comer, especially, North American region, underperforming. They're looking like, a little kind of a gem in the rough. And I think for Heroic, winners of the last Wallachia at this event, I don't think we've even mentioned their name once on our stream.
I mean, look, the loss of Parker was like...
Yeah, massive loss.
Just a massive loss for them. And look, the loss of Davai Lama, not so much, but at least they would have been entertaining to watch.
I'm going to hold my hand up right now. I'll be honest, all right? I wasn't the biggest fan of Davai Lama in regards to the Parker
I was
era.
a fan of watching.
He was a good fit for that team.
But he was a good fit for that team.
Yeah,
so
that's
I feel
fair.
like
That's fair.
As an offlaner, I feel like his peak is when he gets to enable others through his aggression, but they will take the reign and like win the game. And right now, like he's playing on Night Pulse in like tier 2 online Dota, and he's crushing it because he's doing the same thing. I just feel like he needs to step up again to become a true like strong player. But he is a very good tier 2 player.
Yo, no doubt on that.
Tier 1 is the asterisk, but I hold my hand up.
Okay.
He did a lot of work for that team.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, look where they are without him. So
Exactly,
he must have been doing something right. We just don't know what it is, or at least I don't. Anyway, let's take a look at what we've got coming on the mainstream. We're going to work our way backwards on this one. You can see we're going to be closing out the day with Tundra versus Xtreme Gaming. That's going to be an absolute banger. Looking forward to that. Aurora Gaming versus Gaimin Gladiators. Wouldn't you know it? Another banger. And to start us off with what we're going to be talking about, a banger, it's going to be Falcons versus Team Tidebound. Okay, let's start with Tidebound on this one, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is the team. China is back. I don't know if they're so back or just back, but it definitely feels like they formed two really strong teams, and Tidebound is definitely one of them. I think the whole squad is playing really well, but I want to point out Shiro, because this guy, when he joined the scene, when he first joined LGD, PSG LGD at the time, people were talking about him that he might be the next Ame. People want to see another carry player that's going to be, taking over the scene, and you can see that so far he's been breaking some of the records. Least stats, less than 2 per game. This is pretty impressive. It's really been a while since I saw someone has below 2 average stats. He's the first in KDA overall, second highest the GPM, and also a lot of tower damage. And look at the heroes that he has been playing. He's playing a lot of Phantom Assassin, Morphling, Ursa. He's playing more traditional carries but he's also super active. So that's what I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of the philosophy of Tidebound. Even against when they're playing against Tundra, like their game 2, it was about being together at the right place at the right time, punishing Tundra's kind of greed in the fight a little bit. And I think after that series, they learnt their style a bit better, because against Wildcard, it was very one-sided. And I think the main point I like about both of the Chinese teams that we're seeing at this event, I feel like they have a true identity on their drafts. In previous tournaments, they've kind of, the whole point of the regions, like Zhao Wei, you got RTK, like these legacy coaches, their drafts were iconic. You see them in a tournament, you're scared of their drafts. I feel like in the last year or so, we haven't had that same level of oh, they're here, And now that we have, Zhao Wei to Xtreme, as I knock my iPad to the side, but same thing for Tidebound. I feel like with Blink, they have a true grasp on who they are as a team, and that alone is so scary.
Yeah, and this is something that I wanted to point out. Some of the drafts that they did have in the last couple of games that they played, Tidebound just looks so scary to draft against, because as you can see, there isn't really much overlapping. You see Nature's Prophet being picked twice, and Jakiro, of course, being one of the stronger position 5s. But other than that, this team can play anything. And have in mind that this team has 3 old wing members. So the way they played Dota, they were not playing the same heroes at all. They were basically playing different draps every single game, and it definitely shows.
But we'll praise them today because they were winning with it. And at some point, that'll also become a critique, because if they start losing games because they're making mistakes, that volatility of draft, that depth will also be, they need to fine-tune things, right? So at the moment, we're in the honeymoon period. Yeah. And maybe in a couple of days' time, let's say it's a lower bracket, we're maybe they needed to create some structure to go against you know, the spirits and the tundras of the world.
We've got another stat that you wanted to highlight as well, Dom. One of your favorites, the stacking stat.
Yeah, stack that. It is very important in this. It's been important creating gold, creating XP pretty much out of nothing. It's going to be the tool to fall back to if things are not going well. And this is how Team Falcons have been playing ever since they've been formed. This is the team that kind of thrives on stacks. A lot of the times you would see one team going for some kind of a play on the map. They lose a hero, but they gain advantage because of the stacks that they're making. Tournament average is 11 stacks per game, 11.2. Team Falcons, they're #1 team when it comes down to stacking, 24.8, which is more than double compared to Tidebound, who is sitting at 10.4. And just to point it out there, Gaimin Gladiators, for example, they are the ones that have like 3 average stacks per game. So you can definitely feel the difference in the way they play and the way they think about how to play the map.
But that's why watching replays is so critical, because I think even though we're praising Falcons for being the biggest stack maker, and looking at, you know, Skidder actually being up there for one of the...
Yeah, he's the #1 guy who stacks, so that's pretty impressive. This is something
from a
that
carry
you don't
role,
see every day from a carry role.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Spirit, even though Falcons stacked them, Spirit farmed them all, right? So if you watch some replays, you get a stack taking hero on Tidebound. Shira maybe moves towards like a Sven type hero, like a Bristle, or even on the offlane.
They invade the triangle.
They invade the triangle. It's like,
most definitely something that they have in mind.
Yeah, we've seen some weird timings with that actually. Like some teams have just missed the timing on the stacks, but they've been going for the invades again and the smoke invade.
Yeah, we saw yesterday when Shaker, I'm not sure who was the one playing it. It was Sumail, I believe. Yeah, so
Shaker,
they were like 5 seconds too late, but if they get there, it could also, like, it is
I mean,
very...
if he hadn't had Echo Slam as well.
It is very dangerous to invade the enemy triangle where there's an Earthshaker. You could easily get team wiped.
Yeah, he literally had just used it before they turned up. Maybe a blessing in disguise.
I mean, you're also describing another mechanic because of Tormentor, right? It's like, traditionally, you make stacks, around 12 to 30 minutes, you farm the stacks. But now if you have to take a massive game-deciding fight of 15 minutes, is invading as valuable as just holding your time, getting to that next item? Because if you invade and aren't successful, you're probably also going to give away the Tormentor for free.
Yeah.
So I think it's like these small little things, they add up to a point where, you know, Falcons probably feel so confident making stacks. It's like, surely they can't contest them. They've got bigger things to think about.
Yeah, I'll stay with you, Robson, as well. What have you made of Falcons in general? Because they do seem to have a distinct style at the moment. Seems to be farm heavy, take games late, kind of close it out that way. Do you think they've kind of mastered this patch, or are they still a way off for you?
I'd argue they're a little bit way off, right? Because they were one of the best teams, so they got studied. They still are playing with the same identity, and I think they are a team who is victim to their heroes being in or out of meta, especially with, you know, who we see on screen with like Skidder, for example, even with like a Ma. If their top heroes aren't available, they're going to need a little bit more time to refine their heroes. And in draft, it's the same thing. They used to utilize Dragon Knight to the top level in draft. It's like first phase it, now their draft is free. They're going for Dawnbreaker, they're picking Slardars. Like, these are heroes that are more exploitable than before, so I think give them a little bit more time, they'll refine it, but their drafts are what gave them so much dominance, and people understand them now.
That's a problem that they were talking about. Like, even Gaimin talked about this when they were on top of the game, when they've been winning all of the tournaments, because everybody's watching you, everybody's studying you, all of your favorite heroes, all the heroes that you've been using are going to get nerfed. So you need to think about the new ideas. You need to bring in new heroes because you're the one who's setting the meta. And some of the offlane comparison, ATF, he's been like...
I got a question for you, Cost, right? Imagine you're playing a pub, right?
Yeah.
This is like your game to get, let's say, 20k, right?
Yes.
You've made it. Which offlaner do you want in your team? Do you want the Dark Sith Phoenix Magtide player, or you want like the Ember Razor offlaner?
I would say the right one. I would say Tide, Magnus, Phoenix, these type. But if I had to choose a player, I'm going with ATF.
Obviously.
100 out of 100.
I was trying to ignore the names, you know? I was
yes. I'm just a big fan of ATF. I think he is the best player in the world right now. I've been talking about Pure, but Pure has been a bit of a... didn't have too good of a tournaments in the last couple of months. But yeah, ATF, he's been so stable. This guy will play anything. He's a bit more on the greedier side, but he can also definitely play the heroes that we've seen that Buck has been playing.
Well, I think what's great about ATF is just the amount of impact he has from the offlane role. If you give him one of his signature heroes like a Mars or a Bristleback or whatever it might be, he goes and he makes plays and he wins you a game.
Yes.
Yep. No, 100%. He is extremely consistent in that role, and I think that's where they need to find that way to enable him. And as much as talking about draft is like the easiest thing to do in a Dota game, I feel like that really is kind of the key recipe. Like, once they find that, then they'll be back to their form.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, the other problem you've got is we've seen teams try and ban him out and take away all his heroes.
Doesn't work.
And then he locks in an Ember Spirit off lane and wins. So
his hero pool is massive. Like right now, this guy is playing anything, whether from Ember Spirit from the off lane. He wants to play Pango. He wants to play Magnus, whatever is necessary. And he's still not afraid to bang out some of his old school classics. We saw when they were playing against Team Spirit, he was playing that Razor as well. So definitely you need to have something in mind when you're like, it's so difficult to draft against this team because you know that some of these things are coming. If we talk about some Huskars, Malrine yesterday, he was the one who was playing Lina. They did lose that game, they did lose that series, but he had a great performance on it.
all right, we are about to get into the draft, so we'll see what Team Tidebound have got going on.
I feel like for Falcons as well, the predictability of their drafts used to be a thing that everyone knows it's coming, but they can't beat it. And like we're mentioning now, the predictability, I think, again, hurts them. At the moment, like Spirit, when the interview yesterday, it's like they expected the Razor to come. It was picked. It's like, it's a bad pick. They don't care about it. So there's give and take with this argument for Falcons. But I hope for today, hope they've cooked up a little bit of just one new hero. That's all I want to see. Like one new hero just to kind of change the script a little bit for themselves. But already
I think Tinker has to go. I don't know if I want to see too much of a Tinker. I might be slightly biased here because Night Stalker has been contested in every single game that has been played so far, but I want to see that hero. For Tinker, I'm getting a bit of a mixed feelings. I'm not sure if I want to be playing or seeing too much of a Tinker because this hero yesterday, we saw it being second on the network, position 5 Tinker. That's pretty impressive when Malady played it.
But just to confirm the chat here, you are also showing your bias because you are an offlane player.
Yeah,
you
I
like playing Night Stalker.
It's one of my favorite heroes.
And you don't want to play against the support Tinker that will make...
Yes.
There we go. Yeah. And I, as a support player, I'd like to see Tinker. And then I don't want to see Night Stalker because I don't want to get jumped.
It ruins you. You can definitely tell when people talk about the heroes.
What role they play. Right, first pick Tidebound. What are we looking for? Of course, their Nature's Prophet that they've been going for before is still available. And they do have a ban to pick. Magnus also available. They're the two key
mostly
heroes.
They've been opening up with the offlaner, with the either Magnus or a Beastmaster. Jakiro potentially could come out as well, but if Magnus is available, I think this team plays it really well because it is a flex pick for them. They play it from the mid roll and they play it from the offlane as well.
And Tidebound, I don't want to say not respecting, but it's like they don't care too much about the Dawn, the Slardar at the moment that Falcons have been utilizing on second pick. The Bristle, the Pangolier, these are like iconic flex heroes for Falcons. You might even argue, DK as well, but we'll see if Tidebound want to think about the Dawn or the Slardar. I think for me, the Dawnbreaker is the better of the two.
Yeah.
And they have actually banned Ember. Okay.
We saw some very sad Slardar games.
We have. Yeah, I think if I was in Tidebound's position, I think I'd let them have a Slardar. I'd respect the Dawnbreaker either through picking certain heroes or just banning it out. We'll see how they approach it. Again, the Prophet's available, Beast is available, Mag's available. Yeah, they go for the Magnus.
Yeah, great call.
Yeah, just overall strong hero. I think Falcons made a little bit of a mistake yesterday when they were playing against Team Spirit, giving Magnus the collapse, but seems like they knew it was coming. They had an idea how to counter it, didn't work. Same thing here, but I do consider Mag to be the S tier hero right now because of the flex potential and also two different facets / item builds that you could go for. So immediately into Terrorblade. Terrorblade stonks have been on the rise in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
And they already protected themselves with the Darkseer ban. So the Terrorblade can just go straight into the core roll. It's what Spirit did yesterday. They banned Darkseer into overall first pick, just Terrorblade. And from their perspective, it's like, that's just the carry. They don't care. And I would like to think that Falcons will do the same.
Offlane Terrorblade anymore. Nobody wants to flex it. People are just like, this hero is too good. We want to play it from the safe lane.
Did Collapse play it? I can't remember. But either way, maybe it's like 1 or 2 games at most, right? But from the carry position?
Yeah, if we go a week back in the grand finals of Dream League Season 25, Collapse did play Offlane Terrorblade, but so far in the tournament, it has been exclusively played as a position 1.
Yeah, you're right. Do you prefer mid-mag or offlane mag.
I like mid-mag a little bit more, just because you're getting a slightly earlier Blink Dagger and you're being more active on the map. And there's that Dawnbreaker that you mentioned. That makes a lot of sense. They played from 2 different roles. They also love to pair it up with the Crystal Maiden. I think that's going to be the key hero for Falcons. Snaking, he needs to find a hero that he can spam in every single game.
That's Crystal Maiden.
Enchantress. This time around, it is Enchantress.
Tidebound mag. Yeah. The thing as well with Magnus is I like the fact that at least Collapse showed us that you don't have to always go for like Blink Harpoon.
Yeah.
He went for Blink, 4-star Floatus Orb. He was playing on a lot more utility play for his team. So I hope other teams will have this kind of open mind to the hero.
Sure. Yep.
I do get a little upset when people kind of tunnel vision and kind of blindly assume that the hero is like mastered or figured out. Falcons, though, opening this phase, you already mentioned Snaking's hero pool, like an Ench. So far in the tournament, he's been playing only CM. It's going to be, 8th position 5 hero to progress the draft. Nothing too crazy to talk about, but it's more on Tidebound, I think, with the Magnus to show what style of play they want to make. The hero can do multiple things, like Lacoste is mentioning. It can break a map with early Blink Dagger, or it can fortify their area with a lot of farm. And they actually go for the Jakiro, which, again, I kind of forgot to talk about, but...
Sure. What was its win rate up to? Because it was down to 44% yesterday. There it is?
It's 56%.
Oh, okay, it's jumped up quite significantly.
It's much better overall than, I would say. This hero can still be played from position 4 if necessary, but it gives you a little bit of counter initiation when Magnus goes in, gives you so much more team fight, gives you so many, I would say, better lane combos as well. That's a lot of slow. Nobody likes to play into this, and... is this the first one of the tournament?
This might be the first clown of the tournament.
Maybe?
First one we've seen.
Yeah, there we go.
On the mainstream.
I will double check, because I personally haven't seen it either. So I'm in disbelief. No,
All right, T, which facet do you prefer? Do you want to see the...
I think, didn't Whiteman play it? Yeah, Tundra against AVULUS, Whiteman did play it. Yeah. They've played once. Yes.
100%, huh?
Yeah, undefeated. Which facet? I think the classics.
The classic, the old one. It looks better overall.
Because, of course, with the classics, you get the illusion that you can dodge spells with. You get the little jump. And then you get the strength, the tonic.
Strength, yes.
So I think that it's just high value on all of them.
This is I usually didn't like Slardar pick yesterday when AVULUS was kind of forcing it no matter what. Yeah. I think at this one, it does feel really good, especially against Nature's Prophet. He does not like to play into this matchup. Like, at a lot of the times you would see him TPing out. You're never going to be able to TP out. He wants to keep the distance, hide inside the trees and stuff. But yes, against Slardar, it's going to be very difficult. And I do like the synergy. It also makes it relatively easy to play what Falcons drafted for themselves right now. With this Slardar plus Jakiro, there's going to be a Batrider as well coming out for crit. So pretty simple to execute type of a draft.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also one of those drafts where Tidebound, they play the map very well, but in the actual fight, they don't stand their ground that well if the RP hasn't connected. Batrider gets on top of you, Slardar gets on top of you, Jakiro from a screen away will ice path you, Terrorblade will send illusions. Like, there's a lot of
something just feels off seeing this hero in the draft. It doesn't like visually look like the draft is strong.
Yeah, just wait until you see Kez in future patches. It's going to be even more jarring.
Well, Kez needs some kind of a buff because right now that hero doesn't really feel good. So this is going to be most likely position 4 Nature's Prophet coming out. Unless they want to run it from the off lane. Back in the days, he did play the hero, but I don't think you want to run this against Jakiro and Terrorblade. It would be a bit of a...
That Nature's Prophet shoved into the 4-row.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they wanted to have something that scales slightly better. You have enough damage on Phantom Assassin. You also have Empower coming out, so that's going to be nice. Carry-to-carry matchup, you're always going to be able to kill the heroes, of course, and they're still going to be respecting that Huskar no matter what, because Amar loves to play Slardar, and so does Malrine from the mid lane.
I'm a little worried for Tidebound, though.
Yep.
It's... Mag, if you miss an RP, brother, your team is...
They're cooked.
They're done.
Yeah. You have to run away. Maybe he needs to go for the bicycle one so he can run away faster, because this one...
into game 2? Or
it doesn't feel like the support duo is very strong on side of Tidebound.
It's a support duo that if you do get early levels, when they get to an objective, if Falcons don't respond, they can at least take the tower, set things up, but that's very optimistic. Like, Falcons will defend towers, they will make all these moves.
What do you feel about position 4 Nature's Prophet? Compare him to other 4s.
I hate the hero because it puts so much pressure on you dictating the game at all times. If at any point your enemy is a better team fighter or a better kind of map playing hero, then suddenly you're lost on the map.
I understand the flex, but I haven't really been convinced that this hero is good from position 4. Not a hater yet, but getting there. Maybe I need to see 1 or 2 more games.
If you put Nature's Prophet instead of, let's say, the Batrider on Falcons, I would not mind it because you already have map play and pressure. And
something that we didn't talk about, that this Nature's Prophet can still go to the mid lane and they can run Magnus from the off lane.
True. I think, but then you'd have another support. Position 4. Does a position 4
I think it's 5.
The draft?
I think they're looking for a 5.
So you want Ringmaster in 4?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's based off the Falcons bans. That's what they're banning. They're banning 5s.
Yeah.
I would be fine with some... why you smile, I might... It's a good game for Winter Wyvern. Against Slardar, against Terrorblade, the damage is physical. Sure, you have a follow-up with the Jakiro, so that's a bit of a meh, but overall for the game, I think it could be pretty good. Problem is, they're a bit squishy.
Yeah, and then there's Batrider that can just use the Cold Embrace to just grab you anyway. Sets up for Ice Path. I mean, I don't mind it, but I think for Tidebound, they have very clear choice. They have to pick an offlaner that can soak up the jump from Falcons to enable PA to find her target for Mag to hit the RP, or they pick a support that buffs them up enough to try and overwhelm the map early with the Nature's Prophet support or mid taking towers. So it's like you either have a support to push you forward or a core to tank everything. That's at least where I'm sitting at. That's not really predicting heroes, I'm just archetypes.
Because I'm getting a mixed feelings because of what I just said, and also seeing the ban that Nature's Prophet, he's fine playing into Huskar in the mid lane. Maybe you just don't want to play against Huskar, because this matchup is good for Nature's Prophet. The Greater Treant, he can't really do much on side of Huskar, so you will be winning that matchup, but it is going to be Mars in the end, and Nature's Prophet from the mid lane.
Wait,
never mind. No.
No. I'll let you take it.
All right, so it is position 4 Nature's Prophet, Mars off lane, and mid Magnus.
Yep, Ringmaster support, and PA carry.
10 seconds remaining.
I want to see if he said anything else. I was pressuring him. I was just staring at Lacosta. He didn't look at me.
I was looking at the screen anyway, so it didn't affect me at all.
I gave you a really passionate look there. But no, for Tidebound, the Mars, it provides them a way out to play out the fight, and we put a lot of pressure on Magnus. That's now alleviated.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
which is nice. I still have a worry for early game damage. PA needs a Battle Fury, maybe BKB, then she looks at damage. Nature's Prophet, you need a Mjolnir, but even with Mjolnir, you're squishy, you need another item. So it's like every core for Tidebound needs like 2 items to feel good for their damage outside, of course, of an arena or an RP. I think early game Falcons, it's very predictable how to take a fight against Tidebound.
It's also, like you said, though, as well, it's about, just simplicity of execution. You just look at the Falcons draft, it's like, exactly what they're going to do, and it's easy to do.
I will take Tidebound's draft, though, if it gets to, like, 35 minutes, 40 minutes.
Sure.
Like, their late game is beautiful. Like, you cannot complain with that, and Falcons' answer is to try and go toe-for-toe with their team fight, going for the Amar offlane Faceless Void. And into Ringmaster and PA, you're not really going to be killing this Void, I'd like to think. With Dilation, Time Walk, Batrider as well, that's a very strong lane.
They also wanted to have a hero who, like, in terms of damage, like, you can get out of Sprout easily, you can get out of the arena. If you don't get hit by an RP, Faceless Void is going to feel good. And this is the combo that I talked about for a couple of times.
The Crush, yeah.
Yeah, the Crush inside of the time zone is the best one you can get. It excels the cooldown. If we're going to be seeing the super late game, you can get 5, maybe even 6 Crushes if you get the enchantment and Octarine core on this Slardar, so you can go like boom, 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 and everything dies. Hope we see a really long game just because of this.
There's nothing like a great stun lock meme.
Oh, it's good. It is very good, and I think Tidebound, honestly, they fixed their draft really nicely. After the first 3 picks, I was worried that they were like a pick away from it being really hard to play into Falcons, but they've dealt with the early aggression that we expect to see from them with the Mars. There isn't this pressure or nothing to say. Sure, I think Falcons still have this better kind of skirmishing ability in the early game, but is it enough to truly take over the entire map? Objectives like Roshan is good for them, Tormentor is good for them, but yeah, no, I think I'm just hoping that this feels like it should be a long game.
Right.
This shouldn't be some 20-minute stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's check in with our commentators and see if they've got the stamina for a long one. How are you doing, guys? What do you think? You in for a long day?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Fresh and ready to go with this one. And we should be getting a lot of crazy team fight. Indeed, as you guys are saying, if it does go late, you got some pretty cool combos that are going to be able to play out.
Are you as excited, Fogged, for the potential stun lock?
Yeah,
from the slaughter?
It's not quite as excitement, like as a coddle, that coddle last pick that we got yesterday that I was super gassed about, but there's some cool stuff coming here. And I think, it was depending pretty much fully on RPs for the side of Tidebound until they get this Mars. So I think this opens up more actual ways to play the game. So we'll see if it ends up working or not.
Owen, any thoughts from you before we get into the action?
Yeah, I think considering the amount of offlaners that were banned out, I like the fact that they still get this Faceless Void in as the last pick on Falcons side. I think that's a pretty good grab considering that, pretty much everything else was banned out. So maybe something that kind of flew under the radar of Tidebound.
All right then, guys, take it away. Love the sweater, by the way, Giannis.
Thank you.
Awesome, here we go. Thank you very much, Richard. So game one here, ladies and gentlemen, between Tidebound and Team Falcons. And a lot of wombo combos, a lot of team fights, a lot of action to be expected. When you look at the two drafts coming in on this one, we're going to have a lot of fun. And looking forward to see what Mars going to be able to do on the Void. First blood. It's definitely going to be going their way unless, there's no unless. He's very dead.
Flag grenade.
Who's going to get it?
Give it nothing to say.
Bark will take it.
Get the bracer. He did go for Victory Feast this game, by the way, so I constantly check to see which one these Mars are taking.
Yeah, we saw this a couple of times now, right? Some of them are doing, some
more of them are
that.
doing it. It got massively buffed, so I've been wanting to see this more. It has a lot of crazy potential, especially with some, a lot of explosive damage that they can get in the later stages of the game, which can be pretty cool. See if it works out. Because now they have this Mars, they have this Nature's Prophet on 4 position, which we've seen a couple people make it work. I definitely have concerns for the NP4 in this lane upcoming. They did get the first blood on Skeeter, which is a fantastic start for the Mars, but it's a Tower Blade and Jakiro to be able to pressure versus this NP, so let's see how that ends up going in the top lane. Crit.
They're going to get the 3 bounties there. Tidebound to start things off, and
he'll be okay.
Yeah, Chris should be fine. So, what do you make of this as well? So we're going to get to see some Ringmaster action. Very much a hero that not all the teams really care too much about right now. A lot of teams ignore this one completely in their drafts. Where does he sort of stand? Is he good? Is there potential? Or do you think he's not necessarily one of the stronger supports?
Honestly, not sure just yet. For me, this is the first game I'm actually seeing. I'm getting casted into pro game.
Yeah.
I've seen it in obviously tons of pubs for so much time, but unsure how good this hero really is right now. Does have some good harassment plays. You have a lot of tricky plays that you can do, right? With your whoopee cushions and getting out of all these different plays that happen. Escape Artist can be super useful when you're playing with a 4 protect 1 draft essentially in a way. So that Escape Artist could be pretty impactful. We'll see.
Let's look at the mid matchup as well. Nothing to say on the mag against Marine Slaughter. I mean, these two heroes, except the Slaughter more so, it's definitely one that's kind of rising back up in terms of favorability of teams to take it to the mid lane, right? Slaughter mid is something a lot of teams are starting to look towards.
Yeah, I mean, Seaborn Sentinel is just insane. The innate, right? You get so much bonus damage just from being there in the river constantly, besides everything else. Sure, you lost your farming ability a bit there with your Bastion Deep no longer doing bonus damage to creeps, but either way, yeah, seems to be quite strong in a lot of these games. This is an interesting matchup, though, because usually Slaughter is one of those heroes that he's a melee dominator, right? But Magnus is one of those that also can be very dangerous in the mid lane, because if you do go for an aggressive play, you can get skewered under tower very easily. So that lane is going to be pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, we'll see if Nothing to Say gets any of those opportunities. Top lane.
Level 2's been hit. They're going to make the move right away. Good spear to push him back.
Yeah, Bark doesn't want to mess around with them at all as soon as they try and make that play.
As long as they can withstand the pressure up here with Bach and with Planet, it's going to be good news for them. The worry for me really was in the early few levels to see how the Mars is going to do when he just has a Nature's Prophet to protect. So the fact that Fate Beyond got first blood, he's got double bracer, so it's actually a really, really good thing for him up here. He's going to be able to tank a lot of that damage.
Oh, quite close there to maybe being able to get the angle on snaking.
Nice micro play there from Planet too. While he's harassing snaking, he was actually microing his treant, so he gets the pull behind the tower, so Faith Beyond will be able to reset the lane positioning. Skeeter does do the same thing on his side, but nice little micro with the treant.
Yeah, we have Crit came over towards the water and make sure that Nothing to Say wasn't able to refuel the bottle. As, well, there gets the skewer mid.
Instant TP.
Yeah, just straight away. Doesn't want to mess around. Still takes quite a fair bit of damage, though, for the tower hits, but Marine's going to be fine, of course. Did manage to refuel his bottle, so plenty of charges to heal up with.
But Nothing to Say is completely free farming in this matchup. Where,
he is.
Like we said, you know, sometimes Slardar can do very well against those melees, but yeah, this is just a different kind of matchup because of that. On top of having a base damage advantage on the Magnus, he also just has relative kill threat.
Yeah, Marine, after making that TP play, he's got to be careful, right? Because if he gets caught by the skewer again, he's not going to have that response for a little bit of time. And if he does go down, he's not going to have the way to get back to lane, so he's got to be very cautious now.
Yeah, especially also because there's a Nature's Prophet in the game too, right? So that extra +1 can come in, and they can even TP on the tower if the skewer comes in. So they could bring 3 heroes pretty rapidly to the mid lane. Yeah, right now lane's looking quite good for this side of Tidebound. Mars 14 and 7. He's getting extra denies because of getting that double bracer early on. He's got his boots finished up too, so yeah, the potential fear I had for top doesn't seem to be there now. Planet will take some damage, but should be just fine.
And I imagine for both of these mids, they're both going to be going for this race of treads into Blink, right? Or do you see any sort of divergence?
I think they're just going to tread split.
Yeah.
How's bottom doing too? Because it's a, you know, they picked this Void overall for the game. Yes, he has ways to not die in this lane overall, but this is not really a lane that they can pressure Shiro very well.
No, that's true, yeah. Shiro's going to be able to free farm.
He's just going to free farm. And Crit did get put low at the start of the lane too, so it makes it even harder for him to commit down there to try anything. So, yeah, it's going to be a free farm PA, a Magnus having a fantastic start, so that's a recipe for it.
He keeps being rather not. He keeps popping over mid, making sure he gets the water rune, the bounty, making sure there's going to be no chance, basically, for Nothing to Say to ever get any bottle charges. So, whilst he's doing great in the lane, it hasn't really managed to get much value out of that bottle with the fact that he's never been able to fill it back up.
But he doesn't even really need them. Like, he doesn't really
I mean, yeah, he doesn't need it because he's doing fine, right? Yeah, he's top CS. He doesn't really care.
10 denies as well. A big deal.
Because, yeah, that's the thing. He's doing this with, as I say, an investment that hasn't really done much for him, and that's just how good he's playing the lane. That gold into the bottle wasn't needed for other stats. He's still just out CSing Maureen as well as he is, 31-10.
Very close to level 6, too. Yeah, we have some crazy big team fights this game, especially from the side of Tidebound if they're able to get the setup on those. Amar, you know, he's not able to pressure the PA, but he is still getting that farm. Because it's not really like they can kill him down here.
Yeah, this is the thing. And this is something that's obviously worked out for Falcons many times before, right? If Amar is able to farm, become that sort of additional carry, they're not going to be too fussed about whether or not he shut down the enemy carry in the laning phase.
Yeah.
If he's just able to become kind of a carry that can match that carry as the game goes on, alongside his, you know, alongside Skeeter and Maureen.
Yeah, time dilation in this game in particular is phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
You have so many different little spells that you can interrupt, so many different spells that each of these heroes has that it's going to put extra stacks of it. And the leash, you know, we can just talk about the time zone at some points is going to be really good versus the Magnus and PA if they just grab them, even through those BKBs at some point.
Nothing to Say really wants to try and get a rune.
Uh-oh.
Are they going to be here for him? Gonna skewer back, but of course dragging Maureen with him isn't going to work too well for him as Maureen can still get the damage in. Flame Break knocked back. Nothing Says going to use the RP to try and hold them back and get the chance to run, but the blood grenades down on him. He'll fall. Crit may die in return as he starts tanking the tower hits, but the Fairy Fire won't live. So Crit dies, but they get the job done, Falcons. They force him mid, they get the kill, and of course also obviously RP being expended. Good pressure from Falcons succeeds.
Yeah, I just got a huge spike as well, 30 packet loss during that fight. And they get the haste rune too, so for Maureen, gets a little bit of RNG luck, it spawns bottom. But a good rotation, I mean, everybody bringing the supports, the usual 6-minute rotation that we see nowadays. But they do get that big damage when they get the initial catch onto Nothing to Say.
Now we'll see where they look to make the sort of move next with their support. So there's just been a lot of pressure from Falcons around this mid to get that kill and trying to do what they can to shut Nothing to Say down, but Nothing to Say, yeah, still doing fantastic.
I feel like for Falcons, they can make more independent moves with the supports, while on the side of Tidebound, the supports have to rely more on the cores to make those plays.
Look at this top.
They're actually going for the steal.
Maureen.
Spear connects.
I mean, they have to sort of concede this.
They have to.
They can't try and push Falcons off the Shrine of Wisdom, so Falcons will claim that as well as their own.
That is definitely pretty big, because we're seeing some low levels on the side of the supports there. Both level 4 actually on the side of Tidebound, but yeah, that's going to push Falcons up.
They're going to try and push for the tower here.
This tower is probably going down. I mean, Maureen's still in the area.
Yeah, they're going to get it. So nice and early. Taking away this top tower, 7 minutes.
They didn't glyph. I guess they didn't want to. Interesting.
Well, it's going to open up this sort of top area of the map for Skidder to feel rather safe.
Yeah, it's great. Now it's like you have so much space, and even if you want to make a move top, now you don't have to worry about any of the TP rotations that can come out. Very early that they're able to claim that tower. Yeah, no glyph used. Been interesting there. Gonna get some stacks going, Planet. He's going for the Urn build this game.
Well, this is the thing, of course. The fact that PA...
Yeah, he's free farming.
And it's a PA with a Magnus. Right? So Shiro's farm is going to be pretty insane. Unless they get some pressure onto him. We'll see. Crit, Maureen find Y, but Y is able to hop away. And he'll be fine. Gets back to the safety of Planet.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro's farm is crazy. There's just a lot of annoying things for the PA in this game, right? They have BKB piercing lockdowns. They have ice path, time dilation. I mean, PA is still a ridiculous hero, of course, but time dilation and the time zone in particular can be very annoying throughout almost all stages of the game as a PA. And it looks like it's going to be that similar route that we saw from Duraccio. Even though that was a quote-unquote carry void, I think Amar saw that and he was like, yeah, this build's actually good, right? You go this Halberd build and maybe he can go down a Radiance or something if he wants to in the later stages. Because it felt strong, you know, when he had a secondary kind of carry on his team, and they absolutely do have 2 carries besides that void.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mar's definitely going to want to play like that.
Yeah, it does feel like it.
Because this is the thing, right? Because who from Tidebound is really going to come down here and have something to say about the void, just being able to sit in the lane and farm?
You'll have to use them, either the Mars or the Mag, right? They're very dependent on their cores making the plays.
Yeah.
Supports are not independent for that.
Yeah,
they just Prophet Ringmaster don't really set up ganks very well by themselves.
No, for sure. Yeah, the Blink Dagger is going to be the big timing, if Nothing to Say, as it will start to clear the stacks.
And Maureen's actually deviated his build a little bit here, as we're seeing. He wants to have much more mana to spam. His Blink's going to be quite a bit slower. He's actually 1,000 behind his counterpart now.
Dire are scanning.
He's just looking to make the active plays. Because this
mean,
is something that Slardar does. You know, we did mention Slardar. It doesn't farm nearly as well as it was before, so he just wants to be active. But yeah, they're avoiding the gank.
Nothing to say. It's a slow game so far, so he's happy to drop the RP for a kill on the Jakiro.
And they can get some decent tower damage here. The NP is here with the level 3 Treant. They've got a TP in Maureen.
And Maureen trying to step up, but has to be careful in that the tower's just going to get destroyed here. Push the Treants as well.
Good moves here from Tidebound in this early game. Lane's going well, making the early adjustments with the rotations of the supports, even though they can't make independent plays. Playing around those cores is perfect. And yeah, very close to Blink on Nothing to Say. And almost level 6 now on Planet too, so that Wrath of Nature is online. Amar, he's actually somehow at the top for his team. It's this offlane faceless boy.
Yeah, which is definitely needed, because yeah, as you pointed to before, Maureen, his game's going to slow down.
Yep.
And just as a Slaughter, right, there's hard to sort of see where it kind of really picks back up until he has the Blink, and he's going to start making those plays, but that's not going to come for a long time. So you are going to see Maureen start to drift behind everyone else. Just you can't really keep up with the creep hitting on this hero nowadays.
It looks like they're going to give him some of these stacks probably.
Okay.
That will help him a lot. He does need it. And yeah, he will just rush that Blink. But there it is. The Blink's done already for the Magnus. RP up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, Nothing to Say is ready to go.
He sure is.
And they've got fantastic combo. Easy backup to come in. especially once sort of the 6 is online for Y. How's he doing? He's still a little bit behind
Still
on levels.
behind.
Yeah,
but they have the Wrath of Nature, so even if Nothing to Say finds opportunities even by himself maybe for RPs, there's gonna have to be that follow-up that comes in from Planet a lot of times. Slower paced game in terms of kills. We've had some games where we have 20 kills by the 11-minute mark. This one, strap yourselves in for the farm. We've got a TB Void versus a PA lineup, so could get to some crazy stages of farm.
Yeah, definitely one where I feel like if it goes late, a Marth for Falcons will be the X factor that sort of allows them to have that chance against, you know, an otherwise pretty terrifying. Just fact is a PA lineup with a Magnus.
If we get to this super late game, this game is going to be absolutely insane because both sides scale tremendously.
Yes. But there's always something a little bit more explosive about a PA.
Exactly.
Just have one crit and suddenly, uh-oh.
The one crit, and let's say they have like a Mars with them inside of it, the bonus damage is insane, so it could be cool. Why?
He's going to buy a bit of safety for himself, but the Macropyre's down. He can't run from this.
So crit will die.
And they're going to jump forward him. Mar's got the time zone.
Spear?
Push him back though, nothing to say, and Buck will be able to walk out of it.
Nothing to say, might go back in.
And they've got the arena to trap Marine, so they'll move forward. Ice Path will hold them back momentarily. They'll use the RP to just secure Marine getting locked down, kill him off. It gives the space for the rest of Falcons to run.
I guess because it's still such a slow-paced game, throwing the RP is all right, but I thought he would just hold it because that was a pretty much guaranteed kill onto Malrine.
It probably was, but you know, you never know.
You never know.
He just wanted to make sure that Malrine continues to suffer.
And a very underwhelming time zone this one. He jumps in, catches 3, and there's nothing else.
It's going to happen, right? Especially if you don't have that initial follow-up, you're going to see time zones where people just idly walk out of them. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, Malrine continues to struggle. 1,700 behind now of all of these scores.
Yeah, as I say, it's just until he has that blink, that gap's only going to grow. He's only going to drift further and further behind.
And the Mars now has a blink as well, so Tidebound has way easier ways into the fights now at this point.
Absolutely, they can get a lot done, and I feel that they're definitely going to want to. You know, nobody wants to kind of take a game late against Falcons. No. So Tidebound, they're going to keep this pressure going. They've got a lot of playmaking potential. But Falcons, they are going to go for the smoke up.
RP's down, Mars ult is down, so they want to take advantage of that.
Sure, but who's starting the fight? It's just...
Ooh. Oh, Crit actually had the lasso. He blinked right on top of him, but I guess didn't get the moment to grab him. They'll get the tower. Trying to get Skitter involved since that RP was down. You can see Tidebound just completely bailing since they don't have their ultis up. This time, looks like they're going to get the double shrines. Planet TPing over, stealing it. Innocence, or Y, also getting the other one.
And there we go. Yeah, Battle Fury's online for Shiro.
His timings are very good for them.
Yeah, 3K lead. It's a very solid opening.
And he's pretty high level also on the PA now that I'm looking at. He's level 11, so he's the highest level in the game at the moment also.
And they have so many potentials for all these different plays they can make right now, Tidebound. So we're going to start seeing them go for it. They've got level 6 now on Y, so he will be able to follow up with a Wheel of Wonder for that extra control.
They've always got the Nature's Prophet now with the Spirit Vessel too. So I mean, Malrine.
Yeah, this Prophet's farmed.
Malrine, if he gets caught, is very likely just dead.
He's very dead. They'll drop the arena, followed by the Wheel of Time control. He's got Wheel of Wonder. He's gone. I mean, this is the thing. It's not an easy game for Slardar now.
Did you call it the Wheel of Time?
I did call it the Wheel of Time.
I was like, isn't that a book series?
That is a book series.
Got him.
No, I don't read books. I don't know if any good, but
once upon a time, I think I did.
Those ones. But now the Wheel of Wonder.
Wheel of Wonder, and look at the timing. They get another catch onto Malrine, and it's right around the tournament. Everything is going at Tidebound right now.
It really is. They're just doing a whole lot. Falcons can't really do that much right now.
No, they need the blink.
It's the blink on Slardar. That's going to be when things can start happening. Until then, it's not happening.
It's probably going to be both of them actually coming out about at the same time now. Crit is actually about to have his too, so...
He's going to have it first.
I think he actually will. It's going to be real close. Slower start for Falcons.
Yeah, very much so. 5K behind now. Just 15 minutes in.
But when they get the blinks, that's where we potentially can start seeing that change. But good luck finding Shiro at this point. And he's going to be able to play in a very defensive position. You're probably not going to find him unless you go really deep to go for the hunt.
And it's not easy to fight into Tidebound. They have got many a way to fight back. They have the team fight potential themselves, arguably stronger than that of Falcons. So Falcons, They've got to make some smooth moves to get back in on this one.
Yeah, it's massive team fight, and they have a save. So they have like great counter initiation on the side of... I keep almost saying wings. On the side of Tidebound. On the side of Tidebound. It's every time I see Innocence, every time I see Y, I don't know why. Yeah, they have great counter initiation if something does go down. An escape artist can break a lot of that, and then they can just, fully commit the
Because this for Falcons, you know, the 5K behind, they've just got the 2 blinks picked up.
Let's see what they get.
They've got to get something good with this. Yeah. This has got to get them something good.
They have pretty good vision in the mid lane, right? They have these 2 wards that are scouting behind. I don't know if it actually saw Bach. They want to catch one of those 2 big initiators, either the Magnus or the Mars.
Yeah. And yeah, support at the moment's not going to feel good.
No.
And if they don't get anything, that's definitely not going to feel good.
No, like catching one of the supports can lead you to just get completely counter-initiated on. So you have to get one of those.
Absolutely. TPs are going to be coming in. Next thing you know, you're getting RP'd and arena'd and Wheel of Wandered.
Yeah, and let's see if they can actually do so, because it looks like Tidebound is reading the play. Look at their positioning right now.
Yeah, I like this build as well, for nothing to say. Blink Orchid. It's the build. Ooh. He knows.
Blink Orchid on him, and... Did I see this right? Did he buy the... Yeah, he did. He bought the shard on Bach. So, Faith Beyond looking to just go... It's all about like the wombo combo
Yeah, they just got so much catch.
Yep.
So much catch.
They get a 2-man RP. They'll have a 2-man spear afterwards. It's a lot of lockdown.
And Falcons, they didn't find anything with that smoke play. So Falcons continued to slip further and further behind. Tidebound, they're getting a hell of a lot, and this PA...
Bigger and bigger.
Is getting massive.
And, I mean, Planet... He got the shard, of course, from the Tormentor, but he's surpassed Malrine now already as this 4 NP. He's already got that. Orchid pretty soon, too, after the Vessel. Which can definitely prove to be problematic for Amar in particular, right? These are both going to be very painful for
him. Malrine.
Is he going to get caught again?
They caught him here before. He seems a bit aware this time.
What?
No, he's going to be fine. Oh!
Planet?
He has the blink off.
That was very close to him not getting out.
Yeah, absolutely. If they got a bit of damage onto him and he didn't get the blink off, they would have had the chance to close in.
Top tower.
But again, it's just sort of Falcons having to run away from Tidebound. Nothing to say. Setting up with the invis. Oh, he could set up something pretty nice here. Nothing to say. He's going to get the skewer back. Finds Amar into the silence. Let's see if they can save Amar. Put the essence free, but they've got him. Mauri's going to jump forward, but the RP's at the ready. They can just turn and kill the Slaughter as well.
He thought they could go for this play, but they'd already lost heroes in snaking.
Oh, he's lucky to get out. Ooh, 1 hit away from kind of getting destroyed by a crit, but it's tough for Falcons. They can't really make moves right now. No. They are struggling, and it does seem it sort of fell apart largely around the fact that Malrine just had a really slow start this game from the mid. Did not have a great time against Nothing to Say in the CS, and with the sort of the timings, they get this blink eventually between Malrine and Crypt. They couldn't do anything with it. Bottom, the Crypt, they'll find Planet. It's something, but of course the space is there for the rest of Tidebound to finish the Roche, get the Aegis for Shiro.
I think really what ended up happening so far is that Falcons, like you said, Malrine not having a great time on the Slardar. He is the playmaker, right? They have an offlane void.
They needed him.
They need him to be the one to get that play off.
And he tries here, but at this point it's kind of like, well, you're jumping into 4 heroes that have just killed your strongest, the void, one of the strongest heroes on the team. It's a rough one.
And look at the heal coming out for Bach too, right? The Victory Feast coming in there. He just gets back up to pretty much full HP once they get the kill on the Slardar too. Ultis were used again, right? So the RP plus that Mars ulti was used. Is Falcons going to look for another play? As they're just falling further and further and further behind versus this PA. So you said Skater is still farming well, but it's starting to get to be just him. Just not able to find the catches. Amar is going to go down the Manta route. He needs it. Needs that Dispel versus the Orchid, as we've seen now. There is actually not 2 online, by the way. Planet, he switched it up. He went for Solar Crest instead because they already have the 1 Orchid. I think I prefer this quite a bit. But he has a PA in his draft. It's not about him doing the extra damage or anything like that. It's just about enabling his cores. So I do like that he's gone this way.
I'm seeing with the builds as well from Tidebound. We're getting both Planet and Bach looking towards the Lotus Orbs next. I feel that's an item. I don't know what it is about it, but some teams, I feel like some have just stopped buying Lotus. It's kind of fallen out of favor for a lot of players.
Yeah, people just kind of forgot about how good this item can be.
Because it is good, right? It's
you're playing versus Sunder. You're playing versus Amp Damage. You're playing versus Time Dilation. You're playing versus Lasso.
Yeah.
And there's actually so many different things that this Lotus can either remove or protect versus.
It's going to be another catch. They just keep making these plays, and Falcons, they're just not really able to do anything.
Nope, and this one, it's not an ulti even committed.
No,
right?
they play it chill.
Yeah. So the next play, they can look for another team fight potentially.
Yeah, one of the reasons why this Orchid purchase just feels really nice. So yeah, definitely one of my sort of favored ways of seeing the Magnus being played. Just blink Orchid. You can just make all these solo pick-off moves without having to use the RP.
Yeah, sometimes when I see these Orchids picked up on some heroes, I'm like, but when you have like a PA on your team,
and when you're ahead,
always have that.
Feels bad if you're behind. You've already kind of close to getting the dispels online. But if you're crushing the game, like you know, nothing to say is, yeah, blink into Orchid feels fantastic.
Absolutely. Shiro, Manta's already finished up. So he's got the way to dispel the time dilation in particular, because that's one of the more annoying ones for something like that PA. And yeah, with an Aegis, he also has a greater healing Lotus on him too. I mean, Shiro I feel like he could just play even more aggressive and just take farm wherever he wants now. Look to get involved in every single one of the fights.
Actually, I like this as well from Planet. I was thinking, because obviously originally had the 2 Lotuses queued up, but going for the drums now instead, because someone does want to get the boots of bearing right against the time zone.
Yeah, very true.
Planet gonna drop the Macropie. I mean,
he's perfectly fine.
They didn't even scare him at all.
No, he's taking now.
He's dead.
Very dead.
They just went on this support Nature's Prophet. They barely did like 20% of his damage.
He just pops the Solar Crest on himself, and he is perfectly fine. And yeah, good call on that actually. The boots of the bearing.
Like, someone needs to buy them.
Yeah, you always want to have
against
one,
the voids.
right?
Someone's gonna
I
buy
thought
them.
it was going to be Innocent. I thought it was going to be Y, but he actually went for an Atos on the remaster instead. So.
He's actually thinking about treating himself to a blink as well.
He's pretty farmed as well.
Yeah, Atos blink here coming in on the 5.
I mean, they're having a very clean game. It's 8-3.
Very clean.
There's no pickoffs happening. Falcons is not really getting too much anywhere. They're just getting farmed for Skitter. That's about it.
I mean, and what is the potential like for a Terrorblade to carry this game? Is this a good game for a Terrorblade to carry, or has he got answers?
Yeah, it looks hard, right? He's playing versus BKB Disable of the RP, and he's playing versus this PA who's just that much more ahead, right? It's almost a 2,000 difference between the two. You know, TB, it's a high armor hero, but PA is one of those that can just go through that high armor in a lot of situations, as we've seen.
Because of that as well, are you considering that some sort of Revenant Roach build on the PA, or does that just feel bad?
I don't think he needs to when you're this far ahead. But maybe.
Well, because what's going to be the damage? Did you go Satanic and then maybe just MKB?
Yeah, I think you just go standard, right?
Yeah.
You don't really need to deviate too much.
And it's very close to having the Satanic, and then he's going to have double Dispel, so he's going to be all over the place.
He's also going to have like 2,200 HP on a P.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Shiro.
Yeah, this is looking like quite an uphill battle for Falcons. They do have, of course, you know, the lasso on the high ground plays now with the 4-staff finished up, so they will have that at least base defense plays, but...
I just think that Planet's massive, and, you know, Amar, we were kind of looking towards him earlier as being this kind of additional carry that the team needs, but he's suffering. And we were sitting on the farm time zone. Whoa.
0-3-0. Nobody's really able to get anything done on the side of Falcons at this point. Mid, Planet, TPing very deep. He might die, but Snaking will also go down.
Something for Falcons.
Look how much gold they get for Planet.
Well, of course, he's a valuable man.
400 plus 700 among the 4. Yeah, they're not getting much out of the map at all. BKB, how close is it for Malrine? But these aren't these games where it's like, okay, BKB's online, we've got the team fight
advantage. Die through that BKB.
You die right through it. If you get caught in an RP, the PA jumps you. Absolutely will just get decimated as another tower. That's all 3 tier 2 is going to drop pretty much at the 25 minute with a PA lineup.
Yeah, they're crushing it.
Yeah, they really are.
Well. Yeah, Falcons just looking a bit lost this game.
Yep.
Just not really able to make any sort of moves right now, and they're very much just sort of sitting back and being like, right, Mosquito, good luck, bro.
Good luck.
Try and carry us, please. You know, that's sort of the plan here.
I mean, Skeeter is going to go down the Revenant's Brooch build, able to actually do damage, but yeah. He's got his work cut out for him for sure. They're going to have to, I don't know, like what type of supporting cast can even build from? Like Marine, do you go like Shard and you literally just play to go for like, you just blink stun, apply that corrosive haze for him, and he just has to hope that he does everything?
Yeah, it just looks pretty impossible, right? Because as you say, if they just blink RP Skeeter, like they'll just kill the Terrorblade and then it's game over.
Yeah.
Like they do not care about the rest of the heroes on Falcons right now.
There's no saves on the side of Falcons, right? If they just full commit onto the TB with their BKBs,
it's game over.
He's just gone, and that's all their damage in this game at this point. Let's see if Falcons can somehow put up a miraculous fight, but yeah, it's looking to be all Tidebound right now, as I think Bach, Fifth Beyond, his Lotus is now finished. Yeah, all the answers. You know, every little one of these to be able to play versus all of these things that he can dispel. It's a phenomenal game for the Lotus. And Boots the Bearing, I believe they're also about to be online.
Maybe the comeback potential for Falcons. It's going to be as the panel foretold. You know, the Octarine Slardar.
He's changing
with the
his build.
time zone.
I mean, he's changed. I'm seeing Maureen change his build like 6 times now. He had BKB queued up. Now he's like, maybe I just go for the Ag.
Yeah, honestly, you should just go for the Ags. Screw the BKB. BKB's not going to do anything. The Ags is a good call.
He probably does have to, yeah. He probably just has to do that. I mean, he's just getting hunted constantly, though, is the issue. If he doesn't have BKB, he just dies in a spear. It's not even just the RP then he has to worry about. So, I don't know. It's a really hard decision for him.
Yeah, they're very behind.
And we see Shiro can go for these different talents. I see a lot of variety in terms of which talents the PAs take, but in this game, the evasion's super nice. He's playing versus TB Slardar Void as the carries, so he can get that extra bit of evasion for himself too in the material. And he's actually going Disperser as well on the PA.
I like that. Just all the dispels.
Dispel. They have like, they're gonna have like 5 dispels for him.
Well, Falcons.
Push commences, the solo crested tree. Someone's got to deal with it.
And what are they going to do? Oh.
Oh.
Oh, well, that's the Wheel of Wonder.
Good bait from Amar.
He's going to wonder why he did that.
Hey.
They'll chill. They'll back off.
It's still a little bit of hesitation around the high ground, right? Because that's where someone gets lassoed, pulled completely out of position, and that's the only place it feels like that Falcons is strong at the moment.
I mean, they should probably just look towards the Roshan, right?
It looks like they're smoking and looking for a catch if someone split up. Let's see what they can do.
It's such a hard fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with the Boots of Bearing online, they've got the answer to the time zone.
They even have a Manta now, too, for nothing to
so
say.
many
Everybody
dispels.
has a dispel. Absolutely every single one of the heroes, it looks like.
You've got to get someone in a lasso and kill them during the lasso. That's the play that Falcons have right now.
Big wraparound.
But they're ready.
See the couriers, they know exactly where they are.
I mean, they can't sneak a Roche, can they? They're gonna try.
They seem to know.
Okay, Crimson, get the lasso of the RPs there. Straight away, nothing safe like the 3-man RP. It's a beauty. An absolute beauty from nothing to say. Well, yeah, they're not sneaking a Roche.
No, they're not.
I can tell you that.
They may call it off of that
This
one.
is, yeah.
That was an insane RP.
Tidebound today. These guys are good.
Yeah, Fade Beyond baited the hell out of them, right? Just walks up, he's like, puts himself on a silver platter, and he's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, the lasso ended up still working against them.
Yeah.
It kind of was like, oh, everyone, we got the lasso, let's try and kill this Mars, and then obviously just so much counter potential. Blink RP, 3-man, easy, nothing to say.
They can always do that too because they have the escape artist, right? So they have that extra little bit of a save, and he does get it off almost instantly, right? Look at Innocence, gets the escape artist, but the RP, it actually almost catches Maureen too. Very close to being a 4-man.
Yeah. Well, caught Roshan as well, so we're considering a 4-man. They've got the stun on him. Oh, there we go. They're making this game look easy. I don't know. They're kind of broken Falcons. I think I was expecting a bit more from Falcons today. But in this game 1, I'm not really getting it. This is Tidebound show all the way.
22,000 lead at 30 minutes. Yeah. Banner's already down. Rax is dropping. The final potential hurrah from Falcons. They can't even get the jump. Skeeter.
I mean, whoa. Okay. Oh, he's in. He's out. Sprout. Look at the catch on a Shiro, but he's taking no damage.
He's just walking right back in.
Yeah, they're not even hurting him at all. It's full HP. Barracks are gone. They're losing the base.
Everyone's full HP. Marine.
I'm sure it could dive this if he wants to. Oh, he will. He's going in. The arena's there.
Oh, spear off the mark, but doesn't matter.
The 2 of them. I mean, Shira's just dancing around in the tier 4s. He's going to turn back over towards Amar, potentially Amar's trying to finish off Y.
He's taking a fair
will
bit.
die. Okay, they've got the
support.
support.
Got the kill too.
Can they get the cause? So what they can find here. Shiro is going to go for crit. Makes the jump. Crit's gone.
He's alone. He's got Disperser. Nothing to say.
He's going to look down over towards the Void, but Amar's got the Manta. Buyback comes in now from Ba.
Shiro.
And they've caught him with the Macropire.
He's isolated.
So they can kill him the once.
They can. He's got the Mars coming back in. Falcons might have to retreat and take what they got.
Support's buying back on both teams now. Amar? He's going to go for the TP out, and he's away.
Nice play.
Okay, it's something from Falcons.
It's definitely something.
3 buybacks came out there from Tidebound, so a little bit of a dent in their financial lead that they had this game.
I thought it actually wasn't going to matter, even though the spear missed, but it actually ended up kind of mattering. You know, he completely whipped that spear, and they get to go for that chase out.
It's something.
First
a little bit.
Skater can actually do some damage. It's a little bit of something.
A little bit of something.
Just
there for Falcons.
But still, they cannot solve the Shiro problem. 7-0 and 6, back up toward the high ground. Nomad after 50 seconds. Skater, the skewer.
Skewer back. Ooh. Okay, well, he's all over the place. No, jump forward for Crit, gets the RP, but there's something lasso, but there's going to be the escape artist giving them
RP on everyone
to get the RP off. Oh, it's over. Surely it is. Skeeter's brought back for this, but they can just turn. Look to kill him off as well. Sprouts there, traps in the Terror Blade. They're running out of buyback. Skeeter's gone. Rampage for Shiro, and indeed it is done. GG is called. Tidebound. Well, they'll stop this game on Fog.
They truly will, and a lot of it on the back of nothing to say, right? His game on the Magnus, beautiful, especially those RPs at the end. A 3-man followed up with a 4-man.
4-man there at the end.
Can't ask for anything better there from the Mag after having a very good lane. Yeah, lanes in particular, right? That was a big thing there for Tidebound, and just the moves ended up working way better. They set Malrine so far behind that.
He just didn't really get to play his game. And this is the thing, right, with the mid slider. It can be very good, but it definitely feels like one of those mids. You get behind at the start, it can be so hard to pick your game back up. So big struggles there for Falcons. And yeah, Tidebound coming in fresh. What a hot start to this series for them. They take game 1, Tidebound.
A hot start indeed, and one where it was just they were just out front right from the get-go, didn't take their foot off the proverbial throat, and were able to just close that out in fine style. So let's start by just talking about that. I mean, we loved what they did with the draft at the end with the Mars, and it definitely came into play over the course of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there were some worrying points with their draft. The Mars, it kind of completed it, and just that constant go find an objective, go find kill. I felt like Tidebound controlled the entire game. With like Falcons lineup, a mid Slardar, you expect to be proactive in some nature. With the time zone, with Batrider and Jakiro, that's good early team fight. But it never felt like they had an opportunity to use their spells correctly, because you're seeing spells like this, like Nothing to Say, always hitting multi-hero RPs, back coming in with the massive arenas. How can you fight a team that is just doing everything?
It is... I think I have doubts now about this mid Slardar, because I believe that the hero is going to be super strong. The teams also are kind of forcing this mid Slardar, but every single time we watch the hero, it feels slightly underwhelming. Like he's always playing on the back foot. It definitely comes down to also his back, because he doesn't farm as fast. Like he needs his shard to farm. His bash doesn't deal bonus damage to the creep, so that's quite a bit of a nerf. For sure, you have water. There's a lot of water in the mid lane. There's a lot of water on the map overall, but it doesn't feel it ever comes down to that, because we talk about certain heroes, like you in this meta, you need to have a good chase. Like that's why Night Stalker providing vision, having the chase potential so you can run down people, feels very strong. Slardar kind of fits that profile. It's just that he's not delivering.
One thing we forgot to mention during the draft was the idea of, against a Mag PA lineup, you can punish it through closing out the map, being the aggressors yourself, right? But Falcons, how do they actually take objectives early on? Like, Slardar needs to farm, Terrorblade needs to farm, Void offlane, again, a whole halberd needs to be farmed. Like, you got 3 cores that have to farm. Your supports can try and make moves, but against the tempo that Tidebound set, there is no real play for Falcons to make, which is a kind of a product of the Mars, the Nature's Prophet, the heroes that eventually got added to the lineup for Tidebound. So yeah, and wasn't the stat you said like Shiro has like the lowest death in average in the tournament so far?
Yeah, he does.
Look at this
0 deaths, and also has one of the highest KDAs at 12, 0, and 7. He gets the Rampage. This guy is looking like the best carry of the tournament with a lot of metrics, and definitely shows in this one that he is definitely a force, and people need to start thinking about it, because this Phantom Assassin, it came out as a response to Terrorblade, and we see that Phantom Assassin is still a mean hero. She has been nerfed. Her methodical facet has been nerfed by 25, 50, 75% on level 3. Empower comes into the play. Suddenly you do have more than enough damage.
Yeah, and look, it's definitely the carry of the tournament so far. It's really been looking strong. So to give it to the carry player of the tournament might be something that'll come into drafts in the future. Robson, to you, a little bit concerning for Falcons, I guess, because it was very flat.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. They do look pretty flat, yeah. I'm concerned just on the fact that teams have clearly understood the greed of Falcons and how to play into it. And maybe like Nature's Prophet could be the easy answer for this game at least. I think, I said during the draft that I kind of hated the hero because often teams don't truly understand how to bring it into a game. But now 2 games in a row that I've seen from Planet, he understands exactly what to do on the hero to make teams hate themselves for being greedy. Yeah. And we are going to have some highlights, hopefully, maybe. I'm sorry, I'm going to segue myself into it, if that's okay.
Listen, when you're
production
here,
is ready.
I have an easy day.
Yoink, this is my time. But no, basically the reason why Nature's Prophet was so good in this game was every small move that they made was amplified by the Prophet, right? He goes to mid, he takes that mid tower. Bot lane, you see Ringmaster getting picked off. And it's like, all right, this is just an easy kill for Falcons. But then you see Planet TP in. He kind of builds this like imaginary wall behind Falcons, like forcing the fight in this area. He will then sprout himself, buying a little bit more time. It also baits Falcons to, maybe we can actually kill here, but just poor spell usage. Your time zoning with no hero. Then the arena comes in to get the kill. And finally, the other one will be the Tormentor. It's such a key resource that we keep talking about. And Nature's Prophet, if you just TP in, you're an extra body to soak up the Tormentor. It helps out. Again, it's not too important here. They already kind of took it. But the point is, an early game Nature's Prophet in the correct hands, every move is amplified. You take towers, you take fights, you take Tormentor, you help with everything. Other teams can just lose games with it. A bad TP, a bad fight, you have no game at all. But this team in this game, every move felt flawless. I didn't see a single move where I'm like, that's really bad. Like, it was just a really incredible Nature's Prophet game.
A masterclass. You've got some highlights you want to bring to the table as well.
Yeah, I wanted to show item differences between Magnus and Faceless Void in this one, because Faceless Void is building for himself. He's a little bit slow. He wants to farm the items, which is a kind of a natural item progression for the offlane Faceless Void with the Heaven's Halberd, the Orb of Corrosion. But then you have this Magnus, who's going to be the sole initiator of the team. You have also another initiator from your offlane. This Orchid is what kind of ruined Faceless Void, and he was unable to play the game. Really like the itemization coming out from NTS in this one, because he rushed the Blink Dagger to be the initiator for the team, and then picked up that Orchid relatively early on. I think Orchid came in at like 16, 17 minutes into the game, which is very difficult to fight against. And we're going to be seeing some of the clips how it played out. As soon as he picks it up, there's going to be a massive team fight in the mid lane where Faceless Void is farming. He feels pretty secure because Jakiro is behind him, but it's not enough. Like, one Orchid is basically what's going to get him killed, and you can see Halberd against Phantom Assassin, not really that effective. They're not going to be lacking the damage. It lasts only 3 seconds, and a few minutes later, he's farming very aggressively on the side of the map. And I really like that Tidebound is also pairing it up with multiple heroes, making sure, because Faceless Void is a tanky guy, that they have enough numbers to kill the hero. And something that I wanted to point out as well is how easy it is to itemize against the full physical damage lineup, because you can see the Manta styles, all 3 cores on side of Tidebound, they have pretty much Manta styles ready, Lotus Orbs and stuff. There was a Lotus Orb as well on Nature's Prophet in the end, Bongo Boots to be able to remove, because they don't have many stuns, but they have a lot of slows, and they want to be dispelling things. That's why there's Satanic as well on Shiro, and also a Disperser. So 3 ways of dispelling all of these time dilations, reflections and stuff. So very good itemization coming out from them.
I mean, just such a great game. And I feel like the adjustment going into game 2 for Falcons, they need to try and get rid of the pacing from Tidebound in some way. And I've already answered, I think Nature's Prophet is that hero for me. I think that creates so much time. And for you, you're now praising the Magnus and how quickly he was able to play. So it's like, you care about Magnus, I care about Prophet.
Nature's Prophet stonks for me after seeing this game.
Only on Planet.
Going up, Slardar
down, I think with this team, and also with the Magnus, you know how in the pre-show we're talking about how often it's one-dimensional? We got Collapse going Blink 4 stuff. We have nothing to say going Blink Orchid. The fact that they're reading the game and buying the item for the game, I think is just refreshing to see. So again, I think a lot of pros nowadays, they see a hero, they see a build, and it's like, that's the perfect build. And they don't truly kind of adapt it to the game.
Yeah, because Magnus can pretty much build into different itemization, was always a big fan of those heroes. Nature's Prophet as well. This hero always, when played from the support, whatever you need a spirit vessel, you need a mech. This time around, he understood that most damage is physical. He builds into Solar Crest, he builds into Bongo Boots against the time zone.
I forgot to say one thing. Mars Ringmaster. It's like the new Mars Dark Willow. How do you fight into that? There's an arena and a wheel inside. You look away, you get bonked by a wall. You look towards it, you get bonked by a wheel.
The clown's on the menu, though.
It's so much.
It's what you wanted. Send in the clowns. It's a clown show.
We're so back.
We're so back. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. When we do come back from that break, we're going to find out if Team Tidebound are playoffs bound. We'll see you soon.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Dota 2 Letters. Today I'm here with Bach. Welcome, my friend. Today we will be playing a game where I will tell you a hint of either a hero or an item, and you have to guess what it is. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You gotta go as fast as possible. You get 10 hints, and this will be extremely difficult for you because Chinese Dota, they call everything different, right?
Yes.
Like, what's Lifestealer's name in Chinese Dota?
Like a little dog.
Little dog,
Yeah.
that's right. So I assume this will be literally impossible for you, but we'll see how we go. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I mean, you know most of the names of English, heroes and items,
I don't know,
right?
let's try.
All right, let's find out. He says, I don't know. Begin the game. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am a walking arsenal of spells. My spells will obliterate. What?
Invoker?
Invoker, done. Go. We're moving quick. A master of blades with a bounty on my head. I flirt through combat, steal, and unpredictable strikes. Only 3 letters. That's your big hint.
Axe?
No, I'm afraid not. Master of blades and 3 letters. You can't get a hint.
Hint?
Hint. Starts with a K.
Kez.
There we go. Kez the bird. The new one. Moving on. A cunning blade that allows the wielder to instantaneously traverse vast distances and move through enemies at great speed. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is probably the hardest one. You wanna use hints? Use hints on this one. Hint! An item that starts with an S. 2 words.
Shadow Blade?
That's what I thought, but no. Keep going.
I don't know. It's
Move
too hard.
Instantaneously traverse big distances. You can use another hint if you want.
I don't know.
Imagine that someone was able to teleport in some way very quickly.
I think I don't know the name, how to say
Oh, you
it.
don't know the English name. Okay, another hint for him, please.
GG, that's GG. It's too long, it's too long.
It's a type of blink. It's a type of blink. You got arcane blink.
Uh-huh.
You got
Strength? How to say the name? Strike? Strike? I don't know the English name.
I'm sorry. What would you say it in Chinese?
Like
the green one.
The green one?
Yeah.
Okay. How to say the?
You don't even know it in Chinese, bro. Come on, the green one.
I mean, I say Chinese?
Yeah, go ahead.
敏捷跳刀.
Oh, that's it. Yes, he's got it now. Swiftly.
Swift. Okay.
All right, a celestial warrior. I bring the power of the night sky to bear it, empowering those who follow the light and punishing those in the dark. A celestial warrior.
What's that?
Yeah, this one's hard, but it's only 4 letters. Hint. Starts with an L. A hero that starts with an L. Hint.
What? It's just too hard for me.
She's on a cat. She's a lady on a cat. What do you call the lady on the cat?
Luna.
Luna, done. We got one more
okay.
in us. Let's go. With deadly aim, I mark my targets, give them a swift death. I deliver justice to those who deserve it with both of my weapons.
Hint.
We had 5 left. Give him a hint, please. Can you take a last-minute guess?
I think it's too hard for me because the description is like it's very long. It's very hard to read, and I mean that's my fault. My English is too bad. Yeah, that's my fault.
Who do you think it is?
Muert.
What's Muerto's name in the Chinese community? What does it mean? I haven't heard the new
like
Dota.
Someone call it like old nani.
Old nani?
Or like someone call it like a milk green. Like if you translate it like very directly, it's like milk and green.
Green milk.
Yeah.
I love that's great.
Yeah.
What's Kez? Well, I have you.
Kez is it's just Kai.
Okay, well, that was boring. All right, well, that was not a boring performance, though. Well done. You made it to 5 questions. Pretty good for your massive handicap. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll see you for our next rendition here of Dota 2 Letters at PGL Wallachia.
Yes, welcome back. Advantage to Team Tidebound over Team Falcons. The draft is starting now, so we're just going to get straight into it and start chopping it up. What adjustments do you think they're going to make, T-Gov?
For Falcons, I think the entire play style of the team will get adjusted in a single game. No, I think this whole greediness, this farm, this stack, it worked in day 1, it worked in day 2, but suddenly it just clicked that teams know how to deal with it. It's pressure the map, take the fight to them. Whilst they're trying to be greedy, you can get Tormentor if you have slightly better skirmishing heroes, because it does seem that Falcons is drafting away from being the more dominant team in the first 15. So yeah, I think if Falcons are to try and go or be competitive with Tidebounds and the secrets of the tournament, then no, secret.
Okay.
I meant spirit. Very different teams.
Listen, we all have flashbacks.
Yeah, puppy's behind me, guys. I had to say it. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, but yeah, you get what I mean. I think Falcons a bit too
They
greedy.
will definitely have to speed things up a little bit. I mean, Falcons, this is how they play Dota ever since they've been formed. This is some of the old Tundra members. We see that new Tundra also kind of does the same thing, where they know how to choke you out of the map. But I'm looking at the average match duration for Falcons. It is 50 minutes. For Team Tidebound, it is 36 minutes. The average game time at this tournament is 38 minutes. They did have some long games when they played against Team Spirit, but was it Spirit or was it somebody else? Day 1. Who did Falcons play? 1 second. It was Xtreme Gaming. Yeah, they had the hour and 20-minute game and a 70-minute
Yeah, I was going to say that's the longest series of the tournament.
But do you think it's because Omar is unable to stamp his authority in the game early on, right? Like when he's playing Bristle, when he's playing maybe Mars, he can.
He loves being 5 and 6 slotted.
He does, but I feel like even when he wanted to be, farmed and slotted, his laning was able to break the spirits of the early game of his opponents. But now it's like when you see him playing Ember, his Void, even the Razor game, it's like, it's not translating to, this is my game, deal with me.
Yeah, usually he is the lane bully. He wins his lane when he's laning with crit. They tend to take your lane, take your tower relatively early on. Faceless Void is not that type of a hero, neither is Ember Spirit, so I think you have a really good point about that one.
Thank you.
And you can see they've locked in the Tinker there. I think this hero is going to be a menace this tournament, I really do.
Yeah, unfortunately. The thing is, it didn't even get, it got buffed in the patch for the core Tinker. Like, Aghanims does more damage. But then with the shift of other heroes rising and going up and down in stock, Tinker was like, hey, I still exist. And yeah, we're seeing how dominant it is. Of course, we've have mentioned in previous panels how to deal with it. Get on top of the Tinker, either reposition
Get on top of the Tinker and kill him. That's easy. Yeah.
Either silence him so he can't press his spells, nullify him so you don't get Matrix, or just have enough pick-off damage that he just blows up before he presses any button. But
get some healing reduction on top of that as well. There is a bunch of healing reduction in the game. Every single hero is building into Orb of Corrosion, every single core pretty much, and we have some of the very high numbers when it comes down to healing reduction. For example, Broodmother as a hero. I don't know if she's a hero right now since we changed her to agility hero, but her webs are 70% healing reduction.
Does that put Ember as one of the better counters to Tinker? Because you buy phase corrosion for laning phase. You can buy Mage Slayer as well to deal with the
Shivas.
And you buy
Scotty.
Shivas.
Like even we've seen offlane Ember Spirits going for Scotty as their 4th item.
That hero buys every item that you just described. And you get to the backline with Remnants. So we'll see maybe if Falcons want to consider that hero. Of course, slightly harder to draft due to the amount of counters from the mid lane that are available.
Got a ban for the CM this time around as well. So Snake is not
respect ban. This is the combo that they love to run. Dawnbreaker plus Crystal Maiden gives you a way to take the fights early on, gives you enough setup for Dawnbreaker to land her spells. And they will be banning out Sniper. What is this indicating? That they want Ember for themselves?
Maybe, but also it is a hero that Falcons have utilized with Dawnbreaker. And maybe it's a hint towards if they have a support Tinker that's playing from the backline. If they like, let's say Falcons have Sniper and I have Tinker, my Tinker will never pressure the Sniper, so my Sniper will just A-click. So I sustain, you do damage, damage will eventually win because Tinker doesn't have that killing blow. So it could just be a annoyance for Tinker to play into.
I'm just asking because I don't consider Sniper to be as strong in the patch right now. With the change, like, there are so many heroes that are popular that can easily get on top of the Sniper. Sure, there's a little bit of a new build that is coming out. I love this combo. It did lose yesterday, but I've been a big fan of the combo.
You were big in this big time.
It just, you need to win the lanes. Like, if you win the lanes with this combo, it does. It was also AVULUS who played this combo yesterday, so it didn't.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that they're a team that they're not on the same level as the top tier teams.
Very using I like that.
Yeah,
that's a safe answer.
Well maneuvered.
Yeah.
It makes it very difficult to play because double counter initiation, maybe even triple counter initiation. If you're thinking about the second global silence that comes through, you need to bring the numbers. But I also like what they're doing on side of Tidebound. It is all barriers. It is a lot of healing as well. So basically, you have triple save now coming out. Every single hero has some kind of a protection to offer for the others.
So what mega carry do you think they're looking for?
Okay, we'll see after Falcons kind of show where the Dawnbreaker is going potentially. With Tidebound, they are answering the silencer with heroes that naturally will buy Dispel, right? Tinker could go Greaves, Abaddon can go Manta.
Yeah.
Tusk is the only hero that doesn't really buy one, but, you know, maybe a Lotus Orb. So they are trying to deal with the survivability through, like Lacoste is mentioning, is just survive the global, survive the Solar Guardian. For Falcons, though, I would argue they need to double down on this aggression early on. Because Tidebound, there's not any damage with these three heroes. Survivability, sure, but early game, it's not going to feel that good for them to try and take the fight. So when you talk about carries for Tidebound, maybe a carry that can enter early fights is what Tidebound needs, of course, depending on what Falcons go for.
I'm looking for maybe some Muerta if they want a little bit more control, good silence, great against all of these heroes, or maybe even Weaver could work out because they have, like, use this Weaver as a flex because it can go to... Right now, they have nothing. They have no control against Carry Weaver that could come out. Yeah, they could keep this as a flex. What are you laughing about? The way I pronounce Weaver. Is that it?
No.
We
got him, boys.
Yeah.
Listen, it's definitely not that. It's definitely not that.
No, I'm fine with that.
I'm talking to production right now. That's what it is. Yeah, we just got our own thing going on.
No, I like it. I like the Winter Wyvern one. That's better.
Winter Wyvern and the Weaver. Yep. Justin Weaver.
Do you think Falcons are confident enough to go Ember +1 here? Like, they've already banned the Monkey in the second phase. It is available. It does tick the boxes that we mentioned, but Slardr's banned, Monkey's banned. Huskar would be an option for Tidebound. Then you just push them for it. So maybe they don't go for it. Okay, they go for Storm. And they do for the motor that you mentioned,
Yeah, a lot of silences, a lot of control on their side. Storm Spirit has a pretty free entry to the fight, especially if he's backed by Global. He's also setting things up for Dawnbreaker ulti to come through. I like what the Falcons are picking right now. It feels, again, relatively easy to execute. Execution-wise, they had the easy draft in game number 1. Didn't work out for them, though.
I kind of said it as a half meme, but they have changed their identity a little bit with like the logic of this draft, because I want Dawn to be the carry, so that Storm, you find Tinker, your carry Dawnbreaker is jumping in with the Storm, you instantly kill the Tinker during, like you mentioned, during the cover of the Global. That's your fight to take.
Yeah.
I think the fight is very simple for Falcons to go for. You just need to make sure you get the items to utilize it. And the carry now for Tidebound. Or is there an instant mid response they want themselves? It's just always annoying to think of a mid pick when you're playing into Global. Because at any minute, if you go
Nobody wants to.
No one wants to.
Yeah, like, I don't know what to pick here. Could be maybe some. I don't know if you want some mid Dragonite. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Mid Keeper of the Light. Early Orchid buyer. You don't care about Storm Spirit, but Storm will jump you. Sure, can be spicy, but Shakering up the Abaddon.
I know that NTS did play it, but I kind of like it more in a position 4. I also think it would be a bit of a difficult one. Maybe it would be good slightly later. I agree with your points. Just keep it simple. Like, they don't want to overcomplicate things. And we did see a very interesting item build from him in the previous game, opting to go for Manta style rather than getting SNY. Might do the same thing here, considering that he is playing into Global Silence. Another way of silencing as well coming out from Huerta. But also could itemize slightly more aggressive. He does have Abba, he does have Tusk. It's going to be more about him protecting himself against this like first initiation, and then he's going to have the rest of the team ready to back him up.
Now, does the PA shift the Dawn more to carry or offlane? Because I think, I'm trying to think of the hero pools. I think I'd rather find an Amar hero to shut down the PA in lane, because Dawn will farm no matter what into Abaddon, and then we'll get the gameplay that we expect with the Storm and Dawnbreaker. So I'm trying to think, what's the Amar hero to bring that aggression? Tidebound at the moment banning out the DK, which would be the skitter option for the carry role. Still Blink Mage Slayer, so furthering that pick off. But
I mean, the Mars Dawn combo, is that there?
That could be an option.
Yeah.
Okay for lane, more team fight and nuisance. Falcons are now banning out the bigger Storm counters, of course, with the coil. I think we've said Storm so many times that it does feel like the focal point of Falcons draft. If Storm has a bad game, if Storm can't enter the fight with ease, then it all kind of comes tumbling down.
So you need something that's going to be good against Abaddon in lane. You need something that is good against carry-to-carry matchup against Phantom Assassin. What about, I mean, Tiny's fine. I think Tiny, because he has, like, you can easily play the map with the Tiny, with some Shadow Blade, Dawnbreaker, so your whole lineup becomes super global, unless they want to run this Dawnbreaker from the safe lane.
So honestly, I feel like Tidebound might even take it for themselves. If Tiny was available, right, it's like that simple hero, it's explosive damage against global, any explosive damage will feel really good. They do ban it, yeah. But what's the nothing to say hero that provides that? Ooh, you know what? They've played Death Prophet before. I wouldn't mind that. You're tanky, you naturally buy Yules to deal with the early... You can buy Yules, sorry. The current build, you don't go for it, but...
This is NTS Tinker, I think.
Oh, God, I completely forgot he plays it.
He is the original spammer.
I'm so sorry, nothing to say. I completely forgot that was your specialty. My bad.
Literally just been locked in. We constructed the whole narrative around the draft.
We don't see it being played as a core.
No, of course not.
Core Tinker has been buffed,
It did get buffed, yeah.
It did have that buff, yeah.
Again, I apologize. He was one of the best. Maybe still is the best on the hero. We'll see after this game. Always a bit spooky into global, right? Especially early on when you blink in with the Aghanims.
Not the greatest carry-to-carry matchup. Maybe some Nah, it's not gonna.
You were trying.
I was trying to.
You raised your hand. You're like, boys, I'm cooking.
Maybe it's Spectre time. Find this Tinker in the back lines, but same carry-to-carry matchup. One more time. They do believe in Terrorblade. A lot of people do believe in TB. We see a shift. Terrorblade first picked in the game 1, last picked overall in game 2. NTS Tinker. I don't know if I can go against this one. I do like Falcons draft a lot. I'm a big fan of this combo. I've been telling it for 2-3 weeks now. I feel like it's not going to be as bad of a game as they did have in game number 1. I'm a big fan also of Dawnbreaker plus Muerta. Anything plus Muerta in the offlane that has a killer combo, I don't think they're going to be having that good of a lane in the bottom lane. Sure, there's a lot of slow. I think the bottom lane is going to be lane with a lot of kills early on.
But the pressure on Falcons, like they don't have crazy team fight. They have global, sure. They have a Vortex from Storm Spirit, but after that, a Spectre, you keep
it's in your
ruined
head
my
now.
brain now. A PA with items, Abba with items, Tinker when he gets to BKB and Dagons and E-Blades. Like, it is very scary for Falcons to, as the game progresses. So I think the pressure on Snaking and Malrine to ensure that every Storm initiation is covered with a global and gets a kill, if that ever falters, I feel like Tidebound are pretty happy.
Falcons, they need to be ahead in this game, 10 to 15, even 20 minutes. They need to get like very good advantage. They need to be controlling Roshan for Storm Spirit, Tormentors as well, because if they don't, if we're thinking about some like mid-game fights with the items, with the spell and the global silence, I think Tidebound's still going to win that one.
And XP is so critical for a mid-tinker. He wants to get his levels to reduce that rearm cooldown, to be able to start TPing to his allies and to creep. So contesting Wisdom Runes from Falcons is critical. Contesting stacks or blocking camps is critical. They can't really take the enemy triangle very well. They can't clear the camps. So blocking it is probably a better option. But stopping this Tinker from getting levels and ensuring Storm Tinker has a game is the key theme. But Tidebound, once again, the switch up with the Tinker, we completely forgot about it, and it looks pretty scary.
Absolutely. And it's been a while since I saw him play Tinker. I don't remember last time. We're definitely going to check. Maybe the casters are even going to be checking that one because it's been a while, but always a 3 to watch.
All right, well, I will hand you back over to our casters, which are going to be Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, yeah, indeed, it hasn't played the Tinker in a pro game since 8 months ago. We last got to see the treat of nothing to say Tinker. So it has indeed been a while. It's ready to bring it back. Of course, it's his most played hero.
Exactly.
In Dota 2. Over 500 games.
Yep.
And he's got on Tinker.
And he has played it. I was checking as well, too, while you were looking at that. I was checking his pubs. He has been playing it a couple days ago. And
He
he's
has
been
recently,
doing,
yeah.
Yeah, pretty much the standard build. The Blink, the Aghanims, the Lens into BKB, and then Conda, right? The Conda, since it's gotten buffed as well, too, just for the magic damage. And the Aghanims got buffed too. It's 15% health reduction. His talent also at 10, I believe, got buffed too for the 15 talent got buffed to 50 laser damage. So it's been a lot of buffs for the core Tinker. Even though we've seen pretty much only support Tinker, I believe, so far at this tournament. It's nothing to say. So this is going to be a very exciting one. And he has the confidence to pick it into Storm Silencer.
That's the thing,
Storm
right?
used to be one of those answers in a way versus Tinker. So in the later stages. In the lane, the Tinker can do quite well versus Storm, but yeah, it says a lot that he's confident enough to play it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's going to be exciting to see what he can get done.
And then looking at two of the other things, the global can be very good to cover with the Solar Guardian, but let's say in some situations they don't have this global for the Solar Guardian. They have a snowball to dodge versus the stun that drops down, and they have Ice Path to counter initiate. So again, I mean, Tidebound does have a very strong counter initiation lineup, but Falcons, this draft is nowhere near as greedy as last time. You know, last time
it seems a lot better. Yeah.
It seems like it should, you know, everything on paper, it should be able to do a lot more. But let's see.
Yeah, because just the straight-up play from Tidebound was just that much tighter last game.
Yep.
Falcons, but sloppy.
He wins the block pretty heavily here in the mid lane.
Well, easy deny still. Can you get the other one?
And so the other thing too is this game, last game they on Falcons, they had a lane that couldn't pose any threat to Shiro. He got absolute free farm. This is a lane duo that can. This is probably the lane to watch for kills, because both sides can absolutely pressure the other side depending on if the spells actually connect or not. Like last time, it just avoid farming versus PA, so Shiro's super happy. This time, I think it should be a little bit harder for Shiro in particular.
And what about this top lane? Is this another sort of chill start for Skeeter? Because he did get to hit the creeps last game, right? He had the farm.
This one should be quite a chill one. Snaking probably could die to some potential snowball or shards.
Bottom, Amar! He's dead!
Amar's the one that gets caught.
You didn't expect that, right?
This is the kill lane
level
no matter
one,
what.
I guess.
This is one of them. Either one's going to die.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just a kill-heavy lane for both sides.
Well, first blood.
Crit wasn't near him. He was going to block the camp, and he just gets gone on immediately from the PA. It's a big deal for Shiro.
And they might see the chance to go again once they're level 2.
I think Jakiro, we were mentioning this yesterday too, it feels like this hero just, it's very hard for him to lose lanes.
It's just so much damage, right?
It's so much.
Got great stats, and it just feels great trading.
Great.
I mean, dual breath's out. That's going to be another kill, surely.
He's got a fairy fire.
He's going down.
He's going down.
Another one here for the safe lane duo of Tidebound. It's a hot start.
Very nice for Shiro and for Innocence. Why? They can continue to bully Amar now without the Muerta down here. Amar has to be a little cautious how he steps up. And mid lane, nothing to say. He should have a pretty good time versus the Storm Spirit in particular, too. We're going to see a bad and struggle, but yeah, getting an insane start bottom already for Shiro. And these early kills, especially down here, matter a lot, because once the Jakiro hits level 3, that kill threat becomes that much higher in comparison to the... I mean, Dawn also, when she hits 3, is going to be a lot stronger too, but they're going to hit this 3 faster.
Yeah, they're going to get out with these next few.
Yep.
These creeps under the tower.
Yeah, Y's going to probably hit the 3 right after these. Be very close.
I think, yeah, they just got to be so careful now in Falcons for this little bit of a period, because, yeah, as you say, it's very easy now for Tidebound to get these kills.
Yeah, level 3 sit. He's holding the skill point at the moment here on the Jakiro, but Amar trying to control lane position, get into better spots so he's not playing so deep in the lane. But yeah, it looks like it's actually just going to be another lane with Shiro. He's able to free farm just because of those kills that he was able to get already here off the start. Even though he didn't get either of the actual last hits, I believe he already has his corrosion finished. Coming out in the courier. Super early to have that. But yeah, top, that's one to definitely watch. You know, Falcons really showing that they're dominating this one. Beyond unable to really step up and contest Skeeter too well with the backup of snaking.
And with a good start,
dropped low.
With a good start they're having down on the bottom lane. I mean, top just.
Oh, Malrine might have to go to base. How's he checking both runes?
Yeah, he's not going to get the refill, right?
He might even get ganked if he steps up too far. I think he's not anticipating this move.
Yeah, he might just be dead. He's got the Vortex to buy a bit of time, but the Ice Path catches on. He's gone.
The moves.
Yeah, nothing to say. He gets the help mid, but no help was coming in for Malrine.
They're just one step ahead, it seems like, in this early game. Last game, we saw a very similar thing come out of the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought as well that Falcons would have brought some extra help around that point where he needed to get that water rune. But I guess they just felt they couldn't leave the side lanes, especially though when you consider what we did see from Falcons in Game 1, right? They were constantly coming over and securing the water runes for Malrine, but this game, 4 minutes in, they didn't care.
Yeah, I think maybe Crit feeling like he doesn't want to leave the lane again because he moved away from the lane for like a second at the 1 minute mark.
Oh, they want Mars like, dude, you stay right here, you ain't going over mid.
And Silencer in particular doesn't really want to walk over there when you're playing versus a Tusk.
Yep.
The Tusk will just be able to beat on you as you go for it, so very heads-up move from Tidebound in these first 5 minutes. A little bit of a slower start here for Malrine.
Yeah, at least on this one on a Storm, right?
Why? Bottom crit.
They're going to go for him with a dual breath. I mean, they're going to be able to bring down crit. They do get Y in return, and Snaky turns up. Shiro able to jump away under the tower, though. He'll be fine. So it just ends up being the trade.
They're getting a lot down here, though. The PA being able to get involved in kills while also getting all this nice CS. Continues to be very good for Shiro. Now with Snaking leaving the lane, let's see if they want to try for something top. It is still, of course, difficult for Skeeter when they have very little farm for Bach, but it might be a potential that they go for the dive here since he's alone. See if there's going to be backup.
Got the blood grenade.
Tag team. They've got shards as well.
Team?
Where's the team?
There's no team.
No team.
No team.
Great move. Very good heads-up play, right? You know, Silencer left. Probably nobody can TP either to assist. So.
I mean, they had TP up on Malrine and Amar, but I guess these two cores, they don't want to leave their lane right now.
It's a level 5 Storm. You're not TPing.
You don't want to do that.
No. If you were 6, sure, but not a 5.
So they just have to let the carry die.
Heads-up moves. Yep, just making very good punish plays whenever they see the opportunity for it. 6 has been hit for Malrine. He does have the amp damage rune. This could open up the opportunity for them to go for a play setup here. Snaking, level 3. Doesn't have the point in the last word just yet, but looks like they want to attempt to contest for that Shrine of Wisdom again with Malrine having the amp damage.
This could be a bit greedy. They're not going to get away with this.
There's going to be TPs that are coming in.
This is not happening.
Nothing to say is already here.
It's not happening. It's like, no. You're not getting this one.
Not worth the risk.
No, not at all.
Amar continues to have to be a bit careful down bottom, too. It's actually the second point in Ice Path that Y has gone for. Amar?
He's going to have the hammer again in a second. And they'll respect the fact that Malrine's coming with a rotation.
He's
it's
coming
not
in
towards Y, but indeed backup's coming over.
Malrine's out of mana.
Will die, but Malrine's only got a little bit left to try and get away. Should be able to zip over the shards, but now he's completely out. He's got a lot of backup, and he'll be fine.
Lots of heroes here for now. Nothing to say.
They could catch him with a dead shot fair. Good control there from Crit. They get the kill.
Malrine pushing the limits there. Big stick charges pushed him up. I think Crit also threw a healing Lotus on him at the end there, so nice little team play to bring things back for Malrine and back up Amar when he needed it.
They're going to be quick and try and make a move onto Skeeter whilst the focus has been drawn bottom.
Skeeter's still level 5. He is looking like he's in a lot of trouble here.
TP's coming in, but indeed he's gone. Nothing that can be done to save him. And a couple of times now, yes, Skeeter's the one that's feeling the pain. The Malrine, you got to zip! Oh my goodness! Woo! He took a little bit of time to get zipping out of there. That was risky.
He'll live, but he'll have to go all the way back to the base, even with that haste turn. He's considering sticking around. He wants to
got some mana, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to go back yet.
But that was scary. He's still just standing there getting hit by this PA.
And it's huge. The big thing, at least for Tidebound right now, is that that kill top. Those 2 kills back-to-back top. Skeeter was free farming. In terms of CS, he was getting majority of them there. And then as soon as he gets left alone, they seize the opportunity to go for those kills back-to-back here. So that was a 500 difference between him and Shiro. Very heads-up moves Malrine, dropping incredibly low, but he does finish off that neutral camp. Nothing to say. The blink is online, so the aggression can continue. Oh, and it looks like maybe deviating the build a little bit here. Maybe because the lack of lockdown that they do have on their team a little bit. The Tusk and the Jakiro are the ones to be able to get that. He is queuing up an Atos. Bit interesting.
Okay.
Playing versus the Storm. See if he actually commits for it. Because as far as I've seen, I mean, I'll check more of his games, but I don't think I've ever seen him do that build. But it makes sense when he is playing versus the Storm. Yeah, he's never really...
Because why would you go for the Atos rather than the Orchid then if you're looking to play this sort of style?
Orchid?
I mean, you're just looking for the control, right?
Yeah, you want the control. You want, like, the actual lockdown thing. Like, not like
yeah, but that's Orchid's pseudo-lockdown against the Storm, right?
Okay, but it doesn't give you int when he wants int.
Sure.
Gives you that cooldown reduction and all that. But...
Oh, definitely a bit of a better start than the start from Falcons in game 1. Still,
definitely.
Though, they are behind.
And it is Malrine who's the one who's struggling, right? Similar to that last time. And the counter initiation will be there in a lot of times if they don't catch the back line. There's saves that come up from the shield, the saves that can come up from the snowball, the ice path to cover if he overcommits. Will get himself an arcane rune. So 2 good runes that he was able to claim, the DD and this arcane. Actually, he's gotten all 3 power runes, right? So the haste rune was mostly just to get away and farm, though.
And they're looking at bottom. But Tidebound seem pretty aware.
Bringing more. Skeeter's down here as well.
Yeah, Shiro's already backing off.
Why?
So maybe they'll get the Jakiro, but they shouldn't get anything else.
Quick and easy kill. They can get the tower, though, out of it, so... See if they're going to look to set up a defense. Nope, immediately Shiro TP's mid. Gonna push that one out. He still has a catapult, so he can get a little tower damage here. And top, they also have a catapult, too, so... Tidebound will be able to hit 2 towers off of this move, but the smoke, it's coming out. Falcons. They've got the Solar Guardian at the ready, so this is actually a 4-man gank that they're setting up here. Actually a 5-man, because Skeeter's actually connecting toward the mid lane, and they have that Solar.
Well, obviously nothing to say is going to be the big catch if they can find him.
Got to keep tabs of where the Tusk and the Jakiro are, though, because you don't have the global yet for the coverage for the initiation. And yeah, going into double repair pods, probably not going to be the call for them under the tower. And also, the other thing about the Atos, Owen, it does give him HP too. You know, I was thinking more about it.
And it is cheap, obviously.
It's cheaper.
It's cheap.
It just
you
sticks
get
on
it
bucks.
sooner.
Yeah.
So, because easily, well, how far is it off? It's 200 gold off having that Atos done. So, yeah, he'll be able to start making these plays very, very soon.
And then he can also, like, he can be this setup. If it's Orchid, they can just kind of walk away in a lot of situations. If he Atoses, then they can do the Ice Path follow-up or, yeah.
Because where do you think he'll go after the Atos? Like, what are the other kind of builds we're seeing on the core Tinkers
I still would
nowadays?
imagine it just goes back to standard after that. You want to get your Aghanims, you want to get your timings.
Atos indeed. He's going to be there very quick, quicker than any sort of dispel or saves. Going to be itemized by Falcons, so yeah, they won't have an answer to it for a long time.
Yeah, he's got it done. Snaking is about to hit level 6, so it's been a slow one a bit for him to get that level 6, but he does have global online for the combos now. So can prevent the saves that could happen. I've seen so many times these Tusk picks. I think Planet, is one of the ones that I see the most time, wanting to play it versus the Dawn. Because that Solar Guardian comes in, you snowball your allies, and you counter it in a lot of ways. So that global coverage is now online.
There we go. Smoke out. They want to go for some play here with the blink, with the Atos reveal. Well, nothing to say.
Planet is getting pretty close to a blink too, surprisingly. Marine, he's got a shield rune.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to kill him through that. They're stepping up themselves here. They want to try and make a move with the global silence. There's the Atos. And the Macropie, the global will be used, so we'll give a chance for Marine to survive and fight back. He's going to try and get his hands onto Planet, but further backups coming in. The shield thrown down onto Planet, so they won't be able to kill the Tusk, and Falcons have to back away. So there's going to be their move around the global silence, not actually resulting in anything.
Good patience from Amar, not actually using the Solar to come in. It would have been probably disastrous if he does jump into that one. He's prioritizing that farm here around the Ancients as they force reactions from the side of Tidebound. Tidebound, though, will hit the mid tower off of it. Faith Beyond. This farm is actually pretty damn good. This is bad, and after struggling a bit in the laning phase, after he gets these 2 kills on the Terrorblade, his Radiance timing is going to be pretty quick at this rate if he doesn't die. Trying to Wisdom. Nothing to say. Making his way toward it. Crit. Attempting for a steal. Won't be the case. And now, Crit. Will have to TP out. Does he get Atos? He will not. He's about to get cut off guard. Falcons again. Gonna look for a move.
It's going to be without the global.
They've got the Solar Guardian. As well, too, to follow up. Oh, nothing to say. He's pivoting. Okay.
They're going to go for Y mid. He's having to get the ice path off, but he will die. They're succeeding in getting the pick off. Brain drain for Snaking.
Maybe because he's playing versus the Storm in particular, this is just a different build that he likes to go for, because he's going Glimmer too. So a more defensive route since he can get gone on it.
No, it's nice, yeah, for sure.
It's actually kind of cool, yeah.
It kind of, as you say, makes it very difficult, even with kind of the global, if they get in to actually have the chance of like the two of them making that pick off play.
They glyph the wave. He can't finish off that creep.
He's looking in a lot of trouble. He's going to have the hammer in a second, but he can't pull himself out of there.
Shiro is a bit low. There's a commit forward for Maureen.
He's going to try and find him, but there's backup for Shiro. So Maureen can't continue to chase him.
They take a lot of March damage too, Snaking. So be a little cautious how he steps up there. He'll put a ward down. Good glyph play. I feel like we see this quite often when there's like something like a Tinker or anyone who can TP onto those waves early.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to kill this Tinker.
It is, with the Glimmer especially, and the shield coverage, and the Ice Path plus Snow. Yeah, there's a lot of different things to protect him. That is a cool approach. Eventually the Aghanims, but yeah, I mean, this, so far, definitely looks like a great approach here from the Tinker Master himself. As Tormentor should be theirs. And I believe that's the Battle Fury, right? Finished up, so Battle Fury done for PA. I think that's the relic for Faith Beyond as well, too, or Bach.
Yeah, he's super close to his Radiance. He's having a very good time after that. A little bit of a slow start. He's doing fine now.
And Skeeter he's somehow actually the bottom net worth of his team after the deaths.
Yeah.
He started, like you said, farming freely in the lane, but after all the movements have gone down, he's the one who's falling behind is Amar.
The setup. He's got any way out of this. They'll use the global to try and keep him safe, but I don't know if that's going to get him out. As the four of them could just chase him down. Amar's dead and global used for nothing.
That's That's a big cooldown used. It's 100 seconds that they're not going to have a potential to make a probable, like, aggressive play at all on Falcons. Definitely feel the Tidebound starting to kick up that momentum massively, making a rotation instantly. They smoke immediately after that kill top because there's no global.
I mean, they're super strong right now. They could kill most of these heroes. It's getting to the point again where it's very difficult to see how Falcons are going to fight into Tidebound's aggression right now. Tidebound has a solid spot. Just easy kills to be had now for Tidebound wherever they go.
I mean, Planet is also playing this incredibly well. Like, has a blink done, he got the shard given to him from the Tormentor, and he was the one who made those aggressive moves happen onto top, so. Big shout out right now to Tidebound with these moves that they're making. Everything's connecting. Bok top. He's got the ult skilled.
And he's getting back up coming over.
Nothing to say, he's right on top of him.
Provides the shield and the glimmer. He's going to get the chance for Bok to get off another shield.
He's still alive.
He's still alive. He's out of there.
Oh, the glimmer play.
Nothing to say. Coming in clutch with the save. They kill off Amar. They're going to be able to clean up more as well as Crit will get taken out by Nothing to Say. Planet's dealing with the rest of them. Buys time for the Ice Path follow to come in. Dual breath onto Skeeter. He's surrounded. They'll beat him up. He has a Sunder.
He's getting poked.
He's going to take the health for Snaking, but now Shira's ready to just jump back in onto Skeeter. They block him off with Planet's positioning. I mean, they're just getting styled on.
They try. It's a masterclass, really. From
these guys look great.
They look amazing.
They're doing this against Team Falcons. Not one game, 2 games in a row it's looking like now. It's 7K lead, 18 minutes in, and starting to, again, seem that Falcons are in a position where they feel pretty helpless.
Honestly, the build from Nothing to Say is incredible. I love this build. Like,
yeah,
he pivoted a bit.
He got it online at such a quick time, right?
Yeah.
Atos, Glimmer, that's all you need. And it's just sort of created this position of a game where they can't go on him, he can go on them. He's terrifying.
He truly is. And Bok there just baits the hell out of them. Four kills they're able to get because of that.
Yeah, crazy.
They don't even
saves.
finish him off. That was the biggest move that Falcons was trying to make this game, and it just completely stopped its tracks just from a defense matrix because Glimmer came and TP come in.
And maybe what if they had sort of the global available?
Yeah, perhaps.
Could have maybe stopped the sort of saves and plays coming in.
Speaking of the global, Snaking.
Yep, Planet's found him. I don't know, what's the plan for Falcons? What's the discussions? What's the move? What are they going to look towards now? Because they're falling apart just as they did in game 1.
That's a great question. None of their moves are really hitting. Everything is getting countered. Amar, he's deviating his build quite heavily from what we usually see.
Yeah.
He's queuing up a pipe. He's feeling like it's just too much for them to handle at this point, these team fights.
Crit.
Crit.
Some Atos on Atos action. A Planet.
He can't get out.
He's ready to catch him.
Planet continues just to be everywhere, it feels like, as well.
Marion's got to be careful.
He's got a regen.
Okay.
Should be okay. He's actually going to go in.
Okay.
Glimmer is ready, though.
I mean, they've got the
Atos.
He's got the Solar Guardian. There we go. They got backup. It's all good. Marion's going to get the chance to fight back. They'll look towards Planet. They take it out. The bait works out.
Amar
he's not getting it away. So they're able to make a bait play. They get a kill out of it, but they still lose a core.
And it's only a kill on Planet, really. It's not the big kill. They want to get the Tinker there. They committed a lot there for it.
Marion's thinking about going again.
Does see why in the back, but he can't. He has backup.
Yeah, it's scary, especially when Tinker can just inevitably turn up and turn things around.
I mean, that's the Falcons team fight, though, right? They're global.
Well, that was
their Dawn ult. That's their team fight. And
was the global? Was it? Yeah.
Really get the tusks. So
yeah.
Tidebound.
That's rough.
The team synergy is just that much better at the moment. Pretty much both games entirely from the side of Tidebound. Predicting every
these
single
guys
move.
are looking good. I mean, it's the first game we've seen from them on. I've got to check. Who did these guys lose to?
Was it Tundra? I think it was Tundra, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Caught a little bit of the game the other day when they played, but let me see. It was Tundra. They took one of the games.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see it watching these guys play. They're looking great.
And the Aghanims, if I'm not mistaken, I think it is done now for Nothing to Say too. So his damage is going to go skyrocketing. Malrine will be able to make himself out of this. My Planet is still looking to commit for him. They're still chasing. They have a ward, so they see him. He might actually still get caught here. No, he has 800 mana. He's actually just TPing out with it. They'll be able to steal the Shrine of Wisdom too. These moves, heads-up moves. Just one step ahead, but also just their macro movement across the board. Not just ahead of Falcons, but just perfect in times with the game time, right? The Tormentor timing was perfect. Now they steal the Shrine. It's great pressure plays. And for Falcons, yeah, it feels like they have to just completely wait and rely for any of these big global plays, but they have to have it connect a lot cleaner. So every single one of them have just been met with a greater force from Tidebound. And they're gonna start getting more and more answers, right? This is where it's like you're playing for a silencer. Most of these globals haven't connected. They're gonna start getting items to deal with that global. See the Manta's being queued up for Bach, so they'll be able to get at least an initial dispel. They're smoked up looking for a fight.
It's time to be said for Falcons. Malrine staking. They're looking towards the Tinker. Glimmer Cave TP, they've got the detection.
Oh, he's
yeah, he's able to get out. They've dropped the Global, they've dropped the Solar Guardian. They're not even able to really put a dent on the Tinker. The Tinker's fine. Snaky tries to TP out, but he's dead.
And
the Magnifier down on the Skeeter. Punch up as well. He's not even able to get a Sunder off.
Oh, this the Glimmer and the defense matrix, the barriers.
Yeah, they don't even get close to killing him.
The barriers are too much. It still lets him get the blink off.
And that was the Global, the Solar Guardian, the carry turning up and dying. Didn't achieve anything.
Showing off on this Tinker this game.
Yeah, he's had a great series. Getting to give us quite the display on his Magnus in game 1, and yeah, bringing in his classic Tinker. As this definitely going to be something that in future drafts, teams are not going to forget that this Tinker, when it's on the Tidebound side, could be support or mid.
I look at his barriers, right? So he's got 600 barrier at the moment. They get it to, not even close.
He's got loads of barriers.
320 barrier left. Easily able to blink himself away.
And then now it's way too deep.
Malrine getting gone on. Planet can't quite close the gap for the punch.
And he's still having to run every time, Malrine. He's not been able to do anything really aggressive this game. 1-1 and 2. It's not been the chance for him to make moves.
And Shiro getting aggressive himself, snaking. Might get spotted here. Shiro is hunting. He'll be able to get himself away, but another tower to fall. Yeah, everything continues just to go Tidebound's way, and yeah, the PA. I feel we haven't even gotten to talk about Shiro too much because it's just been the nothing to say show, but Shiro is super farmed at this point too, level 16. Crit. He's being hunted. Planet, he wants blood. Will he find him? Doesn't look like it. Heads up TP.
And this is the thing you got to remember as well. Last game, Shiro did not die on the PA.
He did not.
This game, he's not died yet on the PA.
Like he will.
This could be a series where you're getting PA 2 times and you were never even able to kill the PA once.
Yeah.
That's got to feel bad.
Or it's got to feel really good for Tidebound.
Oh yeah, it's going to feel great for Tidebound, but Falcons, you know, if you've played a series where you couldn't kill the carry once,
yeah,
something's gone horribly wrong in the planning.
Absolutely. Nice Skitter. Yeah, his timings are just so slowed down. All these deaths just makes it so it's a wonder of when they're going to feel comfortable now at this point to team fight versus Tidebound as Tidebound. They're forcing the issue.
Yep, similar sort of timing as last game. Malrine.
But he's barriered. He's got shields.
They're just back and hitting the tower again.
Shiro.
Oh, they do catch him in the dead shot Fear. Still able to jump back to safety. He's going to fall pretty low here on the PA. But Falcons don't really have a way to get to the back lines right now. So they have to let them be.
So much sustain, so much coverage. The repair bots go down again. Everyone's going to be back up to full HP. And they forced quite a bit of a reaction there from Falcons.
Yeah.
Global didn't get casted. Snaking was pump faking it, but they'll go back, reset. Finish off those next big items. The Manta's about to be finished up for the PA. I think BKB is about to be done for nothing to say. And they have a Manta for box. So triple core items finished up. It looks like they're setting up for bottom. So that Tormentor, again, can be theirs if they'd like to.
Yeah, Falcons aren't going to have anything to say about that. I mean, in terms of their next items coming out, trying to get the MKB online for Skeeter, so he's got some sort of damage output.
He needs it versus the laser and versus the PA in particular, but it does mean he's going to be quite fragile, having to go down this route of build. But he probably just has to at this point, right? He has to just go all in and try to do as much damage as he can. They are so far behind in this game.
Yeah, they're not killing Bach.
Nope, not even close.
We'll find an amplified damage rune down bottom here, Malrine, so a little bit of something for the next fight.
Chiro. Block again.
I mean, they're going to try.
He's got nothing to say. TP's on him. He's got the BKB, though.
Yeah, he feels pretty unkillable with the BKB.
We'll be able to bail him out of the bad scenario. The rest of the team is connecting. Falcons a little bit limited on resources, half mana across the board. But Tidebound will be the ones to be backing away, and it looks like Falcons are looking to get a catch with this amp damage on Malvini.
Let's see what they can get. They're going to zip forward, look towards white. Global Silence being popped as they'll focus to Chikiro now. They'll turn towards the PA, but Shiro's fine. Falcons, they really want to kind of keep pushing into this. The shards. They're going to block off Skitter's potential escape. He's able to slide down. Now Shiro's in. They come in with the BKB, they're going to punch up, they're going to try and burst for the turbo. They've done it! They just burst Skeeter straight away, and now they can try and turn potentially for more. Skeeter's out of the fight, shards blocking Amar. They'll get the blade mail off, trying for the TP, but the damage will take him out before he gets a chance to escape with the teleport. Snaking.
So close. It's Falcons looking for the fight, but maybe pushing a little too far forward. Those shards
just a little bit
made things really awkward for the disengage. And then they do have the chain stun.
Yeah, they know that they can just pretty much burst Skeeter through the kind of the snowball stun and the punch up. Maureen. He's out in time.
Just limited man on him.
A 15k lead now. It's getting pretty crazy again. I mean, it already was. This series has been a beautiful one from Tidebound.
Snaking. Planet. Actually not gonna commit
respect.
For him.
Yeah, he didn't want to go for it. He could have probably
expected backup, probably.
Sure, he could have definitely had a chance of contesting it, but yeah, he doesn't need to take any risks right now. Planet, he knows that the team's in a pretty safe spot.
So did actually, I was gonna say, could I actually see this one? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, could we see a little bit?
Oh, just a slow-mo, nearly getting the punch. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think Planet, he got the snowball off while the global while it was going off? Because I think he maybe dodged it. I didn't get to see either way. They have enough chain lockdown, and they can do plays like that in order to get on top of the TB. There's Roche.
That's all there's this Roche, surely. I don't think you try and head over here if you're Falcons. You've not got global.
Gem picks up from Planet too, so looking to completely restrict the map for Falcons now at this point. Vision is... Do they have any wards? I think they have like 0 wards down at this point. So limited information for the side of Falcons. Skitter he's switched the build at least. I mean, he hasn't really gotten any extra gold, but he's queuing up the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, against these shards, he's going to need it.
Amar.
They'll catch him.
Quite the game, quite the series from Tidebound.
A rough day for Falcons.
Yeah. They just seem to have all the answers in this Tinker. It's a devastating one.
And they had a rough day yesterday, right? Tough series against Spirit.
They did.
So a couple of series now in a row. I mean, tough opponents, of course, but can't feel good for Falcons. There's been some tough times.
Banners down. What do? Fighting into these repair bots. Up top, Skeeter shows himself. Nothing to say. He's just going to deal with the split push. They're looking to continue.
Yeah, not much reason to back up.
With the fresh Aegis. Skeeter's starting to come back.
Maureen. He's going to look towards Bark. And Bark can very casually step back here. And Skeeter's got to be careful. We've seen how easily they can just jump and destroy him.
It's so hard for Falcons to ever commit onto an hero. All the heals, all the sustain, all the counter initiation from the Tusk and Jakiro. They're gonna try.
There we go. For the silence, the punch up. Get the opening on towards him. They'll be able to get him back to safety. But Shiro's actually going to look to try and chase. He dives in, tries to finish on Maureen. Maureen will live. Shiro has to start now backing up to the rest of the team. Silence will come in towards him. Can they keep him alive? Shiro's in trouble.
He's still alive.
Out. He's going to be fine.
The heals.
He's thinking about going back in. Of course, even if they've gone there once, he still has this Aegis.
And he's got double barriers. He's got the Aphotic plus the defense matrix. Yeah, so he actually has 1,300 HP right now.
He could jump back in if he feels tempted. They'll back off a little bit because the rest of his team's rather low.
Long zip.
Maureen into the silence. Into the ice bath and the punch. Oh, there's going to be the buyback. Solar Guardian.
Connects on nothing.
See what they can get now. They're going to turn over towards Planet. Planet will fall.
Shiro, he's on Maureen.
And he's going to... Ooh, the last bit of mana. Enough for Maureen to zip away from the PA just in time.
Shiro.
The shields come out onto Shiro again. He continues to push forward. Jumps in towards Amar. Amar gets taken out. The laser bounces over towards Snaking. He'll buy back on the silencer. But Bark's just charging in up to the high ground. They jump forward, finish off crit.
They can't even kill Shiro once. They call it.
Wow. What a series for Tidebound.
Amazing game.
They just turned up today, and they made it look like the easiest thing ever against Falcons.
Honestly, amazing gameplay, amazing itemization, and just a really cool pivot with the draft, right? The first pick, Tinker, which we've seen pretty much exclusively played on support. Nothing to say. It's like, that's my favorite hero. Give it to me. And with his build, I loved it. Yeah, the Atos, the Glimmer, had all the answers, and then he goes for the natural build afterwards. I have to give him and Planet in particular a lot of credit. I feel like Planet was actually owning on this Tusk with the moves swing across the map as Falcons. Things crumbled quickly again.
They did. That was a rough couple of days now for Falcons on the performances. This one much rougher today than yesterday's. They get completely stomped, and indeed the series ends. They could never kill the PA. Flawless performance here today from Shiro. Tidebound, they take it all 2-0 against Falcons.
Yeah, I think Fogg said it best. It was just a really well-constructed draft. Nice little turn at the end for NTS to get that Tinker. And everything they did in the game, itemization, you know, just moving around the map, it was just perfect. Safe to say, China is now officially back.
They definitely are. The teams are looking strong. The execution, the drafts, everything seems to be clicking. And also a lot of clicking between the players. I like how aggressive they are in the safe lane, the kills that they're getting relatively early on, securing the lane for Shiro. And also the way they move across the map, itemization-wise, very good, knowing what they're going to be playing into. But this type of a draft, Falcons needed to stay ahead. As we said after seeing the draft, they need to be ahead. They need to be the one pushing the tempo, because if you have this counter initiation, it gets pretty difficult if you're like 5k gold behind at 15-20 minutes into the game. Makes your lineup very difficult to play.
I mean, I think Falcons look a little bit lost, right? Because you've got, in one game, you've got Amar not able to stamp his authority in the game. You've got 2 games now, Skinner's playing like a farming carry, where traditionally he was the active carry, right? So it's like your carry is changing his player style. Amar is not commanding his lane. And now you're relying on a Storm and a Silencer to try and break open the game when he's playing into a Baden Shield, a Tinker who bought such beautiful itemization, the Atos to stop the Storm Spirit with the root, then you have the Glimmer for the magic barrier to stop the Storm damage. Jakiro, it's like everything that Tidebound did was punishing Falcons once again, being just too greedy in both playstyle, and you could argue draft. I think their draft was better this game, but that final pick, Terrorblade, pushed them more towards a farm style rather than aggression. I think that last pick, again, very difficult. I was trying to think of offlaners that could maybe have enabled the draft. I couldn't find one, but the Terrorblade carry, it really puts yourself on the back foot, and you can see from the stats, it really just was the Tidebound show.
And just another game where Shiro doesn't die.
Yeah. He didn't die in the whole series at all. So that's pretty impressive. I mean, in this game, they killed 1 core. They killed Nothing to Say. Bach didn't die. Planet did die a couple of times. So did Y. Some of these deaths, like as a position 5, well executed deaths on his side, but man, this team, they look really strong, like in terms of the execution of the drafts that they do have. And this was overall first pick Tinker that turned into core Tinker. I don't know if they were ready for that one. And this was also Tinker into Silencer and Storm, which would a lot of the times be on the receiving end, but this is his best hero.
I mean, it's his best hero because like statistically, he also has like the best win rate. Sure, he's not got the most games played, but he's got 28 competitive games on Tinker, 82% win rate. There's only one other player in the world that gets close to his win rate, and that's Bulba with 73% win rate on Tinker. But yeah, it's nothing to say. Truly is the Tinker master. He knows everything about the hero, and in this game, he clearly showed why. It's been about 8 or 9 months since we last saw him play it, and he's reminded us, like, I can play this hero.
Just to stay with you for a moment, I mean, you said obviously the core Tinker got that buff, and we've mostly seen the Tinker as a 5. So do you think we could see more core Tinker over the course of the tournament, or is that just a Nothing to Say clinic?
It entirely depends on your opponent's draft. If your opponent cannot take early towers, can shut you out of the early game, then we probably can see more core Tinker, but the hero is a specialist hero. You don't just suddenly tomorrow start playing Tinker. So I think it will depend entirely on, does the team have a Tinker player? And can they read the draft in like a low pressure?
All right, well, for now, we have got a guest joining us, obviously from the victorious team going to the playoffs. It's going to be Bark. Hi there. Very happy with that performance, I imagine.
Hi. Yeah. It's very glad we can like survive through group stage.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about the offlane meta right now? Because I see some of the familiar heroes that you love to play, but you're also playing some different heroes like offlane Phoenix and such.
I think basically now offlane is like a core position or team fight position. I think a lot of hero can be played right now, so it's good.
Do you like it more compared to like the previous patch where it was slightly more farm oriented?
It's hard to tell because I think me and my team doesn't like master this patch yet because it's just released like for a month. There are a lot of potential need to be like discover.
I want to ask you about the Tinker. Like you first picked Tinker in the second game. Is this something that you plan to run as a core immediately, or after you saw the rest of the draft, you're like, yeah, it's a really good Tinker game for core for NTS?
Yeah, it's the first pick Tinker, so of course it's not like it's not the core at the first time, and we just see the draft and nothing to say. So I can play the Tinker. Mid, yeah.
Good.
I would say with the Chinese region, I'd say you've had up and down results in the last couple of years. What do you think has changed where both yourselves and Xtreme look to be in in very good form, like since the new year? Like, what do you think has changed in the region to kind of spark that kind of strength from both of your teams?
Maybe good players and good like mentality.
Okay. And we've been asking some other teams about Tormentor. What's your opinion on the current meta where it feels like teams are forced to the bottom right-hand side of the map to fight at 15 minutes?
Yeah, because it's just so crucial. Like so much money at the 15-minute point. So you have to like fight for it.
Would you be would you enjoy Tormentor being later in the game potentially? So rather than it spawning at 15, maybe like 25 minutes, do you think that would be a good change, or am I just...
I don't know, because previous Tormentor is 20 minutes, and I think like it's like Valve, they add a goal in game, like you have to do something in 15 minutes. So like I can't say it's a bad or good change. Like it's just the change. Like you can play in this rules. Like everyone play in this rules, and it's fair.
And speaking of goals, what's your goal for the tournament? Would you be happy with a top 3? Do you want to win? Like where are you happy in placement?
Of course, if we get a champion,
of course,
it's the best.
It was an easy question.
Yeah, thanks. Well, one more question. Jenkins asked if you would come and sit on the sofa later today. Will you do that?
I have some practice today.
These pro players.
That's good. Good answer.
All right, well, look, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you again in the playoffs, and thanks for doing the interview.
Thank you.
No worries. See, I tried. Whatever Jenkins wants, I'm willing to do.
I also respect the fact that sometimes when you ask that question to people, based on like, one, joining the panel, two, your placement, sometimes people go over, you know what, we're happy with just getting to a grand final.
Yeah.
You know, but no, he already has his sights. He would like to be a champion. Humble, of course. He wasn't very authoritative.
I will say, with the way that we've seen with Xtreme Gaming and now, Tidebound as well, the way they're constructing their drafts, they're the most interesting thing that's going on at this tournament, I think.
Absolutely. I think them and also Xtreme Gaming, they have shown that they're ready to pick pretty much anything. They have their own ideas. And he also said in an interview that this patch is unexplored, so we can definitely expect new heroes to come out. We said at the start of the day that we had 34 uncontested heroes, which is a pretty big number, and I do expect that number is going to go lower because people are definitely saving some of the strats. They're exploring new things, and we're definitely going to be seeing them.
All right, guys, I've been told we must go to a break, so thanks a lot for your thoughts. It's a quick day for us. Listen, it was good Dota.
It was
only hit for the one though. So, but anyway, that does mean, of course, we will be handing you over to Shiva, Jenkins, and Fear after this break. Make sure you stick around.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâinii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un scârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut. Mi băscuțel le-am băscut. Prin bărloage tot să roage la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai cap pitică rana, fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai cap pitică priurudu.
Hello there, we got more qualifications coming your way. Tidebound already qualified today, and we're gonna see if Aurora or Gaimin Gladiators will be joining them. Those are the two teams we're gonna be starting to talk about right now. I'm Shiva, I'll be your host this afternoon, and I am joined by Jenkins and Fear. Good afternoon. It is afternoon, it's just been noon here, so good afternoon here. Fear, how are you doing? What's happening? Okay, smooth.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? I mean, I'm doing great. Jenkins, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I just put us on a 5-minute cooldown for locking it in.
That's true.
That was good stuff, but
that was a good
if you
one.
want to do it again, it's going to be 5 minutes, unless you want to use your cooldown for locking it in.
Nah, I'm good at the moment. Thank you, though. I'm holding my microphone with my locking it in hand.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough.
So
you could move the microphone.
I could, but I'm also very far away. You know, let's talk about the two teams, shall we?
Fair enough.
Because there's a lot of serious business happening here. Gaimin and Aurora both sitting on a 2-1 score here in this Swiss group stage, and that means both of them, whoever wins, makes it through to the playoffs, gets a day off tomorrow, extra bonus. But I want to talk about these two teams because I feel like they've done a little bit different than their expectations, I would say, Fear. Aurora coming in here as a fresh team. What were your expectations for them before coming in?
That's an interesting question, I think. My expectations were all over the place, let's put it that way. Like, a little bit reserved in the fact that we do have some teammates in Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall in the past that have had some choice words with each other, so they're trying to make that to work. But then we're bringing in, like, Chimera at Dream League, right? This is a team that was on fire, and one of the best players was Lornoff from that mid-position. Really enjoyed Panto there as well. So this team had so much potential. It still does to this point, right? So this is a team that I don't know what to think of them. They really just have to prove themselves.
They really do. And am I right in saying that Lornoff, I mean, he is popping off, and I fully agree with that, but he's here still as a stand-in, right? Because Kiyotaka is actually the original player for this roster when they initially got signed, Jenkins?
Yeah, and you know, both players, in my opinion, are very exciting. If we look at, though, comparing with Quinn, Lornoff has been playing quite a lot of heroes. He has played a different hero in almost every game, whereas Quinn has been only playing 4 heroes so far. Lornoff is like 7 or 8 different heroes. So Gaimin is kind of falling back into, you could, if they're losing, you call it a trap. If they're winning, you say that, you know, they really know their specialty heroes, but they are not playing a lot of heroes, whereas Aurora, they are playing a lot of heroes, specifically on Lornoff and Toronto Tokyo. And I think part of that is they're trying to find their identity, but they're also winning, I think, a little bit more than you would expect for a team that's trying to find their identity. So, you know, it's easy to say that hero pool equals win.
Yeah, here is that hero pool that you speak of. 20 versus 27. Now, can you put that in perspective for us? Because we're looking at an arbitrary number, but what is the average?
Yeah, okay, so Gaimin has the lowest hero pool of the entire tournament out of any team, which is not uncommon for them, I will say. But once again, if they're losing, then you can point that out. If they're winning, then you can also point that out as a stat. Aurora is 5th. But the 4 slots above them are all 28 heroes, so they're only 1 less than that. And then the first slot is OG, who is already out, and they are completely chaotic, different draft every game, no identity. So basically, Aurora has a very solid hero pool so far in this tournament.
Yeah, is a small hero pool, because I mean, OG is already out, and they're the most versatile. What's better, Fear?
I mean, it depends, right? Like, if you can play all types of heroes and still win with it, that's great. But if you're the type of team that is picking different heroes because things aren't working, right, and you're trying to like find something and keep throwing things at the wall, hoping something sticks, there's a difference, right? And I think right now Aurora is not at a stage right now where they're picking heroes just because they're bored of winning with their old heroes. You know, they're still trying to figure themselves out. And I feel like Gaimin Gladiators right now is a team that their hero pool is small, but it's very effective. I think they kind of found something that works for them right now, and I think that's going to be really important. We saw that in the series yesterday they played, where they picked a lot of team fight. They picked Quinn, his roaming type of mid heroes, no more snipers and stuff like this. I don't like him playing those type of heroes. They played around Watson, making sure he was the hard carry of the game, playing Terrorblade early picks as well. It's coming really popular now, and I'm very curious to see how Gaimin is going to adapt now that these PA and TBs are really on the radar and getting banned out against these hard carry players.
Yeah, you're definitely right. That I think this is one thing that people criticize, like when they kicked Dyrachyo and got Watson, was that the meta was the Chaos Knights and these like very active carries of the world, and we're slowly going back to more of the traditional like 4 protect 1, which if you have, the rank 1 player in the world of Watson on your team, this, Giga Chad, young up-and-coming guy who's going to carry your team, if you have some Satanic or Watson, like, you want to play the 4 Protect 1. Give them all the farm, let them carry you. And Gaimin is historically one of the best teams at doing that in terms of their 5-man. Like, they know how to death ball so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have Gaimin completely figured out, but I don't know how much time we have.
You have gaming figured out.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, yeah.
Go for it.
I mean, I think they kind of have themselves figured out a little bit too. So basically, the old patch, why it didn't really work out so well for them is that Watson, he was not like Dyrachyo in a lot of ways. And people make that comparison. I think it's a very fair comparison to make too. He was going through the gate, ganking all the time, making sure Ace had a good game. Ace would then snowball the game out of control. With this new squad here, like, going through the gate isn't a thing anymore as a carry. Instead, you want to farm these ancient camps and stack them, and that's perfect for Watson. He's got the hero pool to do it. He's very good at it. It's really Ace that's going to have to adapt to the new playstyle for this team and make it more so about, you know, helping his team, making sure Watson's the 4 protect 1. And I also think the mid lane is also incredibly important for gaming as well, because if we look at the last patch, we're seeing like lots of snipers and Huskars and stuff in the mid lane. Not really what Quinn was known for. He was really good at the Storm Spirit, Ember Spirits, closing down the map. Go back to his Quincy Crew days when he was like incredibly good. He was just running around the map, shutting down the map so the carries can farm, right? He's been doing that too.
He's a 1v1 player too.
Yeah, so yesterday they picked Caudle for Tofu, who I'll also talk about Tofu as a player. Like, I feel like the patch where the fours were trying to carry the game, they're scaling, right-clicking a lot with these Mortis and stuff. He's been more supportive. He's picking these Caudles now with the recall fastest, running around with Quinn, shutting down the map, while Watson is just completely farming the map now. This patch is very, very good for Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, I think you made a lot of fans happy for saying that. Both of these teams also, they have got the 2v2 score, as we do get a little bit of a closer look first on the offlaners here, Jenkins, with their hero pool.
Yeah, and you know, this is a very similar picture to what we saw with the mid lane matchup, except here we have it in the offlaners. Toronto Tokyo has been playing a lot of heroes, which is really impressive considering he is a brand new offlaner, and he's looked very good on a lot of them, to be honest. I think people had low expectations of him, especially after watching the ESL documentary. It's like, this guy's toxic, man. But you know, he's an extremely good player. He's a TI winner, so he's made a decent transition to the role.
He has, and it did, of course, mean 2-for-1 score. And both of these teams lost to the team that already qualified in Liquid and Spirit. So I feel like we got a good series on our hands. Both of these teams have done very well, and we're in the draft for game number 1 to see what they're going to bring to the table this time around. And the way we're talking about it feels that Aurora Gaming should also kind of have figured Gaimin Gladiators out in terms of hero pool. So that should make it easier to draft for on paper.
Maybe. I mean, I think in general, like, you'll have an idea of how you want to play, but here's the Terrorblade. It's more so about, like, for gaming, like, their playstyle in the past, right? You can never counter it because they always had something doing the same thing, right?
Yep.
Very similar type heroes. So whether they realize that or not is something we'll have to see. I think the Terrorblade right away, just give the hardest carry in the game to the hardest carry player in the game, makes sense to me. And then you make sure, no matter how bad it is of a TB game, in theory, if you have enough space, it doesn't matter. He just does damage at the end of the day.
Pierre, I got a question for you before we get too deep into the draft here. Yes. Is Aurora the funniest team at the tournament?
Oh, for sure.
What makes them so funny?
They have Nightfall.
Okay.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
That's fair. We've seen the Nightfall in many of Aurora's players' arsenal in terms of strategy.
Yeah, it's like when he's on a team, it's because he TPs out with the BKB. So Lornoff is like, well, shit, I have to do it now if my carry's gone. Like, he's so scared. But you look at it, you know, the guy's like rank 3 or something. So the way that he plays, it does work. It's just such a unique play style. When it doesn't work, it's really easy to point out, like, okay, that's why it didn't work. But, you know, we are in a meta. We talked about Watson being that, like, 4 protect 1 hard carry. That is also what Nightfall is. He also likes to take all the farm on the map and then have the pressure on his shoulders to carry the game, and then BKB TP out.
I mean, it is pretty strong to, if you know exactly, like, hey, this fight is not working out, I'm gonna have to, you know, not take this fight. If he decides that in that split second that you have for deciding, instead of BKB fight, you go BKB TP out, that's pretty impressive, right? If you can already in your head have calculated how the fight's gonna play out.
Oh, no, I agree. I think a lot of people give him flack for his BKB TPs out. They look funny, but he just has a very high understanding of the game. And the only criticism I will have about that mentality, though, is he's overly cautious.
Like, that's a really nice way of putting it.
Yeah, like, he is overly cautious to the point where I feel like it impacts his team fighting decision making. And I don't want to bring up Dyrachyo again, but I will, because it's kind of like the polar opposite, right? I watched Dyrachyo play Ursa, right? He just gets in there, uses all his abilities. Whether he lives or dies doesn't matter. He's just in there like a man.
He's literally never going to be TP.
And then the problem that I saw, because Nightfall played Ursa recently, he just wasn't pressing his buttons. He was being very cautious of when to go in. So in a game where he played PA, it looked amazing, right? Because that's how that hero functions. But like when all-in committal heroes, I think Nightfall is just like struggling to play these heroes because he's thinking too much. He's an overthinker, I'll say.
Okay, well, with that in mind, PA is banned, Terrorblade is taken. What is the
Lifestealer is still in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hero that can kind of play fights slow and cautiously. That definitely works out. I'm not so sure how the matchup is against TB now that you don't disarm him with the Aghanim Scepter. And it's not like, you know, if you rage and infest somebody, that delaying the fight for that long really benefits you too much against the meta, which is a really long duration.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to look at this as like, what hero can he play where he can just be super cautious on? Because it's not a really good meta for that. I kind of want him just man up a bit more.
Okay,
I think
fair
in
enough.
general, because I watched all their games and I thought honestly Toronto-Tokyo would be the weak link of this roster, but he was playing like Ember offlane into Monkey Kings, doing well. He was playing versus some tiny Jakiros, Pango offlane, still surviving, not dying once in these lanes. He's exceeded my expectations as an offlaner already. Maybe his hero pool is a bit limited, but he is making the hero pool he does have just work in the offlane, right? And oftentimes Lornoff is having a great game too, but sometimes like they just don't know their tempo on Aurora. They'll play a bit too safe, or maybe Nightfall won't commit. So heroes aside, I just want to see him just play a hero where they just battle, man. Like, just get in there and commit to a fight. Don't just rat the game.
Well, I mean, Abaddon is the perfect hero for that. Very easy for him to get in there. Also can be flexed between offlane and carry position. They have not played this hero once yet, but also it doesn't always make it through the draft. This is a highly contested hero right now.
Especially when you have Jakiro, right? It's kind of like a block pick too.
Yeah, true.
Like they get the Jakiro. These Jakiro and Abaddon are both meta, but it's ideal if you play Abaddon offlane versus Jakiro, right? That's like the best matchup for some. So I like the draft already for Aurora, and I think for Gaimin Gladiators, they have a lot to show, but they've already showed their cards. They have a Terrorblade. Whenever you have Terrorblade, he is the carry.
You don't, because we used to see in the previous patch a couple of Terrorblade offlane. Is that completely dead, or would you just straight up not expect that from Gaimin?
Haven't seen it in a while, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
I think with Glimmer Cape and Pipe not being very popular in the offlane right now, this hero doesn't seem like it's an offlaner.
Okay.
I think also the draft so far from Aurora, nothing really screams like this is going to be a really hard TB carry game. You know, the first two picks, like I feel like TB, there are very few heroes that just like one-to-one make it unplayable. Like it would have to be an entire draft. So if the first 2 or 3 picks are just fine for the TB, which all of these picks like TB likes playing into, DK versus TB. This was at one point DK's worst matchup in Dota because you would get an illusion of the DK doing all of the DK.
But it doesn't do that anymore, right?
No,
and
because of the facets.
Yeah, and we haven't seen this matchup very much anymore, but you have to keep in mind DK does magic damage now, right? And this is a matchup where if you do play his carry with the red facet, it could be much better, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah,
and also
this hero's just
Resonance
changed so
Brooch.
much. Yeah, this matchup has just like changed so many times. You'd really have to just sit down and look at which letter patch it was.
I do think just conceptually the fact that it's really hard to burst the TB with the DK stun, he can often get the Sunder off. But that's where I like the Lion pick and Jakiro. Like they have a lot of disable. It's going to be quite difficult for the TB to get off his Sunder, but that is also where the Tusk will come in with the snowball saves.
Yeah, I think we didn't see a lot of like Morphling and TB in the last patch when DK was really broken, but I really do think this DK having built-in magic damage to his attack helps a lot versus high agility heroes. So that's probably what we're going to see. Even though it was nerfed, it does make a lot of sense to try and bring DK back as a carry. It just comes down to, are the numbers good enough? And they picked a Huskar, which is interesting because they must think this DK might be the green facet going mid no matter what type of situation. But I'd like to see Aurora not to do that.
Yeah, maybe they think that the red facet has just been nerfed so much that if they run it as a carry, like they're going to win anyway.
Haven't we seen someone do the ice facet as a carry?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I remember at the start of the patch, Miro was actually spamming the ice facet dragon offlane and doing very well on it. So I definitely think that the ice facet is underrated. So I'm happy to see it picked up. I do want to say one point about Muerta and Tusk. These are really good heroes versus Abaddon because all their disables are just, they can't be purged. Right, it's like Tusk has the icy hands. He's beating the crap out of Abaddon. He can't just shield that off. You throw the ice shards. You can't shield that off. Muerta drops her stuff on the ground. You can't shield that off. So these are good supports against the Abaddon.
Yeah, there you saw the facets. We've never seen the Fire Dragon picked, but the Frost has shown its face a little bit, 2-1.
Now, I feel like against the Huskar, you're definitely incentivized to go for the Frost.
Perhaps, maybe. It's a hard choice. I think you really have to decide, though, what you want to do with this DK. Because I would not be surprised if they're looking at Lornoff's hero and being like, it looks like a pretty good sniper game, for example, right? You are playing versus a Huskar, throw this DK as a carry, whatever facet he goes, whether it's the ice one or the red one, I think it could be playable as a carry here.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you give Gaimin a non-last pick Huskar versus DK mid. This would be a pretty big blunder.
But Gaimin is respecting that as well because they ban out the Viper.
Yeah.
Already, so they keep an eye on the flag.
Sniper's got to be the next ban.
I mean, if it's not, that's crazy.
And then what's the alternative for Sniper? It's like Lina, maybe?
Yeah, there's Sniper. I mean, Lina is one of them. Wind Ranger?
I could see Lorna pulling out a Wind Ranger. That's not a bad idea. I like that, actually.
I'm sure there's some other heroes that just ruin Huskar's day, or at least playable. It's usually the long-ranged ones.
You know, with Gaimin being at the bottom of the list,
AA mid would be a sick here.
AA mid,
yeah,
I love it. But they're definitely showing a lot of versatility in this draft so far.
Also, NP mid. This is another Huskar counter.
We should have thought of this one.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I was forgetting a couple because there's the obvious ones, right? And then there's always +1 or 2. That's why Huskar generally isn't picked this early, right? So everything I said about Gaimin Gladiators and how I liked them playing and how I've liked them to draft, they're not doing it this game. So they're doing something completely different. So it'd be nice to see if they can still win while having a different identity. But it's not very usual for Gaimin Gladiators to have 2 identities. You know, they usually are really good at one thing. So we'll have to see. I must say, I really like this draft from Aurora.
How does the carry matchup compare, considering we talked a little bit about how Nightfall differs from Watson?
In terms of the heroes?
You said we wanted something.
I want to see the facet.
Yeah, so far he has not selected.
He has not picked this hero. He is talking. He is thinking about it. I think even.
There's a case for both. Like you can either go the ice facet, pretty good versus Huskar, really good versus Dawn, right? Or you can go for the red dragon one, which is good versus the Terrorblade. So they're probably deciding, do we need damage for TB or do we need damage for Huskar and Dawnbreaker? So I think it's a hard choice to make and he has to go one way or another and he has to pick pretty soon.
Yeah, I would think so.
I feel like no matter what, this is going to be a very volatile game.
He's not having his hands on the keyboard.
He's really thinking about this. He is pontificating. My man's a philosopher of dragon facets.
I mean, at this rate, it will just go to whatever he has last. Right?
Yeah, that's true. That can be quite the grief.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already pre-selected,
for people wondering, because they can't see it, he has not actively selected his hero, but the rest of his team did.
Do you guys agree that this game is going to be super volatile? Like, whoever gets a lead is probably going to snowball with it pretty hard?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it is definitely very volatile. I think if Gaimin get ahead and they stay ahead, the game will be pretty easy. But I also feel like if Gaimin lose one big fight, this game could get really hard too, because I don't think Dawn, Huskar, and Terrorblade are the best late game like team fighting heroes in the game, right?
Yeah, I don't feel like they properly deal with the Aurora Gaming cores. Like Abaddon, DK, Nature's Prophet, these are all heroes that are literally played as carries.
Yeah.
So their scaling is fairly good, but also they can all run at towers and take towers. Like they have 4 tower hitters on Aurora and then a Lion. So they've got crazy pickoff, they've got crazy potential to snowball the map, but then you look at the other side and there's a Huskar with some backup saves and healing and a Sunder from Terrorblade. So it can just go either way. I think the lanes and the early rotations are going to determine how this game goes, like big time.
Do we expect a lot of brawls in this game?
I think if you're gaming, you have to. You picked very low cooldown heroes. You have Tusk, you have Huskar as well. You've got Dawn. All these heroes are pretty low cooldown. Same with the Morta. Very skirmishy.
He went Fire Dragon fast.
Well, that's the one he had selected from the get-go.
That's fine.
Oh, now people are able to see it here as well. There you go.
I mean, I think either way was good, but this one I think is a bit safer. It is going to allow him to do a little bit more damage, have some more AoE as well, which can help. So going for that is not a bad choice. I really think this Aurora draft is like complete though. I think if it goes into the later stages of the game, I'd much rather be on Aurora's side. But that's how it goes when you pick heroes like Huskar and you want to cheese the game. You got to play really quick. You got to stay ahead. This hero dies once or twice, the game can get really hard. And I must say, I'm not a big fan of this style, but we'll have to see.
Not a large margin for error on the side of gaming. Let's see what our commentary team thinks about it. Good morning, Sunspan and Cinderin. How are you doing?
Good morning, Shiver. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much. I like your shirt. Is that a little cat?
This is my cat Monkey, as the pocket version of her.
That's the worst cat you have.
Shut your mouth, Jenkins. She's the best in the business. Really appreciate it. I have a question for you guys, though.
Oh, okay.
How many Nightfall maneuvers will Nightfall himself execute in this game?
Can you define a Nightfall maneuver?
A BKB TP. And he doesn't move, okay? It's a BKB TP. If he BKBs and moves and TPs, it's not the Nightfall anymore. Very important distinction.
I'll go for 3.
Exactly 3.
My gut was saying 2 because I think he's getting better at it. But I think we'll see 3 Nightfalls.
Wait,
one might be from Lornoff.
I'll take 1.5.
Better at doing the maneuver or better at not doing the maneuver?
Better at not doing it, but I think he's infecting his teammates. I think Lornoff's going to do 1, Nightfall 2.
Okay.
It's the chicken aura.
What do you guys think?
I was thinking 3 as well, actually.
Oh, nice, nice.
I'm going to go with 0.
Okay, well,
he's got to be wrong.
There's no chance on that one. Really appreciate it, Cinderin.
Can't wait to be right.
We're going to definitely keep count. So enjoy the cast. We'll see you after.
Sounds good. Thank you, Shiva. As we get into game number 1 of Aurora versus Gaimin Gladiators. Aurora is such an interesting team, Cinderman.
Yep.
I feel like they are probably the most interesting team in Dota overall right now. I mean, obviously Nightfall is just polarizing, not just because of his BKB TPs, but because he's so good, but at the highest level of play, it seems he always seems to come short for many reasons, which we can get into later. But Toronto Tokyo playing offlane, Mira coming from Team Spirit. Like, there's a lot of cool storylines with this team.
Yeah, for sure. And they're playing with Lornoff mid in this tournament as well, who has been really making, I think, a name for himself, and specifically in the last year. I think a lot of people didn't rate him nearly as highly as they do now. So he's had a couple of opportunities to really shine, and he's made the most of them when he's been at these LAN events. So I think this is the 2nd or the 3rd tournament that he's been standing in. Not specifically for this team, but there's been other events where he's also just been the stand-in of choice in the mid lane. That goes to show that he has a reputation, right? If teams are choosing him when they need the extra. So I wanted to quickly mention, this is the first, I know this is your favorite hero in Dota. This is the first game of the tournament that Lion gets picked. You would think Mana Drain is the dumbest spell in the entirety of the game, which makes you incredibly incompetent to judge abilities, because Mana Drain is great.
In what fashion is it great, exactly? If something makes you feel bad, I think that's bad game design, personally.
Does it make you feel bad to be targeted by it or to use it?
To be targeted.
It feels pretty bad to be targeted by a lot of things in Dota. Okay,
we're going to move on. No, this is going to be a really long conversation, and I'm going to be the adult here, take the higher ground, and stop talking. Okay?
This is going to be a long conversation, and I'm going to stop talking.
I'm the play-by-play. I'm going to stop talking. Okay?
So the reason I'm highlighting this hero is I wanted to mention, since when you look at this draft, there's like a part of your brain that's just like, you see Lion against Terrorblade and you immediately think, oh, this looks good because I'm Lion against TB, but the hero has been changed. Mana Drain doesn't kill illusions anymore. And this used to be a really big part of this Lion versus TB matchup. Lion would go Shard, he would just kill the Illus with 1 Mana Drain and therefore have massive teamfight impact.
Yeah.
I wonder what Aurora see in this hero in this particular game. It has not been picked in the tournament so far at all. you're playing into Terrorblade, who you used to counter in a different fashion. Sure, you still have your burst, which might be the only thing they're looking for here is just that Finger of Death burst and the lockdown for a Baton to kill him in, but it's not that Gaimin don't have saves, right? They're going to have Snowball, they're going to have Solar Guardian. He didn't know about the Solar Guardian at the time, so fair enough. But yeah, curious to see it. I love this hero, but not in the best place right now for Pro Dota, but it's cool to see it at least get one showing here in the Swiss.
Yeah, I will admit they have nerfed the crap out of Lion, so I agree that it's a bit weird to see him. Because they really added anything. Is he stuck inside the shards? Mr. Mira, he'll wait them out. Blood Grenade applied with the tag team. That's going to be first blood for Watson on the Terrorblade. And that is a sight you love to see if you're a Gaimin fan.
Yep. Probably the best hero to get it on this game. This was the overall first pick Terrorblade, which has been, to me, a little bit of a surprise in this tournament. I guess I just wasn't prepared for just how good this hero is right now, but Gaimin as well as Team Spirit in a couple of games we've cast have just flat out first picked this in the entire draft. So seems very, very strong right now, and therefore he will die immediately. You're welcome.
As usual, the Cinder and Curse lives on, so Mira gets his revenge. Hey, when you come back as Lion, you have more spell amp, right, for a few seconds?
Yeah, he did it on purpose.
That his innate.
It's really good to come back to have that level 1 Earth Spike really empowered there. It's very strong.
Yeah, it is.
Should mention, Larinov is getting absolutely obliterated. Quinn is 12-12.
Oh my.
Prophet is 3-0.
Yikes.
They picked Prophet into Huskar. They knew the matchup, and this was their choice. So far,
is it supposed to be this bad though?
I have to say no without even knowing, because otherwise, why the hell did they pick it? You know, this is not a matchup we see all too often. You might think that, oh, it's, you know, Prophet has decent damage. He has the Treant plus his own attack to deal with the Huskar in the early levels to at least get CS, which my gut feel would be that Prophet can do okay early on. But if you're 16-16 against 3-0, you're not doing okay.
Oh
he might
be
he's
dead
dying.
here. Larinov just burning away.
This lane's over. It's just over. Larinov is 8th on net worth.
16-16 to 3-0. Wow.
I can't even explain how it went this badly without watching the replay. It's like, how is this even possible? That's crazy.
That might be the most hard-won mid lane up to this point in this tournament.
And you had, keep in mind, you could have picked any hero you wanted, right? Like, everything was in the pool. So you could have picked a classic hero that can lane against Huskar. Like, let's say, I don't know if Sniper was in the pool, for example, but there's probably, you know, Lina, something that could withstand this lane.
But I have a hard time believing Nature's Prophet is this disadvantage.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Quinn is just, Quinn put on the right song before the game started.
I feel like the last time we cast Quinn on Huskar was at TI, and they won in like 18 minutes. I vividly remember the first blood, beginning of the game, there was like 4 kills.
I do not remember this, so...
Okay.
And you have a very bad memory. So this is entirely possibly that it's fabricated.
I could have dreamt.
This game never happened. It was a turbo game.
It was a Chinese team, and they were talking about how the Huskar doesn't really bother them, and while he's talking about it, they're getting
during the
first-blooded.
coach interview from LAN-M, right? Oh man, that was so good. Now I know which game.
That was Quinn playing Huskar, right? Pretty sure.
I think. Oh my god, that was so funny.
That's one of the best moments of TI for sure.
That was so funny.
But yeah, I mean, despite that, it's still very early on. But what can they do in the mid lane to help Larinov? I mean, this is even worse now
they're not helping Larinov.
Malady is going to come in with the ice shards. And Mira coming in, though. Okay, they get the Sprout.
That's how they do it, Shannon.
Yeah, Quinn's in a lot of trouble now. He will die. Larinov gets the last hit as well. Desperately needed.
Damn,
little
Quinn
too greedy.
Gets ganked by Quinn.
Yeah. Is that what I said?
No, but that's kind of what happened.
Okay.
This lane was over. He needed 0 health.
Yeah.
And effectively, they killed him by ganking the Prophet. If they hadn't made an aggressive move, I think Quinn wouldn't have been in a position to even die. So Malady, cute shards here.
Very nice. Does he have?
He has tangos.
He does not have TP though. Do they know that?
I think he's just going to stay here so they can't.
Oh, they see the aura, right? Yeah, they can
but
see
they can't
the aura
hit him
on the
You
creep.
could place a sentry in there.
I don't know.
Temporary vision. Oh, I don't know if that was what he was trying to do, but that was a very cute attempt. So.
Oh, he will eat his way through. He's actually going to get. Oh, the courier. Why is the courier?
That just runs into them.
Oh no!
Oh, Quinn might get a return kill.
He's going to try to do, he does have life break, so applying it to Mira, and Malady trying to chase out the Jakiro, but he's the one that's really looking for that nice dual breath on Namira, who might just burn away. Indeed, he does. Even Tofu coming to the party. Panto completely out of mana. Oh, going to get out the dual breath, but the life break to come from Quinn again, and this will be the death of Jakiro. Malady will eventually drop, and the panel is talking about this being brawly. I would say that that is correct.
It's, I don't know. I don't think you can. It's just so extremely important what ended up happening here. This mid lane was a total death sentence for Aurora, and now it's kind of, I mean, it's still bad, but now it seems somewhat playable for Lorinov. He has treads. I believe they will split the wisdoms as well, which is very important when your lanes go poorly, that your supports get the levels to make moves. Lorinov will close in on the level 6 here, as he's farming up the jungle camp. And I guess you could have argued, should he just have done this earlier, right? Like, if the lane is this bad that you can barely even stand there and get a single CS, when do you go and do side camps instead?
Yeah.
Obviously, he can do it a lot faster now because he had those treads, but Buffett definitely able to.
Ace trying to bait a bit as Wrath of Nature comes out. Ice Path onto 2, though. TP coming in from Mira as well. Lorinov comes from the north. Ace in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down first. So many members of Aurora here.
Nice
Malady. Ooh, good shards.
Really, really good spell casting there from Malady.
And Toronto Tokyo will not chase any further, but the tier 1 tower is in their sights.
And Jenkins was talking about this on the panel, how the Radiant lineup, it pushes towers. And, yep, that's an 8-minute safe lane tower, or the enemy offlane tower.
And this is the Fire Dragon, so it doesn't push the towers as hard as the green.
Doesn't need to, because everybody else does it too. So, we have Curse of Avernus, they have the Ironwood Tree, they have Liquid Fire. It's pretty damn easy to take down towers once you win a fight. Now,
Quinn, yep.
I will say about Huskar, so if you have a total stompy lane and you're just crushing it and you keep snowballing, that's the classic Huskar that we're used to seeing from way back when it was like, okay, win lane and then maybe win game. The hero has changed over the last year to also being a strong late gamer. So it's not necessarily a problem for Quinn if he doesn't like snowball and win this game by 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Because the hero can scale into ultra late together with heroes like Dawn and Terrorblade. But I mean, when you have that dream start, you really didn't want to get that one death.
Is the reason he's better late game because of the facet?
It's a very, very big part of it.
Percentage-based damage?
Incendiary is just bonkers. I think it's one of the best facets in the entire game. It's really, really strong. It's like night and day. Once you try laning against a Huskar that has this, and then a couple of games later you lane against someone that has Cauterize, you'll realize the difference, just how much damage this is. It's crazy.
We got the double stun in the bot lane. Ace
can't kill
looks
him
like
off,
he'll
though.
walk away. Nightfall on the run. Doesn't have the BKB, so can't TP out.
Well, he can, but it's not the Nightfall. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. We're still on 0. I want let the record show that was without BKB.
If he had it, he would have used it.
Nope.
No, I'm not saying we count it. It's fine.
No, I'm just saying that's
Watson.
Pure speculation. Your
Metaphor.
Honor.
Toronto Tokyo has not skilled his ult yet. Gonna min-max that bad boy. Mira come into play as well, but this fight won't continue.
It's always. I'm sorry. Never mind.
Go ahead, Cinder. I'm sure whatever's funny to you is funny to at least a couple people in chat.
It's not funny anymore. Okay. I'm over it.
When the joke has a lifeline of about 5 seconds, you know it's not that great.
No, I just don't really want to tell it when you make me. Then it's not.
I see.
It's not. I can't do it when you're looking.
Yeah, I can relate with that actually. Watson. Well, actually, I want to talk about Quinn. So he has the armlet. Will be going S and Y. What's the typical build on this hero? Like, you need a BKB at some point. You need the Ags at some point.
Yeah. I mean, the classic item combination for Huskar is some sort. It's always armlet, right? Armlet every game, and then you either Sanjin Yasha is one of the paths. Generally, I think the most common is probably overall armlet BKB, right? But there's going to be times where you go armlet Glimmer Cape. There's going to be times where you go armlet S and Y. And at some point, I think every Huskar build gets Ags. I just don't think you ever don't get that. And then Satanic, right? Sometimes AC. The hero actually has a decent amount of build paths, where in the past it was literally armlet BKB every single game. But with the changes to Glimmer and SNY that have come about the last 2 years, the hero has a couple more ways of tanking up. Now in this game, I think specifically Sanjin Yasha, since you're playing against Lion and DK, makes a lot of sense to me. I don't think Glimmer Cape is necessarily that great here, because there's just so much right-click damage on the enemy team. He's expecting Prophet, Abaddon, as well as Dragon Knight to build into damage. That said, though, Nightfall is going Mjolnir against the Terrorblade, so perhaps you could leverage that against TB by buying, or against DK by buying Glimmer, actually. Yeah. We'll see. Maybe he'll do that after SNY instead of BKB. Decent push on the bot tower here from Gaimin, but they don't want to commit, so it's only the siege creep going to work right now. Quinn not really willing to go and show his face. Ace will do that instead.
Yep,
Interesting
tier 1
build here
tower
from Ace.
looks
That's
to
a
be
lot
done.
of mono regen. He's got Soul Ring, Null, and Bassi.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit overkill there on the Dawn. Rushing Vlad's.
Well, he's going against a Lion, so he knows he needs all the mana he can get.
It's very unusual to rush Vlad's on this hero, though. I wonder if Gaimin are just trying to play a very, very quick, let's group up and fight.
Yeah, this is
kind
the
of
old
style.
Gaimin style, though, right?
Right.
That's Quinn in the trees. He's going to get spotted, hexed into the macro pyre. Here's the Dawnbreaker ult, though. All the supports get on the outskirts. Sets up a nice ice path into a Wrath of Nature as well. Quinn is done. And Ace attempting to run away. Looks like he will do so. As Tofu going to show himself as well. In fact, Malady coming in from the side. It's off the silence as well. The punch into the air. Mira is dead, so it's a 1-for-1 to start things out. Gaimin look like they still want to fight as Watson shows up with that meta. Now they'll reset a bit. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo going for the Radiance, which is something we've been seeing on most of the core Abbeys in this tournament.
Yeah, even buying it against Terrorblade.
Is there a game where you think it's not, I mean, is it dependent mostly on the start then versus like your actual opponents, like how good it is?
I think there are some games where you're still better off going for the Harpoon build. If you have, like, let's say there's a game where you really have one singular hero that you want to, oh, hang on. Actually, just going straight in here, Toronto really getting to work.
And TP in for Mir. He's going to get silence to start and a nice dead shot to keep him away.
Yeah, it's
going to break things
their
up.
Tower, so, well, I say that. They can deny it. I think Radiance is more often than not the best choice right now in the meta, but there will be games where if there's a singular target that you can really stick on and ruin its fight and it's valuable for your team, I think you can still rush Harpoon, which is what people were doing just a month ago. But I think it is somewhat telling that he's going Radiance here despite being against Terrorblade, because yeah, sure, you can aphotic off the reflection, but you're not always going to have that ready, right? And then the reflection is quite strong with the Radiance, unless there's a change I've forgotten about.
Oh, the missed chance against TB and Huskar are pretty damn good as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, defensively it is great, no doubt about it, but historically people tend to shy away from Radiance builds when they're against TB, even if they have a Dispel, but the pros probably just outweigh the cons too much here.
Well, Aurora gets both Shrines of Wisdom here at the 14-minute mark.
That's quite, honestly, that's one of the biggest wins of the entire game so far. It's been somewhat quiet. I think the score was 3-4 at 3 minutes. So we've had 3 kills in the last 12.
Yep. As Tormy, there will be a fight.
Yeah, this is the one.
Aurora.
Get there fast though.
They're going to start this out immediately. They're going to be really weak if Gaimin can get here on time. It's at half HP.
This is that, and they realize
scan out, and now they have to run away.
Oh, that's
very
bad.
injured lineup now. And Malady and company getting the D-ward action. They'll see that Tormy has been damaged. And of course, they can always Solar Guardian in at any time.
Yeah.
One of the huge benefits of having this hero, and this might be given up. Watson really low. And they're not going to fight. This actually would have, unironically, been a decent fight for Aurora to go back in because of how low they were.
It's just hard. They don't have info, right? It's dark. They got dewarded, and at the same time, Gaimin placed their own aggressive vision, so they just flat out out-navigated them. They outplayed the situation. And Aurora, I think, maybe underestimated how long that Tormentor would take them. Their lineup's not good at killing it, actually. It takes quite long for these heroes that have...
If they had Corrosive Dragon.
It would have been better, but the thing is they have like consistent, stable damage, right? And the thing that you really want against the Tormentor is burst.
Yeah.
And that's where something like Huskar and Terrorblade they just hit that much harder. So
well, silver lining for Aurora is the shard did go to Tofu, which is for a support, I would say one of the worst shards in the game, probably.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best.
I mean, it's nice to have, I guess, but you're not really going to utilize most of the time. If anything, it's mostly just a 1,400 net worth injection, which could be a negative.
Yeah. I mean, I will still say the absolute worst that we see in pro play is Bad Rider for getting it.
Yep.
I think that one is just so niche and so unusual, and like, it's so unusual that it has any positive impact in the fight. Where I'm like, damn, he really won that fight by getting attacks off during lasso.
Yeah.
The Muerto one is like, it's a permanent one where there can be situations where you get something out of it at least, but yeah, it's definitely in the lower tier as well when played as support.
I mean, it was either that or Tusk, right? Like,
yeah, the Tusk one.
The Tusk one's so good.
Yeah, the Tusk one's way better.
I wonder how much goes into picking of these supports. Probably not at all. In terms of how good their shards are, because there's going to be a 50-50 chance that they will get them if they get the Tormentor.
The crazy thing about the Tusk one as well is that it's independent of the level of shards. So if you have shards level 1, it still gets the full 85 DPS. So it becomes a really good wave clear ability and does some deceptively high damage in a team fight if you place a couple good shards. But,
yeah.
I mean, if you have level 1, the cooldown's 23, so you're probably only getting off 1 in a fight, but it's just a real feels good one to get.
Mira has a Blink Dagger now.
Yep. The item for Lion usually. See if Aurora can put this to good use and take a fight on their terms. The good news for them is Gaimin haven't taken Roche yet with their Huskar, but it feels like it's a matter of time before Gaimin make a move of their own, and if that one is successful, they're going to transition that into the pit. And maybe even a mid tower. So the coming couple of minutes are honestly very integral to the outcome of the game. If Gaimin pull off one good move, it could snowball completely now. This is when their lineup is really scary. Dawn has the Vlads, Huskar has Sanjin Yasha, Terrorblade has the Manta and almost the Shard. So if they were to get into a good fight, it would be big. But Aurora may be the ones making the successful move here, looking for Ace. But he's already finished farming up there and now actually
Nightfall shows.
Perfectly dodging this gank, as it seems. I think if they jump him now with Lion and Jakiro, they can't even kill him. So
yeah, it wouldn't be that fast at least.
And Gaimin make the call that they were trying to make a move top, and this is giving Watson a lot of confidence to just walk up mid and start pushing this one out. And now kind of becomes a game of cat and mouse. Oh, actually, Gaimin, all right, they're just going to brute force the Roche. I can't say I love this necessarily. Over getting like a smoke play where you get a kill first, the volatility of playing it this way is quite high. You could get caught by a Panto Ice Path and things could get really, really bad really fast. Here comes a Madden with Mjolnir and Radiance. Good luck.
Roche at half HP.
Yeah, Gaimin has just kind of set it up for them. Toronto could stick here.
Yeah, Nightfall, I mean, his Dragon Form's not going to last forever, so that's one thing they can try to play around, is Toronto Tokyo trying to create as much space as possible. The Ice Shard's actually going to block Nightfall in the pit and potentially could give him the Roche if it was fast enough. Impale into the silence. That is so much damage. They actually delete the Tusk right off the bat, and they also get Huskar. Quinn is dead. The beginning of this fight. And Nightfall into his melee form, useless and now dead. They lost the Abbey as well, so Gaimin, I mean, the Aegis was secured by Nightfall, but again, he's just going to give it up immediately as the Starbreaker will finish him off, but Lornoff able to snipe off one. Now he's going to get chased, and all the vision in the world for Gaimin to try to continue this chase. No hammer for another 3 seconds, though, and that might be enough for them to back away.
That was honestly a surprisingly good outcome for Gaimin, given how that started. They lost the Roche immediately. The Huskar died instantly at the beginning of the fight, and they were still able to salvage that into basically a draw. I guess the name of the game is keep Watson safe, and look at the damage from Tofu as well. I think he was just auto-attacking during a full ult with 0 issues. So you look at these tanky heroes on Aurora and all their armor, doesn't really matter against Pierce the Veil. We're going to see the replay here. So look at this. I mean, to me, this fight is doomed already, so I'm really surprised they pulled this off. Huskar and Tusk die instantly. The Aegis is claimed, but Tofu's the X-Factor here. He just killed the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, Mira's the dead factor in this engagement here. The calling has to be one of the best spells in the game. It's so crazy good. It's really I can't get over. Like they got rid of the attack speed debuff, so it's just movement speed, right, in the little area, but hasn't seemed to matter that much. Still crazy.
I mean, it's always fun to see how heroes that were meta get nerfed significantly, and they're still top tier.
Yeah.
Like, how good was this hero last patch then, right? When that's the case. I'm not saying that's Muerto is the perfect example of that, but I think, for example, Dragon Knight, right? Dragon Knight day 1 of this patch is broken because he's bugged, right? Then they bug fix him, and he's still overpowered. Then they nerf him by like half on the facet.
Yeah.
And he's still viable. So just how crazy was that hero day 1?
Very true.
It's giving me, it's taking me back to, I genuinely think
I know what you're going to say.
738 Dragon Knight release reminds me of Earth Spirit and Monkey King.
I knew you were going to say that.
When they came out. It's like, there's been, honestly, in all of Dota's history, considering how complex this game is and how difficult it can be to predict, there's been very few like total misses on release, right? But Monkey King Earth Spirit was stupidly overpowered, and Dawnbreaker was beyond garbage. She had like a 30% win rate in Immortal pubs on the first day. And you can't blame it on, people just weren't familiar with the hero. Because let's be honest, like conceptually, this hero isn't particularly advanced to play, right? It's not. It's not where you're like, oh, you need to learn difficult combos. Kaz can get some grace for that, right?
Did Tofu not get a stack on the shard? She was in the vicinity.
You need
What's
to
the
during
counter?
ult.
The counter? Oh, it has to be during ult. Okay. He got 2 stacks earlier, so I mean, if you get it early enough, maybe it can be good. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those that I just don't have. I don't have a concept of how powerful exactly this is. And it also largely feels like when you're playing this for Muerta, I mean, maybe if the game goes late enough, but generally speaking, if you're getting caught in a stun, you're probably just getting burst fully.
Yeah.
So then your spell lifesteal doesn't really matter, and if you do get your ulti off, then a lot of the time you would have been fine regardless without it. So I think it's kind of, it's not fully binary, but it's kind of functioning that way regardless.
It's definitely a weird one. I mean, he has 2 stacks, so that's, I believe, 4% spell amp right now, better than nothing.
I feel like this shard is going to get changed.
Yeah, probably. Well, we said that about Batrider years ago. And by years ago, I mean 1 year ago.
Yeah. Probably didn't even say it.
Sure we did.
Okay.
Toronto Tokyo showing himself. He's going to be going for the Manta build, so he'll be pushing as much as possible the waves with the Radiance Manta.
Gives him a secondary dispel against reflection as well. So you saw in the last fight that he had to hold his Aphotic Shield because he was waiting to get reflected, and then Aphotic it off immediately. Did it very well, but with Manta you can reliably do it. The stats are nice.
You get rid of the silence from Muerta, the silence from Huskar as well. I mean, silence is the best way to deal with Abaddon anyway. They'll be able to dispel that's pretty nice.
Yeah, the calling still kind of messes with you.
Yeah, it's all about positioning for that one.
Yeah. I'm not completely sold on Manta here, to be honest. Whether that is the best item or not. I think there's merit to. I mean, honestly, you even could go Ags in a game like this, I think. But if you're not going to go that route, if you do want to play the I am going to scale and be a true core as well, I'm not sure Manta was the choice I would have expected here over, say, Sanjin Yasha or the Hurricane. Excuse me, not Pike. Wow. It's eluding me right now. Harpoon. Wow, that took a while. So that you could just get in and isolate a target and kind of build up on them.
Right.
We'll see if the Manta pays off. That is very dead
to the silence. And easy kill onto Mira. And this is going to set up for a soon-to-be Tormentor. I'm not sure the exact time, but I'm sure they've timed it better than what team was that yesterday?
It was Tundra, right? I think Tundra were a full minute off.
Yeah.
They just stood there.
That was bad.
They stood there for 30 seconds, and they were like, all right, nobody... They were like, okay, it's spawning soon. And then at some point, you're in disbelief, you leave, and then it spawned.
Yeah, here we go. It has spawned indeed. Let's see if Malady gets the shard this time. 50-50. It's Quinn, actually. Okay.
That one's not bad at all.
So Inner Fire lowers the cooldown and causes it to apply a movement speed slow and heal every time it's dealt to enemies.
It's pretty strong. Dawn went Ags, Shannon. I think that's
the new
first,
Ags.
This might be the first of the tournament that I've seen. Maybe it's picked up before, but I just haven't seen the game.
It's definitely, it's less interesting than the earlier one because you get the evasion, you get to stay up in the air for a long time, but this one, you're fighting earlier on Dawn, and you're still getting that heal, and you can move around, you know, as the hero itself.
So the way it works now is that you land, and then you carry the pulses with you for another couple seconds. And it makes your, I believe it makes your ulti shorter. Yeah, so you're in the air for less time, but you can't do the old thing where you could choose when to drop. It's just it just cuts the time down by, I believe it's like half a second or something.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pickup. I mean, this is a very aura-based healing build for Ace. He's not going any right-click at all.
Now, as we say that, he's going Sanji and Yasha next. Oh, that's all.
S&Y is, it's just a...
It's really good on him.
It's a catch-all item, I feel like. Yeah. Pretty much good on anybody.
I mean, there was a world here maybe where he could even... If you do want to play that aura-based and supportive, maybe Holy Locket could have been a potential consideration. I just feel like the window for that item being good is quite small on this hero, so... I think Sanji and Yasha is fine. He also wants to progress his hero into the late game. But it does beg the question, if he's going full aura focus and he's playing with Huskar and TB, who's buying the Assault Cuirass? Because you definitely want that item with this composition of heroes, right? Is that going to be the Huskar after Satanic? Is it going to be the Terrorblade? I don't think TB has any reason to buy AC in this game. He doesn't need plus armor himself.
Nah, it feels like a waste on him for sure.
Does Huskar want to buy it? I guess that's what I'm looking at here, is if either of the three heroes needs to buy it, I think Dawn is the best candidate. But if you don't have Sanji and Yasha, it just feel kind of weird later.
Based on how much action we had early in this game, it has slowed down so much. It's just been a farm fest.
Yep.
Like, what items are they waiting for each respective side to feel comfortable fighting? I mean, we're going to see a smoke from
Aegis of the
Gaimin.
Immortal. It's what.
Yeah, I guess Gaimin did miss out on that the first time.
Yep. Oh,
Nightfall, he doesn't quite have the BKB, so we're not going to see the patented Nightfall. Solar Guardian coming in with the life break. This is going to be way too much damage. He is likely going to tick out as he is actually left to get. Pops his ult and dies. Is that a new Nightfall 2.0?
You're not getting a hat. Here said 1.5. If we need a tiebreaker, that can be the 0.5.
Wait, he said 1.5? That shouldn't be. He should be disqualified for decimals. Come on.
No, I mean, I liked it.
Oh, Watson dies in the mid lane. What is going on in this game? This is so strange. They're going to find Malady with that Sprout. Mira ensures it with the stun.
Oh my god, they're just getting Roche now, right? Terrorblade just died for nothing, and now they get Roche.
Wow, that is...
Ooh, that's a very costly mistake, because I feel like in Huskar games, Roshan becomes so pivotal because it's not only about... It's the fact that now Huskar doesn't get it, just as much as the fact that you have an Aegis, which is nice. But just him not having it...
Yeah.
This was the time that Gaimin's lineup could really... I'm not going to say seal the deal, but generally speaking, second Roche is Rex territory, at least, for Huskar in a lot of
games. Theoretically, they get that kill on DK. Don't they just get Roche for free if they just go?
I think so. I think that was just a complete blunder, and I don't know what Watson... I mean, it's easy for us to say, right, because we have all the vision, but he just walked down mid with full confidence, completely on his own. There was no protection. They didn't have Dawn ulti with the pipe to save him. They didn't have a snowball nearby. So maybe some miscommunication or just a little bit of a lapse in judgment. But
I mean, Nightfall dies. You don't know if he has buyback, but he did just use his ultimate, so he's kind of useless, even if he were to buy back.
I think that was a free Roche, personally. I just think it was a done deal.
No, second Roche kind of stolen again from the side of Aurora.
Yeah, we're seeing the replay there. He see him.
Yeah.
I believe he said fuck.
There's the BKB from Nightfall. Now we can see. We can start the counter.
Oh, boy. Okay. We actually need to specify something about the rules. Does he need to survive for it to be the Nightfall? If he pops BKB,
no, he does not need to survive. No, he does not need to survive.
It's just pop BKB, don't move insta TP.
Yes, correct. As we're going to see the Impale, but the Solar Guardian is going to come in to try to heal him up, but Ace is going to get the Starbreaker only onto the line right now. Lornoff in really deep, and he's getting a lot of trouble as Watson's just going to right-click away. That's the Aegis down already. Meanwhile, a separate fight entirely. Nightfall, he has the BKB, but he's actually fighting. Is this actually the same person? They're actually going to try to run away now. Lorinov, no more Aegis. BKB about to end. Hammer onto the high ground. The Starbreaker does hit.
Beautiful.
And the Tusk will finish the job. Nice fight from Gaimin. Despite not having the Aegis, they don't lose anybody. Or did they? Did they lose one? No, they lost. Okay, they had one buyback, but it was just the support.
It was the support Tusk. There's something extremely satisfying about just barely hitting the last strike of Starbreaker on a TPing hero. That was close to max range from Ace, and that's a huge kill. And I bet Lorinov is kicking himself a little bit because he had the time to just walk 2 steps to the left there after he piked up, but he went for the insta TP, and Ace could just barely reach. And now Watson's back to finish what he started.
Yep.
In that mid tower.
He's got Scotty now, much more tanky, as Panto's going to take a reflection. Nightfall, posturing. No dragon form quite yet.
And now Ace is queuing up AC. So he just wanted the Sanjin Yasha in between.
Okay.
Quinn will now be going for the Aghanims. So standard stuff here with the item builds, except Ace, who is pivoting a little bit by this Agh's purchase, right? It's not, I wouldn't say that's standard this patch to play Dawn like this.
No, definitely not.
It could definitely work. Speaking of deviating from normal builds here, Toronto Tokyo almost has Shiva's Guard on the Abaddon. So it went Radiance Manta Shivas, which is, you show this inventory when this Shiva is completed, you ask someone which hero is this from, and they're going to say Alchemist 2020. But not,
would they go Shivas more often than AC?
Sometimes. It wasn't all.
I mean, it's definitely good against Huskar.
That is, when I see that 3-item combination, I think Alch. Just
yeah, no, that's fair.
It just feels like an Alch build. But
I mean, any heal reduction.
Fits the bill for it, right?
Any heal reduction you can get against Huskar and Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, definitely good. Definitely good. Are they eyeing up a Scotty on anyone? Prophet, maybe?
Yeah, no. Prophet would be the only one maybe that would want to potentially buy it.
Gone for the blue dragon, huh? Then you would have had no farm Nightfall. Good.
I have yet to see the blue dragon, or at least cast it. I'm looking forward to that day. There's Ace, the Aura bot now. Like you said, AC next on the menu. It feels like these Aegises are just extending the game. Gaimin really want the Aegis, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Allow them to push, and then they don't get it.
Well, if they really want the Aegis, maybe they should go to Roche when he's alive.
Yeah.
And not die mid. That sounded so extremely passive. I would be a good coach. Guys, if you wanted to win, maybe you shouldn't have sucked, huh? How about we do that game too?
Hey, it works for some people.
Like, wow.
You know?
Oh, that's motivating.
Some people are motivated by that.
That's true.
Nightfall,
what works better for you? Is it carrot or stick?
Nothing, because I'm so apathetic. Nothing matters.
So you're uncoachable, That's what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
So if somebody wants to get you to do something, they just have to hope you want to do it, and they can have zero influence on it.
That's pretty much right.
All right.
As we have double smokes now, will they converge? Roche not going to be up anytime soon.
Plenty of time until he's up, yeah. Aurora looking for Dawnbreaker. Oftentimes will play this top half of the map while the enemy team's in the bottom half, but right now, the situation's exactly the mirror of that, and Gaimin actually gets a potentially really sick wrap here.
Yeah, they're coming in from the left side. Watson gets a reflection off to a couple heroes, a couple 4 steps to try to buy some distance. Nightfall, they're going to try to get the stun on the Quinn, but he pops the BKB, doing so much damage to this dragon. He's getting bounced left, right, and center as the BKB finally is fighting it out. Meanwhile, Lorinov just getting destroyed on the back line by Watson and Ace. Quinn getting the silence up, inner fire onto Nightfall. It's enough. 3 dead for Aurora. Gaimin lose nothing.
That was a great map play, recognizing that this was the move Aurora were making and then wrapping around them, getting the backstab, getting the, you see the place the ward behind them as well as the fight was breaking out, so they had extra information here, just very nicely done. And this should be Elena Barracks if they were to just head straight down mid this time with all their heroes, or at least force buybacks. They have double siege creep. There is Glyph, so maybe this could wipe out the wave, but They send in enough bodies to tank this glyph. I don't actually think it kills the siege creep.
There's a counter glyph as well if they wanted to use it.
They
to save the creeps.
should, I think.
There's another wave coming
there's
in, actually.
Wave. They don't need to. They'll keep the siege.
Oh yeah, this is going to be hard to stop. The mid lane looks to be Gaimin's. Let's see if Aurora can do anything about it.
Oh, they don't want the barracks. They just want the towers.
Oh,
this is
okay.
an interesting development. Oh, they changed their mind. Wait, maybe we should get the barracks.
What is going on here? What's that? Well, DK back up in 13 seconds.
Maybe they thought Ace could get it on his own with the siege creeps.
Yeah, potentially.
All right,
now we're going to get to see the Muerta Ags, which the times that I have seen it, this thing is crazy good.
Yeah.
Deadshot just becomes massive. Yeah, look at that spell land. Very nice. But yeah, the Agnum Scepter just extremely nice quality of life for this hero.
Yeah, do you like this Ags?
I actually do.
I think it's pretty cool too, but it's very, it puts Muerta in this little bit of a weird spot as a hero, right? Where it feels like the shard is, it's not exclusively carry, but it's pretty close to. And the Scepter seems primarily support, right? So I think that the shard and the Ags pull.
The Ags is one of the, like, as a core, you'll get it eventually.
Right.
If the game goes late enough, and it's just good still, right?
Oh yeah, it's just an all-round good Ags, right? It's never going to be one of those that you don't want, really, but.
As we have a smoke from Aurora.
Roche can spawn in 5 seconds.
Tormentor, I believe, is up.
There is no longer a Tormentor.
Yeah. Shard goes to Ace. That's a pretty damn good one. Toronto Toku going in really deep with the Shivas. Wants to start things out. Mira waiting on the sideline, trying to get a good stun off as Abaddon finally gets off the oath, but Malady drops first. So 4v5 advantage, Aurora. Watson really hesitant to go on anybody right now. He's stuck inside the Sprout now. We'll pop the BKB, but not really doing that much damage. Lornoff now attempting to walk away. So Aurora get 1 kill. I feel like they're going to try to pounce back on this if they can. Toronto Tokyo, another Shiva's not going to find anyone. Nice reflection on the Nightfall.
He was an inch away from seeing the Terrorblade with that Shiva, and maybe they could have got the big prize there. Because there was no BKB available for Watson. So he could have been killed off by any stun.
Yeah, good attempt from Aurora. But the shard does go to Ace.
He's starting to be pretty decked out on this Dawn. Despite going Aura build, he has 415 CS. And now, like you said, with the shard, perhaps it's time to start considering what do you replace now? Because you don't want Vlads to be in your late game 6 slot.
Have you seen this 25 talent? Sorry to interrupt.
Which one?
I don't know if I've seen this in a pro game before.
When you go this, Dawn generally goes one of 2 ways, right? Either you go for the full-on, I am going to be a carry type focus, or you go the auras into focusing on Solar Guardian.
Now Tofu spotted out. Hex, there's a Solar Guardian though, and now Ace with that Starbreaker. All the focus right now on Toronto Tokyo, which he's perfectly happy with as long as he has his ultimate, which he does. Meanwhile, Quinn life breaking in. Lots of damage to Mira. He's going to 4-step away his Nightfall with the BKB and fighting. Cannot recognize this man at all, but it doesn't seem to matter as Jakiro falls. Buyback onto Mira now, and the rest of Aurora on the run. Nightfall, life break again, is forced to attack his opponents. Gets the breathe fire off, but it's just not enough. As Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to clean up Toronto Tokyo, and Mira, that's going to be a dieback for him.
Game over.
And that might just be it.
Game over.
And Nightfall, he's going to end the game with 0 Nightfalls.
Damn!
Who said 0?
Who could have possibly predicted that, Shannon?
Did you?
Yeah, I'll give an honorable mention to Fear for second place with 1.5. He was second closest.
I would love to see a win rate for Nightfall based on how, like the trajectory of how often he BKB TPs. If it correlates to the win rate of his teams or not. As the tier 4s are going to fall, Lornoff trying to split. But the Ancient is exposed, and this just seems like it's over. Yeah, GG is called, as Gaimin will eventually take game number 1, despite not ever, I believe, getting Roche.
Yeah, they didn't get the Aegis. Yeah.
That felt like it delayed the game like 20 minutes, in a way.
Ultimately, though, when push comes to shove in these later fights, they just have extreme staying power. That's really what it came down to. All the auras on Ace plus his Ags on the Dawn really offset a ton of what Aurora tried to do when they initiated. They got to kind of just outlast Aurora's BKBs, right? Like the Dragon Knight runs out of time, the Furin runs out of time, and then they get it done.
Let's go to the panel.
Thank you very much, that's Van Sinderen. Gaimin takes it. We said they had a fairly low margin of error, but it felt like they had a lot of freedom in this game to do what they wanted. And they wanted to take the throne. They get the throne. They get the W. We'll see how it goes in game number 2 for Aurora. But this was not it. I'm here with Jenkins and Fear to break the game down. There's a lot to talk about in the game. And I want to start by saying that we did say that Gaimin had a smaller window of error, margin of error, Fear. Why did it feel like they were having a way wider margin than we thought they would have?
Well, that's a good question, actually. I think overall in this particular game, the laning stage was a big factor for that as well. I think mid went way better than it should have. And overall, I was not really impressed with how many objectives that Aurora wanted to take in the early game as well. I feel like they just gave away the Tormentor at 15 minutes, just decided not to fight there whatsoever. And there were several fights where they just didn't show up to, right? And Gaimin was able to farm, get their items over time. And I have to say this Terrorblade, it's a very scary hero. This is first pick completely unanswered as well. So Watson, I feel like he just played really well this game overall. And just getting the farm on these heroes was a big reason for that.
Yeah, and this is the Tormentor that we're talking about.
Yeah, I wanted to show this one because, like, if you look at this, they're trying to do Tormentor at 15 minutes, but DK's top lane.
Where's Nightfall? Where is he?
They need him to kill this Tormentor. So if the call is we're not going to do the Tormentor, then everyone could have been farming, right? You can get more net worth.
I think they definitely underestimated the Tormentor buffs, like how much regen it has now, how strong it is.
That's catastrophic.
They could do it with the 4 of them, you think?
Apparently not.
I mean, it's a big blunder, right?
Yeah.
Because like if you're putting 4 heroes there and you want that Tormentor, you need to bring 5, right? Because otherwise everyone could have been farming, right, on the map and split pushing the lanes out. But Nightfall not being there, needing his farm, it's a communication problem.
I mean, my question is like, what is the difference in terms of map control in having 4 versus 5 heroes there? Because 4 heroes, like you're already giving up the entire map because 1 hero on some other side is not enough to control any area.
Yeah.
So at that point, you may as well have 5, and not being able to take the Tormentor because you don't have 5 is, oof, this is one of the biggest mistakes you can make in Dota. And I thought after the 8-minute mark where they were taking the tier 1 tower, I was like, oh, they're going to 5-man on Aurora. Like this is it. Like they have the 5-man lineup. Like, they're gonna keep snowballing, but then Nightfall, he wanted to farm.
Yeah, and there was, speaking of oofs, there was another oof here.
Yeah, I mean, if look at this in the laning stage, it was absolutely insane. Lornoff, he got smashed. It was 5 minutes in the game. He had 4 CS. Look, 4 CS to 26. And he got solo killed too. He has a death. So he had 4 CS at that amount of time, 1 death. I have not seen this bad of a start from Lornoff ever.
From anyone, though.
Anyone, and especially not Lornoff.
And what you don't see there is the denies. Quinn not only had 26 CS, but 26 denies.
He had 47 denies, maybe.
This guy denied almost every single creep up until 5 minutes, other than the 4 that Lornoff got. It was truly devastating of the highest degree, Shiver.
Yeah, it was definitely a little brutal. They did get a kill on Husker afterwards, and we did think, you know, they're doing a little bit better. We got another fight for you guys to look up. This was a little bit of a later one as we go to the 35-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one where you're kind of seeing DK's damage done in this fight, and this is a situation where I'm not sure if this hero is good or if his build is bad or if the idea to go red fast it wasn't good, but he has Mjolnir, he's red dragon, so he does magic damage, and he's hitting Huskar. Huskar, he does not really care that much. So you use your hold BKB duration to right click a Huskar, and you have to keep in mind, you are doing full magic damage to this guy. So the idea was to counterplay the TB with this magic damage build by going to Mjolnir instead of the Armlet Mask of Madness build, but he didn't touch Terrorblade even once this game.
Now, we saw the stats for the Fire Dragon at the start of the game.
Still 0.
It's still 0 because Green and Frost both have several games won. Red, never.
And I mean, that was the first red overall,
apparently
right?
It was the third. It was just
third,
never won before, and I was a little bit blind. Happened.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry.
Here's the hero damage.
Yeah,
Nightfall.
so item build, hero damage, and item build is the one big thing, right? So his hero damage was not terrible, but it's more of like he didn't get the burst in, right? So he's doing sustained damage over the Huskar, who's innately a very tanky
and who,
hero.
Exactly, who was he dealing the damage to is the real question. He's dealing the damage to a hero who's healing it all back.
Pretty much. So unfortunately, this DK looks incredibly... I'm not going to blame him necessarily for this game. I just feel like the hero itself looked weak. It's kind of how like I saw Drow yesterday. It looked like a good Drow game, but the hero just looked weak. So I think DK finally has been nerfed to a place where the red facet might not be pickable.
Yeah, it's definitely not good. I mean, that happens in Dota where a hero is not picked in the meta, and then you see the perfect game for it. And then it comes out, and then you say, oh, I see why it's not in the meta. This makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they tried it. I'm assuming they're going for a different solution. There's a couple of things that we should be looking at that did work very well, in particular for Gaimin, of course. I'm talking about the offlane. This, I believe, is a fight, Jenkins, that you wanted to highlight specifically in relation to those offlaners.
Yeah, I mean, Ace in this game, you can see he is second in net worth. I am not sure on Dawnbreaker where exactly he was getting all this net worth from. I mean, he was contributing to every fight because he had the Aghanim Scepter, he was ulting in, saving his team. I really like the pipe pickup from him because like we talked about with Nightfall's build, he's doing all magic damage. They also had a Glimmer on Tofu, so they have these, ways to reduce that magic damage. But the fact that Ace had this much of a net worth differential between Toronto, Tokyo meant that he's showing up and he's buffing his TB, he's buffing his Watson to absolutely destroy these fights, as well as Quinn.
Yeah, and there's the comparison between the two.
I like his items a lot because that pipe, yet again, it's helping a lot versus all the damage that's coming out from not only Nightfall, but the Jakiro, the Radiance Burn. Really nice to see that. And he also went for AC. So it's like a good mix. It's like AC, pipe. His whole team is getting buffed up with the Aghanims. It was a very selfless build. And I talked about it earlier. I want to see him be more selfless, not be that carry from the offlane. Yeah. Let Watson carry the game. And that's exactly what he did this game. And even Quinn was able to play a Huskar game. I doubted how well it would do in this particular game, but it did really well. And of course, Tofu and the backlines just doing what Mortas do, just throwing the Atos out, getting the silences. And this is kind of how Tofu likes to play. His Mortas has always been really good.
Yeah, solid. I mean, I feel like every time we see Muerta make it MVP, I'm like, yeah, because it's so good, and if you know how to play the hero, easy to look flashy because it does allow for a lot of cool plays. I'm wondering what kind of cool plays we got coming our way in the next game, which will be happening after a short break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Gaimin and Aurora are going head-to-head, and the winner of this series will qualify to the playoffs. The loser will still have another chance tomorrow. But so far, Gaimin is 1 game up in the series, so 1 game away from getting tomorrow off instead. And I will say, I mean, we talked a lot about the draft when we talked about the game we just watched. But we also mentioned how it felt maybe Aurora wasn't on the same page with the moves they were making Fear. So if we're looking forward to game number 2, surely that should be requiring a lot of talk as well, because they did come together at minute 8 and it did look good for a second, and then they just fell apart a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like this game would look entirely different if Nightfall was there. They kill that Tormentor. They now have that healing spot that they can fight on. If Gaimin comes, they win that team fight, and then it's like, wow, this draft is coming together. You've got a DK, you've got a Abaddon, you've got Jakiro on the backline. A lot of good team fight here, but it just came to a point where you let Gaimin kind of get the type of game they want. TB was scaling uninterrupted. You had the heals come online. You have no answer as well to this Dawnbreaker in this game whatsoever. So it was very interesting, to say the least, but I think in this particular game, we can either switch it up if you want to by banning this Terrorblade. I like that idea. I think when you are playing versus Gaimin, this TB is going to have to go unless you have a really solid idea. But when you see a TB and your response is a Jakiro, I don't think that's good enough.
No, it is not. I also think, I mean, a problem like that, maybe Jank is not fixable by draft, but it is something you can draft around in the sense that you can just pick heroes that fit your play style a little bit better.
Yeah, there's always options like that. That's basically what I was thinking, was that this was more of a play issue. I think Aurora probably can look back at that draft and think, yeah, that was fine. We just needed to group up. Maybe there's a world where he decides to go for the Frost Dragon facet if he were to play the game again, just because the red one seems bad and he was hitting the Huskar most of the time, not the TB. But still, like, you play a game and there are certain heroes that annoy you on the enemy team, and you say, like, okay, even though we could have beat it, let's just see what happens when they play with something that's a little bit less comfortable. So I can totally get behind the TB ban, even though I don't think it was a draft issue last game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was a draft issue either, if you look at it of just how the game played out, right? There's definitely going to be some play-related issues there. However, we are going to see the Nature's Prophet come out. This hero is growing on me a little bit for players like Watson, right? For example, or oftentimes you think of like Mickey being really aggressive and making things happen with this, but I feel like you can play this hero as an ultra hard carry now that he's universal.
Yeah,
and he's not so much about a tempo maker. I think what's really important to do though is you be really nerdy when you play this hero. Like, you get a observer ward specifically to just see camps in the jungle to make sure your ult bounces as many times as possible.
Yeah, we've seen it played in different roles successfully as well. I don't know if Tofu plays it.
I mean, he might. But
I'm sure he can. I feel like all 4 positions are looking at this hero right now. It's very popular in the support position in pubs. I mean, one really nice thing about it is it's like really hard to deward nowadays.
Yeah.
And you can get some really cheeky wards down by just like TPing behind towers and placing them. You know, seeing enemy camps, seeing where the carry is farming and thinks that they're safe, and you just never know that those wards are there because there's no like common D ward spots. I think that's a big reason that it's popular on the support position. Every time it comes back as a support, like, this is a big reason why.
Well, so far, if you compare previous draft to this one, we have 2 heroes that were banned out in the first phase and not. And they were surprising to me anyway. And the Enigma and the Storm were first phase banned by Aurora previous game. Is that anything we should read into, or was that just anomaly?
I think for the Nigma, it's maybe because they wanted Terrorblade first pick potentially. Yeah. Lane's pretty well, I suppose, into it. So other than that, no, I don't see any big history of.
I feel like it's
Nigma being picked by Gaimin.
Sorry, it was
Gaimin banned.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So I think the Storm is Lornoff. Yeah. It's definitely his best hero.
Toronto Tokyo has played Enigma, so maybe that's why they didn't like what they saw.
Those are respect bans, yeah. I feel like they probably think that they're just a better team because Aurora is, brand new. That as long as Aurora is not playing like complete comfort heroes, that they're going to win just by playing like regular game in Dota.
Yeah, we still got that Storm ban. Now, with the one ban that Gaimin have, they'll take out that Storm. And they'll pick up the Bristleback.
Probably the Ace hero. Looks pretty good. I mean, the way Dota is right now, it's really hard to determine anything within the first few picks and bans. Because like all these bans are pretty much leading up to what they're going to pick in the second phase, essentially, right? And they are trying to get the heroes that they already determined what they want for the most part. So Bristleback, just good in the offlane right now. It can be a carry in some games, but I'm going to keep saying it. I don't really like that style on Watson necessarily. So I would probably lock this in as an ace hero. So this NP still open for debate. If you are on Aurora now, you can, if you want, pick a hero that is potentially good against the Bristleback, and they will go with an Ursa, which is an incredibly early Ursa pick. Perhaps too early.
Yeah, I agree. That does feel a bit early. I feel like the next two picks, you're really risking, getting kited with the picks that are coming out.
Yeah, we did already mention the Ursa as well, in relation to it not really fitting Nightfall's
Yeah, it doesn't. But I mean, it's.
They need to take Morta here, I think.
Like I know he loves Ursa. This was when he came onto the scene at one point at the start. Like Ursa was the hero that Nightfall was spamming, right? So it's like, historically speaking, he feels really comfortable on this hero. It's just that as his playstyle has developed, and we've seen him play a lot more, cautiously, the hero just doesn't.
You can't use your brain with this hero. You literally just go in and press all your buttons.
You just go in. This is a Durashio special right here.
You just go. Like, you can't really think about it. I mean, this is. I think they took the Morta good, because I think if you give the Morta away, you're insane. Not only because Tofu's so good at it, but this hero is insanely good for Ursa. You have a silence. Ursa hates that. You become ethereal. Yeah, Ursa hates that one too, so definitely the best support in the game versus Ursa. They made the correct choice on that one. But yeah, the other issue I have with Ursa is like, you're not guaranteed to own a Bristleback either. There becomes a point in the game where if Bristle isn't taken care of, you go on him and you won't kill him. Yeah. And that's really bad for Ursa. Ursa needs to be able to burst whatever hero he's on within an rage.
Do you think that they still should have something that gives a break, or are we kind of past that point?
I think it's always an option. The one problem with that is that if you go for the green facet on Bristle, then you're not so much a carry. You're getting a Blade Mail, you're getting a Glimmer Cape. You're getting these items where it's like, okay, you want to pick a Viper and break me? Well, you're going to kill yourself doing that. So I think the versatility and the facets of Bristle makes it so that it's so hard to counter him, which is exactly why you see it early picked by so many teams. I think for Malady, a Tusk would look pretty solid with the Nature's Prophet. Mirana for Tofu to play with the Bristle in lane. This is a very strong lane. It's a hero that can rotate mid once Bristle's left alone. It's a hero that can, happily stack the Ancients for a Bristleback as well, while she's rotating towards mid for the runes.
And you would secure the other support right now, or would you keep the Nature's Prophet potential flex open? Overall, last pick does go the way of Gaimin Gladiators.
I think the flex is still there because you can run the Nature's mid and pick a new carry. So, I mean, I would personally just, go for the Tusk here, just to give a really solid safe lane. Like, Tusk Nature's Prophet's never going to lose a lane. They go for a Silencer. Okay.
How about Silencer Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, I mean,
it's fine, yeah.
It's fine. I mean, I know people think, like, oh, you need a melee with a range with a melee, but...
Not really.
It doesn't work like that anymore. Like, Silencer NP is really strong between the Treant and, like, the natural harass that Silencer puts out. It's very hard to lane against this.
I mean, like, the ranged melee thing just keeps a nice dynamic for the overall game, but double ranged, it's usually will never lose any lane.
Yeah.
It's pretty cheesy. You only need to be a little careful sometimes when it's double melee, generally speaking, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't really want to see Ursa play with another melee in most cases because it's very volatile.
I mean, Nature's Prophet kind of counts as melee here because he's got the tree, so you're kind of tri-laning in a way.
Yeah, it's just an extra hero, I guess.
Yeah.
Pretty strong. And all right, they're going to go this time before it gets banned for the Sniper. Lornoff does enjoy that hero. He's quite good at it, so it is into a blind matchup, of course. This does dissuade Natures from going mid a bit, and I think that's the best thing you can really do at this point, is just make sure whatever lane Natures go to doesn't have the best possible time. So what else could be, like some Tide Hunter is maybe what you're looking at. If you are on Aurora, you do need the team fight pretty badly.
Yeah.
Could be pretty decent.
We've seen Tide Hunter be pretty successful, right? Especially
the hero's
Shard.
good, yeah. So that one's going to get banned, I'm sure. But
yeah.
any other offlaners? Primal's a must ban too, I think.
Yeah, because you have Nature's Prophet.
So Tide Primal, I think, are the bans, and then that's all I got.
What other hero should Aurora ban if they want to protect that sniper mid? Because that seems like a pretty precarious mid that you got to make sure has a decent lane. No?
Yeah, well, they banned.
They banned Ember.
Storm is already banned out. That's Sniper's worst mid matchup in terms of the game. I mean, any of these Spirit type heroes, like I could see Quinn taking.
Don't say it.
Queen of Pain.
Oh, that's a good one. Or
what do you think?
Void Spirit.
Oh God, this is not a good hero.
But I heard Quinn, in Spirit.
Yeah,
that's one of his favorites.
Yeah, the Spirits are very good against Sniper.
Oh, I would imagine. Oh no, Pango is already banned. Never mind that.
So here's the interesting other question, right? 2 heroes that I think that could be good for Aurora, but you don't have a normal offlane player, right? You've got Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah.
Does he play Primal? Question mark. Does he play Mars? That's another hero I think could be good in this game.
I'm sure he does.
You say that, but like 33 doesn't even play Mars. It's a very specialty type of offlaner that needs lots of grinding, I feel.
Oh, Tiny would have been really good.
Yeah, Tiny's great too.
The Sniper.
Yeah.
Also, the Toss goes through status resistance, so decent against Ursa as well.
Primal used to be a mid hero, so surely.
But during his time?
Yeah, I don't know if that was during his time. That was, Primal got released after his time as a mid, I think.
We'll see, but they definitely need that type of hero, I think, that just gets in there. Because you got Sniper Ursa. You need some type of control. So
he does go for the Mars.
We'll find out if he can play it, though.
Yeah,
that's the big thing.
It's a great Mars game for sure.
Okay, let's see how Gaimin Gladiators answer that now that they see the full picture for Aurora. We do have the mid lane most likely needing to be filled in with the Nature's Prophet going for Watson.
I feel like the NP is still okay mid, is it not?
It's definitely fine.
I mean, are the other options good though? Because like
maybe
now you can just counter this hero if you want, and like do you play like some Naga or something would absolutely destroy this game. Just my 2 cents there. I mean, if it was Satanic, you'd pick Naga immediately.
Or like Morphling. That's
Morph's
also
fine, but Ursa's typically good versus Morph, but it's not like unplayable.
But now that you get the stats when you morph, you keep Morphling stats when you turn into Ursa.
Oh, it's their turn for some DK. I wonder if this will be mid though.
And I wonder what Fasa he goes for. It will be the Watson Nature's Prophet at least.
Okay, so it's mid DK.
So mid DK. Okay. Yeah, I'm green facet probably. So
100%. Yeah. So this matchup, I don't know if it's good anymore for Sniper, is it?
I don't know.
Because like you don't have a billion armor like you used to with like the old Dragon's Blood. Now that it's an innate.
But then again, Sniper's headshot is still like physical damage. I mean, you don't need a billion, like 2 bracers.
Yeah, but you're just gonna stand in shrapnel as well. I mean, maybe it'll be fine enough. I'm sure Quinn, if there's one thing I trust about him, it's his mid lane matchups, right?
He currently has Red Dragon.
He currently has the Fire Dragon selected, so we'll see if he changes it up.
Maybe he hasn't played DK mid in so long, and Fire used to be good, and honest, it defaults to what you played last.
Isn't it so long? Isn't it just like a week?
Yeah, I mean
that Fire Dragon got nerfed. So that's
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, maybe hasn't played it since.
That's fair. But then he should change it like now.
See, the thing is, I was not a pro player during having to select.
Oh, you did change. There you go.
You changed it.
Like I wasn't a pro player during having the times of picking a facet before the game. I could see how you talk a lot and you get distracted. You forget to pick a facet. Probably has happened at some point to these players. But
oh, definitely.
Yeah, he's back. It's okay. He's green.
Yeah, he's a green dragon for this one. Do we have a favorite? It's Gaimin Gladiators that is on match point. Are they gonna 2-0 this?
So I have a favorite, but I also have a draft I prefer, and they're different.
Oh,
can I guess? Do you prefer Aurora's draft and Game as a favorite?
Yes.
Okay, I feel the exact same.
Why is that?
Is it because Aurora has a way more team fight? Their stuff is easier to execute. Gaimin's real snowbally, like
something similar, yes. And I think all the heroes work really well on Aurora. I just don't know about the Toronto Tokyo Mars.
Ooh.
And that's the big question mark for me. If he can pop off, every time I see Mars win, it's because he's popping off.
Yeah.
Not because he's just in the game.
That is true. That is very true. It's some collapse or Amar, like expert at the hero, doing cool shit.
Was he mid laner when Mars mid was a thing?
I don't think so.
He was never meta, Mars mid. It was a specialty thing.
Yeah, yeah. If you're already a Mars player. But yeah, I agree with Fear on the drafts as well. I think Gaimin's got a snowball again.
And we did see Aurora failing a little bit on the execution previously. Let's see if they can shape things up and force out a third game to this series, as we're finding out if Gaming can also maybe lock in the 2-0. Let's head over to Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Game number 2, Gaimin Gladiators versus Aurora. Sunsfan here with Cinderin, and I guess the question is, can Toronto, Tokyo play Mars, Cinderin?
Is that what this all boils down to?
Yes.
Why would they not believe in Toronto, Tokyo, Mars? He's gold tier on it. He's played at least like 50 games.
Yeah, that is...
I don't know why I have
some we've seen, actually.
I feel like I've seen him play it before, even multiple times, just maybe not very much in pro, but I think it's one of his... I think it's a hero he enjoys playing in pub games at the very least. I mean, to be gold tier on a hero, you need to have played it a significant amount of times, at the very least.
Semi-significant.
Yeah, it does take...
In pro player terms, it's like a little bit. Played him a little bit for gold tier.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but when a new hero comes out or a hero becomes meta that hasn't been for like 3 or 4 years, pro players show up with it in tournaments and they have 10 games on it. And they know what to do.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be worried about Toronto's capabilities on Mars. I'm looking at it more from like a macro perspective of the lineups, where I guess the problem that Aurora had in the last game in terms of just raw damage output, I don't think they'll have that this time. I think the Ursa has a couple of solid matchups between Dragon Knight and Bristleback, and the Sniper as well, I think is honestly relatively unaccounted for. Gaimin don't really have any catch against Lorinov here. They only have a Blink Dragon Tail. I don't know if you want to count Teleport Sprout as a catch, but we're stretching it a little bit already. So I'm with both Jenkins and Fear. I kind of like Aurora's draft better. The question is mentality after losing game 1 and the way they did, which was kind of, I guess, a little bit demoralizing, that they just felt like they couldn't kill anyone. As long as they came to the right conclusions, I think this is a good...
Now, is there a certain level of demoralization that you can go through as a human where it stops affecting you as much? You get desensitized, because I feel like Nightfall... I know we bring up his name a lot. And Toronto, Tokyo.
Damn, this guy cannot play Mars, huh?
Wow. That was quick. So Malady gets first blood for Gaimin.
Yep.
Ends up dying shortly after, but a 1-for-1 trade, but Gaimin will take that every day.
I will say this, we didn't really cover this much about the Mars versus Nature's Prophet matchup, but usually Mars fares quite well in lanes where he doesn't constantly get harassed. I think the worst part for this hero is one of 2 types of lanes. One is the one where you get poked and prodded non-stop, and the other one is the one where you're playing against heroes that you can't spear away when they go on you.
Tofu does not have leap, so Nightfall is just going to chew him up.
That's a lot of creeps
that is
here.
Rough.
That just took advantage of their faster level 2 timing.
Yeah, the Starstorm is theoretically good against an Ursa who's up close and personal, so that second Starstorm comes down, blinds the target. Yep. That's going to be very annoying for Ursa, but
then you need to reliably hit it. If it's in the middle of other things, you're not sure you're going to get the double, and it's only the secondary projectile that carries the blind, so has to be set up correctly for that. But yeah, just to finish off, hang on. They're just going to die again.
Yet.
Ace.
Nightfall and company, they want Ace, they'll get him. It's going to cost a lot of HP as Panto will get traded out by Tofu.
Oh, he might even get Nightfall too. He has sleep now.
He does have it with the Starstorm. The Fly's going to pop. The Fairy Fire to stay alive. Earth Shock to the other side, but another leap and the right clicks, but the stick to keep Nightfall. His heart is ticking real fast right now, and he's going to live.
Damn. I think Ace, or excuse me, Tofu probably regrets throwing the blood grenade, because I think what you want to do there, if you keep your cool for just a second, is you want to leap the second time first instead of throwing the grenade. I think he was hoping he could keep his leap charge, but in reality, if you leap first and keep hitting Nightfall, he's going to be forced to jump, and then you hit your grenade. But what ended up happening there was he threw the grenade blindly around the trees, and Nightfall jumped at the same time, so he actually avoided it and lived as a result. So that's a pretty big thing to have happened there in such a small, it's a very little moment that carries a lot of impact for the future of this lane.
As we see Quinn in the mid lane, this time around, let's see, he's got 15 and 9, Lorinov on the sniper, 12 and 3. Already much better for Lorinov, because I don't know if we've ever seen a shellacking in the first 5 minutes that we did in game 1.
I would say if he would do worse than last game on Sniper versus Dragon Knight, he's a fraud. So he would have bought the account. He would have bought the body to get to this tournament.
Yeah, he's an imposter.
Yeah. I mean, he does kind of have a sussy... it kind of reminds me of some Among Us outfit, the Sniper. The space suit.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's going to go and do his missions any moment now.
Nightfall trying to keep these Fury stacks active on Ace, but just a little bit of harassment at this stage.
So this is not a particularly fun Mars lane because you're playing against 2 ranged heroes that constantly poke you, was what I was getting at. Because either, if you're taking this non-stop harassment, that's annoying, and if you're playing against a lane that can truly just chase you and kill you down, like Ursa, or dare I say Juggernaut with the right hero that can just keep running at you and you can't spear. Yeah, it has its moments. I wouldn't say it's great against Mars either anymore.
That's a shame. That is such a cool hero. Just wish it would be good again for competitive.
Yeah. Well, they just need to make his crit bugged again.
We had our time in the sun.
Yeah.
I feel like Sniper and Troll have come back. Why not Jug? You know?
I think it's kind of sad to think back on. Jugger's time in the sun was off a bug. That was the last time he felt relevant. And then they fixed the bug.
Yeah. Very sad indeed. Malady making his way over through the gate. But you can see Nightfall seems to be aware of this, so playing quite passively, although this courier might get sniped. But it'll fully spot Malady. He's going to get dual breath from the other side, though, so nice positioning from Panto. That's going to be the death of Malady, but Watson TPing in with the Sprout. Nightfall trying to run away, and he's going to attempt to TP out. Will be successful. Just so close.
That is... Okay, that's two strikes for Nightfall in a positive way. How many times can he dodge death?
He's gotten a lot of practice TPing, so he's probably an S-tier teleporter if you were to make a tier list.
Yeah, I guess.
He knows the timing's better than anybody, Cinderin.
Yeah, I think it takes the same time for everyone to TP.
Yeah, but he's gotten so much more practice at using that item. Toronto-Tokyo sprouted up.
He will live, but it's annoying for him to get, once again, just constantly poked out of this lane. Yeah, Nightfall dodging both of those deaths. Definitely good news for Aurora, but despite that...
Nice path. Ace, not going to get any help from the arrow, as Nightfall will reposition to get some juicy Fury swipes on the front side of Ace, leading to his demise. While this is happening, Quinn in the mid lane will be ticking away at this tower with that corrosive dragon facet. As
Tofu too.
Oh, Tofu taken out by Panto.
His top lane's a massacre. They just keep bringing heroes and keep playing around Nightfall and giving him a great start. His CS is definitely not great.
This would be big for Aurora as well. Ace, can he even contest this? 1 second away from the Wisdom Shrine. Quinn does get there in time. He's going to get the Dragon Tail onto Mira. He's going to tick away, and now Panto will follow suit. So good recognition from Quinn and company to get that bad boy, as on the other side, another kill going out. Tornoff will take out Malady.
They had 90% of that shrine.
And both shrines going the way of Gaimin.
Yeah. That one really stinks for Aurora. They were so damn close to getting that shrine, and then they get neither.
Good thought, for sure.
That's big. That's a good rotation from Quinn, like you said. Just easy for him to connect over to the left and get in there in time. And now, despite the Ursa having this good start top, I'm still looking at his CS being very, very poor. So he's top net worth in his team, but getting dwarfed by, in particular, the Dragon Knight, but also the Nature's Prophet, and it's just raw CS, right? He's been fighting so much, he's had to TP back, he had to run away, and they just keep laying into him.
He will want to fight this. Nightfall's already used the Earth Shock, just getting harassed down. Ace continuing with the Quill Sprays, and that will be enough.
Oh, they could get more here.
Again, as the support's trying to stand their ground, but Panto inside the Sprout, eaten up alive as well. Mira looks to be next on the list as Quinn comes in. Very imposing figure with that shield rune now. Breathe Fire finishes the job. 3 for nothing as Gaimin You're right. It started off so well for Aurora, especially from Nightfall's perspective, but Gaimin have grouped up, and the last couple engagements have gone their way heavily.
I mean, this is when Gaimin are at their best, though, right? When they have these early heroes that can rotate to the enemy safe lane and just play super fast and aggressive. I'd be very careful with giving this team Nature's Prophet, because I just think it unlocks the way they really like to play around Ace and Tofu when they have this hero. This effectively what Watson is doing right now is he's doing what they used to do for a year with Dyrachyo, right?
Yeah, getting active with fights early.
Yeah, just the carry is rotating to the offlaner and crushing the lane. And I say that after they lost it to the Ursa, but just this one sequence that they had over by their own wisdom and then just transitioning that move up to the top lane now means that Ace is ahead of Nightfall by a full level. The Mirana is almost level 6. Things are very much coming together here with them getting both wisdoms as well. And look on the other side, Aurora supports. There's some ground to cover. Mira level 4.5. Jakiro just cracked 5. Decent, like, about a level average advantage on the side of Gaimin on the supports. It's going to... things are only going to start getting worse. When they get Moonlight Shadow and Global Silence, their overall map presence is very fearsome.
Yeah.
Got a nice kill there onto Malady. That'll help their supports a little bit. But is it going to cost them?
Dragon Tail, and Arrow will miss, so not the greatest communication as the Mars Arena to separate things, so they isolate the Dragon. Quinn will try to run away.
He's tanky enough.
He's going to be fine. They've lost the support on both sides here as Lorinov stuck inside the Sprout. That's a buyback onto the Jakiro. Very early buyback. Lorinov in a lot of trouble, though. He's going to take a Starstorm to the face. A couple more right clicks will suffice. Watson trying to TP out. He dies to Nightfall's right clicks in the meantime. And this is just a good old-fashioned brawl. And Aurora are losing it. They are now on the run, although Quinn... Oh, the spear actually connects on the Bristleback instead, but it matters not. Quinn has the damage to kill off Nightfall.
Oh, he's going to get Mira too. It's just a matter of time. One attack and a Breathe Fire, I think, will do it. He'll just do the attacks.
The easy kill, trying to suicide to Roche. It is not to be. Triple kill for Quinn.
He has dagger now. This is a very, very big moment for them. The combination of Blink, Dragon Tail, Arrow, and Global together is kill on sight, right? You can choose whoever you want. If Mirana and Dragon Knight are together and they get an opener, they could kill Ursa. 100-0. They could kill Mars. Sniper goes without saying. And yeah, I was about to point out after that fight just happened, Lorinov did not have a Quelling Blade. He just bought it immediately. He was like, oh fuck, man, I knew I forgot something in my apartment, and it was the little axe. Classic. Can relate to that. It's very, I often leave my house without my axe too.
They're very absent-minded after all.
That arrow, if that hits, this fight is even better for Gaimin, but they still had enough in the tank. Quinn being very beefy here in this fight. And this is one of the problems with Mars, right? Like, he doesn't do that much damage himself, so he's very reliant on the team getting the job done. But when you get that arena onto the Dragon Knight, it don't really threaten him unless Ursa is part of that play. And you saw Nightfall coming in very late.
Oh, Dragon Tail. Now we see the arrow hit. The combo is there. Quinn, wicked sick for him.
Yeah, 7-0 on mid DK minute 12 is a very good look.
Ace, though.
Tower too.
Aurora needs this badly. Fury Swipe starting to stack up. Lorinov in the area as well. We'll get the Shrapnel into the Assassinate. That should lead to his eventual death. Watson, though, they see that the Enrage has already been used on Nightfall, and Quinn makes his way over as well. Dragon Tail, this will be a trade. And despite even how this game is going, Gaimin will still take that. Position 3 for 1 every
Easily.
single
They also
day.
get a bonus kill here.
Starstorm Arrow, Tofu finds himself a solo kill onto Panto.
I think Malady might have even been in range for the brain drain there. 925, it was close.
He's got 7 stacks already. Man, that's really early. They should call that brain rot for the enemies.
Yeah.
It's like they have a little status buff.
I like that. There should be a counter that's just a minus number on your bar there.
But it's like a picture that just gets more and more degenerate.
Oh, I thought
It's
it was just going to be a picture of XQC.
I was going to say Jenkins, but either way.
Yeah.
Jenkins will probably, the copyrights for that is probably a lot less money.
Yeah, that's true.
Away with for Valve, so.
Yeah, they can't afford XQC.
Well, Gaimin Gladiators have pretty good map
control. There it is.
Win with the Dragon Tail initiation, and wow, that is a quick kill on the Nightfall.
That didn't even global.
Yeah. And he
just ate him alive.
He didn't have ult at that point. Now he does, sadly for him, but goodness.
The map is getting really small, Shannon. We're 13 minutes in. It's tough to leave any area of safety. It's actually super awkward for Aurora when you think about it. The Ursa needs to finish off Battle Fury, and he needs to keep farming for a good 10 minutes now. So if he's not part of the fights, it's not obvious to see Aurora take them on their terms and have enough damage. The sniper didn't go Maelstrom first, he went Dragonlance, so he has reach, but he hits for a pitiful amount right now on Lornoff. So these tanky heroes, the Dragon Knight, the Bristleback, can kind of just jump stuff. And if Aurora want to respond, they need to bring so many numbers, but at the same time, they're afraid of Prophet ganks, they're afraid of Moonlight Shadow. I think Gaimin are in a massive advantage here. This isn't just your average 5
Nightfall, he does get the enrage off. Good.
Yeah. But still, it's like, it's such a silver lining, right? He avoids death, but he can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And this...
I mean, and this is one of those games where you really want to get, at some point, a silver edge for the Bristleback or even the DK.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you rush it, then you still don't really have damage outside of the Ursa.
It has to be Sniper buying it like 4th item.
Yeah,
but
that's just so far away.
It's really far away. He's rushing Pike on Lornoff, and the damage out of that is just not exactly inspiring.
He does need a way to get out of the sprouts.
Oh, nice timing from Toronto Tokyo. That's big.
The Rebuke finds one.
Oh, I thought they were going to get a second one.
I think he got through the gate in time, right?
Exactly. I thought they were going to get one more, but
he just
Mira
disappeared all of a sudden.
Mira wasn't in time for the dead shot, and what looked to be good there is,
Are they actually coming through?
This is interesting. A little game of chicken.
Yeah. No, game of double-headed dragon.
Yeah.
As Malady will get
time for... there it is, Shannon. When you get the shard, when you don't have shard, the brain rot icon is Jenkins. And then when you do have shard, it is XQC.
Ah, I see.
There you go.
It gets worse and worse.
So you see the replay here. This looks like a very promising arena, but the dead shot just off the mark on Tofu allows him to go through the gate there, because knockbacks don't stop the channel. It's only stuns. And yeah, them only losing silencer there to get the Tormentor is obviously an excellent trade.
If only Toronto Tokyo had shard.
Yep, he couldn't have had that though because it was before the Tormentor spawned.
Yeah, if only he had it though.
Yeah, that's true. What'd be nice, if only you could cheat, you'd win more. Yeah, that is right.
Some people live by that.
Yeah.
As Watson has a full Mjolnir now. He's gonna be hitting like a truck.
Yep.
Battle Fury, 16 minutes. It feels like it's way later in the game, doesn't it? I mean, Gaimin has already gotten firm control of the map.
Yeah, and remember, Nightfall dodged 2 very difficult situations early to not die. Now he has 4 deaths and he has 80 CS. 16 minutes in, that's just not where you want to be at as an Ursa carry, or any carry hero for that matter, but on Ursa in particular, this hero is very tempo-based. And Gaimin have kind of knocked the wind out of them in this early game. Sniper is now going to start working on the Maelstrom after having the Pike completed.
Gaimin, I think they're going to go for the old Roche. Quinn's got the damage rune. They have the minus armor between him and Ace.
Easy grab for them for sure.
This will be the first Aegis of the series for Gaimin Gladiators, despite winning game 1. They were 0-3 in that department.
And this should be a total no-brainer on Watson. Gives him a lot of freedom in the upcoming fights to play hyper-aggressive. He can teleport into the enemy team even if he wants to with Mjolnir on. And they want to kill him first. He's going to do a ton of damage back the other way. Talking of reflection, they also have the Blade Mill on Bristle.
Is there a hero that's been more contested / picked than the Nature's Prophet? I feel like it's up there, especially for cores.
When you say more contested, you mean like pick banned every game?
Nah, let's just say picked, then. Most picked hero.
Yeah, because I think the most contested is Night Stalker, right? I think he's been in every draft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the bans, we don't get to see a lot of them very often.
Prophet's definitely up there because he doesn't always make the ban list.
He's been getting through pretty consistently for our cast, at least.
We've seen a lot of Muertas.
I mean, I don't really mind the Prophet being in the meta. Always wants to fight, it feels like. Farm, fight, farm, fight. Tier 2 tower for Gaimin.
He is a difficult hero to balance, though, for that reason, right? When you have a hero that has global presence and is universal, it's a numbers game after all.
You could make his body worse. That's one way. That's an easy way, actually.
But he's pretty ripped.
He is. He's got a 14-pack, if you include the creep. It's a beast.
The creep has an 8-pack and he has a 6-pack?
Something like that.
You just did some random math and hope it stuck.
I am from NA after all. Tier 2, number 2 for Gaimin.
Oh.
And right now, Aurora just trying to...
They're dodging, right?
Dodge constantly.
Dodge everything. The problem is it's not a winning strategy, but it might be the best one. But yeah, these tower damage numbers tell a story here.
Light Shadow, Toronto, Tokyo.
That's 6k tower damage.
Have to avoid. Ooh, he gets the blink off and the TP. He is fine.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Narrowly gets out. Now, what Toronto Tokyo is doing here on Mars is, I think it's my least favorite Mars build, but a lot of the time it's what you have to do. But he's going blink BKB. And the reason I don't like this item build that much is it allows you to guarantee that you set up this arena and spear, but you do nothing else. You know, it's all you have is one play and one archetype of play. It's why it's cool when you see Mars find a game that they can go Yules, for example, because then you can play like skirmish style, you can set up plays, you can dispel yourself and kite, you can, you know, there's like different utility. BKB is extremely one-dimensional, but
think it has
I think he has to buy it though, that's the problem.
Does it have anything to do with the brain rot?
Can't think of other builds because he lost it.
Well, he gets the arena spear.
That's a
Very
good setup.
nicely done. Global Silence was popped, and not doing that much, although the Dragon Tail will clip the sniper. Lornoff gets the 4-step to the low ground. Panto will be cleaned up by Watson. That Mjolnir is doing work, focusing on the sniper. Easy kill. 2 for 1 already. Advantage Gaimin as Nightfall. His focus is squarely on the DK, but Quinn gets away. They get the bear. They get Mira as well. 4 for 1. Gaimin still retain the Aegis, but Toronto Tokyo did get the arena spear.
Yeah.
It was actually a good start.
It was a beautiful combination, but then you've used that on the Mirana, and now what, right? Now the other heroes just pile in on you, and Prophet TP's behind him, cuts you off with the Aegis. You can't fight him, you can't run from him.
Yeah.
Just a very awkward situation here.
There's 20 stacks of brain drain now, so the brain rot is just getting worse and worse for Aurora.
With that shard, if you take fights like these, it adds up. It starts mattering now. How much Malady is able to steal.
So there's a minute left on this Aegis. They're obviously going to get this last tier 2 in the bot lane. Can they... I'm sure they're going to try to poke the high ground at least, as Toronto Tokyo will be getting the enemy Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, I don't see why not. You still have the Aegis of 45. You can do at least some damage here. The full dragon form. Maybe they are respecting the defensive capabilities of Aurora. It seems to be the case, so not going to try it this time around. Mars will complete the BKB that we just talked about.
And finally get to see a non-tomato creep from the Nature's Prophet. Really happy about that. As a smoke onto 3, Nightfall's going to show in lane as Toronto Tokyo again finds Tofu, but there's the Global Silence to put this fight to an end in all likelihood.
Yep, he's just out of there.
Oh, Atos actually finds him, but the arrow connection. Tofu does not have leaps any farther. Yeah, he's... Whoa, all right. That is no hitboxes in that wall, apparently, as Mirana...
That was actually really impressive from Toronto Tokyo, because there's like 5 trees along the rim of Roche's pit, and he missed all of them.
Why does that wall not... Why is it not a wall? That's so weird.
Yeah, why not?
Actually. We saw the other day where Fissure, certain angle of that, the spear just went right through as well.
I think it does it all of them? Or maybe...
Fissure, no, Fissure, it works some of it. It's kind of wonky.
Maybe you have to... Sure. Yeah, maybe the... How do I explain this? Maybe you have to shoot it at an angle where it doesn't cut straight through the fissure, but kind of follows the line or something. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, there's no way that's intended, though. That's way too niche.
I genuinely do not understand why the Roche pit is not a wall.
To get the spear to hit properly, Cinderin.
What?
I don't know what voice that was.
Me neither.
That's
Let's never do
TriCast,
that
though.
one again.
That's Jenkins with true brain rot. That's years and years in the future. Is what that was. Watson We see the AC actually coming online pretty soon for Quinn. And Watson, he is focusing on the BKB. Basically the recipe away from that. But they'd likely just wait for the next Roche, finish up these big items that are almost complete, and then they actually go for the high ground.
It doesn't feel like a game where they're on a timer.
No.
I think the Radiant lineup can win this game even minute 60 if it were to come down to that. So if they have an early advantage and they're running the map, then you can keep farming without any major concerns, especially because Aurora hasn't really shown much initiative. So you're probably starting to get an overall feeling of safety here around the map. Is Tofu not going to finish his Greaves? He is not. That's interesting, because usually we see Maranas rush the Greaves, but he went Arcane's mech, and now he's going Ewell's. I thought he maybe had it on the Courier, and the Courier got sniped, but nope. Just not completing the old Grievos. I mean, Ewell's is incredible against Ursa, so I'm not going to criticize this idea.
Nightfall's BKB almost complete.
So Janyasha, BKB, big timing here for Gaimin Gladiators. 2 big items, and they're going to smoke up immediately to try to put them to good use. Toronto will break the bristle.
Yep. They find the distance. Panto with a very ambitious TP. He's dead.
Trying to get the hell out of there. Quinn, godlike, and now Mira.
Watson, yeah. Mira.
Here's an arrow.
So 2 supports dead eventually. And oh, they might find more. Oh boy, this would be a huge kill. Dragon Tail followed by the global
fire,
silence.
physical damage.
Oh, he missed it. Oh no.
If he just weaved that in.
Yeah, for sure.
If he used it immediately,
yeah,
when he Dragon Tailed, he would have killed him.
Yeah.
Quinn
Either way,
the
they're on the doorsteps of their base, and Nightfall's still healing. This is a tier 3 tower dead already. And likely more to come. Toronto Tokyo waiting on the sideline, has his arena at the ready.
The Raxor.
And Raxor.
Oh, that's a
the
miss.
spear completely misses, and Toronto Tokyo, paying the ultimate price, has to use the BKB, and Shame is not going to go for the patented Nightfall because he is in his base, and the teleportation probably would have been a waste, Cinderin.
Yeah, just like everything else he did there.
That was
wasted the dagger, the BKB. Oh, he did an arena, but he wasted the spear too because it missed. But I mean, you're gonna see here, right? Okay. Is there any good reason to not breathe fire instantly after your Dragon Tail and hit it?
The cool factor.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the mindset.
It's the cool factor, like I said.
Because I understand you want to hit him first, so you apply the minus armor from Corrosive Dragon. So you're not going to Dragon Tail, breathe fire. You're going to Dragon Tail, attack once, and then breathe. But yeah, remember to breathe.
There's the arena as Nightfall focusing on the silencer. No global silence, though, either way. Really wants to get some revenge for that Brain Rot. Macro Pyre, the Bristle is all alone, but a nice arrow connection onto the Mars. He's dead along with the Ursa. And despite getting this silencer, who did not have ult, Aurora lose 4. Lornoff is going to live. He's got the TP out, but Gaimin just keep winning these fights over and over and over.
When you see them attacking with Prophet and Dragon Knight after Snot Rocket has just procced 4 times, you understand this combination and the synergy between the heroes, right? It's actually ridiculous how much minus armor they're applying with the Bristleback and the Dragon Knight together. You and I were talking about the DK Slardar combination that I believe it was Tundra that tried to run it without success in a game that we cast, but conceptually how strong this Green Dragon is with minus armor. And with Bristle, you're not reliant on some sort of key spell that needs to land that can be dispelled. This is just constant minus armor applications, and if they have a dispel, it's going to minus armor you again.
Yeah, I feel like I know the Fire Dragon was really good. I understand that. But I always thought the Corrosive Dragon was good as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we just weren't seeing it. And now that the Fire Dragon has been nerfed into oblivion, we are seeing this. And in the other series, we see the Blue Dragon.
Yep, that's right.
Which we have not gotten to cast yet, but looked pretty good in that game as well. As Roche #2 to Gaimin Gladiators. Watson will take the Aegis again. As Toronto.
Toronto. Tokyo.
The Dragon Tail is there. Nice Force Staff to get the extra bit of distance needed for the flyby.
And that was actually Watson's pike. He had to Force Staff Quinn through because Quinn had cooldown. So. Well.
Well, this is
well, Aurora. What's it gonna be?
We talked about Aurora being arguably the most interesting team because you never know. Because again, they're pretty newly formed. And they're not even playing with their full 5 stacks. We don't know what they're gonna be able to do.
They're like a box of chocolates.
But this series hasn't looked particularly good.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, those chocolates, not too delicious for Aurora.
Who on Aurora would be Forrest Gump?
We'll have to hold on. Lornoff is just dead. Wow. My God.
That's a mid.
That was not a support sniper, if you're just joining us. Position 2, died in less than a second. Full lane in the mid, and likely the top as well, as Sniper does not have buyback. Aurora just has to give this up. And guess what? That's going to be Mega if they're not careful. Global Silence is going to stop the initiation in its tracks from Aurora. And that is Mega Creeps. As Mira just getting gooed up. Arrow hits. They can't hit her back for the time being, though. She does get sprouted. Only a matter of time as the rest of Mira's teammates just watch on. Quinn, she's actually not dying. There's the initiation from Toronto Tookie. He's been wanting to use Arena for quite a while. Ace gets that blade mail up, but Nightfall with the BKB and the Enrage, so not taking that much damage in return, but Ace somehow still alive as GG's just come out, realizing Aurora just has no damage at this stage, and well, when you're down 31K, that tends to happen.
Yeah, one of these teams was not like the other today. That was very one-sided affair. It's been interesting to see in this Swiss how teams with similar scores have still not necessarily generated close games. I think that we've had 2-0 teams against 2-0 teams that were beatdowns. Now 2-1 versus 2-1 was also beat down here. Definitely still in the infancy here, the patch, but it's very clear that certain strategies that are being run and some executions that teams are able to bring to the table can just flat out completely overpower their opponents.
0 Nightfall in this series. I said Cinder. Shiver.
That's right. That's me.
Yeah, maybe that was the problem. Maybe he just didn't play careful. Maybe he just didn't BKB TP enough. He should have tried it, and maybe it would have gone better, but it didn't go better. Gaimin Gladiators, they deserve this victory. 2-0 for them. They qualify for our playoffs. Don't worry, though. Aurora still has a chance. They'll play tomorrow again to have another shot at making it through. But let's break this game and this series down here with Fear and Jenkins. Jenkins, this game was I felt like a lot more one-sided than the previous.
Yeah, I mean, they won the lanes for Gaimin Gladiators, and they snowballed very nicely, all 3 cores, particularly Quinn. I think at a certain point, he was like 7-0-4 on this DK, and when you compare that with the Sniper, who this hero's not really able to like have an early entry into the game like a DK can. Like he was just running around doing a ton of damage. The DK with the bristleback, by the way, that actually looked like a sick combo.
Yeah.
With the goo facet, like all the minus armor with the AC and DK's all this damage is physical.
In particular, yeah.
Yeah, like look at this. Look at the damage on Nightfall. Like this is an Ursa. This hero has high armor. This hero has damage reduction. You know, he builds tanky, but he just melted like it was nothing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more cool combinations with the green Dragonite because all his abilities are physical damage now, right? So minus armor does help a lot. AC is a lot better on this hero now as well. So it's really cool to see. And I think this hero Bristleback is so incredibly strong right now, whatever facet you go for. And it kind of like forced Nightfall to feel like he had to pick this Ursa really early on in a draft, otherwise it would get banned. And he saw that as his best answer to the Bristleback, but didn't really answer him at the end of the day. How much of it is like the Ursa versus Bristle matchup? It added to it because like the Bristle was a problem, the DK was a problem, and the NP was a problem. So when all 3 lanes go poorly and you are playing these tanky cores and this NP who can TP in, the game can get out of hand very, very quickly. But I have to agree with Jenkins here that this mid lane was an absolute disaster. Quinn was way too far ahead, doing way too much on the map.
Yeah, it was a little sad, I think. I mean, I was expecting this series to be a little bit more competitive, but at the end of the day, it's just I feel like it just fizzled out. Normally, a team is stronger in game 2, and
it was a bit of a fizzling. Yeah, yeah. I think, you know, to give some excuses to Aurora,
Okay.
I guess. They are a new team. They are figuring out what their drafting style is, what their heroes are. Of course, Toronto Tokyo switching into the offlane. He's got to figure out his hero pool as well.
They're newer.
Yeah.
Than Gaimin.
Kind of. It's especially when they get Kiyotaka, they're kind of going to become the old Bet Boom in a way.
Yeah, a little bit.
But with different roles. But still, like, yeah, they've got a lot to figure out. Whereas Gaimin,
they just figured it out.
They just figured it out, and I think also their process for figuring it out is going to be clearer because they are a team who has a staff who is used to doing that. They got CY. He's been coaching the team since its inception. So
I mean, Aurora just needs more time, right?
Yeah, they need more time.
They do.
Toronto Tokyo on the Mars doesn't look incredibly comfortable either.
Yeah, we have a fight here, a nice little brawl for you guys. This was fairly early on, Jenkins, minute 10.
I'm trying to remember. This was
you requested this.
You requested this, Jenkins.
Oh yeah, no. This is a very long fight. So it starts off with Quinn almost dying here, but he's just so tanky with the treads and a bunch of stat items, and he turns around. This DK form, if you can survive for a long time with the green facet, you just slowly churn out a ton of damage over time. So in this fight, I think he gets like. I mean, he definitely did the most damage in this fight, just playing like the sides of the fight. And once again, like this, it just keeps going and it keeps going and it keeps going. He just does a nice little tank of the tower here for Ace when he gets speared. Otherwise, Ace might actually die. So nice little micro moves from Gaimin. I like that this was a full 5v5, by the way. I was happy that Nightfall showed up to this. It's just that on an Ursa, it is a little bit weird, and I think they basically just got outplayed by Gaimin, but Quinn doesn't even need to use the Breathe Fire here at the end. That's how much he's min-maxing.
Yeah, and then we had another fight 10 minutes after that.
Yeah, I think in these fights, this is where the game is incredibly hard, right? You are Lornoff, you want to play a sniper, you want to stay in the back, but this DK is just so farmed at this point, and you have an NP as well who can join the fight at any point of this game. So you might feel a little confident here, and this is where net worth matters. Look how much damage this DK is taking. That's in full enrage combo by Ursa here. Watson can just TP and clean him up. And if DK wasn't this farmed, perhaps, like, Ursa would be able to kill DK in situations like that. But unfortunately, it is not the case. Not even be able to get a BKB in this game before Nightfall. This is the build for Ursa. You go Blink, Battle Fury, and then you want that BKB, but you want to be snowballing from ahead. But at this minute mark, you're so far behind. There's so many items down that Ursa is not a hero like Terrorblades and PAs that eventually will have a power spike to carry the game. They always have to be ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I like the itemization from Gaimin against the Ursa. They had Force Staff on Malady. They had Hurricane Pike on Watson. Even Quinn built the Hurricane Pike on DK, which I know is more of a common thing these days, but there are other item builds that you can go. Glimmer, Solar, like all of these items. It was so hard for Nightfall to do anything on Ursa. He got kited.
Yeah, he got kited hard, and game 1 and game 2 easily in the hands of Gaimin Gladiators. And to personally congratulate them, we have the opportunity right here because Tofu is joining us. Hey, Tofu, congratulations on the series.
Hi, guys. Thank you.
So far, you obviously dropped one series against Team Spirit, but the rest was all 2-0s across the board. I was wondering, the series that you dropped to Spirit, which was in your second day of play, did that help you? Because we saw you the day after that, and it looked like you guys leveled up again. How do you feel about that?
I mean, during the series or right after, I wouldn't really say it helped. Like, I personally, I was a bit mad because, I don't know, they kind of just played better than us on, like, different levels. But then it's also that really got us thinking into what heroes do we want, how do we want to play this, also how Spirit like approaches vision and fights. They're like, I don't know, really good at playing cohesive as 5 and connecting. So I think just overall having a talk and like going through a lot of these things for ourselves like made us improve a lot more. Whereas also in this series, I think Aurora, they're like all good players, but they're like still like newer as a team. So I don't know, there's a different level of like trust and how close they are to each other. And then especially if they like don't get some of their heroes, then like, I don't know, they're a bit out of comfort. And I think you can like, or like at least we could feel in the series that like, I don't know, things are a bit out of place for them.
Yeah, because it wasn't too long ago that at the start of your previous tournament in Dream League, it felt that way for Gaimin. Obviously, that was when you just added Malady. How did you guys figure that out? Or was it just time? Because today it felt really smooth for you guys, and yesterday as well.
I mean, the most important factor for sure is time. Just like getting used to each other, like spend some time with each other, see how he thinks and like also vice versa. Like for him was like a lot of things that we take for granted, or how we act, how we talk with each other when we got onto the shuttle. Like, I don't know, everything's like normal for me. We're used to it. Whereas for him, everything's like a new experience. So it's weird to really grasp how it feels for him. And that's where like time and just talking about things like does a big job.
Sure. I've got a question. So from my perspective here, it kind of looks like you guys are back in a way. This looks like the best patch for your team. Would you agree? I definitely feel like for Quinn, his heroes are looking good in meta right now. And especially for Watson, his heroes look really meta as well. Do you think this patch is good for you guys?
Better than last patch for sure. I think we also had a big downward spiral for a while because we had some issues like low confidence. We also had like problems like before replacing a player, and I think overall things are better now. But also with the patches, like how mid lane is played, I think is like generally good for Quinn. That it's a little more isolated than before, less resources, and he's like very aggressive, dominant player. Then also for us in offlane, whereas like it used to be really hard to pressure where the carries, they just farm their back camps, they peace out, they jungle, and we like laning together as duo a lot. Where like I still go roam, but it's like we don't like this double melee style that much. That was like very prominent for a very long time.
Hey, Big T, good to see you. I got two stupid questions for you. One's stupid and Dota related, and the other one is stupid but real life related. Which one would you like first?
Give me the Dota one first.
The Dota one, okay. I see you're playing Queen of Pain as a position 4 in your pubs. I'm getting reported when I do this shit. What do you think this is actually good, or is this something that you're just experimenting with? And if it is good, what makes it good?
We kind of just did it on a whim in a scrim because we picked it early. Something happened. Quinn got counter-picked, and I'm always down to like YOLO some shit. So I played it and it was actually pretty fun. Like I don't really think you should aim for it and play it. But yesterday, like my teammates were also like, "Yo, why do you practice co-op?" It's like, what are you doing? But I don't know. I was like done for the day. I just want to chill, so I play some random hero.
Yeah, you won with it, so that's good. So you guys are boot camping in Serbia, right?
We just go for the tournaments. We didn't boot camp yet.
You went for the tour. Okay. I wanted to ask you about the food in Belgrade. What do you think about the food in Belgrade? Is it good?
I wouldn't say my favorite cuisine, but it's all right. But there's also we'd like mostly order, so you can kind of get whatever you want. Like I never have issues with the food really.
Did you ever have rakia?
What is that?
It's
Rakia, like the drink?
It's like the plum drink, yeah.
I didn't have it here, but I've drank it before, yeah.
Do you get hungover when you try the rakia? Is it true what they say? It doesn't give hangovers.
I'm not sure if they say that. Also, it depends on how much, I guess, but usually I get big hangovers, yeah.
Okay, so they're lying. This Belgraders saying that it doesn't give hangovers.
Don't worry. Rakia is also very well available in Bucharest, so you can try it out here if you want. But you know, maybe after the tournament, if you don't recover well from hangovers. Tofi, once again, congratulations on making to the playoff. Enjoy your day off tomorrow, although I'm sure it's going to be filled with Dota regardless. And talk to you again soon.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That means that Gaimin move forward. That means we have one more series left to solve today. Only 4 more teams get to join in the playoffs. It is a brutal world out there. We're going to have another series where one team will move forward. Who's it going to be? Stick around.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
pe un picior de plai, pe gură de rai. Ea te vine în cale, si cobor la vale, trei turbi de vie cu trece bănie. Unui moldovan, unui ungurean și unui vrâncean. Iar cel ungurean și cu cel vrâncean, care se vorbire, ei se sfătuire pe la pozesoare, ca să mi-l omoare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman.
Welcome back. We're here for our final series of the day, and this is another series where one of the two teams will move forward. Xtreme Gaming and Tundra Esports. They will have a best of 3 here, and to talk about it, I'm joined by Fear and Jenkins still. And we do have a lot to say about both of these teams because they both have very cool and unique stories in terms of how they got to this position in particular. And I first want to shine some light on how Tundra got here. Jenkins, we had Tundra as one of the favorites. Why didn't they win yesterday? They were supposed to on paper.
Well, they look a little bit shaky in their games, even in some of the series that they've won, such as the one versus Team Tidebound, who is, yes, of course, Wings Gaming Fear. This is the new Wings game. However, we've said that a dozen times before. It doesn't mean shit.
But they qualified now, so now
but they qualified before Tundra did. And Tundra beat them. But in that series, like, they lost the second game. All the games were, fairly competitive. And I don't think people expected a liquid 2-0, but come on. That's my only argument is, come on. They're TI winners. I feel like Tundra, they've had some time to reflect.
Liquid and Gaimin are back.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
so. I mean, it's a new patch. That definitely helps. Like, all their stuff got nerfed because they were the dominant teams for a couple of years. So I just think we have a very competitive scene. I think that's all it is. I think Tundra is just fine. They could go on to, meet Spirit or something like that in the grand finals again, and they just might have a rocky road to get there. That's all.
Okay, well then fair enough. They have an opponent here that might also cause them to have a little bit of a rocky road because Xtreme Gaming has been doing pretty well for themselves. The only series they dropped was against Falcons, and when we're talking about Xtreme Gaming, we have to talk about the fact that it's the old squad back together again, and Undying. And Zow8, of course, there as well. But I think the biggest talking point we want to touch upon, Fear, Zinq.
Yeah, I mean, I think this guy has always been an integral part of Xtreme Gaming. And I want to take a look at his hero pool. Like, he's been playing position 4s like Wyvern and AA. No one else is playing these. You see a lot of skirmishy heroes from the position 4, a lot of lockdown. He's playing more of the big team fighters. Look at this top 3. It's Wyvern, it's AA, it's Faceless Void. He's going all in on the team fight for this team. And in a meta like this, I think it's pretty good to see as well. So I have a couple of clips as well to show you exactly what that looks like in these games. And it kind of went away for a second there, but maybe it'll come back.
Can I take this pause to ask you, Fear? Okay,
it's coming back. So I want to show in this game. You're playing versus Tinker. You're playing versus Dawn as well. You have Satanic. What is the answer to these heroes? It's a Ice Blast, right? So as the Ice Blast does come out here, it has a ridiculously long duration now when you're level 20. Because there's a talent that adds plus 5 seconds to it. So it hits them, and they wait for the Centaur, who's respawning very shortly here. And the typical way you want to play with a hero like Dawnbreaker, you want to play with the Satanic as well as you want to be able to pop BKB and just hold your ground. So he still has Ice Blast on, by the way. As the Ice Blast is expiring, they have to all retreat because he cannot use Satanic right now. You can't use anything. And this just causes all of Falcons to just TP out right away. And now finally the Ice Blast is off of him. Now he can turn and fight, but guess what? He's alone now. And this is a situation where it's ultra late game. You have these team fight heroes and you can just win the game off of that. And these are high impact team fight heroes that you can play in the late game.
And a cool part about the AA Blast, you saw it was already back up again.
Yeah. It was. It's very good. But to move on, since we have a little bit of time, there's another cool hero, and the Winter Wyvern, and this is absolutely genius. You'll see the time here. It's 15 minutes. It's Tormentor time. He is preemptively here. He drops a ward on the Tormentor to give him vision. You have to keep in mind, this is a solo play. So he's going to go fly off the map because you can do this now. And he just sits there with the ward there. Nigma Galaxy is going to set up for this, and guess what? He goes in right away with the curse, gets the kill, gets the recursive. This allows his time for his team to kind of show up and clean up, and now, because of these cool plays and these big team fight ultimates, they lose 2 heroes because of Shin Q here, and now they take the Tormentor.
I mean, that is really cool. I missed that when it was live. That was a very cool play.
That was nice. That was really nice. I have a question for both of you, actually, because we just talked about Aurora being the funniest team here. Do you think Xtreme Gaming is the second funniest team here because they have Ame and Jin Q?
I think they're the least funny team.
Well, really?
Because they got Zhao 8 now. They're just all business.
That's true.
I think they're a feel-good team.
I think they're a feel-good team too.
Yeah.
I think Jin Q refuses to pick like normal meta stuff, and so does Ame. And maybe that's why they butted heads in the past because of that, because they both don't want to play normal stuff. Shiver.
No, they don't. But it makes for exciting and interesting games. That's for sure.
Will it slip out?
I just feel that the reason I think they are a feel-good team is because, I mean, this was always the lineup, or a combination of sorts of a Chinese team, and it's been a while since they did well, and I feel like now they have a good chance to do well again. And we did already see Tidebound qualify. I just think that's a really good sign, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, China Dota is back, I think. It looks really good. Both these rosters are very exciting. I was more excited for this roster for Xtreme. It looked more promising than Tidebound, but Tidebound is like showing that they're good too, which was a little unexpected for me. So it's really nice to see either way. I think the formula though for Xtreme Gaming and why they're so good right now is their drafting, I think with Xiaowei, is just like, it's back to what we're used to seeing. Very standard, lots of team fight, there's one hard carry, and it's a really good meta for it.
Yeah, and you got some cool supports that you can still work in. It's not with the patch, the meta has definitely become a little bit more open, which really does suit the team. We did see, I want to say it again, so we obviously know that Tundra before coming in, we thought that they were going to be the favorites. At the moment, I feel like this series is going to be pretty 50-50, purely because we saw Tundra struggle yesterday, and I know they can recover, as Jenkins said. I have no doubts in that, but I also do think that Xtreme can step up and replicate what Liquid did potentially yesterday. And we already have a cool opening. I love the first phase AA ban. That is unusual, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean,
it's coming from Xtreme.
Xtreme respecting it, but it does make sense. You know, Tinker's a hero that you're going to play with Holy Locket, and March of the Machines is healing. Like, it's very weird to say this, you know, if you've played Dota for like 10 years, but Tinker is a healing support hero. So Ancient Apparition is actually a very good counter to it. And I think probably in scrims, the AA is coming out a lot more than what we're seeing in competitive, because it seems to be like slowly sneaking its way in. But what we're not seeing is that, you know, at night when these games are not happening, the players are still scrimming. And even though yesterday we saw AA a bit, maybe in the scrims they all watch that and they're picking the AA in scrims like, okay, this hero is actually busted.
Yeah, with the supports that we talk about, obviously Jakiro is still highly contested, but the hero that I haven't seen for a few days seems to be Warlock. That was a very good hero for a long time, but the nerf wasn't super strong, I thought.
No, I mean, I think Warlock is a hero you pick when you really want to win the lane for your safe lane, and depending on what hero you're picking as the carry, sometimes that's not necessary. Like, you want it with a PA because you put the heal and it's going to keep, you know, PA alive, and it functions as like an ion shell. PA can jump on somebody, deal a bunch of damage. But if you have like a Nature's Prophet safe lane, you don't want a Warlock with that. So I don't think it's a reflection of like Warlock being bad. It's more so the heroes that are being played with him. Just like the heroes that are being played right now in the carry position just don't really care for a Warlock in lane.
Yeah, only just PA really. But
yeah,
I think it's been banned so much that you don't want to risk it. Like these other heroes, like we see a lot of Ursa, TB, not necessarily the best Warlock pairs. They want someone that can get a kill in the lane with them because they're much more aggressive. And yeah, okay, so TB does get banned, PA does get banned, NP's still in the pool.
No, Nature's Prophet also banned.
Yeah, oh, NP's banned too. Okay, so This is when Ame starts to experiment, because I think his 3 best heroes right now are this Terrorblade's #1, PA's #2, and I think after seeing his NP, that looked really good as well. He likes hitting creeps, but sometimes he likes hitting creeps with the wrong heroes, right? Oh, he's also very good at Slark. Slark is the other one that is still in the pool. He's probably eyeballing it. It is good versus Abaddon.
Oh, they ban it. Okay, I was going to say, against Abaddon, it really just makes sense for Ame.
Yeah, so there's a problem, and I have to say this every broadcast at this point. There's a chance he picks Juggernaut.
I like it. I do always, towards the end, I'll probably mention BZM's Invoker at least once. I have the same. So I will say that, I mean, we've seen him play Juggernaut a few times, and he really, really believed in it. And I think it's
terrible versus Abaddon, though. Sure. Absolutely
do
terrible.
you think, what is it they call Zhao Ed again? What's his nickname?
The Director.
The Director.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking the Dictator. That's what I was thinking. I'm just wondering if the Director or the Dictator. I wonder if he would even allow Ame to conceive of this, or if Ame's going to get a slap in the face for suggesting Juggernaut.
I would love a good slap in the face, but Tiny does seem like a good choice here. Of course, it can go 2 lanes now, which is a nice part of the hero, but very solid. Just looking at what's banned, right? There's so many carries banned, right? Lifestealer's gone, PA's gone, Potential Weaver's gone. We've got the Slark out as well, NP's out, and TB's out. So majority of these bans are on carries. Tiny's still a good carry.
Yeah.
So with all those carry bans, him in the pool still seems good to me. And a lot of these matchups that Tiny doesn't like, such as the Slark and the Terrorblade and the Lifestealer, they're out. So I think this is probably the carry, unless there's a very situational matchup that's good for Juggernaut later on.
There's also still the Magnus carry, as we see, because we're talking a lot about Ame on one side, but I feel like on the side of Tundra, you do also have to talk about the carry that the Ratchet will be playing. And I know Abaddon can be played by him as well, but he is another one that normally has a fairly select hero pool.
He loved the Ursa recently.
True.
He did lose 2 times on it yesterday, but I feel like that wasn't his fault. Good call on the Magnus there. He does like that hero.
I mean, I really like that they're going back for it. To be honest, during Dream League, Duraccio
he looked good.
He looked very comfortable on this hero, maybe barring a couple of the Grand Finals games. But in the rest of the games, he really hard carried the mid-game team fights with Mag. And it's an ancient stacking hero that can stack his own ancients. So your Jakiro can go through the portal, play with the Batrider. You have the double slow between these 2 heroes with an Abaddon. Like, this is a really strong 3 heroes for ganking in a lane. But, Xtreme, they basically recognize that there is a lack of instant hard lockdown on the side of Tundra, and so they pick the puck.
They do pick the puck. So what are we left with here? On the side of Xtreme, looks like we're lacking a hero for XXS on the offlane. And
Shiver, is there anything you would like BZM to play potentially here?
Well,
anything in particular?
I mean, yeah, there's just
maybe it has some global potential.
Casting hero, like with some fire things, yeah. But okay, so yesterday Tigov said that if it's a good Invoker game, it means that there's a game where there's kill potential on the lanes, on the side lanes that is, but only if Invoker comes into play. Are we having a game like that? Is there kill potential on the side lanes with the Invoker?
You have to be very confident,
yeah.
I think. Not impossible, though, because, there's a lot of slows.
They're going to kill heroes for sure. The question is, are you going to hit the Sunstrikes on the heroes as they're dying?
Or you could just pick DK.
Yeah, DK versus Puck, that does sound, sounds pretty easy.
It sounds pretty easy. I mean, you're versus ET as well.
Plus armor versus the ET Aura. Very nice.
I mean, that's the normal pick.
Yeah.
If he's crazy, he'll do Morph again.
Yeah, that didn't really work out yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Probably why they lost. I think their drafts were very experimental the other day, right? I think Tundra's still a good team, for sure. I think they just had a low point in their drafting yesterday. Looks a lot better for now. They banned the Ember.
For countering Puck, there's also still Earthshaker. It's like Earthshaker DK. These are the 2. Just destroy this hero.
Sniper. Huskar.
Let's see
just to throw some other heroes out there.
Yeah, Huskar sounds solid as well.
We still first need an offlaner for XXS. There's, before both teams, actually still a lot of time left in their bonus time. Normally means that the preparation was pretty solid for both of the teams and what's coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really realize it at first, but they have an ET and a Tinker. What is Shin-Q playing here? Is he the ET?
Yeah, he's the ET, and then Undyne the Tinker, I believe.
I mean, he's following the trend of just playing these big team fighters then.
Yeah. Speaking of big team fighters, I was thinking for the offlane, maybe a Tidehunter, something to
band.
But it would be good.
Yeah, that would have been good. Okay, something to contest the ancients is always nice.
Yeah.
I mean, they could just go for the like centaurs. All
Bristle's
right.
still in the game too.
Mm-hmm.
Bristle. But I don't know.
Bristle would be nice for taking, like, contesting Ancients, and also, like, Tinker's going to be stacking his own jungle. Like, Tinker could take, or stack the Ancients for Bristle, and Bristle can farm. That is pretty nice. I like that suggestion.
Because you want more team fight coming from XXS at this point.
More the merrier, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm never
actually,
against it.
Is this a game where Darkseer is untouched? Darkseer is still in the pool.
Darkseer ET is a nice one. If you can set up for like a vacuum into Earth Splitter, that's pretty sick.
I like that.
No, they'll go for your initial thought of Centaur. It's unusual to have Darkseer not contested at all in the draft, though.
Yeah. Seems like there's too much good stuff to pick these days.
I mean, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That makes for entertaining and different Dota.
I like the overwhelming magic damage that Xtreme has right now. I mean, with an ET aura to boot, like they can really burst heroes here. And the Centaur lets them just press R and run away from the engage that Tundra has.
No, the Dragonite, boring. Sorry, very nice, a good pick.
We haven't seen the green Dragonite in the meta for 6 months.
Yeah, but it's not Invoker, is it?
Yeah,
She just
I can't
wants to
argue
see
with
the
that
BZM
one.
Invoker. I mean, it's hard to argue against.
Can't argue with that one.
Well, then again, is it? It's gonna be BZM DK, right? Against the puck, surely.
Surely. Or you mean? I guess they could put Diraccio.
I'm sure Mag does fine as well.
Yeah,
I Diraccio DK would. I mean, I guess if you think the Frost Dragon, nah, he's gonna go.
No, it's the way. That's the
BZM,
way we
yeah.
thought it was.
It has to. I mean, Diraccio, he played so much Magnus during Dream League. It's an ancient farming carry.
I mean, after watching the last game of how this DK matchup goes in a free lane, I feel like Puck is even more free than like a sniper, right?
Oh yeah.
So that's
big time.
very, very scary. I really do think this Tundra lineup is back on track to Tundra playing very fast and aggressive. You got 33 on his Abaddon there. Diraccio, he's got his Magnus. BZM has a good lane matchup this time around. So Xtreme Gaming, their team fight's okay. I don't hate it. I always like Puck ET. That's a lot of damage. Ame, does he have the carry-to-carry matchup? I'm not sure about this one. This one is definitely nice, I think, because you have so much status resist against the Magnus. So can Ame carry this one? Maybe. I'm kind of torn on these drafts. They're both good.
We do have Xingqiu on the Tinker with Undyne playing the Elder Titan, so I was wrong with that one. Although obviously they're both still supports. You okay, Jenkins?
Yeah, I mean he could get very farmed on the Tinker. I think that's always like
I agree with that.
That's always like a potential for pop off there. But I agree with Fear. Like I feel like Tundra got everything that they wanted on all the roles that they wanted. Like this looks like they're back on track.
I'm sure it is, and I'm sure that there's also a fan of the Centaur. Sunsman, are you still as much of a fan of the Centaur as you were before?
Fuck yeah, Shiver. It's so good. Love that hero.
Are you still as much of a fan of the Suns as you were before?
Nah, not as much. They suck ass. But Centaur is still awesome.
Yeah.
Horsepower. Shiver, you don't need boots. How amazing is that?
It's pretty amazing. That sounds pretty good. You got any other cool Centaur facts?
He has a cart that nobody ever buys, but it's cool when they do because that means it's really late game and you just ran out of inventory space and you just got to buy something.
I mean, it sounds pretty cool to me. Do you think you have a chance of going super late game here, Cinderin?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, both of these lineups have tons of late game potential, so that could very well happen.
All right, well, enjoy.
So game number 1 between Xtreme Gaming and Tundra. I'm excited about this one because Xtreme, well, first of all, XXS is my favorite Centaur probably in the scene right now. Collapse has stopped playing this hero for the most part. XXS, it doesn't matter what the meta is. He always ends up picking Centaur at some point during these tournaments, and he is so good at this hero.
Yep.
He gets unbelievably tanky, and it's just a joy to watch.
I love Xtreme's draft. I think it's really, really powerful in this patch to run these types of heroes. You have 2 tanky cores in Centaur and Tiny. Your mid laner is an elusive Puck. And then you have 2 massive teamfight supports around it with the Tinker and the ET. I think your lanes look strong. So if it comes down to just like flat out zone control where the 2 teams are... Dota doesn't work like this, but let's entertain the idea that you're flat out just running into each other. This Radiant lineup is insane, right? Like, it's so hard to initiate into. But what Tundra do have that could be the X factor here is they have Batrider who's able to separate things. So you want to try to split up the fight with Lasso and with Skewer and try to break formation for Xtreme, because as cool as their lineup looks, when the formation gets broken and it gets scrappy, it can get difficult for them to really connect the combo that they're looking for with the Tinker and the ET in particular, as your support duo might struggle with that. But if things are controlled and they get to set the terms for the fight, I think this Radiant lineup just looks incredible.
Yeah, on paper, if they can execute, very, very strong indeed. Undyne is playing the Elder Titan. That's not a hero we get to see all too often currently.
Yep.
And he's picked the facet, the Deconstruction facet, which will drain armor, both types, over time. It's very interesting. So around you, essentially. So you want to be in the midst of things. What do you think about this facet? Because the first time I read that, I'm like, I mean, obviously that's really strong, but can Elder Titan withstand the pressure?
Yeah, that's kind of the question here, is if he can stick against this lineup in there. I think conceptually it is very powerful.
With Stampede.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Stampede too, because I found it a little curious they ended up picking Centaur into Magnus and Batrider and Dragon Knight. Usually Stampede is a very good spell when the enemy team has like major slows and you can reset the fight and change position, but you're picking it into some serious long duration stuns and lockdown that you can't really run from.
Yeah.
But I suppose on the flip side, well, if heroes don't die in the stuns, you can maybe save some lives here and there.
Yeah, it's not like the old days where you just slap an Aghanim Scepter and you get 60% damage reduction for your whole team.
Oh my god, imagine some of those old items that got changed. Imagine that Ags in Dota right now. Centaur would be first pick.
Oh yeah. That was a good one.
Funny.
I miss it quite a bit. I miss the terrain walk as well, Synderen, but that's for another day. We get to see the Jin Q Tinker as well. This hero feels really hard to play against, as long as he's, you know, quick and gets off the defense matrix in time for his teammates, because the status resist is just, and the barrier, completely absurd.
I have to say, I'm surprised we still get to see it today. I think the hero has, from what I've seen, won almost every game. And I think the Chinese teams haven't lost with it yet.
Yeah, Dyrachyo, he was trying to take out Jin Q. Jin Q will fall first, but it might be at the cost of Dyrachyo. The last right click from XXS is enough. So it is a trade, but First Blood goes the way of Tundra. Of course, Synderen, as always, jinxing that for Mr. Jin Q.
I didn't say the hero can't die. Let's say I jinx them if they end up losing after I said the Chinese teams are just 20.
Oh man, Soxo really wants this Lotus. It's not going to happen though, as Ami's going to just easily take him out with an avalanche.
So Tinker is 6-3 for the tournament.
Yeah, that's quite good.
That's solid. It's still a relatively small sample size compared to other heroes, but that's also been banned a very good amount for good reason.
And mid lane BZM on the DK, XM on the puck. Typically, this matchup is just a farm fest, as XXS in a really precarious spot. March of the Machines gonna keep them a bit at bay, but he does live just on a sliver of HP. Does have a salve, so should be in fighting shape soon.
Yeah, very good skewer from Dyrachyo. That is... Sure, he has the salve to get back up to almost full here with that plus the shared tango, but you gotta start making a dent in the Centaur so that you can free farm on Mag.
Oh my goodness. Soxa has been taking a beating in his bot lane. So it will be the 33 Abaddon, and one of the most popular picks in this patch for sure.
Nothing too powerful to dispel here though. This isn't one of those, oh, I just need to definitely aphotic shield off this thing. There's only really Puck Silence you can get rid of, and I guess Laser, which is a little bit more niche that you want to specifically target that with Aphotic Shield, but of course, you're starting to see a pattern when Abaddon as well as Tinker are, oh, hang on, good skewer, but well,
the hoof stomp is there from XXS.
Did he just drive them into the hero?
More double edges to come. He pops the Lotus. Another double edge should ensure it, and indeed it does.
Well, I was quick to say good skewer because I saw him hitting 2 heroes, but
it looked cool.
He also killed his teammate, so not good skewer is my conclusion.
You would get reported if this was a pub game.
GG Do you think if he gets reported enough by his teammates that he gets muted on TeamSpeak here?
Oh, that's a good question.
Maybe the
33. Oh, Undyne. That is quite the punch you're packing there, young man. Plus 118. Good lord. Astral Spirit doing work. I don't know if he had that go through a bunch of creeps or not, but he must have.
Mathematically, that is indeed a given.
Okay. Thank you, Cinderin.
Welcome. Always happy to help. Do you want me to calculate exactly how many creeps it went through, or is that okay?
That's good enough.
All right.
I don't think anybody's interested.
He gets 38 damage per hero, though, which is the big part here. So as long as he connects on both... Oh my god, he's hitting so hard.
Soxa
is just going to die?
I think he's just dead. Aphotic Shield's not going to do enough. 33. I feel like they are underestimating the power of this combo.
I was exactly going to say this. There might be a little bit of unfamiliarity, and it's not like these players have played against Elder Titan. It's not like it's their first rodeo, but...
Well, how fast does it
There are some things you just need to have a little bit of a feel, you know, for this. Like,
so it can reduce it up to 20 times, 20 magic and
it's
physical
1 per
armor.
second.
Jin Q, he's gonna get ice pad. Oh, a TP into the ice pad. Jin Q's still alive though, as BZM and company will not get a kill, much to their chagrin.
I think if Soxa could, oh, hang on, maybe they get this set up on XXS. Skewer available. Duracho not going to use it yet.
He's all alone. No Stampede yet. This looks like a kill.
They burnt to a crisp here by Soxa.
Not able to get to a neutral camp to deny.
I think if Soxa could play this lane again, he would skill Flame Break. I feel like playing into Elder Titan without Flame Break, the mindset that they're playing the lane with a bat and bat is that they can kill. And now that they've tried this specific lane, I think their mindset in the future would be, let's not die.
Yeah.
And if you have Flame Break against Elder Titan, he kind of can't really chase people down. You always have the knockback, as Whitemon tried to get cute here with the Wisdom. It's going to cost him his life to Jinkyu.
Yep, he attempted. So Shrine, looks like it'll just be a trade from both sides.
Definitely an overall very, very good start for the side of Xtreme, and the only reason this lead isn't bigger than it is the absolute stomping in mid from BZM on the Dragon Knight against Puck. Massive CS advantage here, 46 and 17 to the 30 and 2, so 15 denies above XM. Will give him that level advantage that he has.
So now the pressure onto the tower. You got triple dragons there.
Yep.
Well, that's 4 with Puck. That's a fairy dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, it depends if you count Jakiro as 2 dragons. It's 2 heads, so that's...
It's 1 dragon. So you were right when you said 3.
Duracho, he'll find another skewer, this time on an XXS who gets a nice hook stomp on the boat. He has Stampede, but he is RP'd for the time being. Echo Stomp to try to counteract this. And there's the Stampede. Soxa is super dead. Just leaves him for his teammates as Undyne now was looking to set up something on Duracho, but he's just running out of steam. So another skewer into an ally death.
Yeah, the Magnus plays just haven't really worked. They're short on damage, I think is the simple way to put it. That's what I was getting at earlier as well. We're not really seeing that come into play too much here, but just killing a lane that has Tinker in it is so difficult. The constant heal from Arch of the Machines, the barrier from Defense Matrix. There's a reason why Tinker and Abaddon both are rated very high in the pro scene right now, and the thing they have in common is they have an all-damage barrier. And it just... because of the way barriers interact with resistances like armor and magic resist, etc., it's a lot more than what it sounds like when you get a barrier of 290. It takes some chonking through to remove that barrier, and Tinker's is even 320 and he can rearm it. So
yeah, Tinker seems quite strong right now. His Blade Mail's up and running for XXS.
Yeah, curious to see what Jinkyu's going to do after Locket.
Sorry, who?
Jinkyu, because we've seen, I think it was Whitemon the other day that we cast that got stupid farmed on Tinker and just went Ags Aetherlens minute 25 as a position 5.
Ame, he's gonna get Dragon Tail. Undyne is here though. Echo Stomp. It does hit on 1. A weird interaction there. 33 tossed away. And Tundra will just focus on the tower now instead. They definitely have a lot of push potential on this lineup as Undyne is going to show himself again, but they're going to need more reinforcements if they want to actually defend.
Here comes Tinker.
Tinker with the march.
Doesn't have keen conveyance yet, though, so he's stuck here now, effectively. I'm hearing an RP.
Yeah, and that's on XXS into nothing.
It was just to keep Duracho alive. So XXS was threatening Duracho with a kill with a 1-1-4 build.
Yeah, this is a farm-intensive build for Centaur.
Yeah, so it's ever the more impressive that he's able to get Magnus low enough when he has Mask of Madness.
Duracho just can't help but hit the Centaur. He just can't help himself, you know?
That might be it.
Avalanche. Nice ice path from Whitemon to stop the aggression in its tracks. So the tier 1 tower looks to be defended for the time being as Duracho now into the jungle. He has a Mask of Madness. This is the facet that most, all the cores essentially have been going for, which is the Empower being passive effectively. So Mask of Madness to get that nice juicy attack speed. Into an Echo Saber after the fact. And obviously the Harpoon at some point.
And if you're unsure about how much cleave Magnus has, you can mouse over his stacks. The 20 stacks there. He has hashtag Dota tooltip modifier M stacks right now.
That's a lot. Holy shit, that's so much.
It's honestly quite baffling that you can have Dota underscore modifier cleave on this hero. I think that's pretty broken. It needs to be fixed.
It is quite impressive.
It might force 33's ult. No, never mind. Didn't have Avalanche for another 2 seconds. Could have maybe threatened him with a bad time. Yeah, all the cores of the game are getting solid farm with the... I mean, both Puck and Abaddon could be higher up, but still, nobody's having a trash game. I think the expected outcome here of Puck losing to Dragon Knight is what has happened. And I think it's also fair to say that this bottom lane, when we saw how it played out, probably also... Oh, there it is. There's that ult from 33 gone.
Illusion Rune will be taken by XM, but a nice ice path into the Jakiro ult. Coil was used, but not going to be much follow-up as Saksa has the terrain walk available. As Undying, he's going to get Dragon-tailed inside that Macro Pyre, but the Tinker to the save. Jin Q coming in with everything that is needed to keep your allies alive.
Yeah. Got the Locket and the Defense Matrix off just in time on the ET.
Such a strong hero.
Yeah, it's very, very
so weird seeing Tinker played this way as XXS. He's getting
another defensive RP
into the tier 1. But
and he's still gonna die.
And now the Avatos as Ame makes his way over. Undyne actually gets it with his Earth Splitter, but either way, a valuable kill for Xtreme. And yeah, the RPs have not led to anything good for Tundra. But speaking of which, BZM, he wants to continue the aggression. Gets the Dragon Tail onto Undyne. That's going to be a freebie as XXS brought back as well with the lasso. Blade Mail won't be enough. So they lose 2.
Nice
They stay a little bit
there.
too long.
It is going to cost them the mid tower, but if they get Ame here especially, this was well worth it.
Double TPs coming in, and one of which is Tinker as XM. Not going to go any further, has the Illusory Orb away.
Oh, and XM TPing actually is going to save their mid tower just barely on Tundra. They could deny it if they want. Meanwhile, Duracho has swapped sides, trying to put pressure on the bot tower. So a lot of aggression coming out from both teams, really, in terms of especially focusing on pushing lanes. Duracho not going to be phased by this sleep. He will finish that bot tower. XM will finish the mid tower. The top tower of Tundra is also very low. And the mid tower of Xtreme is also down to a third, so plenty of towers for the taking very soon from both teams.
Yep, they all have their towers, Cinderin. We get it.
Yep.
There's many buildings in a game of Dota.
This is true. Thank you for really understanding what I was getting at.
Jin Q.
Always trust you.
We'll get the Shrine of Wisdom on his own side, so will be probably another trade.
I believe, is this the first time we've seen an Abaddon go Radiance and start with the Talisman? I feel like all the other ones went for the Relic first, but 33 opting for the defensive item to start. I guess hoping to dodge some... Obviously, if you dodge a tiny attack, that is a lot of damage you're avoiding.
Or even the Elder Titan at this stage.
Yeah, true that.
He's been scared away by that bad boy. So Blink now on XXS. As we get the Echo for Duracho as XXS himself. We run into BZM, who does not want any part in it, apparently. They will find Undyne. That should be a free kill for Tundra.
Nice and easy.
And this is on the doorsteps of a Tormentor, and Elder Titan in these confined spaces, very valuable to have on your team.
Yeah, Xtreme seem just unprepared for this. We're at a level of Dota now where this is becoming the norm, that teams make a 15-minute move and then try to get the Tormentor, and Tundra, this time around, they will clock it correctly.
Incorrect choice from Tundra.
Remember the time this time.
Why would they choose that shard, Cinderin?
Yeah, what are they doing?
Soxa, what are you doing?
I will say though, I was told today in a message that there was a time that Soxa soloed a Tiny by going Moon Shard on Bat. So he's against Tiny.
In a pro game?
I think so. He's against Tiny, has the Shard. If his game is good enough, okay, there's no Shard and no Axe in this game that has like no benefits, obviously. The main thing I'm looking at when Bat gets the Shard is how frequently does it carry any value. And I want to say 9 out of 10 games at least, the Shard does almost nothing. But it will have its odd moments, and when you're playing against tanky heroes like this, it could be interesting. Could also be a way for him to kill the Tinker later in the game. If he has that Shard and he gets a little bit of right-click off, he can do a lot of damage very fast during Lasso.
Sure.
So
he just needs to get a Mask of Madness now.
Yeah, Mask of Madness, Moonshard, BKB, Blink.
There you go. You heard it here first.
He's almost there.
Tundra with a 4K lead. They seem to be in a pretty good position right now as XXS, he's going to get the initiation off. Earth Splitter is coming, not going to hit though, as the Ice Path Macropie from Whitemon on the low ground is enough to dissuade Xtreme from going any further. They will stampede away. XM's going to be A-OK as the pursuit continues onto Undyne, and the lasso will ensure at least somebody dies here.
And I think it's really important to... Oh, hang on.
They're not done yet. Very... Jin Q, he's going to be okay. He is a Tinker after all. XM and company.
Did they go too far now?
Maybe. Another initiation, XXS. They've isolated BZM a bit, but not sure if they have enough to actually get him to the grave.
I think... I want to give Tundra credit for how well they're doing the thing we talked about with avoiding the head-on 5-on-5 like wombo combo style. They're taking advantage of the exact thing that we were looking at, which is the Dragon Knight blink and the Bat Rider blinks. Just like poking and prodding, finding a pick here, finding a pick there, and never committing truly into like a big 5v5. And that's where they've built their lead. It's from a couple of... They only have 6 kills, but the couple that they've found have been really impactful. And in the meantime, they've managed to find great farm on Duracho as well as BZM. And of course, the Tormentor accounts for about 2k of their lead. So, or more. 2.5, I suppose. So, avoiding the exact thing that Xtreme's lineup is so good at. If they can keep playing this style of game and never give them that wombo combo, would be looking quite
Dota Plus likes Xtreme in this game, despite being at a deficit right now.
I found that the Dota Plus generally really likes one of two things. It likes ultra hard carries, and it likes big teamfight spells. And, well, it's definitely big teamfight spells on
both sides.
Primarily Radiant, but there is an RP on the Dire. And I suppose it makes sense, right? Because when games do go later, let's say a subset of 20% of games go late, then in those 20% of games, it's oftentimes the teams that have the big BKB piercing ults or big teamfight abilities that will win and that scale better. So even if you're ahead with a lineup that's even ahead by a meaningful amount like Tundra are, it might still expect that enough of the time they will mess up once or twice, and then the Radiant lineup will get too strong.
We're going to have the initiation this time from Soxa onto Ame. Meanwhile, the Elder Titan already dead to start this fight. As Ame completely surrounded by enemies, it's not happening for him. Double kill for BZM as the RP. Another solo one, but this time it's going to work out a little better for Duracho, I do believe. XXS leads to the triple kill onto BZM. And Tundra now cruising. 7k lead.
What do you think Puck's KDA is right now?
Puck? 0 and 0.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
0-0-1.
0-0-1.
This is a mid Puck. This hero likes to make moves and set things up for its team, and XM has just been nowhere to be found. I feel like almost everything he has done has been reactive. As I say that, he will finally make an active move onto Duracho.
Nice jinx, Cinderin.
Oh, do they have the damage, though? Splitter?
Titan ult does quite a bit, but he skewers away. Mask of Madness for the extra move speed.
He's fine.
He might just be. They don't have Stampede at the ready, XM. It's already expended coil, so yeah, he's going to be fine.
And I see, this is what the team comms on Xtreme are like. They're like, yo, XM, can we go kill? And then he tries this, he's like, see guys, I should have farmed. And I'll just farm.
You think they ever get confused because everybody's name starts with an X?
Yeah, absolutely.
Their team starts with an X as well?
Yeah, I think when they address each other with team name and nickname.
Yeah. XGXM, could you come help us, please?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I meant XXS, my bad. This is like the Microsoft team with the Xbox coming up with sequels to their Series X. Now it's going to be Series XXS and then the Series XM.
Yeah.
And then eventually, like the coup de grace is the Series Jin Q.
The Series Zin X, you mean?
Yeah, they need more X's.
Yeah.
That's true. The triple Xtreme as XM. It's going to be spotted by 33, who now has a Blink Dagger, I believe, coming.
Yep. Love that item choice here. Again, think the same logic of how Tundra are approaching fights. Now Abaddon can just blink in and give vision. He can blink in and follow through. And it's all about keeping good formation and spacing in fights. With yet another dagger, that should be even better. Now, here's the thing about a game like this, though, right? And this is also, a lot of the time, I feel like the win probability graph or whatever, I always take it with a grain of salt because I think it's less accurate than it used to be. But I will say the thing that the graph sees here potentially, or the expectation, is eventually Tundra need to go high ground. And this lineup, high grounding into Xtreme, is so hard.
Yeah.
They have ridiculous defensive potential with the Tinker March. They have ET, who's one of the all-time greats of high ground. They have Puck Coil to set it up. They have Tossback with Coil.
They're just missing Pudge.
So, yeah, you definitely need an Aegis if you want to hit some high ground here. And even if you have that on, let's say, your Dragon Knight, and he goes and hits the tower, if he gets Tossback, he could just die twice.
Oh,
nice find.
The stun. XM is dead.
Can't stay alive forever in this game. He's done a good job at not dying, but eventually the slip-up is coming.
So 0-1-1 now for XM. I mean, Tundra's high ground, it's not like it's bad. It's just, yeah, by comparison, it's not close. I mean, Jakiro with a long-range spam, and then Skewer is also, you know...
Oh, yeah, both teams will struggle to end this game unless they get a team fight win first. I don't think, even with the second Aegis, I don't think it's just cut and dry, go and finish.
It's true.
By any means.
So
this
Tundra,
one is Tundra's, though.
Yeah, they get a big pickoff on the XM, and now they lead to the Roche. Who takes this?
I'd like to see it on Magnus, I think.
It's a bit of a weird Aegis, right? But yeah, I guess Magnus would make the most sense. Yeah. DK transformation hero, Abaddon. I mean, does have Radiance, but it's already tanky enough. He's going to pop his ult to try to chase XM. Soxa. Oh, he's going to get clipped by the Echo Stomp, taking tons of damage from Ame, but the Earth Splitter not going to hit onto Soxa. He gets the lasso off in time, but dies shortly after. It's still going to be the trade that Tundra will take. 33 now getting low. He needs teammates nearby, and guess what? BZM shows up, and XXS not going to be stunned that long, thanks to the defense matrix. And even the coil being used on the Abaddon, finally, 33 will fall. As BZM, is he actually all alone? Whitemon finally making his way over. There's the RP from Duraccio coming out of nowhere. Do they have the stun lock on the puck? They do. Second death for XM.
XM even dodged the RP with a fast phase shift, but it doesn't matter because his other spells are on cooldown, so he comes out immediately into an Ice Path, and then they chain it with Dragon Tail. A nice response there again from Tundra. And they retain their Aegis, so 4 minutes of power play still coming up. It is all in all a relatively even gold exchange across the board with the 3-for-2, but still feels like Tundra are just step by step getting closer to where they want to be. And you see Ame's doing a lot of damage here, but the problem is the Bat Rider actually just gets to constantly stack him up, and he's just sitting there. He's just eating the Firefly for 10 seconds. Yeah. So eventually you're going to burn out. It was close to getting him out with Stampede. But 33 got him with the Radiance.
Dealing with Abaddon is such an annoyance. Like, they end up getting him, but it takes so long to kill him that all these reinforcements eventually arrive. Now see if we can see the dodge of the RP here. So coming out of the gate, nice. Using the
he orbs and then is insta Ice Path by Whitemon.
Yep. And it's a great counter to the old puck. Tier 2 tower in the top lane is now Tundra's. Still 3 minutes on the Aegis. As Xtreme Gaming now down 10K. And this looks to be a brooch for Ame.
It's a big damage upgrade. I think, so we've talked a little bit about this brooch of a lot of heroes are buying it right now. Some of them don't benefit from all the things. It's good on Tiny, surely, right?
Yeah, you got Keep Spell Life Steal, sure. Skewer out,
Steal, really hard for the crits.
Ice Path as well. Macro Pyre not going to do too much as a Stampede is initiated.
Ame is in an awkward position here. He has to try to TP. He'll be successful. Get out of there. 33 will force him out, and
Tormentor available.
Yep. They get everybody. They effectively flush Xtreme off the map. They're all in their base now, so Tundra have full map control and can choose to do whatever they want. That could be the Tormentor. Doesn't have to be. You don't have to kill this whenever it's available. There can be some merit to staying out on the map, because once you go to the Tormentor, you are giving up a little bit of space to the enemy team. If you have a chokehold, you can just wait. It's not like the Tormentor gets worse or that the enemy team will claim it. So I kind of like that they're not going for it here, but staying strong out in this position. Take the bottom tier 2 first.
Yep. Yet another tower for Tundra. Oh, Dyrachyo. He is all alone right now, but they have the outpost control. Is it going to matter? Another RP dodge. And the tree toss decapitates Dyrachyo, but lucky for him, he has a second life. BZM focus is now on Jin Q in the midst of all these March of the Machines. Dyrachyo can't get the blink off. Because he does not have a blink, Cinderin.
Yep.
It's the Harpoon in this case. All right, well, they get the Aegis.
They get the Aegis, and he used RP on nothing, so there's actually a moment of opportunity here for Xtreme, potentially, if they want to look for it.
And Dyrachyo really close to Nullifier, and being able to take off the defense matrix. Very, very, very strong.
Yeah, eyeing up a Hex next. Interesting. Thought we were going to see... I guess they want AC on the Dragon Knight because he's playing Green Dragon.
Wow, look at all these Gale Guards being built. Goodness.
Oh, they actually already have the AC on Abaddon. My goodness. I did not realize he was that close to his next item after the blink, but yeah, then surely they're not buying AC on the other two. It's a very good timing here from 33. Tower gone.
And that's all the tier 2s off the map. It's going to be a bit of a methodical push for Tundra. They're going to wait for the next Aegis. The only question is, when will Tormy be taken? You're right, it does take a bit of a trek to get there.
Yeah.
And you have every lane pushed in right now for the most part.
Man, Gale Guard is just... We talked about it last game, how some things introduced in the patch get nerfed, and then you realize just how powerful they were in the original version.
Yep.
I mean, you and I both, when we read the changelog, we were like, there's literally no way Gale Guard stays. The moment we read it, we were both like, what the fuck? It's like 400 barrier. They nerf it to 250. There's 6 of them in this game.
Yep.
Okay? Like, clearly...
Yeah, but now there's a Nullifier, Cinder.
That's true.
That's a big counter.
Can you nullify this one? I'm assuming you can. It doesn't say that it's dispellable, but I think it is. All right, Tundra will finally get around to bot Tormentor. And Whitemon will claim himself a nice little liquid fire / frost upgrade. So he can now use both abilities together. Kind of nice.
13K is not insurmountable.
It is not, and it's, again, it's largely because of the nature of how the Radiant lineup works that this doesn't feel like a gimme victory for Tundra. There's a lot of barriers. Oh, nice line from Dyrachyo.
My God. They are just using him like a human pinata, bouncing him around left and right. Ends up being a very easy kill. And now with the numbers advantage, let's see if they can poke the high ground. Remember, they don't have the Aegis right now. Roche is not back up quite yet. With this minus armor from BZM, he can at the very least do considerable damage. And now that 33 has arrived, it'll be even worse for Xtreme. Tower down. Rax exposed. Ame's not even close, so I assume they just give this up entirely.
Wow, really? They're not even trying to defend this lane with all 5 heroes alive and no Aegis? Okay.
The big waning rift into a double hook stop with the coil to follow. Darashi has to pop the BKB. Will skewer away, though, and 33 at full HP thanks to his ult. As Ame finally comes to base, but might be too late.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
He's got his golden item, I suppose. And now they're going to smoke and try to catch.
Yeah, they know there's no Abaddon ult, and they know there's no Mag BKB.
Yeah, but Tail Guard activated. BZM invulnerable as a result.
No call
high
on
five. Okay, so that smoking does not materialize, really.
Yeah, I think what Xtreme would love to find a hoof stomp right now onto DK to start this, and they will actually be given that opportunity, but he just barely gets off to the right. I guess that's the end of that. So nothing really came from that. I was surprised to see them almost drop the lane before they mounted a defense, but because that's the type of fight that their lineup's so good for, right? You gotta take those opportunities when the enemy is knocking on your high ground without an Aegis to try to find anything, but Tundra were able to cleanly disengage, only losing the Abaddon ult, which is now ready again.
So this next Roche fight, pretty damn important for Xtreme.
Yeah, okay, so I think they should take that fight if they can get set up properly. If it becomes hasty and last second rushed, I think they're better off giving the Aegis, actually, and fighting on high ground. Their lineup is so dependent on proper setup. But yeah, if they're ahead of the curve here and they get vision placed definitely do something.
They run into someone.
Nice blink out from Soxa. Nothing going to come from the smoke.
Good job from Soxa. Bait and switch. Yeah, so smoke revealed. And now there's a counter smoke from Tundra. See if they can find a target. Roche now up, by the way. XM with his fence matrix already placed. Initiation onto Abaddon. He's already going to pop the ult, though. Daracho pops the BKB along with BZM, gets off the RP. It's only onto the Tinker. They do clean him up very easily, and Ame, despite having BKB, is just melting here. Double kill from BZM, and just like that, the fight's over. Xtreme have to back away. XM shows himself for some reason. Trying to maybe bait something out of this. He's going to dodge. Oh, that is quite the Echo Stomp. Unfortunately for Xtreme, they've already run out of steam, so no follow-up whatsoever. So this will be a free Roche for Tundra.
Great play call from BZM. He found a moment of weakness on Tinker. If Tinker is showing, insta-kill him. Just jump him, drop your stuff on him. They even RP'd him. Like, they just got to take the Tinker out of the equation. As soon as he's gone, you don't have to worry about the laser, you don't have to worry about the barriers, and the fight kind of plays itself. And all that just set up by 33 blinking in head first on Abaddon, because he can't die.
Yeah.
So getting that intel.
Oh, Whitemon.
Very valuable.
Okay, he spots XM. Now we have a lasso. That is going to be a dead Elder Titan.
Yeah, I think this is ill-advised. You're just giving bonus kills now. I think this Roche, you just have to accept that it's lost. Like, you lost the fight leading into it. This was the moment that Xtreme needed to win. They didn't do it. And then just giving a little bit of extra over to Tundra here. Now Hex completed on the Mag. Have the Orchid on the DK. Is he close to Thorn? Pretty close now.
Abaddon with the Aegis.
XM.
Very interesting.
Oh, they found the Hex. Beautiful.
Oh, boy. That is just adding insult to injury. He does have buyback, but if you have to use it, then like, what items are you ever going to finish? Like, what does he have right now? He has Blink Parasma. 2 items.
Yep.
Parasma is quite expensive, but he's going to be going for a defensive Lincolns, which I feel like in a game like this, don't you just, you got to go like YOLO mode and go for all aggressiveness.
I mean, at this point, maybe, but it was definitely not plan A to be in that position. But now that you're here, I don't know, can he really trust that he's not going to get jumped by either Bat or DK? I think you kind of have to cover your bases.
Instantly hexed. Nullifier applied to him, so he's going to be able to get the hoof stomp at 33. Borrow time activated. Soxa gets the lasso onto the Tinker. That's going to be an easy kill for BZM. They take out XXS as well. And Ame, all he can do is run away in shame as his second set of racks will be destroyed.
XM saving buyback for next game.
Oh, they never got the top melee. It was just the range, apparently. Yep. Harpoon into the skewer. Ame, he does get off the BKB, doing a decent amount of damage. 33 doesn't have ult, so Might have to use that Aegis as a big ET ult. Just not enough at this stage. You're just too far behind. But you can kind of see the idea of this lineup. If all those stars align when the net worth is at least, like, let's say even half of this.
Despite this game absolutely not going Xtreme's way, like you said, you can definitely see what they were going for, but Tundra just very well prepared and played the game. I love all of their itemization. I love the way they approached this, knowing that, okay, if Xtreme Gaming team fights have to go in a specific fashion, we will do whatever to prevent the setup from happening. And they just... In this 35-minute game, I don't think I ever saw Tiny hit a hero in coil almost. Like, that is the level to which Tundra just ran the show.
I mean, if you brought it up, it felt like the first 15 minutes there wasn't a puck, right?
Yeah, not really.
Any, like, team fight initiative from Xtreme. They've looked really good up to this point, but Tundra showing them who's boss in this game number 1 at least. Let's see if they can turn it around for a game number 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Shannon, that they didn't get to a very, very late game state in which we would have seen potentially the cart coming out from the Centaur, but did feel like Tundra had a solid grip on this game and it was going to end sooner rather than later. Here to talk all about it, here with Jenkins and Fear. Fear, this game was Tundra in control. It maybe didn't look like it in the first 5 minutes, but Tundra did seem to have all the cards.
They definitely did, and I think this DK is becoming a problem, and more I see it in that mid lane, the more I'm wanting it to be banned in that second phase. Like, there's like these Monkey Kings getting banned instead, potentially Ember as well. But whenever this DK gets a good start, he seems like he's always top net worth. He's a blink initiator. He's hard to kill. It looks incredibly hard to play against.
At this point, we kind of did think that Xtreme was going to have a good start to the game, Jenkins, because we did have Dyrachyo having a little bit of a Dyrachyo move.
Yeah, he does that. We had some vintage Dyrachyo in this game. But, you know, I agree on the DK point completely. It feels like, you know, we're in a meta where it's like, okay, the BKB comes out. Oh, he's doing physical damage. Oh, he's Glimmer Cape. He's doing physical damage. Like, the fact that he does so much physical damage, and then, you know, you have other heroes on the team that, you know, with like Radiance, like you're doing magical damage. Tundra just had such a good mix of damage between all of their heroes that as long as they had a net worth lead, there was no sort of itemization or any way that Xtreme could deal with it. They just needed to come out of the lanes a little bit stronger. I mean, Undyne was a Giga Chat, I gotta say. He was owning early on in the game, but we have another flawless Dragon Knight performance.
Yeah, 8-0-7.
Yeah, it's good, and I think in general, like, Tundra's drafting is kind of back to what we're used to seeing them doing. Even though Dyrachyo had some funny deaths, he's still top net worth the entire game, right? Yeah. He's farming his brains out, and then on top of that, they're going back to these 3 almost unkillable tanky cores. And it's very hard for like these ETs to deal with like triple strength core. Sure, you are universal on 2 of those heroes, but they play very similar to strength heroes, so it's not very easy to play against. This is Tundra's bread and butter, playing very tanky heroes and then having on the back lines maybe a couple supports that can just stun for you. But yeah, overall, Dyrachyo, great game. I want to see more of this Magnus. Where's this been?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
banned, I think.
I think also maybe Tundra lost a little bit of confidence in it, just considering how the Dream League Grand Finals went. He did not look like the flawless mag performer that he did throughout the rest of Dream League in those Grand Finals. But, you know, sometimes that happens. Like, sometimes you lose your mojo, and there's something that you got to do to get it back. So it looks like Dyrachyo, he has it back. Of course, we saw some vintage Dyrachyo moves, but like, it's Big D. He's going to do that regardless, you know, no matter what hero he is.
Yeah, let's go through a couple of moments in this game. And one in particular highlighted the Elder Titan we saw coming out for Xtreme Fear.
Yeah, this is when he was popping off the laning stage. Like, you would think in lanes like this, like being in a Baton, you're a tanky hero with a Photic Shield, it's going to save you. But he was very confident on this barrier. Yeah, I can fight this. I've got 2 Aphotic Shields on me. No, not when this ET has plus 115 damage. It's not going to work. So I saw some of the reasons why he wants to play this hero. He's also playing Undying too. Heroes we don't see anyone else playing. He just has a good read on certain heroes in this game. And I think that overall the ET was a success. Just the whole draft itself didn't pan out.
Yeah, let's take a look at another one. This is a little bit later on. Fear, there's another one of your clips around the minute 23 mark.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of the game, it's getting hard to play, I think. And we start to see, like, these puck heroes when they get behind, how little they can influence the game, but also the big team fight ultimates and what they can do for a game like this. So when you do have heroes like Magnus on your team, they can also add a lot of like flair, I suppose, because this DK, he does come into the team fight. The fight looks pretty good for the most part for Xtreme Gaming, but if I'm not mistaken, I think this will be a point where Magnus will come into the game. Yeah, he'll just take the gate here, just link up with the DK, and you think this fight's going well for Xtreme. One RP comes out, you unfortunately didn't catch the puck, but they got stuns for days, right? That's one of the beauty of the DK, the Jakiro heroes. You can just continuously lock heroes down like a puck.
Yeah, that fight lasted for a very long time as well, as we have the comparison here for two players from the same team.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that they are playing two universal heroes, but look at the skill builds. This was at 27 minutes into the game, and he has 2 points in Skewer, 1 point in Shockwave. 33 has no points in Miscoil. The reason they're tanky, the reason they're surviving these fights, the reason they're doing so much damage is because they're universal and they're getting stats.
Yeah, I think we had the same skill build coming out just a series before this with Ace as well.
It's just the build right now on Abaddon because you are universal. And the Miscoil, it even got nerfed like in the most recent patch to kind of dissuade the support Abaddon, and even less reason to want to take it.
Yeah, and then there was the fight where
Jenkins, what happened?
Is in a good place.
I was very impressed with the team fighting here from Tundra. They had 33 blink up the high ground, giving vision, and then the moment they see the Tinker, it's like, okay, sure, he has a shield on him, he's getting that status resistance. They just blow everything on him. And then, you know, they could have gone for the puck in that fight, but they realized that, well, they can just kill these heroes afterwards if it wasn't for this sick Echo Stomp from Undyne.
I mean, at that point, the game was kind of already over anyway, but it did kind of show exactly what you want from an offlaner. You want someone to jump in first and give a little bit of time for everyone to assess the situation. And I think that that's what the teams need to do right now. Assess the situation, especially Xtreme Gaming. They're going to try to see if they can force out a third game to this best-of-3 series, or maybe Tundra will take this one 2-0. Find out the answer after a break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Xtreme Gaming versus Tundra Esports coming your way with the second game of this best of 3 series here for Wallachia Season 3. And the winner of this series will move to the playoffs. Loser still gets a chance tomorrow, but that will be their last chance, by the way. And the winner also doesn't just get the playoffs. They also get a day off tomorrow. I know they'll just probably spend it playing and scrimming Dota anyway. For this game too, Tundra has a game up, so they are on match point to get that playoff spot. What I want to see, Fear, I feel like all 3 games that we've done with this panel today have been a little bit one-sided. I just want a little bit back and forth. What needs to happen?
All right, so what needs to happen? We need to have more competitive drafts, I guess.
Ame Juggernaut.
Ame Juggernaut will make this. They just lost. They need to win.
Yeah.
You didn't get the memo.
So
we won at game 3. Oh, okay.
The Juggernaut's not the hero for that.
It truly isn't.
He does lose with it.
So I think the biggest issue that I saw is there was 2 really underwhelming picks from Xtreme Gaming. One of them was Puck, right? You were playing against a lot of stuns. You don't ban, I think, one of the essential heroes, which is the Dragon Knight now, into that matchup. And the second was the Centaur. Like, normally Mag is pretty good versus Centaur. You have this cleave, you have high base damage, you don't have to hit him, so the retaliate doesn't really affect you. I know Dracho probably still was because he was low in that lane, but theoretically it's very good against the Centaur as well. It's good lockdown. I want to see those 2 changes in the draft. Just change XXS's hero and XM's hero, because I feel like they can play much more high impact roles.
Yeah, because we did have a couple of successful moments, just not from, for example, the mid lane. Yeah, we heard that.
Puck versus 3 tank.
I can get behind the same logic. The thing is, like, it is XM Puck, so, and historically he's been very successful with this hero. I know teams try to ban it out. You know, he's got a sniper, he's got his Viper as well.
But what is Puck good at? Killing squishy heroes.
Killing back lines.
The hero's pretty tanky.
Being unstunnable if they don't have instant stuns, which they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. In this situation, it probably didn't make that much sense. But the thing with XM, if you have him on your team, you know that there's a very specific set of heroes that he's going to play. So if they're going to pick the Puck, I think they need to defend it a little bit better when it comes to the bans, or pick it later on in the draft. Did they have last pick? No, they didn't. They
didn't. So they did pick the Puck on, as people would call it, 18, but that would be their overall 4th.
Yeah, then
they did have the 2 bans afterwards.
So they banned Monkey Ember, and I agree with the Monkey. I think against
I don't think so anymore.
BZM especially.
I mean, BZM is very
Ember. Instead of banning the Ember, you ban the DK.
That's better. Yeah.
Do you
Just
think,
because BZM had such an explosive performance, I would agree.
I will say, just overall, I do think we're going to see DK having a higher priority in the draft regardless, because he has been doing very well when not played with the red facet. That seems to be a simple solution to making that hero more successful. So who knows what's going to come our way, and I'm assuming that Xtreme and Zow8 have got a plan in mind going into that second game and trying to force out that third game to this best of 3 series.
Yeah.
We're going to find out. We are in the draft, so this time around Xtreme is on the Radiant side, Tundra is on the Dire side, which was the same actually previous game.
Yeah, I think Tundra nailed it though, as far as like their game plan going to this. Just remove Ame's hard carries, because this is a team in which they want to play 4 Protect 1 very, very badly. So if you remove these Terrorblades, these Nature's Prophets, even PA type of heroes, that is the route I think you're really looking to go. Because we saw in the Tiny last game, like, this hero doesn't have the same like map presence as like a Terrorblade would, for example, or a Nature's Prophet.
Speaking of which, both of them are banned as well by Tundra. I have one final question before we fully dive into the draft of game number 2. It feels like I've only seen Saxa being the one to play Bat, but he's played it quite a few times and he's been quite successful on it. Why don't more people play it, and what makes the hero such a good fit for Tundra in this case? Well, maybe not this game in particular, but you know what I mean.
Honestly, it's hard to say, because I feel like Bat as a 4 will fall off sometimes. Part of it is like you feel like you can't get to the Blink Dagger timing, because I feel like once you have the Blink Dagger on Bat, it's so easy to take fights. You know, you just pull somebody out of some sort of formation.
Cool.
Okay. Wow, this is entirely different. All right. Okay. So yeah, we have to break this one down. So Dazzle comes out. A lot of people are using the ult basically for the, like, barely even for the fact that you become in this invulnerable thing. Like, a lot of it is about you get the Hex, You get the extra healing. You can like dive towers with it. Like there's a lot of cool stuff you can basically do with it, but a huge portion of it is like healing based. So Ancient Apparition coming out makes a lot of sense as a counter to that. But then also, even if you're not going on the Dazzle, if you're going on the guy that he's healing, but also this is Jinkyu's one of his heroes.
It is, yeah. I mean, he's played it. He's very good on it. I don't know if he has to play it, and I don't know if it's too early of a pick. We'll have to see on that one, but I wonder with this Dazzle pick early on, what you want to do with it. Like, oftentimes, if it's not a good core Dazzle game, you would move it to support and just be a support. But do you want to do that versus AA? Because I feel like you are mainly playing around the heal at that point.
Yeah, I feel like you almost move it to core because
I think you kind of have to, right?
It kind of also works the other way, though, because the Dazzle Grave, if you put it on a later stage, it does also save from the Shatter if you put it on towards the end of the Shatter.
That thing lasts like 20 seconds at level 20, though.
Yeah, but now that you have the actual indicator where you know exactly when a person's going to Shatter, that might actually make the difference.
It could, yeah, maybe. But the other side is as well, AA is pretty defenseless against like the spirit you throw as well, and you can just like solo kill supports very easily from long range. So we'll see. Have to see that one works out.
Yeah, get a blink and probably play more aggro. It's like an Aghanim Scepter sort of thing.
Yeah,
I could see that.
Now would be a better game for Puck though if you do want to play versus a Dazzle. That hero's quite good.
And we got the Slark and the Tidehunter.
Oh, that's a block pick right there.
And the PA band and indeed the Mag coming out on the side of Xtreme this time.
So what's the big D hero for one-to-one beating the Mag in the AA? Because I do feel like a lot of Duracio's carry pool, which is 4 heroes, are countered by, now 5, are now countered by Ancient Apparition. I mean, Lifestealer's out. PA out. PA's not that good. Ursa's pretty good. You can status resist the Magnus RP and also the AA ult. You can lower the duration.
You don't really buy Satanic either.
Yeah.
You don't care, so.
You're not really a lifesteal hero. You're just like tanky for other reasons. Yeah, I don't mind the Ursa. I mean, Duracio's like looks like this is one of his best heroes.
Would you pick it on this the 2 picks?
No, probably not, because I don't think Xtreme wants it. But that would be Giga Chat of them if they take the Magnus, let the 2 picks come out, and then they go for the Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, deny everything.
I want to see like oh, they're going DK. I was gonna say I wanted to see like this is a flex pick, which is nice, and to the Weaver. So I was gonna say Beastmaster because AA typically hates playing versus that, but scratch that, we probably won't see it, but we could. Either way, Weaver has been something Soxas plays a lot now. The bugs are very strong. The control, you don't really have any with AA, right? So you can just get on top of this hero and really bully him in this game. And the DK pick, I think that's just kind of like a statement pick, almost like, yeah, we think this hero's good. We're just gonna pick it up now. It still has some flex potential, but I don't even know how much of that is true. We talk about this, blue facet or whatever it's called. Is it blue?
It's blue.
Okay, yeah, the blue facet, but I don't know how good it is yet. I do know the green one is very good.
I honestly think if you go carry with DK, you probably just go green facet anyway.
You might, yeah.
And you just play semi-cores in the other lane. This is the second time, at least, Shiver, that you and I have seen the Weaver versus AA.
Yeah.
And it looked really good in the last game because it's very hard for AA to deal with this hero just running on top of him. And
anything that's fast and anything that gets on top of you is scary as an AA, and Weaver does both.
And I think there's like 3 things in the game that can actually mitigate the Ice Blast through the healing reduction, and it's Weaver, Terrorblade, and Lifestealer. It's just like these like HP swap mechanics. So if Weaver did eventually get an Ags, he could save his team from the Ice Blast. But at the very least, if he forces the Ice Blast onto himself, he will be able to save himself from that.
Faceless Void. What makes this a good Faceless Void game? Ooh.
Low cooldowns on all of these heroes, and on his team and on the enemy team. I mean, that's the cool thing about Void is you're dilating a bunch of low cooldown heroes, and you're also improving the cooldowns of your
Doom
team.
pick there. Well, Faceless Void carries out the window. Throw that in the offlane. I guess Ame, does he play the Magnus? It's not one of his signatures, that's for sure, but I think he kind of has to in this game. Unless we're getting crazy, because Jakiro 5, we know that for sure. AA, I'm assuming it has to be the other support, so that's your support. You don't want to play Void at carry in general. I don't think it's very good. Especially don't want to play it versus Doom. So let's throw that in the offlane, which means Mag has to be carry or mid. So you have to choose who's going to play this Magnus.
And on the side of Tundra, we are still keeping the flex of the Dazzle between a core and a support, because Weaver is definitely going for Saxa. Doom, I cannot imagine anybody but
33 is playing it.
Yeah. I do like the DK mid.
I think Dazzle's a support.
Yeah.
I think, right? Well, they could pick a support last.
Yeah, it seems like it, but let's see.
We'll see.
They banned Ursa and Warlock, so they're keeping their options open there.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to know. It's either, it could be Dazzle mid, DK carry. It could be DK mid or DK carry and Dazzle support. The choice is really theirs. I think in this particular game, I kind of want to see the mid Dazzle. I do, and then I'll throw DK just as a carry. So I want to see a support.
Yeah, Dyrachyo has to play an entirely new hero right now.
I'm sure. I mean, it's sure it's not entirely new. He's played DK.
Oh, entirely new in terms of in this tournament.
Oh, okay.
But I think, yeah, like, I mean, I prefer when this team is early picking Dyrachyo as hero, knowing that he's going to do the same thing no matter what. And I feel like DK is one of these heroes you can do that with. He'll do absolutely fine in this game with DK.
And on the side of Xtreme, there's a sniper ban already, so it seems like Tundra is still keeping also that Magnus flex open. Any other heroes they should be removing from the pool?
I guess it depends on what you want to pick mid. There's always a... Okay.
Yeah, Dazzle's going mid. I think they need something that buys bongo boots as a pos 5. Because whenever you play as Void, he's going to go for the time square. Time zone.
Oh, all right. Cool.
Why is this cool?
He's definitely a hero that can buy bongo boots.
Okay.
You can save people from the RP and the Faceless Void time zone with your what the hell is it? We put them in the box.
The guy in the box.
The save.
That's not what that's called.
I have not played this hero once.
Let's call it the save.
This is a fun hero though. I'm always happy to see it. I love his goofy animations and the whoopee cushion and all the antics that he gets up to. Like they really nailed the clown antics guy, vibe for this hero. But I think it's really good. It's just incredibly high skill.
I saw something interesting.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's gonna be true or not, and we get a Venomancer. Anyway, moving. We'll unpack that later.
Okay.
But last time you throw him in the box, does that increase your move speed? Because I think I saw someone walk out of the time zone really quickly on the box.
Yeah, I think so.
Which could be a counter to...
By the way, this is an XM mid Venomancer.
Yes,
yeah, and this is a carry Void versus a Doom, which is... So... I hate this.
The pause.
I have to... you have pause sometimes, you have to think about what you want to say, but I have nothing really good to say, because Faceless Void carry versus Doom, versus 33 Doom, that is so incredibly hard to pull off. We have a mid-Veno. We've seen this before. He would wave cut and get really farmed, but you were playing versus a Weaver. He's just going to TP and kill you.
Tell me how you really feel.
I feel like a Dazzle, it's really hard to wave cut versus a Dazzle who's going to hit you over and over and over again. Because I just know as an offlaner, when I'm playing into a Dazzle 5, it's like, oh shit, he hit me once, I'm dead. Like with the Q on, because it just keeps refreshing, right? So it's a very dangerous pick for Xtreme. But it's an extreme.
Is it costly, would you say?
It could be very costly, that's for sure.
But Chronosphere, is it really bad?
Chronosphere?
No, I don't think Chronosphere is bad.
He's got Chronosphere.
No, I think you have to get that.
When the patch first came out, people were going Chronosphere still, and Void's win rate went up. Because the mana cost on it was reduced, and historically speaking, when that was low mana cost, his win rate was good. When it was high mana cost, the win rate was bad. Like Void has always suffered from mana issues, so Chrono is still good. It's just the time zone I think is a little better.
And if you Chrono the Dazzle while he's doing his ultimate, does the ultimate stop or does it continue?
I think it continues. I think he's just.
No idea.
I think he's just stunned.
I haven't seen Chronosphere in a long time. It's been a while.
It's not like a channel or anything.
No.
I'm fairly sure it just stays.
It's not a channel because.
Yeah.
I mean, who cares? They're just going to get lane stomped this game. We're not going to see anything fun.
You can't Chrono the invulnerable guy from the Dazzle, so he just keeps going.
Well, let's see that play out, and let's see how the Veno will play out in this mid lane, and if Xtreme can force out a third game to the series together with Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, despite what Fear seems to think that this game's already over, apparently. My goodness.
It's been a while since I've heard Fear that blunt. I think he recently played Faceless Void against Doom and got owned. And now he just thinks it's unplayable.
Yeah.
And
maybe he's right.
It could be.
We'll see.
there's a decent chance that whatever Doom Fear played against was worse than the Doom that is in this game. I would say mathematically there's a 99.9% chance that's the case. The 0.1% is that there's an undiscovered talent out there that's better at Doom than the best Doom in the world. That's where we're at for this. So, yeah, I feel like this is, in a way, a little bit similar to the previous game in terms of drafts. Like, Xtreme have this massive team fight, but it's a one that's very contingent on landing specific spells that might not be the easiest to set up. And Tundra, they have mobility. They've got the Dragon Knight who's going to go blink. They've got the Weaver. The Doom is going to have high move speed. And they're going to just try to skirmish them out of the game, I think. So, a clash of styles once again. Fear seems to think the laning stage for Tundra should be an absolute beatdown. I'm not sure just how one-sided this is going to be for that, but my biggest concern for Xtreme is just, can you line up the conditions that you need to fight? Because what's your catch? It's Magnus and it's Chrono. These are relatively counter-playable, you could say.
Yep.
For the side of Tundra.
All right, there's so much to talk about this game. I'm very excited. So I guess we can start with the lane that we're watching. BZM on the Dazzle, XM on the Veno. I have no idea how this matchup goes.
Yeah, same.
The Veno ends up going for the Plague Carrier facet, which is, I think, the main one we've been seeing.
It's the only one.
Plague Wards can be placed on. I mean, the only time I've seen the Venomancer is, I forget what team was it, that jungles with it level 1. And obviously they would go with this facet.
It's been Wildcard has been rating
right.
that higher than every other team. They've just flat out first picked.
And it's been owning for them. And I think it's probably been banned in most games, for them at least. So yeah, adding the plague wards to yourself or teammates or whatever the case may be, very strong for chasing. And then the Dazzle, we got a little taste of that early in the tournament. Looked really strong, so kind of surprised to see it get through the bans, but still exciting to see some new heroes being played. As XXS is just dead, apparently. And we haven't even talked about Whitemon playing Ringmaster. I have yet to cast this hero. So
we got Ringmaster, and Void skilled his ulti. Well, hasn't skilled it, but has it this game.
Yeah, okay.
Chronosphere.
I was going to say, he's already level 6. Wow. Impressive.
We've got a Chronosphere on our hands.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense with all the spells that they have at their disposal.
Yeah.
As more spam abilities onto 33. But yeah, what do you think of Ringmaster in the current form? This is going to be the original facet, if you want to call it that, with the whoopee cushion and whatnot.
Yeah, I think this hero is pretty solid. It's one of the best laners in the game as a 5, but the duration for which you find your major impact is relatively short, so you really need to take advantage of how strong this hero is on level 1, 2, and 3 in particular to get some of that advantage. But I think this is I've played this very little, but the way I feel about it in general is what makes the hero good for pro is if it's a good game for Escape Act, which they picked into Chrono or Time Zone. Either way, it's useful.
Yeah.
And if you have some sort of setup for Wheel of Wonder, where they have Dragon Tail at the very least here to do that with.
Okay.
Putting some serious pressure onto XXS here.
Yeah, Whitemon throwing out those darts. Very good against these really high HP heroes. XXS will live, but just barely.
Yeah. And maybe this is the solution to Dazzle. Just don't lane. That's why they picked the Veno. This is Xtreme's best pick to get farmed without laning against a hero.
I wonder how many creeps he's missing in terms of XP and farm in the mid lane. As
BZM,
the
this
jungle.
is awkward.
Yeah, that is a lot of slow. BZM, is he just dead here? Gets off picks up the water rune, but
he might just.
He's still slow to a crawl. Gets off a shadow wave, but he's gonna tick down. Wow. XM getting a solo kill. That is huge for Xtreme.
He had all the time in the
dies
world.
though, and it all equalizes apparently.
He had all the time in the world to TP to his mid tower.
Yeah, that's true.
He could have done that right away if he thought he was going to die. He just felt like he wasn't going to be chased down there.
Undyne looks like he's going to drop as well. Both members of Tundra very low. 33 is just going to TP out.
Yep.
But they clean up pretty nicely in this bot lane. I mean, this is really strange because typically somebody would at least be leeching a little bit of the XP mid while this is happening. And this is the reason that Wildcard does this. What?
Oh, he switched out to the tower. I was like, how did he die to Jakira that late?
But playing it as support, obviously leaving your offlaner all alone, it makes a little bit more sense than just leaving your mid lane entirely. But he's trying to get the best of both worlds, it seems.
Yeah,
look at the mid wave. Like, it's just dying to the tower. Nobody's getting this XP.
Who wants to sit mid right now? The hero that goes mid and leeches XP, you need to be able to justify it to whoever you leave alone. So if AA were to go mid and get a little extra XP, then you have XXS playing against DK Ringmaster alone.
All right, well, Jakiro finally makes his way over. BZM's already at half health as XM is going to be spotted by Sox, who gets off the swarm. And then play carrier is placed onto BZM. He does not have Grave. He is super dead. And it's going to spread to a couple more members, but there's a trade, and it's a big one. 1 for 2. So Tundra, I mean, that's the thing. BZM doesn't get any of the XP, but you do get 2 kills.
Yep. It's great news for Tundra to get levels on Weaver. I think this hero is extremely potent when it has a good start as a position 4. You have different build paths. Looks like in this game it's going to be the Urn first for Soxa. Can consider the Vessel against, in particular, the Void, but can also be kind of nice against a hero like Magnus. Just decent damage. You can go the Solar Crest route or Auras, or you can buy damage. I think it's a really cool part of this hero as a support is that it genuinely feels like every build is viable, depending on the type of game you're in. And that's obviously a great asset to have because your conditions from game to game will change. And just having that flexibility is very nice. Big damage onto mid tower from BZM with the Siege Wave. He's even going to glyph this.
Soxa from behind as well. Meanwhile, Doraccio is taking tons of magic damage. He gets cleaned up easily. Soxa is finally going to show himself. As XM has to be careful. He's going to get whipped by Whitemon.
Whitemon.
We didn't mention that the DK went for the Frost Dragon, by the way.
Yep.
So attack slow, speed, and healing reduction. It's kind of weird, though, because they don't really have that tanky of a lineup on Xtreme.
Yeah, I would have expected green here as well, especially considering they're playing with the Swarm and with Dazzle Weave.
Yeah, they have a lot of minus armor potential.
It seems like a great green game.
Soxa, he's skewered up. Undying coming from the sideline. The whip is there. Soxa, ooh, he's going to get saved by Whitemon for the time being. He's going to use the Shikuchi as well as Doraccio. He's going to be the recipient of the Veno ult, but XXS, he ticks out. As you can see, the new ult from Dazzle doing work here. And Doraccio, so much damage over time, he's going to die as well. Double kill for XM. Undying, he gets off the ice path just in time, but looks like he'll drop it. Another trade coming about. BZM still living. This is the 1v1 battle we've been waiting for, and it looks like BZM will come out on top, at least initially, but will he tick away? No. So BZM finally coming out on top of this 1v1 Veno versus Dazzle battle. Yeah, that was worth quite a bit of gold.
Okay, what's your take on Dazzle's build of not having a singular point engrave at level 8?
That's like every time I've seen it in this patch, that's been the case, though.
Yeah,
But yeah, against Veno.
It's one of those things where the other two abilities scale so incredibly well, but just a 1 value point engrave when you have your ult, at least. It heals a lot. Just, I don't know, I would have liked to see 4-1-2, maybe, but...
First Doom of the game, on to Ame. 33 took a beating, but now he's going to try to chase this out. Ame.
Don't have any urn charges, so he might just live.
Is fine, it looks like. Gonna
Turning
try to
around.
turn things around. Has the Chronosphere. Do they have the follow-up damage? Right clicks from Undyne might just be enough. 33 gets off the Infernal Blade, but 33 ends up dropping as Whitemon comes in with a big whip onto 2. Looks like Ame will be the trade.
That's the wheel.
1 for 1 as the Wheel of Wonder. Gaze upon it at your peril. Undyne dead. I have to say, Ringmaster, his abilities, other than the ult, the names are just awful to commentate. Like, I'm not going to ever say Tame the Beasts. I'm not going to say he escape acts. I'm not going to say he cast Impalement Art. Like, these are awful. But Wheel of Wonder is
whip,
great.
box, and dart.
Yeah, that's what I will be saying. Yeah, I'm not saying Funhouse Mirror. I mean, Whoopee Cushion is, that's a good one, though.
No, you like that one. What do you think the KDA of Ringmaster is right now?
Hold that thought, because 33's dead.
No, that's correct. TP to his immediate death.
How many games have been played?
No, I mean in this game. What's his KDA?
Oh, his KDA. 1-0-0.
All right, he's 7-1-0. It's good that you've been paying attention. Just testing you here, Ringmaster.
How did he get all the kills?
We talked about how this hero was strong in the early levels.
Incredible.
That's where you want the payoff, and well, Whitemon's been delivering.
What a beast.
Yeah, and you only saw one of them. So you even got the stealth kills.
Novel
Nice
projection. You can see the AA blast onto the original Dazzle, but there's not going to be much follow-up.
That's one thing about Dazzle, or AA against Dazzle, right? You're always going to hit Ice Blast on him. Because you can see where the real one is, because you can see the line that he draws with the ults. And, well, if he wants to dodge that, he has to...
Ooh.
Oh, can you even... Yeah, you can end Nothel Projection early and move, but that feels really bad.
Wallachia dodging spells left and right. He has absolutely no mana, though, and no reinforcements either, so just a matter of time for XG to take him out in tow. XM getting credit for that one.
That will be the vessel for XM. Big item here.
Impalement Arts hits Jin Q right in the ass cheeks, and now the Wheel of Wonder to stop the TP. Down goes the Crystal Ice guy. Okay, I kind of like Impalement Arts now. I'm going to use that.
I think everything by comparison will be good compared to Crystal Ice. I think every spell will sound good.
What if I cast every hero like that? Green, venomous, disgusting, filthy creature. So I was actually thinking for Wheel of Wonder, because I can just say wow when it's cast. Like if
like
we could
LD?
Have, exactly. LD's clip just plays wow whenever it's cast.
And Whitemon shows up, and he will.
Wow.
He will wow.
This is a cool hero, though. I'm really happy to see it. I'm hoping at some point to see the other facet, because I want to see the unicycle.
Yeah.
It just looks so fun to use.
It is really fun, but it's not very good.
You don't think it's very good?
I don't know. I think it's very, very contextual.
Contextual.
And like we've talked about with Pro Dota, you generally like the facets that are more reliable and better the majority of the time. And the unicycle might be good once in a while. But all the Carney classics just seem, they're easier to use, they're more reliable, and on average more impactful. The win rate on the hero is also significantly higher.
I mean, you're saying that the unicycle it's not reliable in terms of using it in a fight or something.
It's hard to get it off when you want to use it.
Just traversing from one place to another is great. It's
for travel, sure.
Bot lane. Undyne in the area as well, as the AA blast is not going to hit.
Yes.
But the bash is there, and that should set up the ice path.
That'll do.
And Ame will get credit for that one. And speaking of Ame, haven't really seen the carry Void since been casting so much god-awful off-lane Void. God, I'm so sick of it, actually.
Wow.
He has I feel very strongly about it, just like Fear feels about this entire lineup of Xtreme Gaming. Mask of Madness, and it will be an eventual Maelstrom as the RP. What? Oh! Tentacle surprise from the creeps, and they kill off Doraccio. They are very angry that he is in their vicinity. They must back away immediately.
You know what they say. Don't fuck with the Marsh Mage. Wow, that was hard to get off my lips.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like you're having a stroke.
Marsh Mage. Speaking of awful names.
That's pretty bad. That's why I just call them all Polywog.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Ame's doomed, by the way. That's unfortunate. He might just die from that.
He is dead. Absolutely. Wow.
Well, the good news is every time Ame gets killed by 33, Fear gets a little bit happier. And happiness is a zero-sum game, Shannon. Every time somebody feels joy, someone must feel misery. And the Ame loses 2 points of joy, of which one gets absorbed by Fear and one by 33.
Yeah, this is true.
On every Doom kill. And we would like to try to get Fear back to positive. He's been sitting in the minus for a while. He's very upset.
Yeah.
This game has been a -5 for him so far, so we need a lot of Doom kills to bring him back up.
Yeah, well, 33, he's been known to be a beast, so he might just oblige. Has the Midas, going for drums. And I assume this is Devil's Bargain. Yeah, so he can sell pretty much anything he wants.
Really nice play from him here. He pulled the creep wave the entire way up there, so he could kill 1 creep wave and 2 camps with 1 Scorched Earth, and it lines up perfectly with the 14-minute.
Ooh, XXS. He is sheeped, and the wheel, the wow is used.
Wow. Impalement Arts.
It hits. The ticking is real. He's going to walk it off, though. Good reaction time from XXS.
Oh, cool. Are they going to trade Wisdoms? Looks like it. No, maybe not, actually. Ame, if he can't get over there, they could steal it. No, Jinkyu will just walk over. That was not out of the question that Soxa could have actually snuck his way in there and grabbed the double Wisdom, but they will get one each. One for the Doom and one for the AA. Jinkyu rushing the Gleipnir, or I'm assuming he will get the Atos first.
Oh.
Doesn't have to upgrade it. We saw him play this build the other day as well on his AA position 4. The Gleipnir, very strong.
It's very cool. I actually really like the changes to Gleipnir, other than the icon needs to change colors.
I think it's...
Looks too much like Maelstrom still.
It's one of my favorite changes of this patch is the really redesign of certain items. I think it was very clever.
Soxa is spotted. Do they have the lockdown?
They need to hit it.
Skewer into Ice Path, and the dust reveals.
Very nice
easy kill, but you can see the Dazzle already popping his ult with 33, not too far behind. Gets off the Doom. It is on to the mid Venomancer. Undying TP's out, lives as a result, as Whitemon was clipped by the Ice Blast, but he will box himself. As Ame, okay, we have a Chronosphere, but the WoW is right next to him, so he has to back away. Skewer from XXS. They take out Ringmaster. Interesting death animation. Is the RP now onto the Dazzle, but BZM and company will be able to turn this around, it seems, as XXS has bit off too much to chew.
Yeah, they did not have any follow-up to that RP at all. Ice Blast on cooldown, Jakiro not there. Faceless Void did his 200 damage that he can do currently in this stage
16, I didn't even realize. It's a minute past the Tormentor timing.
Oh.
Jinkyu, he's going to be spotted. He's out of mana, so he's just dead. Dyrachyo will take it. Are they healthy enough to take this out? They have the Swarm at their disposal.
Is good for this. He's going to grave himself, I guarantee it.
I would hope
he
lotuses. You guaranteed wrong.
He graved himself.
Whitemon will be the recipient of the Shard. So that's the Spotlight, which has changed a bit. There's now 3 Spotlights. And it provides mischance, it reveals invis, it deals damage to illusions.
It's actually kind of cool against Chrono. It's like a pseudo Dawn ulti, right? You just, when somebody gets Chronoed, you put Spotlight on them.
30% mischance.
30% miss for Void and Mag is not... I mean, the Mag is not going a right-click build, so you're effectively blocking off Void damage. But it's something. It's and it's very reliable. It's super easy to cast. It's got really long cast range. So, they'll make use of it. And if nothing else, you can use it for vision. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So
it still gives vision, right? There was something that was changed about this.
It used to be 1 Spotlight, wasn't it?
Yeah, but you do get some sort of vision, right? It doesn't say it. I mean, you shine spotlights on it.
Surely
not give vision.
I'm pretty sure it does. We'll see.
I guess there's no illusions in this game for it to kill.
Yeah,
I don't think Manta is on
I would say that on average with shards, it's a weaker one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which, you know, that's fine for a new hero. You don't know how busted it's going to be, etc., etc. Soxa hanging around.
Yeah.
On the wrong side of the map.
Well, it could very much be the right side of the map if they manage to collapse here onto Ame, because Soxa knows Ame wants to go in farm. He's actually just going to block the camp.
Dyrachyo's coming.
Just being annoying.
They spot him. Time dilation.
Bait out a TP. They're not going to guess he ran south here either.
Soxa spotted.
He'll show them
again.
He's being super
Ice Path misses, but they're going to use Chrono to kill him. All right.
Had enough of him.
That's a big spell down.
It is.
And Tundra seemed to be in good spirits after that. As 33 jumps in, gets the hoof stomp off, along with the Doom onto the Magnus. The Undying ult comes out.
What an insane impalement art from Whitemon.
As Dyrachyo just slaps him away.
That was such a good snipe.
And eventually the Magnus will fall as well. As XXX actually drops. As Dazzle ends up ticking out as well, but a Dragon Tail from Dyrachyo into the 33 stun as well. Void is dead. Ame, big kill for Tundra as Jinkyu getting right-clicked up close and personal to the Dragon as everybody is dying here. Yeah. 9 out of the 10 heroes died in this fight, if you want to count Soxa at the beginning.
And RP was unused, and the Chrono was killing just the Weaver.
Yeah.
So, I guess silver lining there for the side of Xtreme. They actually got an okay-ish outcome there, all things considered. They definitely have the damage for the time being. What do you make of Doracho buying Mjolnir on DK when he's not playing against an illusion hero? So we saw, this was the build we saw, we're obviously seeing the replay of that impalement art onto Magnus was really good. It was like max range from Whitemon just playing on the limits. And 33 ran him down. So we saw Nightfall go for Mjolnir earlier on DK, but that was against Terrorblade. He didn't win. But this one, is it? He's also playing Frost Dragon. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not sure
What would you have preferred? AC or something?
I mean,
or minus armor.
The classic thing you did on DK in 737 was Armlet Mask of Madness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then into Sanjin Yasha or Blink and BKB. I'm not saying this is bad. It's just I'm not sure what the idea is, if there's something obvious that I'm missing. That's why you get Mjolnir in a game like this, because we're not always seeing carry Dragon Knights go Mjolnir. Maybe the item's just that good. Like maybe.
I think it's fine. Yeah, I don't have a problem with
this patch. Maybe you just buy this on carries in general.
Horn Toss now at the ready for XXS, and they're gonna smoke up for the reveal. Has RP, of course. And if this fight goes well for either team, then Roche is available for the taking, as we have seen how important that objective still is to this day. I love that it's in the river again, by the way. My goodness, the fights, it's just make things way more interesting.
Yeah.
360-degree access to good old Roche. Yeah, very close game here. Tundra with a slight lead at the moment. And that smoke turns into basically nothing.
It feels like a game that's largely in the later portions going to come down to, can Ame get a good chrono or not? I think there's so much pressure on the Void here, which is what I personally feel like those are the worst Void games at a pro level, is where you rely on chrono. I think it's nice when chrono has a clear purpose, like there's one specific hero that you want to kill, or if your other abilities are really valuable, like time dilation. But in this game, it's just Ame hit chrono so we can Ice Blast and burst someone.
Mm-hmm.
And
well,
at this level, the players are generally really good at counterplaying it.
You have RP that's similar function, right? So you have two cracks at it, kind of.
Yeah, but is that... I'm very happy he bought the Axe for the Horn Toss, because I think you want a lower commitment catch. That's what they need lineup-wise, right? So when we've seen teams play this RP plus Chrono, it doesn't always end well, because you have two of the same like big teamfight ults with long cooldowns. If you miss one, or if especially if you overlap, if you see the same opportunity. It also makes it easier for the enemy team to itemize against you, right? Because you know, all right, the problem is these two big-ass ults that we just need to survive. So you can start itemizing single target strong saves. You have Escape Act, you put maybe E-Blade into the mix, Glimmers. Yeah. This is not a great E-Blade game, to be fair. But against Void in general, that is sometimes the solution you can do, right?
There's the Horn Toss. Can he get time-lapse off? Nope.
No, he cannot.
That's the reveal.
I think he's the man to watch in the game right now, XXS. It's going to be Horn Toss picks that Xtreme will be looking for. Okay, they're feeling bold. Straight into Roche's house.
Okay.
And, well, they have good ways to get vision. When you're playing Venomancer, this is one of the luxuries of this hero, is you can counter... You can get vision in all the entrance points into the river.
Impalement Arts hits Roshan. He's a bloody mess.
He's done. He's going out. Oh, he's back. Well, we're gonna try again, Ame. Yep.
He's at half health, and Tundra, they have everything. It's just they don't have tons of AoE. As Jakiro is gonna be blocking these knives now. Impalement Arts again. Swarm comes out as well. Ame gets the Aegis. And Xtreme get Roche in general. Another Impalement Arts. God, that is so annoying to say. The knife hits him. Gleipnir there for Jin Q, so bigger AoE on his ult. Actually, I didn't even notice the facet that he took. Where was it? Oh, it's just the reducing of strength. As we're going to see Soxa get caught out, but he time lapses away. 33. Ooh, nice Lotus. Going to prevent the Doom. And just like that, Tundra will have to back away.
Yeah, Ice Blast. Thrown out the window for Xtreme. We'll have it ready soon, though. Not connecting that time around. So, okay. I don't know this. I'm just wondering, Ice Blast has a starting radius. Hang on, we'll wait with that.
Soxa, he's spotted. There's the horn toss onto the Ringmaster. He boxes himself, though. Escape art, indeed. He puts the World of Warcraft down along with the Chronosphere from Ame. Do they have the damage, though? These are some tanky-ass targets. Darachi is going to get great from afar after the Dazzle ult is placed. RP on the solo Doom, 33. Getting quite low. Gets off the stomp, but dies shortly after. AA Blast. It does clip the DK, and he will tick away as a result. 4 dead for Tundra. Aegis was consumed on the Xtreme side.
But that's such a big moment. This is the point in the game that Dazzle wants to not necessarily end the game, but he wants to crush right now. And he's just not getting to play the game his way. These fights... The Horn Toss starting it off is really nice here, and obviously Soxa doesn't have ult either. He just Shukuchi'd in here to give info and vision and get off the swarm, but now completely compromised. And this Chrono's beautiful from Ahmed. Clips Doom on the edge while he's BKB, so his entire BKB is spent on nothing, basically. Comes out, and they even RP him as a follow-up, so well done.
That worked out quite well for Xtreme.
So
now is Tundra looking for a fight against the Aegis?
Okay, do you think, first of all, do you know exactly how Ice Blast works with how it expands the further it travels? Do you know if it's percentage based or is it just...
I don't know.
Because the reason I'm asking is, if you go Gleipnir on this hero, maybe the initial Ice Blast radius is bigger. And if it scales by percent rather than flat amount, it would get very much bigger when it travels further with Gleipnir, right?
Yeah, not sure.
I wonder... It doesn't say that. Oh, wait. So here it says, the area of effect is 275 plus 50 times time traveled, capped at 1,000. So it's not percentage based, it's just based on time. Okay.
Very interesting.
That is kind of interesting.
I wasn't being sarcastic.
Thank you. I don't believe you.
All right, we have a... Well, this used to be the Roshoff. Now it's a Tormioff, which doesn't have the same ring to it. I have to say, that sounds awful. We're going to have to think of a new one for that. 4 smoked here on Tundra's side.
It's Torment time, Chin. That's still good enough.
I guess.
It's Torment time.
Jin Q.
It's 2-team Torment time.
We spot Soxa there. He's going to get skewered back after the horn toss. Yule's up. Has the time lapse, of course, as the Wheel of Wonder is placed, and Venomancer again tanking it all. He's going to die immediately.
Yeah. Is this enough to torment up, though? I don't think it is.
Nice
they
blast.
did take some serious damage. They can obviously heal this off with Dazzle as soon as the blast ends. Maybe it is enough. We'll see.
We will indeed. Drums are popped. XXS, he wants more. Again, Soxa is the recipient of this. Do they have the damage? There's the Dazzle Grave, keeping him alive. The RP only onto 1, and now it's in a defensive measure as Darachi is just right-clicking to his heart's content. Chronosphere onto 2, but a nice save coming out from the Ringmaster as well. Will it matter, though? 33 finally gets off the ult, and that is on the Faceless Void. Somewhere, Fear is smiling as Dazzle will claim the kill. Ame dead, and that should be Torment time for Tundra.
We're seeing it right there where we talked about the saves. That time they get off the escape act, they get off the full shallow grave. Unlike a half shallow grave, I don't know where I was going with that.
What is the cooldown of Nothel Projection? How does he use it twice? It's a 50-second cooldown, huh? It's a long fight there.
Yeah, wait.
Arcane Rune.
Oh, so it counted. Well, did it count from... Was the fight even 35 seconds? Yeah, maybe it was. I guess it was. It's got it off barely twice. And he also has Octarine now. So,
my goodness.
Yep. And they will Torm as 2. Oh, might steal it. Oh, that was pretty close, actually.
That would have been sick. Shard goes to Soxa.
It's a good shard for farming. Gives you a nice wave clear. Every time you Shukuchi through the wave, you fire off a Geminate attack. He also has a Shukuchi damage talent on level 10. So if Saksa wants, the opportunity to find a lot more farm has just unlocked.
I think when you play Core Weaver, that's probably a top 10 shard in the game.
It's really good.
You buy that pretty much immediately.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's kind of like, it's Weaver's version of the Tiny Shard. Tiny Carry also buys it for the farm efficiency, right?
Man.
And more damage in fights. It's
Good instincts from BZM. Tundra now sporting a 9k lead. And let's get some item updates. So XM had the Midas, apparently. Spirit Vessel, Force Staff, and Lotus. So very utility-based.
Yeah. Not so tanky, but that's Venno in a nutshell, though.
Yeah.
And also, he went for the Gale Guard with Greedy on it. So he deals 40 damage per attack on Venno. He went for the gold.
Undying is on the other side of the map here.
Yeah, he got found, surprisingly, on the enemy side.
Yeah, that is surprising.
Who would have thought they would find him there?
So Ame, he looks like he's going for the Lincoln, so he doesn't want to get doomed anymore. And the only issue with that is, actually, how does Congregations of the Deep work for Doom? Is it like Impale, where, like, in terms of the interactions with Lincoln?
I don't think it breaks Lincolns. It's like a mini Ravage, right? So it should just be...
Oh, it sends it out in all directions.
It's you are the center of it, and it just spreads out in a small radius.
Maybe he needs to go for something to proc that Lincolns once he sees it.
It is actually kind of similar to Hoof Stomp, right? Think about it.
Okay, we have the bring back onto Doraccio, but they don't have the lockdown. Now they do. Double Chronosphere. Ringmaster is first. BKB already ended. As 33 is going to jump in, tries to get out the Doom. It's actually reflected now, so they both have to deal with it. Down goes Ame. Nice grave to save the Dragon Knight for a little bit longer, but eventually Doraccio does fall, so 2 for 1. And Saksa having a right-click battle with the Magnus. XXS is going to get scared away by BZM.
There's a world there where Ame survives if they didn't use Ice Blast prior to the Chrono, because it forced them to stick around for so much longer to kill the DK, and then he got doomed and couldn't get out. It's still okay for Xtreme, of course. They get the 2 for 1 trade, but still feels like what we're looking at now is the next Roche. And if Tundra get lucky, it could be up before Chrono is. 90 seconds on that. And Roche, it's a short spawn timer. Now, this clock still is weird.
You're going to have to decipher this one for me.
So you see the little glowing light.
The glowing one, yeah.
The little glowing one is when he spawns. So that is less than a minute out.
All right, very good.
As the dial is moving.
Please.
But I feel like this clock used to be better.
Of course. Please fix this clock, please. I'm not smart enough to read whatever this is.
It makes a lot of sense, though, for Valve time. It's Valve time. It's really inaccurate. So it has to. This is actually the clock they have in their office. It doesn't have, it has one dial on it. So then they can claim it's whatever time they want.
Yeah, very true.
So he should be spawning within 2 seconds now. 1, 2. There it is.
Look
All
at
right.
you.
Very
Look at
good.
you.
Clock works, Shannon. Broken clock is right twice a day.
That's right.
And Roshan's clock is broken every day.
It sure is.
Lincolns for the uncrowned king himself.
Yep, and he's going MKB next. Wait, am I missing something? What is the MKB for?
It's really good damage.
I mean, so is Daedalus.
That's true.
Is there something giving mischance that I'm forgetting about?
Spotlight, but...
Yeah, I don't even
have
know.
They used it yet? Has he cast it?
They probably have. It's been...
I feel like we would notice if he cast Spotlight, right?
Let's pay attention then.
Okay. Sorry.
Let's pay attention. I mean, he's used Strongman Tonic probably. I haven't noticed that. Whoopee Cushion as well. Haven't noticed that. I have noticed the Funhouse Mirror, though.
Okay.
And Impalement Arts. I'm just naming all his skills. Yeah. Tame the Beast.
But have you noticed his dust of appearance?
I have.
Here come the smokes. Big moment. XX
Clash 33. He misses the Congregations of the Deep. Hits nothing.
They blinked across each other.
Oh my goodness, this is an aggressive play. Chronosphere onto DK. Doraccio, he gets saved.
He's dead.
And he's dead. Doraccio does it again as XXS. He does not use his RP, but the A Blast does connect onto the Dazzle.
He'll get out with Glimmer.
Impalement arts again being thrown.
That was just... Okay, when Doom has to disengage from being caught, you call that play off. That was
stun
insane.
lock. He does have time lapse. He will use it.
Okay.
Shikuchi in 2.
He might actually live
He's
here.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Wow. What? These fights are so weird.
So
33. He's not done. He wants to go. He pops the Shivas. And there's the Wheel of Wonder. It does connect onto the magnets. This should be a freebie for Tundra as a result. RP was used just before his death. Not really doing too much. Nice save.
The spotlight.
Now, Ame's spotlight was finally used. Thank you, Cinder. And Ame with the BKB pounding upon 33. Has to time walk away, though. Whitemon and 33 getting really low, ticking away, but BZM in the back line keeping 33 safe. Whitemon will not be this recipient. He's going to use Funhouse Mirror, will not trick them. As Concussion is used. He's actually going to be able to TP out. Oh. The Gleipnir at the right moment.
Close call.
It's going to lead to his death eventually.
For so long. Yeah, these fights are scrappy, man. It's really about who gets the jump and who has information. And that's why that fight was so crazy, was 33 and XXS blinked across each other and tried to get the catch, and they both missed their spell because of it. So the Congregation missed, and then the Skewer missed. And then Dyrachyo just went in there. And it's the right mindset, don't get me wrong. I think Dragon Knight needs to get in there and get involved, just not after Doom has disengaged. They do, I think throwing Dragon Knight into the mix and using him to soak up a ton of spells is actually not a bad idea. When you can keep him alive with the Grave and with the Impalement act. Close enough. That's...
All right, Blast hits 2.
Nice
Clips
pass back.
the Weaver
okay,
as well.
That's
a lot of damage.
That's an oven. Out. Nice little pyrolysis.
Oh, okay. XXS, yeah.
Found a Weaver Swarm.
Used the Horn Toss, so that's down for 30. So that cooldown's going to essentially be aligned with his RP now.
Roshan will roar. He's upset that all the guests left.
Oh, BZM using his ult already and DK form as well. Yeah. This is a good opportunity for Xtreme to try to steal the old Roche here.
Yeah, keep scouting with the Swarm. Not going to find anything, though. The smoke.
I mean, maybe they just have to give it up. This is going to be a very difficult fight. Wrapping around 33. Oh, the smoke actually popped for XXS.
That's my favorite Christmas song.
What?
Wrapping around the 33. It's a good one. All right, Roche.
To the pit. We have DK Ags now, so Black Dragon at the disposal.
The Swarm is going to help them, but also get vision.
Impalement Arts. Careful. That's a dart. Sox is going to show himself. He's going to get Sheep. Gleipnir as well. I think he's fine, though. As Roshan belches to the glee of everyone. Nothal projection. He's going to get the Poison Touch Sheep. But that's going to end relatively soon, so another ult down. As Ice Bath is going to connect. Going to keep the Weaver in place, but you can see XM getting focused by the DK, who's just going to get solo chronoed. A Blast is coming, but the escape art hits him. He's going to be safe for the time being. Spotlight on top. He gets Grave, though. Will he be able to get out on time? Black Dragon, so he can get anywhere he wants. The RP finally comes out, and Dyrachyo dies as a result. 33. Tendrils of the Deep have been activated. Wheel of Wonder as well. Just throwing out random names at this point. 33 going to get jumped in by Ame. That's a buyback onto the Jakiro. Grave again into the escape art. 33 is going to be fine. They have so much kiting potential on the side of Tundra. But now they're slow to a crawl as Jin Q. Gleipnir onto 2. Whitemon burning away as Ame takes out Soxa on the back line.
Soxa takes out XX.
Roshan is just watching throughout all of this. And A-Blast coming to get 33, jumping in. He wants to get the road. He snatches the Aegis. Very nicely done. Aegis consumed, though. This will likely lead to his death, but well worth it. Nothal projection, though, is going to be able to keep alive. Doom is applied to Ame. Has to be super careful now. Looks like he might just drop in the pit. No way to heal at all. And 33 and Soxa on the chase. Jin Q, TP canceled via the Yules. Undying will drop on the high ground as well. And Jin Q, left to his own devices, will be killed off. Tundra snatch the Aegis and somehow win this fight. Crazy.
Incredible.
Wow.
Look at those damage numbers from the Dazzle and the Void, just putting their teams on their backs.
BZM
extended
backline like forever.
Yeah.
Nobody ever catches up to him.
He had such a high impact in that fight. And again, this was another example of the, I mean, the problem for DK in this game, he's just going to get Chrono, Ice Blasted, and die. They used all their saves on him, and he still dies. You're going to see the replay here. So Duracho's going to come in and almost kill XM. I really like this play for the angle. Super close. Just any backup from his team would get it done. This Chrono somehow clips Doom to the south, which actually makes a really big difference. And there you go. He gets boxed, he gets graved, but it lasts forever, the Ice Blast. They can't get it off.
Man, that was a crazy fight.
Super, super high-skilled plays from basically everyone there. Imagine XM dies to Duracho on the opener.
Yeah.
Then this fight is just a flat-out Tundra
100%,
complete beatdown, but needed a little bit extra. Maybe a swarm there, maybe the Weaver connecting somehow from the flank would have helped. But this sequence here, you can totally understand why Xtreme Gaming feel like they're just owning this fight. There's like 2 or 3 enemy heroes below half health. You have the angle here, but this play from 33 with the spotlight as well, giving vision. Really nice.
Yeah, terrific snatch from 33. But this Dazzle, man, it's just doing so much work.
This hero's banned a lot for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, if you were playing this game, and obviously I know the easy answer is ban the hero, but what do you do in the fights?
I think Shadowblade is something they need to consider here. So that if they can get vision on the Dazzle and then catch him in the Chrono, I think that's the best target.
Okay.
Chrono the Dazzle out, take him out with Ame. You know for a fact that if you get on top of him, you have a guaranteed Ice Blast connection if Nothal Projection is running. So you take him 100 to 0 pretty easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just can't get saved.
Yeah, normally with, I mean, BZM has Shard, so it allows him to activate his ult while stunned, but Chrono obviously is
just doesn't
a
matter.
different story.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it won't matter. If he gets caught, he will die, and Shadowblade is the way to set that up, I think, for their heroes. But nobody's eyeing it up right now. Ame went for the Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah, everybody loves this item.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's good, genuinely. Am I crazy? I'm sure it's good. It's not an item that's that obvious when you watch the fights.
I'm unsure about the math. That's the thing. Like, you need to... I'm going to compare this item mainly to Daedalus, right? Because that's the other item you would get for the crit out of the Chrysalis. But if you're not using the Spell Lifesteal component at all, it's just a matter of how good are the magical crits. And ignoring the armor is obviously really powerful against heroes like Dragon Knight and Doom. So maybe it just is that good that even if the Spell Lifesteal is irrelevant to you, you might just inch out the Daedalus slightly on value. What was I going to say? Ags on Whitemon. 2 Impalement. Fuck, I'll get it right eventually. Escape Ags.
Oh boy, 33 gets off the Doom. That is a dead Venno. No way to deal with that. Does have buyback though. 2 charges on the box is no joke though. Yeah,
to save against
crazy.
Void.
Oh, XXS, he gets 33, put onto the high ground. Ame doesn't really get the bashes that he wants. Going to force out the RP. A blast to follow, but there is escape act number 1. And actually does damage on the way out. Chrono is set up pretty nicely. Wheel of Wonder is going to be completely ignored. Nice frame to save the Doom, but it feels like it's only a matter of time before he drops. Spotlight is very flashy. Doesn't do a whole lot, though. Buyback from the Venomancer. They've lost 2 on the side of Tundra.
Duracho needs to get the hell out of here. He has TP. He's dead.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to save that for another day. Easy pickoff.
And they will get more than just this. This is 90 seconds. Sure, there's no Roshan. There is no Tormentor, but plenty of towers to claim. You can even threaten high ground here if you want. And Soxa being collateral in that Chrono, definitely not ideal for the side of Tundra. And also begs the question, is this an Ags Weaver game? Because
another save.
You counterplay Ice Blast. No, it counts as a heal, doesn't it? It does. I think it counts as a heal.
I mean, it's still good though against Chrono.
Well, if the heroes you're trying to save are Ice Blasted and therefore don't get the heal, it's kind of whatever, right? But I'm actually not positive. Because Sunder obviously works, but I think that's the only thing that would be helpful. So if Weaver could buy Sunder, you should do that.
I feel like there's a couple similar to Sunder though.
What else heals you during Ice Blast?
Lifestealer ult.
Does it?
Oh, maybe not during, but you can wait it out. It's Ame. Okay,
a lot of feels
there's
where
two
they can wait it
buybacks
out.
here. The Hex onto Ame. XXS gets the skewer, and that's a dead Ringmaster.
No buy.
They don't want to use buybacks on these cores right now because they're so close to spawning.
But don't worry, Dazzle's got it covered.
That's true. He can defend. Oh my God!
What?
What is this? Undying trying to TP out in shame. They lose Jin Q. The Jakiro barely lives, but that is a solo defense by
what
PGL.
happened?
That was a lot of damage somehow.
He did 12K? Do what?
I don't know. Congregations of the Deep into a Doom, and that is essentially a dieback onto XM. As
Can you get a
XXS
replay
getting
on that?
chased.
What in the world?
If he can just do 12K damage, then I mean, must have a lot of minus armor from Weave, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, he has Ags, right? So the Shadow Wave will apply an auto attack. But
Oh yeah, then never mind. Then it's fine.
Oh, another Congregations of the Deep. XXS is dead. Darachi already in the base. They have a buyback onto the Magnus. They do have to be careful about this if you're looking out for Tundra right now. The Ags was just picked up by Undyne, so his ult is going to be pretty massive. But again, the issue is at most you're going to have 3 players for the next 20 seconds. Ame using that shard to his advantage. Bottom lane looks to be Tundra's. Still a full minute for Venomancer. No buyback here.
Can they get more than just one lane? I mean, if they fancy their chances, they can just keep going here.
Yeah, their building hitting kind of pathetic without the DK. And even then, it's not even the corrosive DK.
They will.
So 3 members
show
up for
respect
Xtreme.
here.
Yeah, of course, they should know the buyback situation on XM, though, because...
Spotlight!
Very big usage of Spotlight.
It's pretty.
Very cool. AA Blast.
Reminds me of the Triforce from Zelda.
As Nothel Projection being used to push everyone back from Xtreme to their fountain. What is happening? This is insane. As they're going to go for the second lane of Rax now. Poking away at it, but there's the Macropyre, Aghanim Scepter, and with these heroes coming back soon, maybe they get this second set. They will, surely.
Yeah.
Ame.
No.
Okay, XXS, he gets off the skewer into the RP. It's just on a single Dragon Knight. He's dead, does have buyback. There's the Chronosphere, Eclipse Soxa. AA Blast is coming, but the Escape Arts is used, dodges everything perfectly. There's the Grave on top of another Escape Art. This guy's just being covered in boxes constantly. World of Warcraft used again. Not going to hit any, not going to be applied to anybody because it's so old. They need to get Classic back in the fray. Syndra can catch up on that because he plays it all the time. Melee Rax is available still for the taking. Spotlight used again as a die. Watching them die to Dazzle like this is so sad. They did not finish the second set though.
No, that is true.
They could poke away at it, but gonna play it safe.
I don't know. I mean, this is just bizarre. It's actually just bizarre to watch Dazzle at work. Hey, what is this?
Oh, he's actually
Ice
using
Blast?
AA Blast for this.
A miss.
Soxa's fine. Still a tier 2 top. Feels like this is ultra late game. We're not quite there yet. Oh, horn toss, Soxa. He's been the recipient of so many of these spells coming out from XXS. Using that Blink Dagger. I mean, that's one change they could make, I suppose. The item usage is just absurd on this hero.
Okay, where do you go from here now on Dazzle? What's the next item?
So yeah, you consume Ags and then... Well, the question is, do you want to keep Glimmer Cape?
It's going E-Blade.
What was this replay? What was this? Oh, is this the 12,000 damage?
Yeah, no, okay, let's just watch Dazzle do 12k damage here.
Okay.
So...
Right here. Okay.
Poison.
There's 3 stacks.
Split up poison, split up poison.
Yeah.
Poison.
Oh my god. What?
This is not normal.
That doesn't seem right. That is...
That's a check in PC moment. All right, Roche.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, Saksa died. Okay. Well, he was out scouting.
Yeah,
and he will lose his gem.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Ice Blast.
Oh, it did clip too. Roshan's really low.
Aurora.
The BKB used on 33. He's going to jump in on Ame. He's going to time out to the high ground, but he's already doomed. Can he wait it out? Wheel of Wonder. What? This time onto XXS. He gets 4-step to the high ground. He's going to be fine. Spotlight. Again, not that useful. XXS with the Shockwave, now 33. Slowed to a crawl, and now he's on top of Jakiro Ag's ult. Escape RD's used. Ame with the Chronosphere, not really finding the exact target he was looking for. Pops the Refresher. Whitemon now on the run, as meanwhile Dyrachyo was taking out Roche, gets the Aegis, as the escape bars continue to be used in very annoying fashion to try to dodge here. Ame has to be really careful, he built the BKB, time walks to the other side, gets a lot of HP back as a result. Dyrachyo now stuck in a very precarious spot, but he's going to get shallow graved again, and finally Ame does drop. Has his buyback and the Chronosphere at its ready as well. XXS. On the southern side of the screen is Jin Q, taking damage from Sox, who bought back in this, finds one. Dyrachyo still in his useless melee form as a Chronosphere from Ame, only finding Soxa, but they'll take anything they can get. That's a dieback onto him. Now Skewer up onto the DK, no RP needed. XXS saving it for another time. Dyrachyo getting graved as a Nothel projection still going because he was just standing in the river all by himself. Dyrachyo eventually will fall surely as the AA blast comes out.
Okay, they found him. It's
finally
go time.
found Dazzle into the RP. XXS, the whip actually cancels the skewer into the first save from Whitemon. He has a second to work with. Another Wheel of Wonder apparently available at his disposal as XXS with a beautiful skewer, and they kill everybody. It does cost them some buybacks. But
finally,
my God.
Finally, they find the rat bastard in the back line.
Yeah. Very hard to find somebody that's literally standing still the whole fight.
Oh my God.
They do have 4 buybacks on Tundra, though.
If possible, a replay of the start of that fight. I don't actually understand how he got doomed on Void after time walking. Did you notice? Like, he started casting Doom on him, and Ame time walked, and the Doom arrived on him after he landed.
They might be using Counter-Strike subtick.
Yeah, that's it.
In this server, so that would explain it.
Middle barracks are under attack.
All right, they're going to try to force some buybacks. I mean, 50 seconds of no DK, 50 seconds of no Dazzle. And this lane will be conceded. Well, I say that. They popped the fortification. Of course, it's going to refresh with this melee. By the way, there's a tier 1 bottom, just to give you an idea of the state of things. This is such a weird game right now. All right,
and it's still
fortification
extremely
refresh.
volatile. Anything can happen. 30 seconds will...
Yeah, they're going to poke at the tier 4. Oh, yeah. They're going to have to buy back
Ame is
somebody. Fortification.
Alert Ame in the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen.
What the?
He is farming. This is not a coordinated team effort.
What?
Ame does not believe in this push.
They get tier 4 number 1. All right, well, Tundra holds on to their buybacks. I guess it was worth it. And Ame just knew the whole time he wasn't going to be needed.
I think if he would have joined that from the start, they could have forced a buyback.
Oh,
potentially.
For sure.
But he's obviously careful himself. He knows that if he dies, the game is over. So he did expend his buyback for the previous fight. Now he has a disperser. Here's the replay. So look at this Doom here.
Okay, watching.
How is that possible?
That is... we've seen this before.
Isn't this like a
No, we've had this exact discussion like, well,
but didn't
6
that
months
get
ago.
fixed?
Does anything ever get fixed? Dyrachyo,
I take it back.
Horn toss into the Ice Blast, and Jakiro ult. Down goes the DK. Does have buyback, but again, does not have ult. So that's 80 seconds of no ult. Doesn't have refresher or anything of the likes. And Roche, we won't know for a bit. I'll let you do the calculations on the clock there.
Yeah, okay, in 4 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, remind me.
Yeah,
remind me. Wake me up.
But it'll be in a minute and a half where it's possible, I think, right? So.
No. May respawn in 4 minutes 15.
All right, we'll see. I feel like it turns golden at 3 minutes, but we'll see.
What? That's not how time works.
Just shut your mouth, Syndrome.
Okay, got it.
EZM level 29. Any crazy talents that we should be discussing? I mean, the backtrack was taken quite a while ago. The HP and damage of the Plague Wards, which, I mean, those are really annoying to deal with.
I mean, the 25 talent on Whitemon might be really good if you can get there.
I don't even know what his 25s are. Let's see. Escape Act grants strong dispel and flying, or 100 wheel radius and range. But how does that work with? Because the AoE of Escape Act, there's only a certain area that you can walk in while in that, right? So it needs to be placed next to a cliff, essentially?
You can walk in any direction while you're in the box. You just can't walk over terrain.
Yeah, but there's a limit, right? Once you pass that limit, you're unboxed again.
Yeah, 500 units.
Very interesting, though. Very interesting. 54 minutes in the game now. And remember, this is just group stage. Xtreme has had some crazy games, though.
Yeah, they definitely have. They love playing their late games. When they get there, it's always a good show.
Oh, yeah.
They did not get there in game 1. This time, courtesy of Fear hating their lineup, they will, of course, get us to the hour mark.
Yeah, they'll make it competitive just for him.
Yeah. Aging by the minute, as are we all.
Okay. All right, well, what's the next item spike? Does it... I feel like a lot of these heroes are close to being capped out.
This is where my ignorance and dazzle comes out a little bit, because I don't know what you replace in late game. I don't know what the idea is now with this E-Blade. He's going Aeon Disc to protect himself and try to survive longer against Ice Blast, but like technically speaking, you could swap out your treads, right? And then get something else in that slot. Maybe you buy more damage? Like, is Daedalus a thing on this hero?
Why not?
I genuinely don't see why not. I feel like maybe more damage would be nice.
Under with the smoke, looking for a connection. They scan. Nothing to be found. And Soxa has been their ward effectively this entire game. Has the Shikuchi talent, so can be invisible pretty much all the time now.
Yeah. It has the exact same cooldown as duration.
And he has Gem, of course, so...
Or rather, it has longer duration. 4-second duration, 3-second cooldown. So you're perma-invis.
That's pretty crazy.
It's interesting talent, for sure.
Now there's a damage rune. If they spot it. And this is not one of those games where you get the second lane of racks and you have a huge advantage. Like the lanes, mega creeps probably will matter. But the later they go, the more you can deal with them.
Imagine if the sound for Shikuchi was a different sound. Imagine if it was the honking horn when he uses whoopee cushion.
That would be enjoyable.
Let's simulate that.
That was terrible. That was actually just awful. That sounds like a dying animal.
Well, aren't we all?
True. Jin Q, level 25. 50% Death Rhyme slow / damage.
Okay.
Sounds good. Tough to tell sometimes in these fights.
Yeah.
Death Rhyme's kind of a weird innate. But they do have a lot of damage over time between him, Jakiro, and Veno.
Shannon?
Yeah?
We're 3 minutes out from tier 5s.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know.
Thank you.
So that you can get it sighted, and the game will end in 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
It will, yeah, it's typically how it goes. So 33 has the refresher shard. So double doom. With the Octarine as well. Not very long cooldowns here. As both teams just posturing a bit. Almost every buyback is available. The only two that are not are on Xtremes, and they're just cooldown related and about to be available now. So this will be a 10v10.
Is anyone level 30? Almost Dazzle. Very, very close. So he will get the weave increase, which is nice for sure.
So he'll do 16,000 damage instead of 12?
Something like that. I'm sure the math checks out in the end.
Yeah.
Easily, the only player without the 25 talent is Whitemon, and he's quite far away. I guess the wisdom is... Oh man, math gets hard at this range. I only learned the table of 7s up until 35.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they just had it right at 56, so it'll be a while before he can get XP from that.
Yeah, you might get the XP from the tier 5 item that allows you to choose that.
True. Especially considering you can reroll it later.
Yeah, so for sure.
Could be a choice here.
Boots of Travel 2. Wow. We are really hitting late game items.
Yeah, we've got Travels 2 on Doom, Travels 2 on Dazzle. And on the Radiant side, Travels 2 on AA and Veno. A lot of traveling ahead.
All right, Roche, soonish. Soon TM. Might have an engagement here,
Doracho
though.
is missing an item right now. His inventory is...
Ooh, horn toss onto absolutely nothing.
lacking.
XXS. Lincoln's is popped. He's going to be Yule's. Wheel of Wonder. He actually does get the great placement.
Oh, that's a good
Chrono
chrono.
onto 2 heroes. Focus down onto Soxa, but the double escape act mitigating everything. So first Chrono ends up being completely useless. Soxa was clipped by the AL, has to walk away. 33 has the Aghanim Scepter. Actually, no, that was reflected back onto him. He has to walk away now. Will pop the refresher.
The defensive Doom, a classic. Refresh Doom on yourself to run away. Wow.
Well,
that was really expensive for Tundra.
One hero died.
One hero died, but they used Refresh, they used their BKB, and... Yeah, I mean, I guess when all's said and done, this is still potentially contesting
it is
Roche for the side of the Dire.
Yeah, they do have Octarine on the Doom. All right. It's time, Cinderin. First game on this patch for us. 60-minute items. What will they get? What will they craft?
Okay, let's think about what's the best thing they can get.
I feel like getting Swift Feet or whatever it's called.
Fleet-footed, good try.
Whatever.
Swift Feet.
Is he crafting that again? Oh my god.
I guess you want Titanic on Void, right? Like the
Status resist.
Leonardo DiCaprio Void build.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Sure. They're gonna go for the Void for the Roshan first. There is a Book of the Dead on the Dazzle with Audacious, so attack speed, extra magic damage, but he does take 10% more damage.
Audacious on Void is sick too, actually.
Yeah, because it can backtrack some of that.
100 attack speed, you're just bashing all the
Roshan
time.
half health. Soxa is going to be back up now, and there's the Belch. The Novel projection in the pit. AA Blast is coming. They want to go for the Dazzle.
Go to react.
They want to go for the actual back of the Dazzle. AoE Doom is placed. Chronos here on the 3. Ice Blast to follow. Spotlight. I keep talking about it. It's not doing that much, but the Dazzle drops first. And the DK to follow. Doom as well. Xtreme Gaming. Huge fight for him so far. First buyback onto the DKs. 2 still available for Tundra, though. Into the Roche pit. Xtreme goes.
Tundra have done a really good job at not getting hit in a...
Doracho doesn't have DK
being caught in a tight spot with 3 hero Chronos or 4 mans. I think that was Ame's first 3 or more hero
trying to go for a cheeky play, but it's just going to cause him to die.
That's not it.
So this is a Roche for Xtreme Gaming. That's Aegis,
for
Refresher
Ame.
Shard, Cheese, everything.
Level 30 Void now. The first hero to crack it after Dazzle.
Boy. Yeah, and he's thinking about it. All right.
Gives him that Chronosphere AoE now, so big-ass Chrono.
Yeah, he's got some choices. Okay, he goes for the Stygian for the minus armor.
Titanic Stygian Desolator.
Effective.
That is pretty much the dream here. It was either that or Audacious, I think. But yeah, having that status resist and the base attack damage.
XM also went for Stygian, by the way.
Oh.
But takes Timeless as the enchantment.
Good comms. Good comms.
Yeah, those do not stack for sure.
I don't know if that's really that great, but
I don't know what his other choices were. But
yeah, exactly.
Ame into the base. Remember, they don't have the buyback onto Doracho or Soxa, for that matter. Another Stygian, but this time on the side of Tundra. And Spider Legs for Jin Q. This is going to be a lane of racks.
Just instantly ice blasting BZM in the fountain. They've had enough of him.
Yeah, they're
keep him in there.
That shit. Tier 2 tower still up on the top lane, so no Mega Creep availability at the moment.
Venomancer with the Ag Synth, so now has Septic Shock.
Oh,
which
man.
does a lot of damage.
How many debuffs does he have?
Many.
Very many built-in debuffs.
Yes.
Soxa. Okay, 33 is going to jump in with the AoE Doom, but they have the answers. That is the Ice Path into the Macro Pyre. AA Blast to follow. 33 is done. That was super aggressive, and it was just him and Soxa.
Yeah, he's struggling to find Dooms now. He has to Doom himself and try to stick on the targets, but then counterplay with items becomes too big of an issue.
Yeah, that's tough.
Also, I don't know if that was a play to begin with, to be fair. I feel like he didn't necessarily really have the backup to go for that play for starters. Now he's going to have to buy back to defend his base in the final lane. You can make a case for giving Megas over defending if you think.
Another AA blast coming.
Right
into it. Ame trying to go for mega creeps. Impalement Arts misses. Roshan's banner placed. And Novel Projection pretty damn good at countering the Roche banner, I have to say. 40 seconds for 33. And there's the damage coming out again from BZM. Pretty absurd, but they'll brush it off this time. It's a fireball is placed to try to mitigate this as XXS gets the horn toss onto Darachi. He's already at half HP. The Wheel of Wonder. Finally, the save comes out from BZM with a huge Chronosphere onto 3. Down goes Darachi. No buyback in this game. BZM decimated as well. That's a dieback onto Whitemon, and that might do it for game number 2. An absolute barn burner. The 2 buybacks from Tundra, but that's all they have left in the tank.
Now watch Dazzle defend this somehow. Here it comes. Book of the Dead.
Oh boy. Dazzle so strong. Imagine if you had a Daedalus here.
Yep.
There. Oh, they get the horn toss from the base. XXS looking for the RP. Will use it as 33 with the AoE Doom, trying his best to fight this out, but it's not to be. Another team wipe, and Xtreme Gaming will take us to a game number 3.
What a sick game. I don't even know.
That was fun.
There was some OS Frog versus OS Frog the way we love it.
Oh, it's great.
Oh,
I would have it no other way.
Crazy combos. And yeah, now the question is, going the stretch in a series like this, who's going to have the better reset for game number 3? Because there's definitely stuff to learn here for both teams. But that's an exhausting one to get out of, win or lose.
Absolutely. Shiva!
It might be a little bit more exhausting if you lose, to be honest. That's what it looked like anyway. This must be quite a high that Xtreme has after a game like that. That was madness incarnated. That was really fun, actually. Maybe not the cleanest Dota you've watched ever, but hey, I'm here for it. That was really entertaining. We're going to attempt to break it down. It all started with Venno actually.
Yeah, they had a Venno jungle. I forgot. It was so long ago. Oh, yeah, and then he comes out of the jungle, and we're like, well, BZM has been free farming mid. Surely this is a grief. And it turns out the Venno jungle is actually quite powerful. BZM had a TP. He just didn't think that he would continue to get chased there, but Ame does go down on the flip side.
And then this time Weaver got a double kill that nobody cares about at this point. Completely meaningless. Absolutely meaningless at this point of the game. This is so funny about these games that go ultra late, but this does kind of show you, though, the state of the game. I do feel like in this particular game that Xtreme Gaming got away with a lot of things that they maybe should not have.
You feel like Tundra could have cleaned it up and done better this one?
I mean, I don't think Whitemon could have done better. I feel like that was a flawless game from Ringmaster.
I mean, as this progresses, we'll see. Maybe I jumped the gun just a little bit there, but I think as far as bot lane went, Whitemon and Soxa in general just played out of their minds this game. They played super well on the supports here, but then this Venno getting a solo kill, right? That probably should never happen, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he was jungling. He just gave up on the laning stage. And it really felt like an uncharacteristic, like, 33 game, too. He dies on the Doom here. He was dying a lot on this Doom. Out of position as mini case.
But I think Whitemon was doing, here's where he ran into the jungle. Whitemon was doing a really good job salvaging it. We saw in those 2 clips. In this one, 33 was being a bit greedy. He was going for a solo kill onto Void, onto Ame, which he actually succeeded in just after that. Darachi.
This is his whole game, by the way. Like,
yeah, he did die to the neutrals there.
Yeah, got him.
So
that is true, but the other 17 deaths by getting skewered back by Magnus, there was no neutral involved. I think you tried so much on Whitemon to save heroes this game, it just wasn't enough. And I think a lot of this does go, so like you're playing versus Venomancer, you're playing versus AA, there's no way to like prolong your death.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I think Tundra in general were being really aggressive with their jumps. Like we saw at the start of this fight, even Soxa goes in and he just gets completely decimated by the chain stun. A lot of the time it was, this was insane from Big D. I think even Cinderin was like, the initiation failed on both sides. Neither team really wanted to fight. And Darachi was like, All right, here's my time to shine, ladies and gentlemen. 1 versus 5, instantly dies. I don't know, the Ancient Apparition looked really strong this game. Even when he was using the Ice Blast to hunt the backlines and try to give vision to jump the Dazzle. It was amazing. And also just to kill the tanky heroes with the healing reduction.
I definitely think heroes like Dazzle and AA are really strong this patch because the ward spots are not very good anymore, right? Like, they don't give a lot of vision. So heroes that do give vision or can just be in spots where usually you can't be seem in very, very good. So a lot of this game, we're talking about like A Blast being super good, Dazzle being super strong. It's because they, and this was BS, by the way. How is this a thing where you can get doomed mid-animation of leaping? It makes a big deal because if you die right there instantly on this void, this could be a completely different game. But now you're overcommitting. I think this may be frustration on the side of 33. Like, he should be doomed here. He blinks in, they take the fight, and now he's just dead. Now the turnaround happens.
This fight lasts so long, by the way.
This was a really long one. I think it's because you're invulnerable during the leap, so you're targetable, but you should
be untargetable.
So like you can, jump into projectiles, for example, and dodge them that way. And yeah, Almay playing at super low HP here. He really knew his limits, going for the back line, separating Dyrachyo, so he's kind of out of position. And yeah, ends up going down. These fights were insane. Like, sometimes a carry on one side would die and the rest of their team would carry them in that fight. Like, Dyrachyo would jump in and instantly die, and he would still win the fight. Chrono up again because he actually refreshed in the middle of that fight, by the way. He just did not have mana for the secondary Chronosphere, which is why it looked so weird when he leapt in like that. But with the buyback, he used the refresher so he can come in and use the Chrono a second time.
Yeah, all I know going into this game number 3, there will be no Magnus. Like, game 1, Magnus was incredibly powerful as well, and it was just like a carry mag. And this particular game, there's so many good plays. This is one of them, by the way, that the Magnus did make. You screw him back right away, you get the RP refresh. Yet again, Blink is now refreshed, so now you can get the other heroes as well. Just an absolute clinic here by XXS on this Magnus here. I don't think you can give this guy mag again after a performance like this one.
No, this hero is going to go back on the banning side of things. I will say,
this is funny though. Look, this is the double save.
It's the one time I've seen it not just used on the same guy twice.
But it doesn't work, because you're playing versus Veno AA. It's so toxic. Like, these damage over times are incredibly good versus these these saves that are supposed to protect you against burst damage, but you don't really have burst damage on Xtreme. You just have this whittling damage over time, and I think that kind of like hard countered this Dazzle plus Ringmaster strategy.
I think Escape Art is a little bit like weird of a spell when you see it, because you see the guy go in the box and you think like, oh, he's completely immune, but in reality it's kind of like Slark ulti, where the HP bar just gets disabled, but anything that's ground targeted or any debuff that's still on them will continue to do damage. It just does reduced magic damage. So yeah, I mean, he was doing his best saving people, but it just wasn't enough.
No, and I think well-deserved MVP. You could make a case for a couple players, I think, and XXS was a hard call for Fear.
Yeah, I think if they didn't have this Magnus, this game is too hard to play, right? Because so many skewers, like Dyrachyo probably had 10 deaths just by getting skewered back alone this game, and if you can do that every single time to the enemy carry, you're probably going to win games. And generally speaking, he was initiating every fight. That way you can come in later with the Faceless Void.
I do want to talk a little bit about the Faceless Void, because he went, obviously, Chronosphere, and I think it played out really well. I feel like he was able to, because of the vision, get the jumps, get the kills, and we don't see Faceless Void in the carry position that often. But as much as Whitemon made a great case for Ringmaster being an S tier hero, I feel like Ame did a really good job at making Faceless Void seem very viable.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get past the early game and not feed, I think for sure this hero is still an excellent late game carry, especially into like a higher armor hero like DK carry, because he's primarily going to be doing magic damage. You go for Mjolnir as the magic damage, you get the extra hits on your bash. That's literally applying an extra auto, which has a chance to proc the Mjolnir again, and that also deals magic damage. He went Revenant's Brooch. That's magic damage. So a hero who has high armor like a DK, like he was just melting in every single fight. Even when he was getting put in the box, he would just die afterwards.
Put in the box. That sounds like it's not a save at all.
I think sometimes that's where Dyrachyo should go.
Oh no.
Time out.
Oh no. All right, let's see though, because this crazy game leads to a hopefully just as crazy game number 3. But let's find out. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
That was a crazy second game of the series here between Tundra and Xtreme, and it has our hopes high for the third and deciding game. Winner of the series moves forward to the playoffs. Loser still has a chance tomorrow. But I think both teams, especially after that game two, they really want to prove that they are the best of these two. And based on that game, we have to talk about a couple heroes because I know it lost, but Dazzle was first pick, answered by the Ancient Operation, and again, Dazzle did lose. But Fear, it looked stupid good.
Yeah, I think that's not okay. That hero doesn't look okay. I think the reason even though it lost, it still looked incredibly strong. It was actually the reason why they stayed in that game for so long. One of the couple of heroes that didn't look super good was maybe the Dragon Knight, but then again, it wasn't really the hero. I think it was more so the positioning in that game. I will say the one only thing that I have to say about Xtreme Gaming is they look really good when they have lots of team fight and they go into the late game. So even if they pick a Void, which is a hero that is very weak in the early stages, oftentimes a liability for that reason, still super strong in late game. They'll pick AA on top of it, the Magnus. They're looking good when they have a hard carry and massive team fight ultimates.
That sounds like a good time either way.
I also have a question.
Okay.
That I would like to pose to both of you.
Okay.
After watching that game, can we still say that they are not at least the second funniest team here? That was a hilarious game. They just won with a Veno jungle. A mid lane abandonment Veno jungle 60-minute game. That's hilarious. Fear. And Shiver.
I'm thinking... I would think it's funny that they first banned AA. But...
That's hilarious,
That is hilarious. But
Top 2?
I do not think that one game can qualify a team in that category. I think we need to see more.
They won me over. I'm a fan. Xtreme Gaming.
I mean, we're not saying we're not a fan, okay? We're not necessarily...
Yeah, but I only follow teams that are funny.
Oh, okay.
I also like Tundra for this. Durachio was hilarious.
I was going to say,
that was good.
Both these teams, if you want to say which one was funny, they both were kind of funny. Yeah. Durachio, he's always funny. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, he is.
He is.
But did John go Veno? I don't know.
I mean,
he was pretty serious about it. I don't know.
He was. That makes it funnier, though. Was he serious enough about it that it should be on the ban list? It's just ban territory game.
No, it's not. It's just use your TP next time, I think. And
yeah,
that's fair enough. That's fair. I mean, the dazzle still popped off anyway, right, from the mid lane, even though he went down.
But it allowed the Veno entry into the game, which is like kind of the problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, the Dazzle does end up getting banned together with the Tinker, so we're going to have a different opening coming out here from the teams. But with all these bans, with the Tinker, the Dazzle, the AA, I do feel like we're seeing a couple heroes not banned that are normally banned.
Abaddon.
Abaddon being one of them for sure.
Terrorblade.
Yes. You want to continue?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Silencer? Yeah, that's the other one.
Terrorblade, it will be the one. Here's the highest contested heroes, and yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna. I'm sure they're gonna take that Abba, right?
The Magnus is still
Not
in.
Abba, it's Abad.
So we got an Abaddon Magnus trade.
Yeah, they get the Magnus. Yeah. I mean, even I've seen this matchup go both ways.
They couldn't do this. Actually, it's okay. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, you were about to say something
emotional. I'm less emotional here. I wasn't.
I just had an emotional
I know.
trigger from...
That's very rare from you, so I want to hear it.
It was last game in Magnus. That was it.
No.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I was just going to say that I feel like the Mag-Abaddon matchup can go both ways. It's really hard to RP Abaddon because he can just dispel it with his ult. But also, Abaddon's a hero that stands in the front, and if you can skewer him out of position, he can be kited until his ult goes off and you kill him afterwards. So I don't know, it can go both ways. I think after XXS's performance on Mag in the last game, you 100% take it into the Abaddon. I agree with you in the emotional response that is it really worth giving them Magnus just because you think you can get the counter in the Abaddon?
Yeah, I mean, my response was on behalf of Durachio because I think he is probably not happy to be playing that against that again. However, we've seen 33. I'd much rather have an Abaddon on my team than a Doom versus Magnus.
Yeah.
If that's how the game's going to play out.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's very nice to see AA being banned too. So, Shiver, we finally did it. AA is a first phase ban.
First phase ban, but I think it's
OP
only
hero.
to force out also the Dazzle ban.
Can I just say something? There has been not a single game that I've seen in this tournament without a friggin' Jakiro in it.
There's been a lot
He's just
of
not good enough to ban.
He doesn't get banned.
But
and
good enough to pick.
Yeah, it's just always picked.
And very safe because he fits in a lot of drafts with the different archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, surely it's going to come out here for Xtreme, right?
Yeah, he is the most picked hero. By
never
far
mind.
Also, look at the difference between the first most picked and the second most picked. With Jakiro 40 and Nature's Prophet 25.
That's insane.
And still on above 50% win rate.
Yeah, that's a crazy stat for a first pick hero as well.
Yeah.
Pick that in your pubs, ladies and gentlemen. If you want some free MMR, this is clearly the hero.
I will warn you, I have tried that, and unfortunately, a lot of the spells are still skill shots, so it's not as straightforward.
Well, yeah, don't play on packet loss and ping. That'll do it. So the PA comes out. Do we expect a Warlock to come out in the next couple of picks?
It gives a big team fight ultimate. That also gives a big team fight ultimate. We like
I think
those.
that'll be a support though.
Okay.
But it might not. Maybe Duacho's like, I liked what he was cooking there. I want to do some of that. And it is really funny how metas kind of evolve. Sometimes you'll just see one guy do something out of the meta and it'll work. And you'll be like, hey guys, look, this is actually good. So I'm going to try it. So maybe this Void has contention. We did talk about teamfight ultimates being very strong. Normally we see the time zone, which oftentimes is very underwhelming, right? You buy the bongo boots in the late game. It's not very good. It's definitely better in the early game, but still this Chronosphere is really good late game.
That is actually what Big D has been doing in his pubs, is going for the time zone. He gets Heaven's Halberd Radiance on carry Void. And I think we saw him do
That's like offlane Void being played as a carry.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an Abaddon in the offlane. This is kind of, this is a carry.
But he wants a Radiance.
He does
on
want a Radiance, actually. That does make things a little weird.
You could just go Mjolnir.
Just be normal. Yeah, just
you
be
could just be normal.
But it's Big D we're talking about here. That's a rarity for him to do something normal.
Really.
And we got a Shadow Shaman coming on, which is
love
actually
this hero.
funny because Saxa has been one of the only players playing Shadow Shaman, as Xtreme now picks it up.
He's played on Jin Q.
Yeah,
he's got a game. He won.
This to me has been looking like the strongest Abaddon counter. The level
break?
15, level 15 break. The fact that you silence and break him. I've seen so many times this hero gets hexed at like 50% HP, and it's enough time to just burst him when he's trying to play around the ult.
Yeah, good versus Void too. Doesn't like to be locked down. You're not always gonna have a Abaddon camping you to save you, so you do need some abilities like that. And plus, if they want to, right, at some point in the game, until Abaddon has like a Manta, you can just go on the Void and then global, and Abaddon can't really help either. So
yeah,
some synergy between these heroes.
I think that haircut looks fantastic on him.
Absolutely.
He's looking like a Giga Chad these days.
Who?
Ame? Oh.
I mean, Ame always looks like that.
bad.
This guy's dead inside. I mean, Jiawei, he's got the...
Okay.
Okay.
Anything on the game?
No, nothing.
No.
No,
All
okay.
right, that's good. I agree. Good haircuts.
All
all
right, let's
around.
see.
Right
So
there
far,
too. All
we're
over the
still-
place.
Yeah, check out his hair, Sheever.
Oh,
Kind of looks like you, Jenkins.
If we had to rate their hair,
White Mom wins.
that's true. That's true.
I don't even have to.
He wouldn't be able to see the tier list.
Oh,
Anyway, Dragon Knight, we definitely
Surprise.
could see this one coming.
Yeah.
Very strong hero. Let's see. Where do we expect it to play? Probably mid. But
It's flexed, right?
yeah, there still could be the position 4 Void, carry DK, mid DK.
I mean,
There's
we
some
could even
options
still
here.
carry Abaddon.
Carry
you know?
Abaddon, yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of flex still. Based on previous
Technically,
gaming we watched, and based on the way Liquid beat Tundra yesterday, I kind of would expect more teamfight ultimates. It looked very good against Tundra when Liquid did it yesterday, where they basically had 4, if not 5, massive teamfight
Yeah,
ultimates.
I agree with that. I mean, they kind of have it. Like Global Silence, Shadow Shaman, Serpent Wards, kind of.
Yeah, I don't know if that counts.
Magnus, PA, definitely not, but this is a scaling hero, and the Tundra games have tended to go later in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they need that one extra hero. And I was thinking like Puck would be good, but you're versus DK, so you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So a lot of the mid laners that are going to bring extra team fight might have an issue laning into Dragonite. So I'm not even sure right now, like what's good versus DK mid, because some of the heroes that used to be good, I mean, you could Viper. I haven't seen that in a while. That used to be good. Timber used to be good, but Timber just seems like it's an unpickable hero.
This is a dog shit hero.
At this point in time, so what's good versus DK mid? How do you answer this hero?
I think also what's good against DK mid and is also an XM hero. Because, I mean, I'm sure Queen of Pain is, if you go the max screen build, you'll farm just fine, but that's traditionally been like a very DK favored matchup, right?
Definitely. I mean, it's the same issue Puck runs into, right?
Is it just Venomancer again? You just go Veno?
Why not go into the
just jungle?
The answer
Honestly.
to the mid lane not having a good lane is just not lane.
I
Actually, by the way, they do think that Faces Void is a carry, banning out 2 support heroes so far for Xtreme.
I low-key think they should ban Venomancer here, actually. I think it would be a blunder to not. I can't think of anything else that would dumpster the DK mid.
I mean, that Viper ban indicates that they want to have the option of putting DK mid here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they
Doesn't-
would not ban that, I think.
Doesn't Abaddon just get rid of Gale, though? So isn't that really annoying for Venom?
This guy doesn't play around Gale anymore. He just plays around
all the wards in his face.
and your ult. Can't really deal with either of them. We still don't know which one of them is going mid.
True. Maybe Tundra doesn't know either.
But luckily, they're the same archetype of hero. I feel like DK and Tiny have similar counters in the mid lane.
That's
so
true.
Doesn't really matter too much. It's more of like, pick your poison. What type of hero do you want to play into this style of Dota?
I mean, if XM was a Huskar player, I'd say this is a...
No.
Yeah, but they know he's more of that Veno Viper type of player.
And sniper. He plays a mean sniper.
Oof, you can't sniper. It's just... Yeah. That's a rip and pepperonis versus
He plays
DK Tiny.
Veno, apparently.
I mean, Veno's still on the table.
I honestly think it's going to be the Veno again.
I'm not against it at
They
this
just
point.
won with it.
Just looking at his hero pool, it makes sense.
He doesn't play Necrophos. That would be a...
That would be good too. OD.
Oh my goodness.
So this is a hero I didn't even want to suggest because...
It's terrible?
Yeah.
But is it better than a mid Veno? That's the real...
I don't know.
A jungle Veno mid?
I mean, it did some work last game. I don't know. But then again, that would have been so much different if he didn't get the kill. So OD is one of those heroes in theory that is going to burn through these high armor. It's always been good for his tanky heroes. So it fits kind of what they want to do, but I'm not sure they needed more damage. They already have Mag PA. But it will help them get further along in this game, right? So if they win mid lane, that'll buy time for Mag PA to get their items. We saw last game as well. This Magnus doesn't really come online until he gets one good item, and that takes time. And same with your carry too. So if you can slow this game down just a little bit, they're in a good spot with Xtreme.
I feel like you have to win mid though in order to slow the game down. Yeah, like they're really banking on winning mid. And I'm just not sure if the current OD really dumpsters the current DK like it used to. I mean,
it will eventually, but the problem is it's going to be the supports. Like if the 6-minute mark comes around, that's when I think this OD is really going to start dumpstering him. But if the supports come on the DK and he gets stunned and then OD dies, then it's going to be a terrible time.
Are there supports you feel like this game potentially free to rotate mid to help out, or how?
It's always free to go mid. I think you should always go mid in this meta
in this
general.
patch for sure.
Whether if things are going bad, it's even better to go mid. If things are going well, cool, go mid. So no matter what, it's going to be a lot of heroes in the mid lane, and I don't think OD really likes that, and that's why we don't see a lot of this hero.
Yeah, I think we've only seen one in a long time, and I don't even know if it won or lost.
Sumel played it, and he owned and lost.
Yeah, let's see how this OD does this time around, and which team will claim victory here. Let's head over to Sunspan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Shiver. We have a lot of the same heroes we've been seeing with a couple wrinkles in between, a couple different positions as well, with the Void going back to, well, I would say back to, but we've been seeing mostly offlane. This is a support face of the Void from Saksa. We get to see the Chicken Fingers himself, Rasta, and OD, final pick from Xtreme Gaming. We got to cast one game of this hero.
Yeah, we're the only ones who get to cast OD, apparently.
Yeah, that's terrific for us.
I love the pick, actually. I think
it's good against Abby, right?
If you think about XM's hero pool and how he generally has been playing, right? The heroes that I was looking at were OD, Razor, but Razor hasn't really seemed that great, and I don't think the matchup against DK and mid is actually even that good anymore. And then OD, I didn't even think of, but it just makes a ton of sense to me here. You're against these tanky heroes, including a Baton. You do a ton of damage. You have Astral Imprisonment as a save from either time zone or chrono. In this case, it's going to be the time zone, but they don't know that for a fact at the time they picked this hero. That was exactly how Tundra were going to place their heroes. It was most likely, but you know, they could have still pivoted. Arcane Orb level 4 has 0 cooldown, so it's unaffected by time dilation. So that's also kind of an interesting thing here.
Yep.
And above all else, OD, when it gets Ags, is actually a very tanky hero. So I don't know how easy it's going to be for Tundra to kill it. So I think there's a lot of upsides, but we'll see. Obviously, like the panel was talking about ad nauseum, mid lane is the lane to watch when the runes start coming out, because BZM will want help to kill the OD and start taking the tower. And conversely, OD will be looking to try to win this lane.
I think the OD that we watched was Sumail, right?
Yes.
Is that the game he went 23 and whatever?
He was having a great game.
Then he bought Brooch.
I think he made 1 or 2 itemization errors, but I think his overall gameplay was very, very good that game. And it showcased that this hero, in the right conditions, can definitely do some damage.
And this has always been looked at, maybe not directly, but I feel like it's always been a good pick against Abaddon in general, because the Astral... Basically what happens is Abaddon goes in, He popped the borrowed time. He ends up running away. We've been seeing that a lot this tournament. Now you can just astral him during his ult. And it kind of just wastes a bunch of time and keeps him in a precarious spot.
Yep.
And Dyrachyo playing the position 1 Tony. But we get to see XXS Magnus again. The panel was pretty certain that this was going to get banned. They let it through again, though.
Yeah.
And after that last game performance, I mean, if he can match that, they're going to have a really good chance in this.
I feel like this is a game where Tundra will want the trajectory of game 1, not the trajectory of game 2, even if they would have won. I think if the game reaches that stage and that pace, I really think Xtreme Gaming just flat out have more tools in the
He's
league.
mega dead. Jin Q with the first blood.
Yep. I'm just thinking if this goes late, like it's a PA mag and OD with double global silence. It's hard to itemize against that type of lineup late game. So for Tundra, I think the pace is going to be the key here. You want to play around your tanky heroes, play aggressively. Jin Q, by the way, speaking of aggressively,
He's dead, but XXS does have skewer, so maybe he can get
fine.
Dyrachyo. Jin Q actually lives. Wow.
Yep. If this skewer were to land, there's been a lot of damage here.
Will he try for it? Tree toss, gonna miss Jin Q. He's gonna use the skewer just to get away instead. Doesn't want to deal with Whitemon anymore. 33 already super low in this bot lane. I think this is a very, very important lane for Tundra. We've seen 33 take over with the Abaddon.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen a ton of the support Faceless Void, but with the time zone, I feel like it makes a little bit more sense. But in terms of laning stage, how would you say that you would rate at position 4?
I think, so if you're playing with 4 Void, you need one of 2 things. You either need a really strong laner in terms of offense that can complement the time dilation.
Zoxa.
I think he'll be probably okay here with a shield. Yeah. So either you need an offensive partner that can play very aggressively around time dilation and do a lot of damage, or you need a defensive partner that can keep you both alive and can, most importantly, farm almost on its own, because you don't do that much, right?
Yeah.
On Void. And that is ultimately why this lane is in this state where PA should be able to find farm, because they can't really pressure that hard with this lane, but at the same time they're also very hard to kill. And if this just turns into a farm lane, I think Ame's pretty happy, right? He just wants to get toward his early Battle Fury. He knows he'll have Empower to boot. He's going to be dealing ridiculous damage later in the game.
If they get to that point, of course.
Yeah, that's Tundra's goal, is to not let it get there. They want to have a significant advantage at the 20-25 minute mark. They want to get the Tormentor. They want to get the Roche.
This is a pretty even lane in mid. DK versus OD.
Yeah, for the time being.
16-7 to 14-8. I mean, back in the day, it definitely was not close.
You'd think it gets harder for DK when OD hits level 5. You don't, even with 2 bracers, I think you cannot outlast the constant harassment of Astro.
Blood Grenade hitting both targets. Ame, is he just going to tick out here? It's going to be close. You just tank the tower with that Aphotic shield, but it runs out, and 33 now going to get turned around on. Oh boy. And
No
Ame
way if Soxa also dies here.
Time dilation.
Okay, he'll get him.
He will fall.
It's a trade.
Zoxa will likely be traded out.
It's a trade. Soxa for
neutrals?
Oh, he's fine.
Oh, he's going to salve. Okay.
So it will be PA for the Abaddon only. I really thought Soxa was dead too, but close call on all fronts.
Avalanche. Ooh, okay. Well,
lose his foul play for 2 minutes.
What an innate that is.
Yeah.
Oh boy. As Undyne, he's taking pressure as Soxa at 33 want to dive him. Time dilation applied only to the silencer. He will eventually die to...
Ame kills him.
Ame kills him, essentially. But Soxa...
Oh, Soxa got tower aggro.
Yep, and he's going to pay the ultimate price. 33 in a lot of trouble.
Wait,
Doesn't
he
have
doesn't
a
have
shield for 2 seconds. It's going to be close. Ame, one move! Just gets it off in time.
He might run down anyway. He will.
Okay.
Wow.
Needs the vision, and that's a double kill early on for a PA.
Yeah.
Ooh, boy.
He's almost level 5. This is looking like a great start for Xtreme.
Jin Q making his way over. As you can see, the arcane. Okay, Undyne actually a little bit slow, but gets the last word off. Shackle under the tier 1 tower. BZM will walk it off, but...
That's that 6-minute rotation the panel was talking about. When it's time for power runes, both teams will show up with the numbers, but Soxa from just dying bottom was unable to connect. And Xtreme will force BZM back to base and get the Amplify damage rune for Undyne to head down to bottom and have some fun with for the next 30 seconds.
I think 33 had to walk the whole way, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Lots of XP missed. Very, very rough start for him on Abaddon.
This is what you sign up for when you pick Abaddon Void as a dual lane. Like you know what the risks are. Damage, not exactly the strength of this lane.
Now Dyrachyo working towards an Echo Saber as his first item. His bot lane aggression, Ame and Undyne just forcing out 33 and Soxa from the positions they want to go to. So Battle Fury for the PA eventually. One of the few heroes that will prioritize that basically every game.
Yeah. Even with Mag, you still get it.
There was a time where Maelstrom, very short time where Maelstrom was a thing years ago instead of Battle Fury. It feels like Battle Fury PA is and AM are like the two standards in Dota throughout most of the history. Soxa gonna try to help out 33. Time dilation onto 2. Ame, he can't blink strike for a while. But
yeah, now he could actually have gone on Soxa there, I think, but might have been worried about a rotation from at secondary support, which is what Whitemon was cooking. He was coming from the southeast, but he was further away maybe than Ame would have anticipated. Don't underestimate how strong this PA can be when time dilation runs out. She has the Healing Lotus, so that little extra burst heal +1 charges against the pitiful damage of the Void. Once again, when time dilate runs out, don't really offer very much, except a couple of right clicks if you're lucky, get a bash. And PA will now crack level 6. Abaddon just cracking 5.
Sanities, and that is the death of Soxa. Time dilate that.
Yeah, he had 264 mana, and XM had about 1,400, so...
Oh, Undyne. Whitemon makes his rotation over.
Successful.
Enough damage, but 33 dies to Ame. It's going to be a trade as Dyrachyo will TP in.
That's well worth it for him, for sure, for Dyrachyo. That is ending that killing spree. And
yeah, but 33 struggles continue.
They do, but getting the secondary kill there is nice, for sure. With the silencer already down to Jakiro. Getting some nice experience. Jakiro now hitting level 6.
I mean, XXS is almost level 7. 33 just beginning level 5. There's a pretty big discrepancy between the offlaners right now. And speaking of which,
if he dies
Skewer
here.
back.
Oh no.
Q, chicken fingers. But there's a double TP coming in. 33 no ult obviously, as Ame is going to go in with the Phantom Strike. Has the crit available, but no vision now. We'll continue on. Daggers at the ready, but the tree line will be the friend of 33. But still, his game is, it feels very ruined at the moment.
Why did XXS not RP that?
Oh, maybe he thought that he was level 6 on the Avatar. I don't know, actually.
He had it the whole time.
Yeah.
So, and he knew his PA was coming. Maybe he was just being greedy and thought they wouldn't need it, but that would have been such an enormous kill.
Yeah.
Because
bottom
it was a
lane,
TP death.
Avalanche onto 3, but yeah, Dyrachyo hoping the Wild Wind Rippers will take it, and they do. My goodness.
Yeah, if only Ame didn't have Empower.
Yeah, that's
I think Dyrachyo would have died to him instead. The little bit of extra damage. I think it might have also been what pulled the camp. I'm not sure if that was the cleave or not, but... the dream outcome for Dyrachyo. Since it's inevitable that he will die,
yeah,
it's
Wild
best
Wings,
to the neutrals.
Wild Wings were not happy with chicken fingers on the other team, so they had to punish them.
Instantly TP's back bot on respawn.
Astral into nothing because the ice path is there in time for Whitemon. Shin Q very quick, look at him.
XM is 1,000 ahead of BZM, by the way, now. So now this mid lane is starting to show its colors. That's honestly huge, because this was what Fear was talking about. Like, what's the solution? We have not seen mid Dragon Knight really lose like this.
Oh, they're going to set up for a shackle here. And that should be... Well, he doesn't have Sanity's Eclipse, and it's only a level 2 Arcane Orb, but they'll find it eventually. XM gets pretty low. A TP would have made a lot of difference there.
Absolutely, but that's the thing. The cores of Tundra have already TP'd to side lanes, so Abaddon TP'd top and the Tiny TP'd bot. And 33 just wants to be left alone for a little bit. Just wants to get some space here. We'll be eyeing up the Blade Mail.
Yeah, so can't go for the Radiance, at least not first.
Yeah, his game is too bad, I think. He's going Blade Mail to protect himself from OD. There's the time dilation, but no time zone yet.
That's one of the best taunts in the game.
Yeah.
Number one, though, is Wraith King. Like, there's the one where he has the throne. It's not even close because it lasts forever. It's so long. That's what she said. 33 has to be careful. Has not skilled his ultimate yet. See if he has the fingers for it. We've seen this go awry before. He'll pop it. As a TP from BZM, trying to bait them in. 33. Getting a bit low as there's the Dragon Tail from BZM onto Jinq, but Undyne coming in from the top as the RP is expended this time. He's learned his lesson. 33 tumbles.
Another kill for Ami.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Will come at the cost of the bot tower, so Tundra gets something going their way here. But I am very curious to see the development of this game for BZM. That's the big concern here. How is Dragon Knight going to become a force to be reckoned with in this game when he loses his lane and he's playing against this enormous amount of damage? Undyne going to get cooked here by Whitemon. Might be enough.
Yeah,
it
but
is.
He has rotation from other members of his team, so it'll be a trade of sorts. But BZM coming in with that dragon form. Ame still time dilated.
He doesn't
Gets the
quite
Phantom
have the
Strike
mana for
off.
time zone. No, he does, but he's far.
Oh, he'll
that'll
get it
do.
now. And no Phantom Strike for you. So a big kill onto Ame will come for Tundra.
And BZM getting that is the perfect outcome, I think. They really, really need some gold on this guy.
I think 33 would beg to differ.
I'm pretty sure if you ask 33, he would rather have the kill on BZM.
Okay.
Because I think 33 wants to win the game. So, not sure, though. Never know. Maybe he cares more about his own personal experience than the victory.
I mean, he's won TIs, Cinderin. It's all individual from here. Right. Duraccio spotted here. XM. So what do you buy on OD in this game other than the Hurricane Pike? Is we have to hold that thought. Avalanche, toss, Jinq, scares off.
So he's eyeing up Witchblade. I guess Witchblade, Pike, and then Axe or BKB, I guess? Probably?
Okay.
I think. Oh, that's a fat stack.
That is nice. That is
PA
empower
being
at
able
its
to
best.
farm that before Battle Fury will just accelerate the Battle Fury.
That's right. It's like an
Almost
endless
has
loop.
it. Yeah, and then when he has the Battle Fury, he can accelerate his next Battle Fury
Like
with
the,
that one.
The Great Show Dark. The beginning
OD
is the
Pixel
end,
build.
and the end is the beginning, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Don't forget it.
I will never forget that.
And they won't. I mean, that show never lets you forget it because they say it about 100 times in the course of 8 episodes.
Wow, that sounds like great writing.
Yep, they just had nothing else to write anymore.
What is dead may never die. It's also said like 700 times, just in case you forgot.
Shrines will be traded. As a smoke rotation now from Xtreme. They have the global silence at the ready. Still a tier 1 mid.
Yeah, they would love to find an
Very
opening here.
pesky.
They have their global at the ready, so any sort of skewer play could just lead to a big kill. BZM showing himself.
Show.
Oh, if he gets
Natural
banished
available.
here.
There it is. Ice Path is placed, but XXS, he goes over it. Instead, the skewer with the global silence now leads to the kill onto BZM.
damage.
Soxa still silence. Will finally get the time zone off. He's just ticking away from this arcane curse. Duraccio finally makes his way over with an Avatos. Not quite enough for a kill yet as XXS will fake out the RP.
There's
They
that
do get the
vanish.
2 supports onto the Xtreme Gaming side. As 33, no ult available anymore. As Ame, he goes in really deep. He's dying to the Blade Mail. RP a little bit too late to save the PA, but he gets it up to 2. Into the skewer as well. And I think this is where XG just cleans up. Duraccio, last remaining member of Tundra. Gets off a nice
there comes
avalanche.
Oh, they're
and okay, that was a little overhyped there.
God, I just want him to walk. He was almost walking through all 3 of them.
close.
That's why it would have been so funny. I think
he needs to be faster.
They need to upgrade the Roche so that if there's more heroes in line, he plays bowling with them.
Yeah.
So he like takes one hero and tries to throw it through the other heroes. And
Yeah, just make it a mini game.
and then
for
gets
Roche.
if he gets a strike, there's like an applause that plays.
I'm up for that.
I was so excited, man. He was so close. It's been a lot of games since we've seen someone get thrown.
There should be like a 5% chance that when Roche is moving, he's on Ringmaster's unicycle, so he's really fast. I think that would be.
I think there should be 100% chance. That sounds great.
4K lead for Xtreme, so This was kind of flip-flop last game. I feel like Tundra had a decent lead around this stage of the game.
Yeah. I mean, the majority of the net worth difference here is just mid, right? It's a 3,000 lead for OD. That's, apart from that, the cores are kind of going hand in hand. But PZM will finally get his dagger. Much, much later than he would have liked. But now they have the opportunity to initiate with him. The question is there enough follow-up damage? Because DK himself does not hit that hard right now. It's a blink stun and then level 4 breathe fire for 320 physical damage. We need that little bit extra. OD take, or excuse me, Jakiro takes some time to deal the damage. That's actually another nice part about Astral, is that you can outlast a lot of Jakiro's damage over time. Just have it expire while you're banished.
True.
So, have to wait and see if they find
both
the catch.
teams 2 minutes late to the party, but we're going to get the Tormy action nonetheless.
Dyrachyo with the Shadow Blade would love to be the initiator here and set something up for his team, but just too much uncertainty around the map. We'll just yield for the time being, but it doesn't look like Tundra want to back out entirely.
Yeah. Both teams a bit split.
No Tormentor today, Shannon.
I guess not.
Surprising.
Everyone's scared.
Oh, well, now Tundra will go because PA showed mid.
Okay. Yeah, they don't have a... This is where Keeper of the Light would really shine, being able to recall constantly.
The D-ward, but yeah.
Tundra, looks like it's a freebie then.
Xtreme are too far away.
And who shall receive the shard? Oh, are they Roche attempting? They are. So Whitemon gets the shard. I mean, this is the theory craft from the beginning of the patch. You trade Tormy for Roche because they're opposite sides.
OD is great at Roshing. Arcane Orb does so much pure damage.
All right.
PA with the crits.
So let's see how they
want
use
the
this.
Aegis?
Yeah,
Okay.
XM with the Aegis. Definitely the right choice at this stage of the game.
So he went for the Pike before the Witchblade. I think either order is fine here. So, but it was not what I expected. And yeah, he's queuing up both Axe and BKB after, so that I think he's kind of in the same mindset that, or in the same thought process as I was, which is both items are good. Which one do I want first, and do I want both?
Right.
I think he's gonna wait and see what happens over the next 3 minutes while he finishes the Witchblade to get an idea.
Skewer RP, Ame finishes it.
Well, that's...
Yeah, I mean, I think BKB is like a must this game, right? Like, there's no way around it.
I mean, there technically is, because you have some decent protection, right? You have Global Silence. Shaman can hex you, right? Or was that the thing that got changed? That was the thing that got changed, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so you have Global, and you have your own Pike. I think if you go Axe, I don't know if you need the BKB at all this game. You might actually be able to play without it in its entirety. Because when you're that tanky and you see the game state and what damage Tundra have, I think if you want to kill XM, more than half the damage needs to come from Tiny.
Oh, Ice Path a little off the mark. Jin Q, he's actually going to get the Ward Trap. He dies for it. Oh, okay, into the Ice Path XXS goes, but the skewer onto Tiny is what they had in mind.
Uh-oh.
And
Soxa
that turned around real fast in favor of Xtreme. Soxa gonna have to use Time Zone in retreat, but he gets Astraled. There's the Macro Pyre. Ice Path not gonna do too much, but he goes to the south on the other side of the trees. Ame will greet him, and this will be an eventual kill for Xtreme again. So 2 for 1, Age is still intact. Not the cleanest from Tundra there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Dyrachyo's deaths are very expensive this game. There's so much riding on this Tiny. When the other two cores are not having the best of games and your position 4 does 0 damage, your carry has to pop off for the strategy to work here.
Yeah.
So I think even if Dyrachyo trades for the PA, if you trade 1 for 1 in kills, I don't even know if that's good right now. I think you really need just clear wins.
Yeah, BZM gonna help out 33, who pops his ult a little bit prematurely. Ama's gonna focus on the Dragon Knight and crits him to death. As Jin Q living thanks to foul play. That's a double for Ame. My goodness.
Tundra seem a little bit desperate in their playmaking choices right now. Oh my
He's
god,
not done yet.
too?
Triple kill for Ame. There's a random dragon trying to hide with the creeps. And now Ame is going to be super happy with this. He's top net worth in the game.
By far.
He's got the Battle Fury.
Oh, he sees Duracho too. He's in on him.
No way.
Shadowblade. No dust. If Ame had dust, he might have been able to almost run him down. With the help of XM. Oh, if Duracho hits this wave.
Now he's going to show. Duracho just standing there. Okay, he will show now.
It's a trap.
Ava, no toss. Hurricane Pike in time, BZM. Trying to close the gap. Does not get the Dragon Tail off, though. As the Astral is there, and Ame still in the vicinity. There's the global silence. BZM is just cleaned up easily by XM. That pure damage just rips him a new one.
This might be BZM's worst game of the tournament. Like, he just has nothing in this game at all. They cracked the code, Shannon. They figured it out. They figured out how to deal with Dragon Knight. Here's the replay of the attempt onto the Shaman. Oh, wait, did he survive because of Raindrop against the Mist Coil? He did. So at least they would have got that trade, but not even getting that.
And
meanwhile,
33.
Yeah, gonna pop his ult again here.
Ult, but he's gonna be shackled.
Oh, he almost got overkilled. That was really, really close from Ame.
I think he's still dead. Although, from the south, you can see the Tiny coming in. Oh, XXS looking for a connection, because completely whiffed, so they'll have to settle for Soxa as Duracho in the middle of nowhere. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That is not what you want to see if you're a Tundra fan. He is going to get destroyed.
Oh, they
are just dropping like flies.
They look a bit disjointed. I think they're lost in this game. Like, the moves aren't completely organized. There's no... I think this is what can happen when you have a clear game plan. There's you have a vision for how things are going to work. And that you're so far off track now that I'm not sure if anybody truly has clear guidance right now for what they're going to need to try, right? If you're behind and you're playing against Silencer with Global Ready and against a hero with Save and a hero with Displacement, Xtreme have all three things. So the punishment when you fail now is extremely severe, and it's very hard to find clear moves that you could just be confident in. So I think Tundra are just uncertain about what they want to do, because 5-man smokes don't seem like an obvious win either, right? Like, who are you going to jump on that make you feel great about making that move? Maybe if you can burst and kill PA 100 to 0, that would be nice, but yeah, it's just a lot of uncertainty here, and it's only going to get worse. XM has Ags and 500 gold on the OD. He's 7-0-4, and with this Ags, he's going to be stupid tanky. I don't have the answer, Shannon. Do Tundra.
Well, I mean, we've seen bigger comebacks, no doubt about it. But yeah, it's just like the theoretical, conceptual side. Hard to imagine. Whitemon TP is fine.
Clutch escape. That was basically perfect. He has been playing great this series. His Ringmaster last game was also outstanding, despite losing.
Oh, BZM.
Oh, no.
Oh, BZM.
Yep, well.
That is death number
4. The map feels small when...
It was worse than that.
When you're Dragon Knight and you can't even go farm on the other side of the river. All right, without checking, what item do you think he has in his quick buy on DK?
Oh, on DK? Yeah. BKB?
Ghost Scepter.
Oh, no.
And I think it's the best possible item he can buy. So I agree with it 100%. It's just, it shows the state of the game.
Good against
PA. You know, you got to try to survive and get spells off. But it's like plan F, you know? But it's...
Plan
F. The other plans are gone, so it's probably the best one that's left. Okay. But it's... Yeah, it's looking rough, man. It's hard for Tundra to really set anything up, but at the same time, I feel like if they just resort to splitting the map and farming, I don't really know what timing you're playing for, because I don't think there's no like key item where I'm like, yes, that's the one. Now they're gonna pop off, you know? I just see more of those items coming Xtreme's way with every passing minute.
Soxa looking for the Watcher, but he is gonna get perma-stunned. XM with Ame. Another easy kill. So 11k lead for Xtreme.
Roche can respawn soon as well.
Yeah.
And the Tormentor, in addition to that, they should know that Torm should be up any second now, or rather in a minute-ish. I think it was 17 that they did the trade Roche for
No,
Torm.
they were 2 minutes late, remember?
Yeah, so in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay.
About 27 would be the time to strike. And I think Xtreme should give up nothing now. They should claim both Roche and the Tormentor. They shouldn't take a trade. I don't think they need to. This OD has an extremely high effective HP right now. Let's see if they go on him here with Dyrachyo. I think he beats them 1v2. So I would not recommend this. Oh, now he... Okay, I thought it was an amplified damage.
Can't see him.
That's not going to help them. Well, they have a sentry in mid, but...
Well, you do need to pop that Ags at some point, right? How long is the cooldown for Essence Flux? 80 seconds.
80 seconds, yeah.
So getting rid of that before the fight would be preferable, of course, but Tundra, I'm not sure how picky they can be.
But to give you an idea, he gets an all damage barrier for 65% of his max mana. That's 2,000 barrier. 2,000 barrier for 15 seconds.
Pretty good.
It's tough to deal with.
Pretty good.
They're so confident they're giving him a gem. And they will immediately deward with this.
Ame went for Manta, by the way, so doesn't want to deal with time dilation.
Yeah, makes sense. Also remove breathe fire. Kind of nice.
Dyrachyo trying to go for the tier 1. He'll get it. Avalanches to ensure as the RP whiffs from XXS. They use Global Silence as well, so Xtreme, 2 big ults out the window.
You have to fight now on Tundra. You have to fight or get the Tormentor, one or the other. Like, there's 100%. No way you don't try to take advantage of this mistake. No global, no RP, no BKB mag.
Can Xtreme win a fight without those 2 ults? Well,
I think they're still favored, but you've got to try here.
Zoxa runs into XM. There's the time dilation. And the Hex comes out onto the Abaddon. Finally, 33 pops the ult, but a nice ultimate onto 2 cores for Xtreme. Ame is dead. XM's Ags does proc. There's the toss-up. He's actually all alone. A huge sanity declips, but he might fall anyway. 2 big kills for Tundra. All they lose is Zoxa. And the rest of Xtreme now gonna back away.
That is
huge
super big. They also recover, or rather they steal the gem. So that's an additional 1,800 net worth swing there.
And you got to go for Roche or Tormi right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Tormentor is the safer play, but maybe Roche can also work. Guess with a Batten with Bloodthorn, this dies pretty quickly.
That's a huge turnaround.
All right.
We're back to a somewhat even game.
And that is why you make aggressive moves when you have any sort of timing. So if they would have just sat back and been like, oh, nice, they wasted RP and Global and done nothing, they would not have just dug around 8,000 gold out of the lead of Xtreme Gaming in the blink of an eye here.
BZM takes the Aegis as Jin Q will run into Whitemon. They need a core here, and that'll be in the form of XXS. So they get that freebie. Tormentor's on the bottom right at the moment. And that is where Dyrachyo is residing. He's the one carrying the gem now. So XM, yeah, it looks like he is still going to try to go for the BKB.
Yeah, he will go both. I think it's okay. I also think the game changed drastically in the last 2 minutes, and he might not have gone BKB if this fight went differently. But now that this is the new game state, you gotta prepare for the future here. Now with Dragon Knight actually starting to get something, BZM will become more of a threat. He has the Aegis. Dyrachyo working on MKB.
Tormi's going top. And they're in the wrong area for Tormi, so back to the gate they go. And the only one even in the remote area for Tundra is 33, so this will be conceded. And Undyne will get the Brain Drain upgrade. He's got 13 stacks right now.
They're going to immediately turn this into a smoke. Semi-low health, though. Undyne is half HP. Jinkyu has Tranks, though, so he will heal up, but...
Yeah, Dyrachyo not interested.
Yeah, they're not
takes the
find
Ancients
anything
and
here.
Bolts.
Tundra anticipating the smoke. They're just crossing the entire map.
What are your thoughts on BZM taking the Aegis?
Yeah, I think that's kind of interesting. Tiny was there.
Yeah.
I think he was the more obvious choice, but...
just
I guess the
dying,
idea
I
is,
guess.
I suppose the idea is that BZM is just going to initiate, and if he doesn't have the Aegis, he's just going to die whenever he initiates from the counterplay with Global and OD just eating him up, but not sure. I think I would have overall also liked it on the Tiny.
Yeah, but he's going to be initiating as a dragon in all liklikelihood, so when he responds, he's useless.
Transformation heroes generally aren't the best Aegis carriers, but...
They
found Sox.
Yeah.
They'll pop
out
him.
the window. So Satanic for Ame now.
Yeah.
And he is opting for Shard.
Or Basher. He hasn't bought the Shard.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
Basher
got the
first.
Okay.
He's big.
Yep. So Corrosion's going to go out the window.
Very big.
He's struggling for slots now.
Like, make no mistake, this last fight from Tundra was massive in recovering the game to a winnable territory, but they're still behind. They are trailing by quite a bit, in my opinion, because sure, 6K doesn't sound all that bad, but just the trajectory of the lineups, I really like their chances on the side of Xtreme here. With a more organized fight where they actually have their ults, the outcome of the previous fight would have never happened.
Yeah.
So that still comes with a big asterisk, but it was a great play from Tundra to find that opportunity at the very least when things looked almost impossible already.
They're going to need a break. They can upgrade the Shadow Blade for Doraccio. I mean, the issue with Bloodthorn now is that you don't get True Strike for everybody else. It's just yourself, right? That was the change?
Yeah, no, wait, everyone gets the True Strike, but they don't get the bonus damage, right? Or is it the other way around? You're right, it's the True Strike they don't get, they get the damage.
Yeah, so you're going to need a break this game.
Yes.
And they find XM. The Global Science is there. XXS with a huge RP onto 3 heroes. Wombo combo potential. Sandy's Eclipse is there. Somehow nobody is dead yet. BZM pops the Dragon form. He's actually going to walk away with the Aegis still intact somehow. Okay. Doraccio will die to the last right click from XM, so it's 2 supports with Doraccio falling. Very weird fight. That was such... Like, it felt like everything hit, and it wasn't enough for any kills, really.
They recover their gem, Xtreme.
Where are those crits at?
Well, he did do 4K damage. If that's not enough for you there,
No,
then...
we need 12K like Dazzle.
Yeah, Dazzle would have team wiped.
Yeah, of course.
Without showing his hero, but...
All right, well, the Aegis will just expire on its own.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the map state, there's not even a tier 2 up for Tundra right now.
I mean, a big part of the reason, to give a more serious answer to why Tundra didn't die more heroes there, was it took some time after the RP for PA to connect. So a decent chunk of the stun duration was spent on travel. And then when the heroes pop BKB, OD does negligible damage. And they were able to reset out of it. Abaddon obviously has a second life, so he didn't die. The DK had Aegis, so they didn't want to hard commit on him. So when those tanky heroes went in, you know, one of them can't die, one of them is not appealing to kill, and the third one is 4,000 HP tiny. So it was never going to be easy to just wipe the floor with them there, but it's still, as far as Xtreme is concerned, that's probably good enough, because they outlast the Aegis and they won the fight overall. And now they're approaching the next stage of the game where they're going to have all their spells again, and the advantage that Tundra were holding previously is no longer available.
Yeah.
But will they get a new advantage is the question. So Jakiro is closing in on Ags, which could be big in the time zone. It's a very strong spell. Abaddon is getting Dagger, so they're going to use Tundra, or they're going to use 33 Tundra R, similar to game number 1, where he's probably just going to blink and give vision. He will also get the Shrine of Wisdom, so level 21. He has recovered pretty damn well in this game on Abaddon, I think.
Yeah, it could have snowballed super bad. Oh, Whitemon, he's caught out.
-3 int.
That brain rot's adding up.
Remember, every time the int gets stolen, OD does more damage with the ult, because they have less mana.
Oh, what synergy that is.
That is crazy. And then if they also had Slark to hit them a little bit to steal some more stats, then OD could do even more damage.
Wow, yeah, we just needed a Slark to replace Rasta, probably.
Yeah, well, Jinkyu also loves his support Slark, so you say it as a joke, you never know.
Well, I say it as a joke because I think Slark and Silencer as your supports maybe not the best duo.
I've probably seen a worse support duo picked in Pro Dota before.
Yeah, I think yesterday we saw one.
It would be pretty
I forget
fun.
what it was, though, but everybody was disgusted. And of course, it probably won anyway.
They were so disgusted that they immediately compartmentalized it and don't remember what it was.
True.
Yeah.
That's how I...
Good idea.
That's how it works for me, at least.
There's the dagger for 33. And Dyrachyo will go BKB instead of the silver, so they will not have that break for the PA, but I think he just needs... This BKB has to be mandatory, right? He has to be able to stand and deliver. There's just too many problems if he doesn't have it. If nothing else, it just offers you 9 seconds of protection from OD on first use.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ame finished the Abyssal in the meantime, and now has the Shard, so Fan of Knives. I mean, should not understate this. The break against DK can melt.
Yeah.
And Abaddon, if you can get a silence on top of the break, will not be able to use the ult at all. But that's more of a timing thing. That's a little harder to...
They have global.
coordinate.
So, you blink on Abba, you pop Fan of Knives, and you press global. And he has BKB though.
Yeah, so you have to stun him. There's a lot of checks.
Yeah, you need to well, you can blink Abyssal global him, right?
Yeah. And
blink Abyssal global Fan of Knives.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a lot, but honestly, that's pretty easy to execute at this level. It's just PA needs to see a bat and say go global, and then he just jumps and kills.
Go global.
Yep.
That takes a long time to say though.
Yeah. Especially because you need to start with saying go, XG Undyne, go global.
Yeah, that's really confusing. As the moment you say X, like half the team is like turning their heads.
Fight's already over. There's a reason this team doesn't pick Kunkka. It's really confusing when they need to get X mark. Dragon Knight.
Global silence. Okay, into the RP.
Well, they are not giving him a chance to move. That's
a bit of overkill, but still valuable kill. 80
he's proper
seconds.
Dead.
Yeah, no buyback for BZM. And Roche is up, so this, you would think, opens it up for Xtreme to get a freebie.
Yeah, Undyne has spotted it. They should just go for it right away. But they maybe, it looks like they want to try to get an additional kill. No, they were just drawing a line, but...
Shield rune, very nice.
Yep.
Okay. That's the Aegis, Refresher Shard, Roshan's Banner, Cheese. What else can we fit in the gut of this disgusting creature?
Ion Cannon Beacon. But that's Roche number 6 and onward.
Delicious.
Yep, I said beacon, not bacon.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Although Ion Cannon Bacon does sound delicious.
Socks on the high ground. Yeah, they're putting the Roshan's Banner to good use probably here.
Oh, if they even need to. Well, they might drop it now. They force Glyph. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
A little bit late on it, but
and Serpent Ward's gonna do work. You can just let that be. Ame's still with the shield rune, by the way. This guy is a tough kill. And you can see 2 members of Tundra not even in this half of the map, so they're just gonna give it up. And TP's in mass to the bot lane. Dyrachyo with the Shadow Blade will get out though. That's 3 members.
Time zone
isolated here.
Okay.
Yeah, time zone.
He is
Hurricane Pike, and that is a
good smoke.
Okay, that is a very clutch smoke. Dragon Tail now onto OD. Ame coming in with the big Fan of Knives. He's going to try to chase down one member as the Sandy's Eclipse deletes Saksa. As Dyrachyo super low. Does he actually want to fight through this? BZM is just going to get bashed up, and Ame he's actually going to get away from them for now, but that's already the Abby dead. BZM blinks to base.
Did he one-shot Void with
Not
OD?
sure.
Full
Whitemon,
HP?
he is slowed to a crawl. His teammates are not able to help, and OD secures yet another kill, and they're just going to go for Throne. Never mind. They're going to go for mid. Playing it safe here in game number 3.
And this is guaranteed megas. There's absolutely no chance you can hold 3v5 against Aegis here, surely. That OD ulti, maybe he wasn't full HP on Void, but I just saw him vanish, and God, the sound of this, but I love OD so much.
God, you are really a filthy animal.
It's cool to see it. It's cool to see it played. You know, it's been very long since we've had much OD, and we also haven't in this tournament, but now we've had it twice. And it has
mega creeps.
It has a great win rate, Shannon. 50%, much better than OD has had in the last 2 years. So
this is true.
Parasma as well.
Tier 4 towers getting beat on. backdoor protection kicks in. They fortify. That's not the best. 20 seconds, 4:33, and that'll be the last stand for Tundra, although we'll see if Xtreme want to back out, get their items, regroup, let the Mega Creeps push in a bit before they enter the base again.
Yeah, now Ame might also get an amp damage rune. It's sitting up top. He could finish off a... Is that what's coming? Is that butter? No, he just only bought the...
There's no way that's butterfly. Disperser.
Oh, sorry. I was just like, what?
Like, butterfly.
More evasion, yes. Now, if he bought butter against MKB and Bloodthorn, that's just an ultimate power move when you feel like the game is over. It's like, what is the...
Well, power move is the silencer Ags before refresher, by the way.
It's a pretty nice Ags.
I'm not saying it's not good.
Ame
into the base. Okay, they're going to get the horn toss onto the Abbey. RP onto 2 inside the time zone, and Sanity Eclipse again deletes Soxy, buys back into the game. And there's the global silence again. XXS with the RP. They're going to try to focus down the Tiny. Duraccio super low. Will go down to the last right click as XM will continue his rampage here. Double kill for him as GGs are called. Soxa dies one more time for the road as Xtreme Gaming take this 2-1.
Damn, I loved their draft this game and the way they played. This was stellar stuff from Xtreme, and yeah, Tundra seemed a little bit shook after the second game. They could not really string much together in this one. The lanes didn't go too well, and then the core-to-core matchups and the overall pressure that Xtreme were able to put in that mid game with their big spells just, yeah, became insurmountable very quickly.
That's right, Shiver.
That's right. Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinderin. OD mid. Xtreme make it work, and they make me question whether we're gonna see it again. Because it looked pretty good, Jenkins.
I mean, best of 3.
It did get some buffs, and you know, people were theory crafting it, but people also theory craft some other dog shit. So yeah, it's easy to chalk it up to maybe this isn't so good. But you know, in a meta where it's all about you can't just refill bottles in the mid lane. Any hero that can like naturally regen, you know, the pucks of the world, you can phase shift, get that extra regen, OD of the passive. And lane dominators, these things are very important.
Speaking of game number 3 and wanting Magnus to be banned, Skewers coming in and yet again ruining a DK's life.
I noticed a heavy theme in your
No spoilers, please. No spoilers. But this Magnus, as per usually, it did a lot of work. But I think when it came to the drafting, the Tiny plus DK were all susceptible to like the same type of counters, right? And that's what made this OD look so good, because I feel like when you do pick 2 heroes that have the same weakness, and you do have either these Timbersaw, these ODs, these type of heroes, they are going to look good. And oftentimes you try not to put yourself in these positions. It's called having a well-balanced lineup, and unfortunately Tundra just didn't have one this game.
Yeah, I think the problem that, or at least something Tundra was seeing in the draft.
Hold on, Jenkins. Sorry, there's a skewer coming on Duraccio here.
Yeah, there we go. Out of the wards and into the tower.
Okay, carry on.
Oh, what a game! What a game! I'm just glad China is back.
Yeah,
this is,
they are. Yeah,
this
for
is
sure.
a fantastic treat for us.
Look at Ame in this clip, because he's gonna have a fantastic time.
This was a really good bait by Xingqiu, by the way. Here, like delaying this until Ame could get there, knowing that he was coming through the portal. And I also really like, in general, how active Ame was being in this game.
For sure, yeah.
Like the moment it hit 6 or 7 minutes, he was rotating constantly, and of course, he did have some. Big ancient stacks that he was taking with the Magnus.
Wait a second.
Yep, wait a second. There is going to be a potential another skewer coming on. I think this one might be on the Tiny though, but I really like the fact in this game that they just really kind of like waiting and delaying the game as much as they possibly could for all these heroes. And Duraccio, he's stuck again. He gets skewered back. I swear, over these last 2 games, this guy must not want to play versus Magnus for the next month. Because it's been the whole game. He's just getting skewered backward over and over again. And Jenkins, what happened here?
This was the one element of devastation here for Xtreme, and they actually took a very good fight afterwards on Tundra. I think Cinderin said, like, Tundra has to fight right now. And they did, and the fight went fairly well for them.
Yeah, they even got a gem out of it, too.
Yeah, they got a gem, and I think they ended up diving and killing XM here. He does get a trade.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's only 2 kills. They traded 2 for 1. And then for the rest of the game, it was kind of the XXS Magnus show again.
Yeah. But from this point onward, it is Xtreme playing a little bit more careful, I feel, so that there was no chance for Tundra really anymore.
Yeah, it definitely had to. I think in general, it was just a blunder, right? Like, he missed his BKB RP. It happens. It only happened one time. But outside of that, you see he's not going to miss another one of these. And I'm kind of like seeing in this game, like in general, like these big strength tanky cores are good and all, but like when they get skewered backwards and you have like a lot of damage, like here's like OD, it's not much you can do about it.
I just feel like we're watching the XXS highlight reel.
That's weird. Maybe he just was owning that hard.
He had 2 incredibly high damage dealing cores too. Like, as long as he just gets an RP off on somebody that's important, they will die. And this was even true on 33 on the Abaddon, because Jinkyu, he's playing Shadow Shaman, level 15. You have a break with the Hex. So even Abaddon, he died a couple of times in this game on 33 without being able to get his ult off.
Magnus didn't even die a single time.
He did not.
5-0-16.
I mean, it was a stomp. Every single one of the players on Xtreme Gaming played really, really well.
Well, Undyne was also in this game.
Yeah, Undyne was in this game. He also had really good global silences as well. Like, yeah, mid lane destroyed the DK. Ame had a way better game than I feel like he should have in that bot lane, getting the double kill early on. So it was just one of those situations where you are a team like Xtreme Gaming. You do pick a lot of team fight like they normally do. But on top of that, you get a free laning stage win too. And that just translates into a horror story, really, for Tundra.
Yeah, what went wrong for Tundra here? Because it wasn't just Xtreme popping up. Was it literally just the Magnus devastation? Or was... Because it kind of felt like Tundra was a little bit more disjointed than they normally are.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Watching those highlights and as we're talking, I am also kind of leaning towards there's a world where the tri-core tanky strength thing is countered by, you know, something like a PAOD. That there's a world where the meta shifts away from the 3 tanky cores because people build these like extremely high damage cores on the other side, pick team fight, and just go late game.
Yeah, there's a winner's interview, and I know we've had a fantastic series. This was really good to watch. Let's welcome in Xingqiu first of all. He'll be supported by a translator. Hello, Xingqiu. Congratulations on the series. It was a great series, but I only have one question, and it's about Ancient Apparition. Why Bone Chill over Exposure?
首先，这是一场非常精彩的系列赛，然后我们来欢迎那个新 Q 选手。然后我首先这位女主持有一个问题，就是关于冰魂这个英雄的，就是为什么要选择那个刺骨严寒呢？
因为另一个命石在那个对线系完全没有用。
Because the other facet is totally useless during the laning phase.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay. Me or you? Go ahead. Okay. All right. I have one question here, and is what does Zhao Wei mainly do for the team as a coach?
就是他想问那个八王在那个队伍里面做的工作一般都是什么呢？
就是会把大家组织起来，一起聊一下这把的 BP， 然后大家的阵容想怎么选，大方向吧。
Usually he will unite us together, and he will make us talk about how we draft, how we make a play, how we prepare for next game, just like that.
Also, what is your favorite hero of this patch?
你最喜欢这个版本的最喜欢的英雄是什么？
冰魂虚空。
AA and also Faceless Void.
All right.
Hi, Big X. Good to see you. I was wondering, is there anything that really pisses you off about this Dota patch?
在这个版本，什么是最容易把你惹毛的？
就是队友老是就挂机就不玩了，就打路人的时候。
When I play pops, it happen very frequently. My teammate just AFK and don't stop playing.
Okay, fair enough. One more question. Who is making the calls on your team with Xtreme Gaming?
就在我们队是谁来指挥的？
一般来说就是整体的阵容，那个 AME 会想要我们做到什么，然后大部分时间就是由我和那个就是双辅助来指挥吧。就然后那个 AME 会告诉我们 他想要怎么样的效果。
Usually, during the draft, it's Ame making a call, and he will tell us what kind of fight does he want, what kind of game he wants. And during the game, usually it's the two supports, me and Undying. We make a call.
Okay, I got one more question. What has it been like to be back with the team? You guys must not have had a lot of time to prepare because Ame was also still playing another tournament, only recently came together like this. What's it like to be back like this?
就那个讲你回归的感受嘛，就是因为我们那个重新组建起来，然后训练时间也不长，因为之前玉哥也在打别的比赛嘛，然后就是回归，然后就是训练了不久就回到一个锦标赛，你是什么样的感受？
就是我们都有一点在偷那个 AME 的理解吧，就是我们大家都因为他打的时间很久，我们就一直在他身上学到很多东西吧，然后对于我们的就是重新归来也有很大的帮助。
We just learned from Ame because he just keep playing and he always follow the patch, the fashionist play style, and we just learn from him, and it really helps us to come back, I think.
Well, it's been fantastic watching you and Xtreme Gaming do well. So congratulations once again for making it to the playoffs, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of you then.
打个招呼就结束。
Thank you, 谢谢。I mean, it is really good to see.
Oh
Xtreme
no,
Gaming
trusting
do well.
Ame. Oh no.
I mean, it's working out. Come on, you can't do that
It
to
is.
Ame.
When does the Juggernaut come out? That's the only. That's all I can think
that's
of.
Why.
The
That's why
honeymoon
Zawe
phase.
is there.
Mhm.
You know,
Keep him in line.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That if anybody can do it, it's Zawe.
We'll see. Nobody can stop the Juggernaut coming through.
Fear, did you have on your bingo card that 2 Chinese teams will make it into the top 8 before the final day of group stages was done?
Well, I had 1.
Okay.
Not 2 though. Yeah, I thought Xtreme Gaming looked really good on paper, and they have a good coach. They have good players. They've played with each other in the past. I had high expectations for this team. I'm glad they're meeting them. But yeah, I didn't have a team Tidebound on my bingo card.
I mean, Team Wings 2.0.
Yes, that one.
We can take a look at what happened today, because today were all qualification matches on the stream that you are watching right now. We started the day with Tidebound. As said, they were able to 2-0 Falcons. Followed that is Gaimin Gladiators 2-0ing Aurora. And Gaimin Gladiators did look, Cengiz, I feel like a lot better than what they did just a week ago.
Yeah, they did, and I feel like you could kind of sense it in Tofu's interview too. Like he's like, yeah, we're dealing with some issues. You know, we were weak. We were integrating a new player. You know, this and that. But he was happy. Like it feels like they found their groove, even though they're not picking like a crazy amount of heroes. This is the Gaimin Gladiators we know and love. They're confident in the heroes that they're playing.
Yeah, and then we had Xtreme also moving forward just now, of course, with 2-1-ing Tundra. All the teams that you just saw losing, don't worry, they're still in. They're moving on to tomorrow. We don't have a schedule for you yet, though, because there's still things going on. Moving to Stream B, the results so far is this was the elimination stream. So this is some brutal results where Nigma Galaxy had to exit after facing Yellow Submarine. They knock another fan favorite out, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, this Yellow Submarine team, you got to keep an eye out for them. They're knocking out the big orgs here. They're making a name for themselves. We'll see how long they can keep it up.
Yeah. Was there anything else on the knockouts that surprised you, Fear? Caused some emotional damage?
No, there was absolutely nothing else
just
there.
Making sure.
No, nothing else there. No.
I was happy to see SA continuing the streak.
Yeah,
yeah, it was good for SA. Really good for them. Yeah, it's great.
But as you saw also, there's still a series going on. Navi versus AVULUS is in the middle of their best of 3. Glancing to the left, there is already one game done, and that one went the way of Navi, and that means that AVULUS have to really perform in the second game to see if they can force out a third. Again, elimination on the line. We will send you over to that game in a second, but I'll first mention tomorrow we're going to be live from the same time again. It will be the final days of group stages, and there will be only one stream that time around, and that will be 3 series to decide who will be the final 3 teams moving forward to the playoffs that start the day after that. And you'll be able to listen to the wonderful voices of Lyrical and Lizard, who will be talking you through Navi versus AVULUS. But from us, good night, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
play I've ever seen. That was sick.
Very shady play.
Oh. That was sick. All right.
Kiori?
Can they find anybody? Stormstormer wants a kill. Hide. Ice path.
Ursa is coming as well, but can he reach? Oh, Cubify, where are you going?
Yeah.
You were supposed to run in the other direction.
Got a little greedy. Smiling Knight still has a shield rune too, so he's not too concerned about anything, as well as Nagus.
Yep. What's he building next? BKB? Yeah, BKB Basher. That basically every game. Maybe if there's a PA, you might see an MKB earlier, but that's it.
Boom takes that Watcher and then just TPs out. Yeah, it hasn't been that much change up in the Ursa builds. There was like that period of time where it was like Octarine,
Aghanims,
like Aghanims, yeah. And you probably still eventually go at least for the Ags, but it's going to take a while before that happens.
Yeah. Actually, I keep going for Aetherlands, and this is like I was talking about the same thing with B-Cop. Just hold that thought, Enigma. If he's
double wards dropped down by Seneko and Eki, but not finding anybody. They are like they have a ton of vision up here, but it's not right where these heroes are. They've retreated out of the high ground and now sending these Eidolons to scout. They see Smiling Knight, and that should tip off Na'Vi. Yeah.
He was trying to block the path, right? Block them away from Sven. That's how he's positioning. In case anyone gets ganked, it's going to be him.
Oh, and a blink away by Boom before they could catch him. I mean, they had full vision there with the Dawnbreaker passive, but they not able to connect onto anybody. I mean, this is just the story of the game. Like, AVULUS is trying to find these little pickoffs here and there, and it's just they're not able to make it happen.
Something like in game number 1, no kills happened for quite some time, and then all hell broke loose. Are we waiting for some big items? I don't think so. Shad has a BKB already. The next big one, of course, is the Blink on Sven, which changes things drastically for Na'Vi. On the other side, I would say you were ready while you had the Aegis. Now that you don't have it, you must wait for the BKB as well, Smiling Knight, which isn't too far away.
Yeah, well, and that's what I meant too, like, about that last Aegis. It was sort of ensuring that Ursa would get to that BKB kind of unobstructed, but they weren't really trying to battle with it yet either. And the only thing I'm worried about is that, like, when the time comes that they are looking to fight, are they going to sort of have the tools that they need at that point to, like, deal with the power of the Sven?
Let's see, the Sven wants to demonstrate that power if he has it.
Stormer,
he's in.
The toss back to the side, Ice Path down, Macro Pyre there as well. Stun, follow-up, lift immediately, backing out, Global down. Dawnbreaker ultimate used as well as Global Silence. Now maybe you could get a black hole too if they're in a little bit too far, but Boom does fall. No tips as of yet. Meanwhile, the jump forward hit onto 2. The cleave is out. BKB held for a long time. Shad finds a double. Decides to back away now as they are going to retreat from this area. Sanctity gets the chains onto both. Gets the remnant away.
If Jakiro lives as well, which probably won't happen, it's still a good disengage. Sven lives for now. They might still continue chasing Shad. He has to be careful here. Yeah, he should be fine, yeah. Still a good disengage. Ember was left there purposely because he had the Remnant out. Trying to save both Jakiro and Sven, only saving Sven in the end. Crazy fight, because, like, you called it, there was a place in time where Enigma could Black Hole, but Rubik was still there. You'd probably give that Black Hole away. Global was used, Solar Guardian was used, but unfortunately, for Kaori, Spell Steal was still available, stealing that dual breath on a low cooldown.
Sanctity just comes in for the quick snipe. Yeah, right, exactly. I think they're all out.
They're working on it, though. Tips, you know what? It shouldn't be that you get a static number of tips. It's that your tips should go on cooldown. You know what I mean? I like that idea more. And then, like, you can use, like, maybe it's, like, every 8 minutes or something like that. You get, like, two charges of tips. This is the way it should be.
I like that idea. Or if you get tipped, you get a tip.
Right. Yeah. Every tip refreshes your tip stack, and then it's just tip back and forth. All right, maybe we need to think about this a little bit more.
Maybe not that great. Yeah, bad idea.
Work out the particulars.
Yeah. They're just sitting around this rush pit. There's
Oh, Ravage dropped down, but Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. So no more Ravage, but also no more Global.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How long on Roche?
I feel like no one is sure how to approach these fights.
Yeah. It's almost max time again for Roche. So this is going to be a while.
The difference I see between these two carries as well. On one side, you have a Sven who can blow you up, and he has like more kill potential. On the other side, you have an Ursa who can be reckless and jump in, but he can't finish anyone off.
Right.
Right now, at least. And both teams aren't quite sure how much they want to push forward. And oh, Enigma picks out.
Away.
Oh, this
now
is good.
Jump in, Chad! Oh my God! It's all it's spreadable. Black hole. It's too pretty. Just catch everybody. Why don't you?
Well,
just catch them all.
That's Navi from 2011 or something. That was just perfect. Yikes. And Cubify hitting them with the circus music, by the way, as it's happening.
Oh no. AVULUS, no.
That's a Daedalus to Sven, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Also, like, the initial setup of there, you can see of Sven hitting the stun on 2 into just, like, immediately cleaving him down. By the way, back in the real world, they're killing Zippe again. I mean, that's a knock you out of the tournament black hole right there. And initiation from Na'Vi. Why are you walking up that hill? Don't go up a hill into no vision.
It's also Sanctity, like, the way he TPs there and sets everything up. Like, because without Global, it's very difficult for them to kill him off in one go. So he's like there just giving vision, testing the waters, and setting everything up for everyone else. That's the team effort. Very nicely done by Navi. Always enjoyable to see these combo wombos. Rubik mid lane.
It's caught. In trouble. Going to drop. I mean, that's crazy to me. It's still, I'm just still processing the fact that, like, they ran 4 heroes up the hill into no vision, and, like, it just all got black hole.
I'm not even sure where that pressure was from. You know, what made them, what compelled them to do such a
They were possessed by a demon.
They were possessed, exactly. All those tips. They invoke a spirit that takes your soul. In any case, back to Rosh Pit. It's gonna be on Navi this time around.
Yeah.
Shad probably taking it, right? It's not the best carrier, but still good. Maybe Emperor. Yeah, probably Shad.
I mean, I think this is another one of those Aegises where it's less about
Stormer.
Yeah, there's nothing to be done about that one. I think this is, again, one of those Aegises where you don't have to push with it. Like, I think Shad is perfectly happy scaling further and further. You mentioned, like, Ursa going into the later stages of the game. I mean, it's going to become a problem as it goes later.
Yeah,
but I think they can push.
They most certainly can. I'm not sure how far you have to scale. At least take out the tier 2s. You have the Ravage, you have Aegis. I think they could.
Radiant's top tower is under
Have
attack.
Black Hole back up again, too.
Radiant structures.
Sanctity waiting to see if anything shows up for the 28-minute rune. It is going to be a regen bottled for him. I mean, the other thing is they do have Roche's banner if they wanted to try and pressure up top here. That could work. Bring him back.
They're
Boom.
tipping bottom instead. Yeah, they want to maybe catch these split pushers. Also, by the way, Shiva's about to be completed by Sanctity, unless his courier dies.
Oh no. Smiling Knight. Ravage, Kaori, they global to try and keep him alive. Now the turn, a few more hits. Sven is there, but Smiling Knight trying to escape, does jump right over the ice path. Immediately, Rubik is caught though. And they will manage to take down Eki. So they keep their Ursa alive, importantly.
I'm actually a bit surprised he managed to live, but of course, nicely saved.
Radiant are scanning.
How far are they from AC? AC, not too close on Sven. But the Shivas is completed, so...
Yeah.
They are in a comfortable lead, even though it's only 5k. I feel like they are in a good spot in this game, but they can't just go on autopilot.
Yeah, they can't like walk up a hill with no vision. That'd be bad.
Yeah, that would be probably bad. Ice bet.
Well, are they doing just that right now? I don't know. Yeah, they're backing away though. You see, they learned. Like losing out on fights is learning.
They set up such a good amount of vision here though. The one behind the tier 2 tower and the one on the cliff. This is perfect. And they also, I think they scouted Stormer, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shad's leading the way.
Oh my god.
Ninja gear.
He gets away. That was important that he doesn't die right there.
He also has a BKB now to work with, so a bit safer to jump in. But so far from all the tinies mid, I'm not feeling the same impact with crash landing that I used to. You know, that good old crash landing with Kanda, you jump in and you catch a Roshan and he's dead somehow in that toss.
Right.
Whoever, basically. But
I mean, it used to go through BKB, which is crazy. It's still a lot, you know, or whether it still was a lot, but I hear you. It does not feel as good as it used to. And you know, I think that they've just, Na'Vi has had Stormstormer's number, it feels like. They've been banning out his heroes pretty consistently towards the end there, and they've been able to shut him down. And that's I think, how you find success on this AVULUS roster. It has to go through Stormstormer.
Yeah,
more often than not.
He has been growing his hero pool. He has some heroes that he's exceptionally good at, with, so banning those out always good. Smiling Knight might have to pop BKB here. Oh, he didn't. Shad
they didn't see him though. Yeah. So again, Eki dies for Smiling Knight. Oh, interesting. And Smiling Knight's going to go straight in for the Revenant's Brooch. I think that's an interesting adaptation, since we already know that like AC is going to be completed for Sven. There's more kill potential than you would normally have on this hero.
And not too bad, right? Like, because it's each attack, it doesn't have a cooldown, and you hit really fast. It could be good. Yeah, I want to see just how much damage it's going to deal in these fights. It looks good. Boom.
Snake-O. Nowhere really to go for this poor old silencer. I mean, the problem is, like, is he really going to even have an opportunity to hit Shad? Because as you can see up top, Shad is like taking people out before they even really have an opportunity to do anything. Although this is not working too well for him.
Yep.
And yeah, Zibe's gonna get away.
Did not even force the BKB on him. Zibe unfazed.
He knew.
He was aware. Yeah, that's no God strength, by the way. So if you're Na'Vi, you probably cannot take this next fight head on. You need to wait another minute.
Stormstormer backing away. He also is going for the Revenant's Brooch and just about has it completed. So double rounds of this. They will have the damage, but will they be able to right-click? Will they be able to fight? Look at how much damage he did to Boom right at the start there. That was 4 hits total with the Earthshock applying Fury Swipes.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's see smoke up. Yep, absolutely. Smoke on one side and
Ava. Oh, he still had the stacks of Fury Swipes on him. He's dead.
He just disappeared. That's a really massive kill. Without Tidehunter, he cannot fight.
And it's a quick Roche respawn. It's going to be coming here relatively fast. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, doesn't know yet. We don't know yet.
Oh, you're like B-Cop. I see. No.
Well, I'm predicting, you know.
It's like 45 seconds away.
Well, no, but that's until
we don't know yet.
dead.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
like B-Cop. I'm like B-Cop.
All right. Moves in. Rooted. Gets the shield rune. I mean, you want to take this fight now, right? Like, getting into there, the Dawnbreaker can show up with the ulti. So they're hunting, and it looks like they're in the area where Sanctity is going to be. Not an easy kill. Kaori also shows for a moment. Ava toss, catching on to this Enigma. He even dropped the Dawnbreaker ulti, and now looking forward for more. On to Sven. Good hits out. Shad in some trouble. Shad pops the BKB. And that's enough to make them stop going for any more. Holding on to that BKB on Ursa. So the BKB advantage into the favor right now of AVULUS. Jumps in, tries to get him. Global out. Lift up with that Yule Scepter, still taking damage. Sanctity has to back away.
They did kite this well, but they lost a lot as well.
Yeah.
That BKB on Shad, without it, yeah, there's no way. They need to wait another minute to fight. But it looked like it could have been way worse for Na'Vi, right? Like,
yeah.
The secondary jump on Ember was good with the global. Barely surviving. By the way, Aghanim's on Ember.
Oh, very cool.
Yep.
It's about 1:20 until Roche is up, roughly. This is going to mean everything is back up in time for the Roche fight. But if Na'Vi like win I guess they're not going to be going for anything themselves right now. Do they have any other big items that are coming up or stuff that's going to change the dynamic of this game?
A Swift Blink is being completed by Sven. Makes him a bit stronger, but...
Jump, stun. Oh, and he's gone.
And
well,
he has
that
no buyback.
changes
He's gone,
things.
gone.
That changes everything. Yeah. They don't know he doesn't have buyback. But I think that they're going to tempt fate up here. They glyph the wave. Still lose that one, and you look mid. Eki is there to catch the creep wave. Immediately lifted by Boom. Still, does he manage to kill it off in time? Oh, not quite. There's still one more creep coming in.
The flag bearer.
Sven gets tossed back in. He kills Seneko. Zibe onto him, though. Kaori is nearby, does still have Black Hole ready. Shad was low, but does not get brought down. None of these heroes have buyback. Did Na'Vi realize what's going on? They've taken one whole lane.
I think they might realize what's happening, but they are happier going back and taking Roche than taking another side. Because if you take another side and lose the fight, you might lose Roche as well, most likely. So this is probably the better approach.
Man, that Vanquisher facet, or rather innate from Sven, I feel like it makes such a huge difference. Because, like, Ursa just doesn't get to get anything off, and he's dead. It changed everything. They take this back over. Are they trying to come and contest this?
It looks like that.
Roche, it's low. They throw in the hammer, looking for an opening, but not going to find it. Stormstormer looking for the fight. They see Sanctity going on him. It doesn't feel great, but they're going to do it anyways. Global is out now. No follow-up. No nothing. Oh, watch out, Ravage. It's coming. They connect onto two. They take down the Tiny, and now they're in far too deep. Kaori gets silenced, so no Black Hole as of yet, but they did buy back on the Tiny. Look at Shad, though. He's ripping Zibe apart. They get the double kill there, chasing for more. Blink Black Hole is ready if they need it. Smiling Knight pops his BKB, but has to get away. Zibe runs in, does burn through it. Okay, maybe an opportunity here. But they're looking and hunting. Boom backs out.
Do you think they forgot that Navi have got a black hole at this point?
I mean, maybe. Like, we've only seen one.
Yeah.
We got there was one really big one, but that hasn't been used against since then. And Tidehunter also has Refresher Shard.
This is just massive overall. For so many buybacks, you mentioned the Vanquisher. It just did. Sven destroyed them, both the Dawnbreaker and the Tiny. And what's so cool is they fought after the rush, so they had God's strength the whole time. AVULUS could have waited a little bit longer.
Yeah. Man, I'm thinking, like, you mentioned earlier how different, you know, the item builds haven't tended to change that much, and we were mentioning the Aghanim Scepter from Ursa. I think, like, all of this starts from that one Ursa kill.
Stormer?
Imagine if he had Ags. Stormer gonna TP out. Oh, God. Imagine if he had Ags in that fight where they jump him mid. He just immediately pops in rage. This game would still be even. It's a tough one. Zibe lift, try and get him away. Fuel Scepter, break it, but what? Get the hell out of my game. Zibe not gonna get critted to death. Jeez, dude.
Oh, I see what's gonna happen. As a support player, I see what's coming my way in the next couple of days. Yep.
Shad just makes it look good. I don't know. This guy, he knows how to play Sven.
He's always in the right position, I feel like, and he's finding enough farm, plus joining team fights. Bot lane. Nice pick off.
Give him a tip. Reset morality. Get everybody hyped up. They need to get excited about this one, because I don't know if you're going to find too many more kills in the next couple minutes. You ever get that where you're playing Dota and you got to manage your team's like energy and be like, yeah, we got that one. We got this, guys. We're going to keep going. You know what I mean?
Let's not go there.
Is that not how you play Dota? Is that not?
I gave up.
Is this why I'm getting reported?
I gave up on babysitting people.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the best way to gain MMR for sure. If you can be a psychologist and a Dota player, but
yeah, it's not for everybody.
If you ever played Green Hell, every time I do that, there's a tick on my head that says like -2 sanity, -2 sanity.
Okay, I see. I gotcha. Hey, oh, that's a BKB. Oh, excuse me, a refresher coming out for Ember.
Wrapping around.
This is good, potentially.
They will not kill the courier. They'll let it go through.
His path is there. Ava, toss Kaori, caught, Ravage, 2 turns, still the batch, the stun, the complete control sanctity is dead. Eki backing away. They don't have eyes on him. They can't control and catch that Rubik. An opportunity here, maybe 4 more, as Na'Vi are losing a couple of different heroes. The Ravage second salvo, but immediately stolen. Eki got it.
Satanic.
The turnaround looking. Ravage connects onto both. Now the stun. Shad in trouble. Shad going to turn and kill. No. Almost got Smiling Knight there, but that is 4 for nothing. What an absolutely perfect fight from AVULUS.
Absolutely beastly engagement, wrapping all the way around, and this Abyssal finally making Smiling Knight look like a true carry. Good snatch, by the way, on the Ravage, of course. He might even have it for the next fight. He should.
Yeah, and he's queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. He's, what, third of the way, 3/4 of the way there. Math, sorry, my brain's turning off, but... I mean, the other option is the blink, and he's going to go for the blink first. I was wondering.
Boo.
I know. I'm with you. But look at this. Like, Sven is dead for 50 seconds without a buyback. If they can even up some of this lane equilibrium by taking a set of racks here, this is huge.
Yeah, they don't have a tier 2 on down bottom, so maybe 2 sides here. If Jakiro pokes his head out, he might just fall. He doesn't have Aether Lance or anything. He does have a monocle, but
I was getting ready to, like, you know, start calling, and with that, AVULUS is going to be eliminated from this tournament, but they are on the verge of pulling this back and getting to a game number 3. That is going to be one whole set of racks and then a range racks mid. That they were on the verge of elimination and they've pulled it back perfectly.
Absolutely evening things out. Now they just have to be careful not to get blown up by the Sven the moment he's up. As the goal difference has disappeared. Although Sven still blows you up, it doesn't matter. If he gets the stun off, like the items that they have bought are mostly offensive.
Honestly, I mean, I get the need for, you know, a nullifier in this game on Smiling Knight, but I'm really worried that he's just going to die in one hit like you're talking about there, or a couple of hits are brought down low enough that it won't matter. I feel like Aghanims is just really important, but right now they have an AC of their own, so that evens up some of that armor disadvantage that they're in.
And they have something else, Ravage of their own, right, on Eki still, which is really good, and a defensive lift. So maybe they can use that defensive lift to save Smiling Knight out of Ice Pat, perhaps, or... So we'll see. They definitely have this huge opportunity to utilize the Rubik.
And the reality for Na'Vi, I think, is that you can't just go up the hill right now. They actually need to wait, one, for the Ravage to be gone, but then the other thing is probably the next Aegis, because they just don't have a good high ground sieging team. This is like a kill them out and about type of team.
Absolutely. You want to take some fights outside of the base first for both of them, right? Like going uphill, we have summarized already, is not that great in this game unless you get a lot of kills before that.
What's the respawn time? It's about 2 minutes on respawn. And that means that it is still going to stay up on the top side of the map when it's back respawned. Shad queuing up and trying to get to a refresher. Sanctity has enough gold to get it, but the buybacks are going to become really important in this one. Everybody has it for timer, but right now you're missing buyback on the Jakiro for a little bit of gold.
Shad isn't too far. He's got 18 surplus gold, so gotta be very careful not to buy a branch.
Right.
Or anything like that. But are they going to make a play here? They are moving very aggressively. Boom.
C1. Onto him. Ravage.
Oh, Ravage.
That was not what
Wasted.
you needed. That was not good. Smiling Knight goes for more, though. Takes down the Jakiro. Shad immediately eliminated Seneko. Now they have the buyback global. Trying to retreat away, seeing if they can get out of there. Toss back the Tidehunter onto him.
Black
Good
hole.
damage out. They have it. Black hole used, but broken. He didn't have BKB, he didn't have anything, and they got the enrage off. Now the turnaround hits onto Shad. Stolen Storm Belt, stun comes out. He doesn't have BKB anymore. Controlled, double toss, gone. Smiling Knight living through it all on a sliver of health. Manages to get the blink out, and that should be a huge swing into their favor. What a fight.
Absolutely massive. The Ravage was not there, but this Rubik is doing wonders outside of the outside of that one play. Stealing Storm Ball, stealing so many spells, just utilizing them. The buyback global that you mentioned as well. And
Eyes
unfortunately, the black hole just wasn't that strong. Yeah.
Jump in. Now they don't have BKB on Ursa. He does have Enrage, but he might have gone a bit too far forward. Has he overplayed it? I mean, they had Roche available. Smiling Knight goes down. They also lost the Silencer. He doesn't have buyback. Stormstormer's gonna die. Roche was up. Oh, AVULUS snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Might have just absolutely thrown this game away.
Yeah, why make things easy when you can make them difficult, right? That's the life philosophy.
Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna throw up.
Just straight into the pit. So, what are we gonna have? A double BKB Satanic on Shad, or is it going to be a double Ravage? What do you think? Maybe even for Ember. Actually, not for Ember. He's got the orb already.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think probably he was taken on Tide, surely. Yeah.
Yep.
They
left a banner. The Eidolons are covering it. They couldn't even see it.
Jeez. Crazy game. Buyback status, they still have it on 4 heroes for Radiant, but like, I mean, Seneko should be sitting in the well pretty soon here. Like, you've got to have global for the fights. But they're getting ready on Navi to push. They want to force these buybacks. 20 seconds with no Ursa is going to be a lot of damage done to these buildings.
Yeah, God's Strength is used, right? Like, he can go in, perhaps even take at least one side. They have to be extremely careful. No buybacks on Shad, on most of them.
They back. So Aegis in hand.
Just, yeah. It's 1k advantage, 2k now. 2k advantage. Absolutely disgusting game.
The plus side to this is that you did get the buybacks out of so many heroes, right? Like, yeah, Navi used 3 or 4 important ones. If they can take a good fight right now in AVULUS, they win the game. Which could have been part of their, calculus there. Say, just force those buybacks, whatever ends up happening. We know we're not going to lose the game off of that, and now they have a win condition. But have they given up too much to Navi?
They do have buybacks, that's true, right? Like the Tiny, the Ursa, Dawnbreaker, I believe, as well. Yeah, all 3 cores on Radiant have buybacks, so... what you are saying is very possible, I would say probable as well. Because you can just throw your bodies, buyback, go back in once again. As long as you get good pickoffs, and Shad might be a really good one. Shad!
He walks in, smoke breaks, immediately wants to run away, and will get the blink back, but now they know that they're over here. Boom. Keep in mind, double Ravage ready. He also got that 25 Ravage stun duration talent. They start to head over this way. Eki spots them, jump, Ravage, one time for the Ursa. Global in response, jumps away on Eki. Now they try and step out of there. They have the second one if they want it. Can't pop it. So they jump in. They find him. Good damage out of Stormstormer, but the toss and the heal, it's going to be there. BKB trying to run away. Sanctity chases. They get the dead in the water. Seneko looking to the side there. Gets the silence onto the black hole. Ursa out. Gets the enrage off. No, he didn't, but there's nobody hitting him. Shad's not able to get in on that fight. They buy back on multiple. I mean, Smiling Knight.
They have no vision.
You got to run. I think that this is going to be the end for the Ursa. They buy a Hex. They're going to need to buy back on Ursa and defend their base.
Yeah, he jumped Sven, and there was a second in which with the Abyssal, he might have been able to kill him. But the Glimmer Cape coming in clutch from Cubify. The connection from AVULUS just wasn't there after a really good dodge. Like, the Ravage gets used, and Eki still lives, but they just couldn't connect afterwards.
Buybacks right now, the only people in the game with it are Jakiro and Ursa, and the last 3 big fights that we've seen have ended 4-0. These are not fights where people are breaking even. It's either like complete domination or utter devastation.
They did use cheese, right? They used cheese, they used refresher on Ember. These are the things that have been utilized by Navi, so it wasn't an absolutely free fight. But they're more than happy to use that.
They also have Aegis on Sven, but as like this Godstrike transformation hero, if you burn through that Aegis, he's coming back a lot weaker.
He's got an orb.
Tower dropping. Ava tossed very far back. Shad turns, stuns Kaori, looking for an opening, does not have Black Hole. Shad, BKB wearing out. He gets away with the jump. That's a tier 3 tower dead. And the end of the push.
Wasn't forced into a buyback, most importantly, right? This Aegis is gone in 30 seconds. Keep in mind that he is a transformation hero, but he does have a orb. It's in his backpack, so he's saving that. Gotta quickly switch it out and in as he dies, but he can use double BKB, double God Strength as long as he's not controlled, of course. And so far, they've done a really good job on Na'Vi. They gave away a Ravage once, of course, but I believe no Black Holes were given away. And I don't think I've seen a single Ice Bat on Rubik.
Yeah. It has not been off that often. I mean, this is, you know, Eki doing what he can, but they're playing around it because they know how valuable those spells can be. He is about to have Aghanim Scepter. The other thing, I'm just wondering how you feel about this. If you're AVULUS, are you pressured to go right now? Because buybacks are all going to be coming up simultaneously for Na'Vi, and then you don't have any on your entire team, pretty much, for AVULUS. Do they need to fight before then, or can they wait it out?
I definitely think so. I feel like this might be their last opportunity to take a good fight. What's up with their timers, by the way? They're really long, right? Like 5 minutes on Tiny, 5 minutes on Dawn. It's going to be a long timer where Na'Vi will have an advantage.
It looks like they're not going to be able to take one. It's going to be a minute until these buybacks are back up. So essentially, you know, by the time the fight would be over, the buybacks would be back up now. So AVULUS just now have to try and buy 3 to 4 minutes with nothing happening.
One hero, one player that has made AVULUS come out of worse situations is Eki. And he does have an Aghanims now. He just completed it on Rubik. So some of these heroes on Na'Vi, oh, God Strength is going in.
Thinking about going. Seneko is nearby. They are thinking about jumping for him. They will use the glyph as God Strength was used. Now the Yule Scepter lift up Chad. Pops the refresher, has BKB. If they need to, they can get out now. Man, pop everything to jump and get it, and immediately Seneko drops down a couple wards so they can scout this if they're setting up for that again.
They did force the refresher orb, right? Like it's a pretty long cooldown that they will not have for the next fight. He has queued up Shard as well, Moon Shard, I mean, on the Sven, but you can't purchase this. You just need the buyback. I think everyone on Na'Vi at this point must have one. They have the outpost as well to TP too.
I mean, at any point this game could be over with Na'Vi winning. I think for AVULUS, they need to probably buy at least another, like, you know, one good fight in 2 minutes. Maybe they can make it fight happen with buyback. They're trying to bait it with Seneko. Buyback Global is ready. They don't really care about him that much. The mech is out already. Now the jump forward onto Chad. They're mega, but there's going to be the Wind Waker. A save for the moment onto Sven. Now Global comes out. The turn, the hit, the kill. No Sven for the rest of this fight. 2 minutes cooldown. And now Kaori trying to get away. Should be able to run him down with Smiling Knight nearby. So 3 kills. All of these heroes have buyback, and as you mentioned, Mega Creeps online.
Well, they do have buybacks, but they don't have some big spells. 60 seconds without the BKB on Sven, without the God Strength. And I was surprised that they forced that so heavily.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'd value the Rex and Megas over 3 lives and buybacks, if they even manage to force them. If they don't manage to force them, then of course, absolutely great for them. I love that Smiling Knight as well has ways to go before being fully slotted, buying that Aghanim's Blessing next.
Right. And obviously saving for buyback right now, but this, if there are no buybacks, should be Mega Creeps. Do Na'Vi just give that up and say our buybacks are more important? They already have creeps in there and going to hit onto it. But yeah, I mean, they're going to buy back now. Smiling Knight retreats. They save their buyback on Sven. Very interesting. Dude, I don't know. This game, it's got some legs. We might be going pretty far here because as Na'Vi, like, do you feel comfortable going high ground now with no buyback on Emperor or Enigma? I don't think so.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
The only advantage that they do have is the fact that Megas are constantly pushing in.
Right.
And because of that, maybe they'll have an easier way going into the pit, but they have to be careful on Na'Vi not to get caught here.
Roche, it was a long one. It is about to come back up now. They have only a couple of seconds left before it is going to respawn. So that Eidolon should scout it. But they need to deal with these waves, as we talked about. Zibe at least can deal with it better than most others. Okay, Roche is there. And amplified damage.
AD rune, maybe for Sven, maybe for Ember. We'll see who picks it up. Of course, better on Sven if he even wants to. Yeah, it seems like Ember will be the one picking it up. He's just saving time. He even has a bottle. Yeah, he bottles it even.
God, it's really scary to think about walking into that pit, though. I've been just on buyback status this whole time, but 25s are coming fast and furious. Rubik has one, too. He has that telekinesis land distance, so a lot of abilities to pull people very far.
Yeah, on one side you have this Wind Waker to save, on the other you have that. Shad. Oh, this is ballsy.
Do they realize what's going on right now?
This is
Roche
very ballsy.
yells. Yes, they do know what's happening. They take out that vision. This is a crazy play to make.
I mean, you just committed God's strength.
Yeah. They're going in.
They have to do it at this point.
I don't know if they can see those particles. Sometimes weird things show up there outside the pit. Of course, Swift Blink ready. Stormstormer. I mean, they're going to have to be ready to jump at a moment. Is he opening up anything in his inventory? The Eidolons are there. They break their smoke. They kill off that creep. Need to be ready to jump. But no, it's Aegis in time. They get it. Everything picked up, and AVULUS just watched him do it. Stormstormer now caught. Shad pops the BKB. The heal coming in. Now the global. Thinking about a turn, or are they just trying to escape? What's the play here? Stormstormer, second round of toss. Shad, he's already used God's Strength with that one time, and now the BKB worried out, but they've lost Zibe. He does have buyback, but no ability to get back into this fight quickly, but they jump in. They find him. Sanctity in trouble. Sanctity dead. Yes. They kill him once, and now the turn on Shad. One hit with that Satanic, and back up almost to full. Smiling Knight keeping his eyes now on to Boom. They look for more. Stormstormer jumped upon. He's hurting a lot. They also have to deal with the creeps. Zibe's back dealing with that. The Ice Path connection keeping Smiling Knight alive. Turns to fight, but they have him controlled. They have him killed. They have buyback. Can AVULUS outlast this pressure? Because they already burned through the Aegis.
They need to at least force some buybacks here. They have the Mega Creeps, all 5 heroes up and alive, but it is so dangerous. You don't have the buyback, right? Like 4.5 minutes on the Emperor.
Yeah.
60 minutes in, don't you go for tier 5s now, right?
I think so. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, those buybacks end up mattering a lot. And also, Rubik was able to steal Ice Path in that last fight, along with Warcry. It's actually fairly good for them.
Yeah, for the first time, I'm seeing the Ice Path on Rubik, and it's just absolutely ridiculously strong.
No buyback on Zibe. No buyback on Zibe. Zibe, you got to be careful here. The buybacks start coming from the rest of the squad. Eki, lift, pull back, trying to find him. Toss all the way over to the side. Boom, in trouble, and now the turn. Kaori moves over. He has the black hole, but it's Shad. Shad's the one that walks in, gets the dieback onto that Tiny. And Smiling Knight, nowhere left to go. They're trying desperately, but it won't be enough. Black hole for good measure. GG is called. Navi take the series 2-0.
Ah, what a great game. What a great game. We had everything. We had some comebacks, some really good team fights, and in the end, every team, no matter who you are, I feel like you always do the same mistake. You jump the tide and you toss him into your team. Like, it happened in the last game. It happened again. It sealed the deal. The way they lost game number 1 is the way they literally lost game number 2, tossing the tide back.
You can't believe it. Just grabbing his hands, get me out of this game. But they did manage to do it. Navi come through with the victory. And again, that like Shad Vanquisher, the Sven, look at that, the one shot.
He had a fantastic performance by the Sven. Like, overall, both of these teams showing discipline, showing a display of skill on both sides. For Navi, it really wasn't easy. They had a lot of these big ultis, but they had to be very careful on how they used them. You're playing into Global, you're playing into Rubik, and they still found some ways of of getting on top of the Ursa, picking him up, maybe using the Ravage on him, saving the Black Hole. I think I've seen, what, 3 Black Holes total in the game. One in the fountain, one next to the pit, and that crucial one that kind of got Navi in the pole position.
You know what it is? It's this Krill Eater facet. It's getting all these tinies mixed up. His model becomes so big that you can't help but toss him. It keeps happening. Oh my god! And this right here was, this was the worst. I mean, if you're AVULUS, you're gonna be coming back to this moment again and again. Roche was up. You're up 12k gold lead. You can just go back and secure it. And granted, they did get the buybacks out of those heroes, but they weren't able to do anything once those buybacks came in.
And Sanctity had an amazing series. Someone we commended in game number 1 because of his 15-0 co-op. Game number 2, he's on his signature Ember Spirit 22-5. Out of all the items, I feel like the one item that I would call out as having maybe the most impact in a way is Tidehunter's Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Like canceling so many moves from the Ursa, saving himself or his allies so many times. Like in general, it was a really rough game, well fought by AVULUS. Once they got these 2 Revenant brooches, it almost looked like they had it back in full control, but a couple of mistakes here and there, and now we are back in it. I can't believe that they just let that rush go. But this last one, because they were well positioned, and they do have ways of scouting it.
Right. Well, and the other thing there too is like, you know, we talk about the most important items, and in a way it felt like one of the ones that was really important that didn't get made was Smiling Knight's Aghanim Scepter. Like, he had bought the point booster by the end of it, but how many times in those replays there did we see like a Sven stun into like 2 or 3 hits and then Ursa's down at like 10% HP, right? If you get Sven stunned and you have Aghanim, suddenly you turn it back around, you pop in Rage, you can actually fight, you can survive through that. And I mean, they prioritized the damage with the Revenant's Brooch over it. And that meant that if the fight ever started with Sven jumping, Sven ended the fight.
Yeah, when you ask how many times, every single time.
Yeah.
If Ursa was dying, he was dying to the Sven. I don't believe anyone else was really killing him, right?
Yeah.
It was mostly Sven, and it was Sven in a stun, because that's when he gets that extra damage. What a crazy game. Well fought by both of these teams.
Man.
Yeah.
That was awesome. I love to see the Swiss format. We get to see so many different types of teams make their way through, and then you kind of have this like story developing. And for me, the story of Na'Vi is one that like top teams kind of need to watch out for. They have these sneaky little pocket straps at times that really can mess stuff up. And you can see already here, we're going to have the continuation of the schedule going forward. Stream A, I believe that's the only stream that we've got coming up as the next couple of days. So no more need to pop back and forth between the two of them. But Aurora versus Yellow Submarine, Falcons versus Heroic, and then Tundra versus Na'Vi. That is a rough draw.
It truly is. They fought so hard and so well, and then they get to face out Tundra.
Yeah.
But at the same time, who else? Like, would you like to play against Aurora that know how you play and breed inside out because they're from the same region? Do you want to face out who's left?
XG was the one that just beat Tundra, which is why Tundra's down here now.
So in any case, like, you couldn't have an easy draw. You just have to prove your worth here and win against Tundra for Na'Vi if you want to continue.
Man, crazy stuff. Yeah, and that also, I mean, so I'll say the Tundra loss in game 2, I was like kind of keeping track of it, and I was like, oh, Tundra got this easy 2-0. I don't know what happened, but they ended up losing that game and then lose game number 3. Going into that last day, that's a matchup to watch, because if there's any type of tilt, if you're at all not on your game against this Na'Vi team, they could absolutely lose it. A lot of great matches coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, and a lot of great matches, and I would say the storyline of this tournament, last time it was in Season 2, it was SA winning and just dominating with Heroic. This time around, look at that, China, 2 teams.
Yeah, man.
Unexpected, but very nicely done by them.
Absolutely. Tidebound, Xtreme, we'll see how they end up faring as we get into the main event. But for us, we're going to end it here. The group stage is coming soon to a close. There's one more day of action. And of course, that's all going to be on the mainstream. So I'm sure to check it all out. And we will see you all later. Thank you.
Trece băni